Introduction. The wings of a butterfly are as delicate as gossamer, yet a single flap across the vast ocean can unleash a tempest on the other shore. Charge forth, Knights of the Empire. Draw your bows and let them experience the might of the Battanian arrows. Gather round, comrades, and let them witness this game of power where the true victor shall emerge. Chapter 1. The End. Winter has arrived. Flames and ice converge in a cyclical dance. By a twist of fate, a whisper of a distant soul is brought forth. Sir, why must we journey to the Great Wall? An oath. Is it because of those 3 eggs? The aged knight nodded slightly. Sire, remember what I told you. The most important sword for a knight is not the one in hand, but the one in the heart. Cough, cough, cough. The frail body rendered him incapable of lengthy discourse, each word a Herculean effort. Sire had vehemently opposed this northern expedition, yet the old man exhibited an unyielding stubbornness. The merchant ship sliced through the swelling waves, and the once mighty Sir Vane could only take to the water, even if it meant traversing the icy currents of Cold Ice Bay. The life of the old knight remained an enigma to all, even Sire, his loyal squire throughout his twilight years, could glean little of his past from the few words he shared. Occasionally, the knight would boast of vanquishing notable foes in his youth, including some knights of considerable renown across the 7 kingdoms. He roamed the lands of the 7 kingdoms with Sire, leading a life of meager sustenance. The knight's existence belied the grandeur of his name aside from a select few at the pinnacle. Most knights resembled wanderers, flocking to wherever war erupted, only for the spoils of battle to be reinvested in armor and arms, a ceaseless cycle. Sir Vane's armor was already riddled with rust, the breastplate marred by a gaping hole. Yet, he cherished this tattered armor as a treasure, donning it daily. His second life, his warhorse and packhorse, had been sold, the proceeds now funding this northern journey. As the crew saw the old knight and his squire on the deck, one kindly approached to offer a warning. Sir, we are approaching the winds of Cold Ice Bay, where the chill is fierce. It will be prudent to seek shelter in the cabin. Thank you for the warning, good sir, Sire replied gratefully. Once the crew member departed, the old knight turned to his squire, imparting a solemn charge. If I do not make it to the Great Wall, ensure that you deliver those 3 eggs to the scholars there, and tell them I have not forsaken my oath. Sadness welled in Sire's eyes after more than a decade of companionship. He had come to regard this elder as family. Even in ignorance of the knight's past, Sire held deep admiration for him. This warm-hearted man who instilled in him the spirit of knighthood, always seeking to protect the vulnerable despite his own destitution. As the ship broke through a swell, it rocked precariously, splashes of seawater spraying onto the deck and soaking the feet of the 2. In the distance, a hazy cold front loomed on the horizon, prompting the crew into a flurry of activity. Their years of traversing the north and south having equipped them with strategies to confront the icy tempest. "It is time to enter, my lord," Charles said, supporting the old knight as they stepped into the ship's cabin. Sir Wayne trembled as he gently caressed the box containing the colossal egg, and with a solemn demeanor, he entrusted it to Charles. "I leave in your hands." The old knight harbored an ominous premonition, his eyes reflecting a sense of regret and desolation. At that moment, a sailor burst through the door, panic-stricken. "My lord, there are," he swallowed hard, "pirates. We are beset by pirates." Emerging from a misty sea was a formidable warship, its deck adorned with the flag of a golden sea monster, surging towards the merchant vessel propelled by the icy winds. The deck was teeming with menacing ironclads, led by a scarred-faced captain, who surveyed the frantic crew of the merchant ship with palpable delight. As the 2 vessels drew perilously close, a wooden plank crashed down from the towering warship, creating a bridge between them with a resounding thud. The impact of the warship sent violent tremors through the merchant vessel, making it nearly impossible for those inside to maintain their footing. "Charles, bring me my sword," commanded the old knight. "My lord, you." His eyes burned with fierce determination, and Charles could only imagine the youthful exuberance and fervor that once radiated from those eyes. "Indeed, my lord," he replied, handing over the slightly rusted blade. The old knight tenderly stroked the sword's blade, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him as if the very essence of the weapon reinvigorated his spirit. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, the clanking of his armor resonating like thunder, transporting him back to the days of glorious battles. "Take care of the precious cargo. I shall return." With sword in hand, he strode purposefully out, and Charles, unable to remain at ease, swiftly followed, cradling the box. On the deck of the merchant ship, ironclads leapt down one after another. their shouts and curses filling the air with chaos. The sailors of the merchant vessel struggled to resist, many overwhelmed by fear and leaping into the sea, but the frigid waters of Ice Bay offered no mercy. The biting cold and tumultuous waves consumed them whole. One sailor, brandishing a sword, charged out from the cabin, roaring defiantly. The ironclad merely smirked, swinging his hammer to impale the sailor onto the deck. Blood gushed forth, staining Charles's garments. Upon noticing the armored old knight, the ironclad's demeanor shifted to one of caution, but upon recognizing the knight's aged visage, he couldn't help but mock. "Hey, old fool, you should be resting comfortably in bed awaiting your demise, not here." The old knight paid no heed to the taunts, advancing steadily with his sword raised. The ironclads, devoid of any sense of respect for the elderly, adhered to their creed of plunder, swinging their hammers towards Sir Wayne. They underestimated their adversary. Though the knight's sword had lost its former luster, it still retained a glimmer of its past authority. As the old knight deftly sidestepped, the blade flashed coldly, and the ironclad fell in terror. The surrounding ironclads took note of the knight's entrance, and amidst the flickering flames, he stood like a silver statue, captivating the attention of all present. Feeling a sense of threat, the Iron Men rallied together. The old knight, after mobilizing his body, significantly enhanced his speed, slaying the first Iron Man and igniting a flame within his blood. Evading enemy attacks consecutively, he struck down another foe under the astonished gaze of the Iron Men. Charles stood behind, observing the valiant old knight. It was the first time in a decade he had witnessed such ferocity in the knight's swordplay, as victories had been rare in their past skirmishes. The Iron Men charged at him with swords drawn from all directions. Realizing he could not evade them, the old knight braced himself to absorb a blow, swiftly dispatching the next adversary. Thus, he accomplished a triple kill, yet a sword pierced through his ribcage. It was through a gap in his armor, the blade finding no resistance as it entered his body. He had ultimately grown old. Although this wound did not strike a vital area, it extinguished the fire of his spirit. The sword's weight grew heavier, and life began to fade amidst the blood. The old knight laughed, a hearty laugh that gradually turned to one of profound regret. "I did not wait. I did not wait, Your Highness." Boom! It was as if a giant had fallen, shaking the entire deck. Tears sparkled in Charles's eyes. His only family had perished, and his enemies stood before him. Yet he could not avenge his kin, for the box in his possession contained his vow. The merchant ship had undeniably been breached. His sole escape lay in the cold, merciless bay of ice. After the storm, Bear Island welcomed the long-lost sunshine, illuminating the coast where two young bear maidens trained. The Bear Maidens were the affectionate term used by the people of Bear Island for the daughters of House Mormont. The Mormont family's emblem depicted a standing giant bear, a symbol of pride and honor, deeply cherished within Bear Island. However, the current generation of House Mormont was marked by an overabundance of daughters and a scarcity of sons, with only 5 daughters among them. Lyanna Mormont and Jarell Mormont, the youngest daughters of Lady Mormont, were to be cultivated into refined ladies. Hence their mother refrained from teaching them the art of swordplay, wishing to spare them the fate of their elder sister, who remained unmarried at their age. The 2 young girls stealthily made their way to the coast, their secret hideaway, where a carpenter had crafted wooden swords for them. The sound of their wooden swords clashing echoed like thunder. "Lyanna, prepare to receive my mightiest blow." Being slightly older, Jarell maintained an upper hand in their sparring, and this so-called mightiest blow was a strike infused with all her strength. With gritted teeth, she swung her wooden sword at Lyanna's, seemingly too familiar with the move. To everyone's surprise, Lyanna did not parry but instead turned to dodge. Jarell, exerting her utmost strength, missed her target and fell alongside her sword. Lyanna pointed her wooden sword at Jarell's head. "You've lost, Jarell." A sudden misstep caused Jarell to scrape her palm, causing a glimmer of tears to form in her eyes. Yet, the girls of Bear Island would never let tears fall. With unwavering determination, she quickly rose. "Let's continue. This round doesn't count." However, Lyanna's attention seemed to be captivated by something else, entirely indifferent to her. Following the direction of Lyanna's gaze, one could see the coastline, where the waves appeared to have brought forth a man. The two exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. As she approached and poked the man with a wooden sword, Jo Ruhr hurriedly intervened, voicing her disapproval. "Humph, a defeated foe. All he can do is speak of me," Lyanna muttered under her breath. Jo Ruhr's face flushed crimson. "What do you mean, defeated foe? I have bested you countless times. That was merely a fluke." Cough, cough, cough. Charles erupted into a fierce fit of coughing, rising to expel the seawater that had filled his lungs before collapsing weakly once more. This startled the two young girls, who screamed and huddled together, leaping back like frightened rabbits. Watching the man continue to lie there, they began to discuss in hushed tones. Why do you think he was washed ashore? He must be the pirate my sister often speaks of. Only pirates sail the seas. Pirates don't look like that, my sister said. They have only one eye. There are pirates with two eyes, as Sir Bart has said. No, only savages like us have two eyes. He must be a savage. As the two seemed poised to argue once more, Charles struggled to cough again. What should we do? He seems to be dying, Joe Rohr suddenly questioned. Let's go to the castle and fetch someone. All right. Chapter 2. Charles Wayne. Charles. Wayne. Charles. Oath. Great Wall. Observing the man on the bed babbling incoherently, Leanna inquired with curiosity. Scholar, what is he saying? The esteemed scholar shook his head. The man's words were disjointed and nonsensical, leaving even the learned scholar unable to extract any useful information. Huff, huff, huff. The scholar noted the man's chest heaving violently, indicating he was on the verge of waking, and quickly moved to set the small bear girl aside. We're going to be late. With a sudden gasp, Charles bolted upright, only to find himself in a strange environment, engulfed in confusion. As he touched his bandaged body, he wondered if he was still dreaming. You have finally awakened. Still surveying his surroundings, Charles lifted his gaze to the scholar, whose foreign visage was unfamiliar, yet oddly captivating. Who are you? Where is this? Noticing Charles's apprehension, the scholar offered a warm smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. This is Bear Island in the north. Fear not, child. As he felt his face, he noticed a disconcerting difference. His hands had become notably rougher. Attempting to rise, he soon discovered that his body was utterly enervated, making movement exceedingly difficult. Despair washed over him. How could he awaken to such an unfamiliar form? Was there no announcement of his crossing into another realm? Fragments of chaotic memories hinted that this was no dream. Yet whenever he tried to recollect the details, he was met with a piercing headache. He cradled his head, groaning in distress. The scholar approached to support him. You require rest, my child. As he was eased back down, the pain began to subside slightly. It was only upon catching a glimpse of his own reflection that Charles fully comprehended he had traversed realms, staring back at a face both familiar and alien in recent days. The Grand Scholar has visited Charles daily to assess his health, accompanied occasionally by the young woman from the Bear Island. Due to his disoriented memory, Charles remained oblivious to their inquiries, leading the Grand Scholar to preliminarily conclude that he was suffering from amnesia. After a period of recuperation, Charles had regained the ability to rise from his bed and walk, his injuries appearing relatively minor, consisting of only a few bruises. Seated by the window, he gazed out at a vast island from the castle. One could behold the breathtaking scenery stretching for miles, with a small town nestled nearby, where he could faintly discern the silhouettes of bustling townsfolk. As the door creaked open, it was the Grand Scholar who entered. Noticing that Charles was now able to stand, a faint smile graced his features. Have you recalled anything yet? He inquired. Charles shook his head. Not even your name? Charles Vane, he replied, without hesitation. The Grand Scholar rifled through his memory, realizing that he had not encountered this surname in the noble family's compendium of the Seven Kingdoms, though it was possible he simply had not retained it. I heard you muttering this name during your unconsciousness. Here, take your medicine for today. Once you've consumed this dose, you will be nearly healed. The bitter taste of the remedy contorted Charles's face as he drank it down. The pungent aroma of the concoction assaulted his senses, making him want to retch, and despite having endured it for several days, he could not grow accustomed to it. While preparing to leave, the Grand Scholar suddenly recalled something. Ah, how forgetful of me. The Count has requested that you visit her today if you are free. Her? Indeed. The Countess of Bear Island is Miss Daisy Mormont. After tidying up his belongings, the Grand Scholar donned his medicine kit and stepped out, closing the door with an exceptionally gentle touch, revealing his considerate nature. Dressing neatly and washing his face with clear water, Charles observed his reflection, a youthful visage of 17 or 18, with a few errant strands of hair falling across his forehead, imparting a touch of disarray that somehow exuded an air of rebellious charm. His face bore some scars. Though they had faded enough to be easily overlooked from these marks and the strength of his hands, it was evident that he had been a martial practitioner. Submitting his request to the guard outside the study, Charles was soon granted an audience with Countess Daisy Mormont. Before the desk in the study lay a quill, along with various letters and papers, while a slender woman furrowed her brow in contemplation. She appeared slightly older than Charles, perhaps 23 or 24, with dark hair and eyes, her countenance cool and composed, clad in a green tunic. Her sun-kissed skin was adorned with exquisite features, elegantly arched brows resembling a waning moon, a prominent nose, and lips that offered a striking impression of grace and strength. Upon noticing Charles's entrance, she collected her thoughts and began to appraise him. "Good morning, Countess," he greeted, mimicking the courteous gestures he had seen in films. "Good morning. I have heard from the Grand Scholar that you're suffering from amnesia." "Yes, my lady. Have you yet recalled anything?" As he attempted to recall his memories, aside from a faint headache, his recollections of the physical realm remained shrouded in obscurity. He was poised to shake his head in response to Daisy, yet was suddenly pierced by a sharp pang in his mind, letting out a prolonged cry. A surge of seawater flooded his thoughts, juxtaposed against flames raging upon the surface. "I remember some seawater and flames. My lady, I beg your forgiveness, for beyond this I cannot recall anything else." Noticing the fluctuation in Charles's mental state, Daisy's expression turned to one of concern. "Since you cannot remember, it is best not to force yourself." Charles, already beaded with perspiration, found his breathing becoming somewhat erratic, illustrating the immense burden that recollection imposed upon him. It was only when he began to relax that Daisy dared to pose another question. "How should I address you then?" "Simply call me Charles, my lady." "Very well, Charles. What are your plans moving forward?" Daisy felt a pang of sympathy for this amnesiac man. If possible, she would offer him refuge, provided he consented. At present, Charles had yet to fully acclimate to his unexpected journey, frequently ruminating on the hope of awakening once more in his modest dormitory, leaving him with no concrete plans for the future. "I do not know." Perusing the letters that had been delivered, Daisy extracted one among them. "My estate is in need of an additional hand. If you do not mind, you may temporarily take up residence there." Charles harbored no objections to this arrangement, especially since his life had been spared by her. A stable was a stable, after all. "Thank you for your hospitality, my lady the Countess." Bidding her farewell, he imitated the learned gentleman's gentle closing of the door. Stepping out of the Countess's study, Charles took a deep breath. The Countess was not as he had envisioned. He had approached with the mindset of meeting a headmaster. Yet Daisy Mormont did not exude the air of superiority he had anticipated. As he traversed the castle's corridors, the stone walls and floors exuded an ancient charm. This was the second floor, serving as the residence for the Mormont family and their servants, while the soldiers' watchtower lay above them. Peering down from the second floor, the first level of the castle resembled a courtyard, housing stables, a kitchen, and a training ground, with the outer wall encircling it. At the center of the wall stood a grand gate, secured by iron chains at both ends, allowing it to hang aloft, while the inner doors consisted of two sliding panels on either side. Soldiers patrolled the walls, their movements punctuated by the sight of the bear flag fluttering atop several watchtowers. After wandering about, Charles returned to his sick room. The following day, the Countess's steward sought out Charles. He had received orders to escort Charles to old Raff's quarters. Upon knocking, he was greeted by Miss Leanna and her companions, who had rescued Charles. He was noted as a handsome lad, a sentiment expressed by the steward, who surmised that he would likely be quite popular among the young women and courtesans in town. If only his son could grow to be such a gentleman. Perhaps he would not be single now, however. At present, that young man served as a guard for the Count, and it was rumored that he would soon be promoted to captain, a source of great pride for the old steward, who felt his son had shown promise. "Mr. Charles, please follow me." Accompanied by the venerable steward, Charles arrived at an estate situated on the outskirts of Bear Island town. The meadows here were lush and verdant, the terrain level, stretching endlessly around them, with a dozen horses frolicking and foraging upon the grasslands. "Old Raff," the steward called out to an elderly gentleman who was raking straw. Upon hearing the call, the old man turned his head. Recognizing the castle steward, a smile promptly graced his face. "Ah, it is you, Master Steward." Old Raff set down his rake, dusted off his clothing, and jogged over. "This gentleman has been entrusted to your care by the Count." Old Raff nodded and bowed slightly, saying, "Very well, Master Steward. You can rest assured I shall take excellent care of him." The steward, pleased by old Raff's demeanor, offered him a few words of praise before taking his leave. Old Raff circled around Charles, examining him with keen interest, frequently exclaiming, "You possess a fine physique, akin to my youthful self. It would be a pity not to pursue knighthood." Feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutiny, Charles awkwardly greeted, "Hello, sir. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come." Old Raff shook his head repeatedly, replying, "Ah, there is no need for such formality, just call me Old Raff, as the townsfolk do. Come, my friend, let me introduce you to the others at the stables." Old Raff proceeded to introduce Charles to the other workers at the farm, Henry and Reed, two robust young men, and a girl named Casey. They showed no hostility towards the newcomer, as Charles's arrival meant a reduction in their workload. Subsequently, Old Raff took Charles on a tour of the farm. Given that he was someone personally appointed by the steward, it was essential to demonstrate due respect. One could never tell which family Charles might be related to. After all, in a small town, working at the farm was regarded as a rather fortunate opportunity. A storeroom was cleared out to serve as Charles's bedroom, previously occupied by another worker whose misfortune had led him to meet his end after a night of revelry in town, ultimately found lifeless on the street by the following morning. On his first day, Old Raff did not require Charles to undertake any labor, instead allowing him to accompany him, observing and listening to Old Raff's time-worn tales. Perhaps in the future, Charles would tire of the endless anecdotes, blending fact with fiction, but for now, he was like a blank slate, filled with questions about this world. Thus, under Old Raff's incessant chatter, he absorbed the information like a parched sponge cast into the sea. Pleased with Charles's attitude, Old Raff resolved to assign him lighter tasks in the future, for this young man clearly understood the virtue of respecting his elders. Chapter 3. Horse riding and slashing overlord. In a desolate expanse, strewn with corpses, where is this place? The howling wind wails as if it hails from the depths of hell, and the tattered banners flutter like the cloak of death. Broken swords and shattered spears lie scattered, alongside the lifeless bodies of individuals with varying expressions. Suddenly, as if stepping on something, I look down to find a bloodied arm. I wish to trace the arm back to its owner, but find only emptiness. Gazing at the grotesque wound, it is difficult to fathom how it was severed or torn away. Just then, the arm inexplicably twitches and seizes my ankle. Startled, I attempt to kick it away, but no amount of force proves effective. I reach for a broken sword embedded in the ground nearby. As I turn my head, I collide with a half-visible face, which splits into a grin that stretches to the ear. Ah, such a vivid dream, lingering even upon waking. The moonlight filters through the window, revealing a full moon akin to that of another world. I truly wish this were but a dream. The nightmare dispelled my drowsiness, leaving me restless throughout the night. The following morning, I awoke feeling somewhat lethargic. I adjusted the thin blanket on the bed, beneath which was a straw mat, and I found it hard to believe how well my body had adapted. In the adjoining room, Reed and Henry were already awake, playfully grooming each other's facial hair. Upon seeing me, Reed, while shaving Henry's face, waved in greeting. "Hey, Charles, good morning." "Good morning, Reed." "Oh, damn it, Reed, your blade." A small cut marred the corner of Henry's face, and he glared at Reed with indignation. Reed chuckled and assured he would be more careful. I fetched some water from the well and washed up. The refreshing well water splashed against my face, revitalizing my spirits somewhat. Old Rolf pushed open the door. "Hey, lads, you're up bright and early. Only diligent boys can win the hearts of the town's maidens. I believe it won't be long before you catch a whiff of their delightful fragrance." With a toothy grin, Old Rolf began assigning tasks. Henry was to tend to the horses, Reed was to shovel manure, while I would chop wood and water the vegetable patch. Casey would prepare meals for us, occasionally lending a hand with our chores. Upon hearing about the manure shoveling, Reed wore a look of utter despair. "Oh no, dear old Rolf, didn't we already clean that up days ago?" Henry, reveling in his misfortune, patted Reed's shoulder in a show of mock comfort. "Do your best, mate." With the tasks assigned, we each set to work. Old Rolf had to head to town to sell a horse, so he departed early, leading the steed away. I made my way to the backyard, ready to chop wood. A considerable pile of firewood awaited me. Lifting the axe, its 3 to 4 pound weight felt exceedingly light in my hands. I could have tossed it about effortlessly. I positioned a log and struck down with force, but the dull blade lodged itself within, resisting all my attempts to free it. Resigned, I pressed my foot against the wood and pulled with all my might. A soft giggle echoed in my ears. At this moment, 2 girls stifled their laughter, their hands covering their mouths. As Charles turned to look at them, their faces flushed slightly, and they silently thought to themselves how lovely. Casey? Beside Casey stood another girl with long, chestnut hair, her delicate brows framing enchanting eyes that sparkled with vitality. Her sun-kissed skin glowed with a healthy tan, and her cheeks were flushed, adding to her charm and liveliness. She wore a grayish-white dress and held a small basket in her hand. "Are you the new worker?" the girl inquired. Casey eagerly answered for Charles, and then introduced the girl to him. "This is Ayanna, the apple of old Ralph's eye. She just returned from her aunt's house today." Her good friend, Casey, even went out to the farm to welcome her back, bringing some produce from her aunt's, which is why they headed this way to the kitchen and happened to stumble upon Charles in the amusing predicament of getting his axe stuck. After sharing some tips on chopping wood with Charles, the two girls playfully departed. By the time they reached the kitchen, their faces were already flushed, clearly having engaged in some lively discussion along the way. Charles extracted the axe and continued his work. With each swing, he gradually grasped the technique, significantly enhancing his chopping speed. "You have quite a bit of strength," Ayanna returned, beaming as she perched on the railing in the backyard. "Miss Ayanna." "No need to call me miss, just Ayanna is fine. Here, let me help you wipe off your sweat." She offered him a handkerchief. Charles noticed a beautifully embroidered flower on the handkerchief, though he did not recognize it. Seeing the girl's expectant gaze, he accepted it and gently dabbed his forehead, trying to avoid soaking the fabric with perspiration. However, he underestimated his own sweat, and the handkerchief quickly became drenched, enough to wring out water. Embarrassed, he cast an apologetic look at the girl. Using wood chopping as an outlet for his pent-up emotions, he released his frustrations, forgetting his fatigue. Had it not been for the sweat soaking the handkerchief, he would not have realized how much he had chopped. His arms felt slightly sore, indicating that this body was far more capable than he had anticipated, significantly surpassing the frail form of his past life. "I'm sorry, Ayanna, for your handkerchief." Before he could finish his sentence, she snatched the handkerchief and began to wipe his forehead. This intimate gesture stirred something within Charles, leaving him momentarily astonished as he gazed at Ayanna. However, all he could see was her innocent, radiant smile. They stood quietly until Ayanna gently retracted her delicate hand. Of course, such a description might not be entirely fitting, as the hands of a farm girl were not as soft as delicate petals. They were somewhat rough and sturdy, indicative of her frequent engagement in hard labor. "You should wipe away your sweat. Otherwise, you might catch a cold," she reminded him. Thank you, Ayanna." His simple expression of gratitude made her smile even brighter, akin to a blooming phoenix flower. Charles sought to uncover deeper meanings in her eyes, but found only purity reflected back at him. "Here, remember to wipe off the sweat." As he took the handkerchief from her, he could still detect a faint, pleasant fragrance lingering upon it. "Hey, Ayanna." In the distance, a girl appeared. As Henry galloped toward her, his scarf fluttering in the breeze, eventually coming to a halt beside the courtyard. "Was your journey pleasant, my dear Ayanna?" His eyes gleamed with fervor and admiration, and Charles finally understood why the two had been so meticulous about their appearances that early morning. "Henry, you'll be scolded if you let the horses escape." "Ah, I simply couldn't resist rushing over upon seeing the beautiful Ayanna, amused by his antics." Ayanna promptly shooed him away to tend to the horses, for losing them would spell trouble, as they belonged to the Countess' estate. Reed, who was busy shoveling manure, approached, though he kept his distance due to the unpleasant odor that clung to him, greeting Ayanna from afar. "Hey, everyone, it's time for lunch," Casey called from the doorway. Witnessing Reed's excitement at the mention of food, Ayanna beamed as she made her way to the house, glancing back to beckon the dazed Charles. His heart seemed to gradually release some burdens. Perhaps this life was not so bad after all. Since Henry needed to oversee the horses, Casey would bring him lunch later. Meanwhile, the grass outside the manor bloomed vibrantly, so there was no need to venture far for grazing. After splitting firewood all morning, Charles himself marveled at his speed, then followed Ayanna to water the vegetable garden, carrying a bucket behind her. The estate's garden was self-sufficient, yielding enough produce to even sell at the town market in exchange for grain. Ayanna chattered away, sharing her amusing anecdotes, possessing an innate charm that made conversation effortless. Charles, who had always been somewhat reticent in his previous life, found himself unsure of what to say, merely sharing his own experiences. "You've lost your memory? How could that happen?" "Oh, I know of a powerful witch residing in a great bear forest. Perhaps she could help you regain your memories. Regain his memories? Charles felt a twinge of confusion. He was uncertain whether he truly wished to reclaim the original owner's memories. Yet without them, he knew nothing of this world. After finishing their watering, the two made their way back to the house. Along the way, old Ralph returned from town, and upon seeing his daughter, his face lit up with joy. "How are things at your Aunt S?" "Very well, father. Aunt Nika sends her regards and insisted I bring back 2 large salted fish, enough for quite some time." Old Ralph, feeling nostalgic for his sister whom he hadn't seen in ages, was not originally from Beartown. His home was in Bittertree Village. His family had been adept at horse breeding, which led to their recruitment by the Count. For years, he had diligently served the Mormont family in this capacity. Nika is truly kind. He affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, though Iona seemed less than pleased with being treated like a child. "Father, I'm not a little kid anymore. Could you please refrain from tousling my hair?" Old Ralph raised his mustache with a grin. "In my heart, you will always be my little girl." "Oh, father," she protested, blushing and playfully pouting, stealing glances at Charles, who remained lost in thought. "Hey, you silly boy. He's gone. Lost in thought, I presume?" Old Laugh remarked. "Oh, Mr. Laugh, my apologies, I was daydreaming. Just call me Old Laugh," he chuckled. "Huh, are you so entranced by my daughter's beauty? If you wish to court Iona, you must put in some effort. She is quite the catch in town." This audacious old fellow was unabashedly teasing, which left Iona blushing furiously, stamping her feet in embarrassment. Observing Iona's flustered state, he erupted into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Charles was completely absorbed by the numbers before him. "Mount Blade, Dominion, is loading. What troubles you?" Iona inquired, sensing Charles's distraction. It's nothing. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I shall take my leave now, Iona. No need to call me for dinner." As Charles hurriedly departed, Old Laugh curiously asked, "What's the matter with him?" Iona then recounted the incident of Charles's amnesia to Old Laugh. "Alas, what a pitiful child." Old Laugh mused, a thought forming in his mind. He certainly did not wish for his daughter to marry far away. After all, she was his precious jewel. "I intend to take him to the Great Bear Forest to consult the shaman, if that is agreeable, father." "Of course, my dear daughter." Chapter 4. Zestia, the weather had suddenly turned cold, with frigid winds blowing, causing Charles to shiver uncontrollably. The warmth provided by the grass mat was far from sufficient. He curled up, embracing his legs for warmth, while his thoughts began to wander amidst the chilling breeze. Ding! Mount Blade, Dominion 00, has loaded instantly. The cold seemed to dissipate. Sitting up, he called out, "System." With Charles's voice, an interface materialized before him. It was indeed the same game that his roommate, Hiyu, had been playing, the interface identical in every detail. Please select your character's culture. 1. Vlandia 2. Sturgia 3. Empire 4. Aserai 5. Khuzait 6. Battanian. Charles clicked on Vlandia. The Vlandians, descendants of Western adventurers, had lived under the Empire's rule for centuries before establishing their independent kingdom. As the imperial authority waned, they evolved into an organized and structured feudal society, led by a martial aristocracy fond of combat on horseback with lances and polearms. Horsemanship 1, Polearm 1. Upon reading the introduction, Charles felt an even stronger conviction that this was the Mount Blade 2 that Hiyu had played. He recalled which faction he had recommended to him, comparing the attributes. Vlandia, Horsemanship 10, Polearm 10 Sturgia, Running 10, Two-handed weapons 10 Empire, Tactics 10, Charm 10 Aserai, Horsemanship 10, Trading 10 Battania, Running 10, Archery 10. With limited understanding of the significance of these attributes, Charles followed Hiyu's recommendation and selected Battania. The Battanian people thrived in the forests, granting them significant advantages in stamina and archery. Familiar with the wooded terrain, their mobility in the forest was notably agile. Furthermore, due to their rugged living conditions, most were robust warriors, often seen sprinting along the roads of Calradia, predominantly Battanian nobles. Hiyu's words echoed in his mind. After selecting Battania, a sudden jolt struck Charles's head, as if someone were implanting memories of archery skills within him. The Running 10 attribute enhanced his leg muscles, startling even his younger brother, who raised his head in astonishment. Thankfully, they were alone. Otherwise, Charles would have found himself in an awkward situation. After completing the faction selection, it appeared that the system's inquiries were not yet finished. Your family background is 1. Chief S. Firekeeper, two-handed weapons talent 10, archery talent 10-2. Healer, medical talent 10, charm talent 10-3. Tribesman, forging talent 10, two-handed weapons talent 10-4. Forest dweller, reconnaissance talent 10, tactics talent 10-5. Bard, rogue talent 10, charm talent 10. As for the subsequent options, Charles could not recall he used recommendations. It seemed he hadn't mentioned them at all. No, perhaps he simply hadn't been listening. Frustration welled up within him for missing such crucial information. Although Charles experiences a slight case of indecision, he ultimately manages to navigate through all the options with great difficulty. The result is as follows. Your family hails from a lineage of healers, and during your childhood, you displayed remarkable equestrian skills. Like all the village children, you assisted in the fields and hunted small game. As a young man raised in Calradia, war became a familiar aspect of life. You trained alongside infantrymen. Before embarking on a life of adventure, your greatest achievement was vanquishing an enemy in battle. However, like many families across the Calradia continent, war ravaged your homeland. You and your parents planned to relocate to a new city, but fate took a grim turn when you encountered marauders at an inn. Your parents, siblings, and elder brother were slain, leaving you to survive after subduing one of the assailants. Upon completing all the options, Charles amassed a series of talent points: 30 in one-handed weapons, 10 in two-handed weapons, 10 in polearms, 10 in archery, 10 in horsemanship, 10 in running, 10 in tactics, 10 in charm, and 20 in medicine. After finalizing his choices, Charles felt no significant changes in his body or memory. As indicated, these enhancements represented merely that 1% of talent spoken of by Einstein. To transform them into ability, he would need to invest 99% of effort. At this moment, the interface transformed, no longer presenting bizarre options, but displaying a three-dimensional model. Of course, that model was Charles himself. Accompanying the model were various skills. Selecting one-handed weapons revealed a status of 080, while archery showed 1060. The preceding numbers indicated Charles's current level, while the latter denoted the upper limits of his potential, which appeared to be the so-called talent. For the skills in which Charles had not allocated points, the upper limit was uniformly set at 50, indicating that level 50 was the cap for unallocated talents. Apart from the various skills, there was a prominent option labeled Calradia, the full name of the land in Mountblade. Upon selecting this option, a sensation of temporal distortion enveloped him. When Charles opened his eyes again, he found himself at the intersection of a village. The roadside was adorned with olive and grape trees, and within the village stood quaint stone houses reminiscent of medieval architecture, similar yet distinct from the structures of Bear Island, appearing considerably more prosperous. Was he experiencing yet another traversal? Charles approached a villager to inquire about his surroundings, only to observe the villagers moving about in a mechanical manner. As he approached, one villager halted and, with a robotic tone, asked, "Sir, do you require assistance?" Noticing the vacant gaze and monotone delivery, Charles furrowed his brow. This was indeed peculiar. "Where's this place?" he inquired. The villager robotically responded, "This is Zestia." "Zestia? What manner of place is this?" At that moment, Charles noticed a label above the villager's head reading Empire Farmer. Are these NPCs? It appears he has entered the system of Mountblade. Charles wandered about, observing the titles of the villagers. A villager clad in a purple robe caught the attention of Shar. His title was unlike any other, as he introduced himself as Thalios of Zestia. Approaching him, Shar was met with a mechanical greeting. "Ah, I apologize. I presume I do not know you, young traveler. Might you be in need of procuring some supplies, or perhaps recruiting a few young fellows?" Once again, options appeared before Shar: to purchase provisions or to enlist soldiers. Selecting recruit soldiers, four figures materialized on the interface, each labeled as imperial recruits, with a cost of 20 dinars displayed beneath them. Uncertain of his finances, Shar attempted to select one soldier, only to see minus 20 dinars flash above his head. It appeared he was indeed solvent, as Shar proceeded to recruit all 4 imperial recruits. Exiting the recruitment interface, he ventured into the purchasing section, where an array of goods was displayed, including cheese, grain, and pork. Shar purchased everything, totaling minus 376 dinars. Exiting the system, he returned to reality, where the troop and inventory interfaces showcased his newly acquired soldiers and items, alongside a small summoning option. Attempting to summon a block of cheese, a sizable piece materialized in the room, only to plummet to the floor with a thud. Chapter 5. Winter approaches. Knock, knock, knock. Siad, Ayana? Observing the girl outside the door, Siar felt a twinge of confusion. The dawn had yet to break, and even the roosters had not begun to crow. What is it? Has something happened? Ayana was already dressed neatly, and upon seeing Siadar still in a sleepy daze, she couldn't help but chuckle. For the past few days, Siar had been engrossed in studying the system, appearing perpetually absent-minded. My father has agreed to grant you a day off today. I intend to take you to seek the shaman's assistance. Perhaps she can help you regain your memories. Are we leaving now? Glancing at the still dim sky, he honestly wished to sleep a little longer. The cold weather made one heavily reliant on the warmth of a cozy bed. The shaman lives quite far away, and we need to find Uncle Bander to guide us through the forest, so we must set off early. All right, please wait a moment. After returning to don his clothes, he cast a lingering glance at the warm bed before resolutely turning away. Once Siar emerged, the two set off toward the forest. They approached a small cabin beside the Great Bear Forest, where the hunter Bander resided. As they neared, the hunting dogs began to bark, prompting Bander to emerge with his hunting knife. Upon seeing them, he relaxed his guard. Ayana, what brings you to me so early in the morning? After explaining their purpose, Bander, a longtime friend of old Raf, readily agreed, as he too intended to check the traps he had set a few days prior. He slung his hunting bow over his shoulder, strapped on his curved knife, and leashed 3 hunting dogs before they ventured into the Great Bear Forest, a name not given lightly, as bears indeed roamed these woods. They soon arrived at the abode of the so-called shaman, a modest wooden cabin nestled deep within the forest. Beside it stood a substantial fishbeam tree, its trunk adorned with a painted face that Siar perceived as a sorrowful visage. To reside alone in such a location, this shaman must be extraordinary. Go ahead. I shall remain outside and return for you later. He seemed to regard the cabin with a certain trepidation, hastily departing after escorting them to the entrance. Ayana prepared to knock, but a voice from within called out, "Come in. I have been waiting for some time." Pushing the door open, they were greeted by the sight of a disheveled, old woman reclining within. Her tattered clothing resembled a heap of rags, and much of her skin was exposed. However, age had not rendered her skin wrinkled, but rather smooth and fair, akin to that of a youthful maiden. Ayana extended a large bowl of wheat and some jerky that she had been carrying in her basket. "Shaman, my friend has lost his memory. I hope you can assist him." The old woman nodded, beckoning Siar closer, and retrieved a chipped porcelain bowl from behind her. "Young man, extend your hand." Siar hesitated, glancing uncertainly at Ayana, who nodded affirmatively. He then extended his hand. The shaman grasped his palm, applying pressure before swiftly producing a dagger to cut into it. Startled, Siar instinctively withdrew his hand, yet the witch possessed surprising strength, as if her grip were that of vice, holding him firmly in place as blood flowed into the bowl. Only when she felt it was sufficient did she release Charles, her hand trembling as she withdrew. Ayana approached with a face full of remorse, saying, "I forgot to mention that the shaman requires a drop of blood to communicate with the deities." Gazing at the large bowl filled with blood, Charles felt tears welling up within. Was this truly a mere drop? The past is not always beautiful. Perhaps the gods wish for you to forget. After uttering these words, she drank deeply from the bowl, watching her throat undulate, and suddenly her body convulsed, murmuring unintelligible words. With a shudder, her eyes rolled back, and she became as still as wood. Past memories, ephemeral as smoke, scatter and coalesce. No, how could this be? A completely blank past. How could anyone possess such a void? She shook her head in disbelief. As color returned to her gaze, she furrowed her brow and sighed. The deities have erased your past. They wish for you to live in the present, young one. I am sorry, but I cannot assist you. Upon hearing the shaman's inability to help, Ayanna felt a pang of sadness. She wanted to comfort Charles, but found him staring sorrowfully at his own palm, which left her exasperated. Having come so far, Ayanna hoped to receive some prophecies from the shaman, so she softly implored, "Oh, great shaman, might you peer into the future for us? The future is unpredictable, child." But, her voice grew increasingly delicate. "Yet fate will provide us with the proper guidance. Perhaps I can attempt to glimpse it, though the outcome may not align with your desires. Would you still wish to hear it?" Yes, please," Ayanna replied eagerly. "Thank you, shaman." She nodded in joyful agreement, allowing the shaman to bend down and stroke her head, leading the shaman to reflect on times long past when she too had been in such a position. "Extend your hand," she instructed. After consuming Ayanna's blood, she entered a frenzied state once more, beginning to traverse time and space to predict the future. "What would you like to know, child?" "I wish to understand what my husband is like." After closing her eyes in silence for a long while, the shaman finally spoke. "He is an honest and strong man." Ayanna's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a furtive glance at Charles. "Shaman, I also wish to know how many children I will have." The shaman closed her eyes again, remaining silent for some time before responding. "You will have 3 children." "Thank you, shaman, I understand now." With Ayanna no longer inquiring, the shaman returned to her senses. Charles felt a tinge of suspicion towards the woman, quietly observing her. Sensing his gaze, she was accustomed to such scrutiny. Ayanna nudged Charles forward, asking the shaman, "Might you also take a look for him, great shaman?" Charles's body stiffened for a moment, but upon seeing Ayanna's encouraging expression, he reluctantly extended his hand. After tasting his blood, the shaman inquired, "What do you wish me to see, young man?" Unsure of what to ask, he turned to Ayanna for guidance, and she nodded in encouragement. The esteemed sorceress appeared to be in a state of distress, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead as she began to writhe in fear. Seemingly confronted by an unspeakable terror, her mouth opened in a silent scream, yet no sound emerged. Both Ayanna and Char were paralyzed with fear, rendered speechless. After what felt like an eternity, the sorceress regained her composure. Though her face remained pale and weary, her gaze toward Char imbued with profound complexity. "Leave me be. I am fatigued. The divine being is reprimanding me," she declared, issuing an abrupt dismissal. Both individuals, taken aback, refrained from further inquiries. Recognizing the gravity of the sorceress's earlier condition, they bid her farewell and departed. Upon exiting the modest wooden cabin, they found Hunter Bander waiting outside. Upon seeing them, he inquired what news. "Did you glean anything?" Ayanna shook her head. "Nothing." In an effort to console them, he added, "Wizards are not omnipotent. Gulme, I shall bring you a deer leg shortly." "Wow, a mountain deer! Uncle Bander, you actually hunted a mountain deer!" exclaimed Ayanna, her eyes wide with excitement. Old Bander laughed heartily, clearly pleased with his bounty, showcasing the spoils of his hunt to the two. As they walked away, the woman within the cabin emerged, shaking her head and sighing as she gazed at the retreating trio. "Winter is coming," she murmured, upon returning to the hunter's abode. Uncle Bander generously severed a large portion of mountain deer leg to present to the two. After bidding him farewell, they set off together. "Char, whom do you envision marrying in the future?" Look." Ayanna pointed towards the nearby horse farm, where thick plumes of smoke spiraled upward, flames illuminating the sky in a fierce battle against the setting sun, a sight devoid of beauty for the two. "This is bad. There's a fire. Quick, hurry to town and fetch help. I will attempt to extinguish the flames." "Char," she cried, desperation spilling forth as tears brimmed in her eyes. "Hurry." With that, she dashed towards the town while Char sprinted towards the inferno, hoping to encounter old Raff and others, but disappointment loomed. He reassured himself that they too were likely seeking assistance. As he circled the perimeter of the blaze, a woman's scream pierced the air. Char recognized it to be Casey's voice. He intended to rush forward, but was halted by the sound of coarse laughter. Slowing his pace, he crept closer and, from a distance, discerned several unfamiliar figures pinning Casey down, engaged in a vile act. Fury coursed through Char as he clenched his jaw. He could see weapons at their sides, Yet he could not stand idly by while his friend was subjected to such indignity. He resolved to take action. The only recourse was to engage the summoning option. Rapidly, he summoned 4 warriors clad in rough linen armor from the Emerald Mist, who knelt before him. "Hail, Commander," they intoned, a title bestowed by the Empire to signify respect for their leaders, reveling in such distinctions. Char promptly instructed them to remain silent, but they were soon discovered. The assailants, previously trembling over KC, were jolted into action, their fury ignited as they brandished their weapons, charging forth without even donning their garments. Damn it! How dare they disturb my tranquility? Upon seeing the adversary charging towards him with a knife, Charles was momentarily flustered, placing his hopes upon the 4 companions beside him. "Quickly, join me." Gripping his pitchfork tightly, the new recruits of the Empire advanced as well. The brigand, initially under the impression that he faced only one opponent, was taken aback as 4 figures sprang forth from the underbrush. The 4 pitchforks thrust forward, piercing through his bare lower half and body. The other brigands, astonished at the hidden numbers, were caught off guard. "Brothers, these are no ordinary foes. Proceed with caution." A standoff ensued. Faced with the lifeless body, Charles exhibited no reaction, even mentally reassuring himself that this was perfectly normal. He stepped forward to retrieve the fallen foe's knife. In this 5-4 scenario, uncertainty began to creep into the minds of the brigands. Their mission was ostensibly complete, and had they not been tempted to indulge further, they might never have encountered Charles. "Bowen, let us retreat," suggested one brigand, referring to the leader of this operation. "No, they have seen our faces. It would compromise our plans. They are merely a handful of farmers. Follow me." The brigands surged forward, while Charles stood ready with his pitchfork. The fear gradually dissipated, though a sense of tension lingered as the brigands drew near. Charles swung his knife with determination. Upon observing his grip, Bowen felt a twinge of disdain. It was only when the blade severed his sword and struck his forehead that disbelief washed over his face. Chapter 6. The schemes of the Ironborn. The Ironborn, a name they proudly claim, are the indigenous inhabitants of the Iron Islands, situated in the Sunset Sea along the western coast of Westeros. They are also referred to in a more formal manner as the Ironmen. Fiercely combative by nature, the Ironborn once possessed an unparalleled naval dominance during their glorious era, maintaining a long-standing tradition of raiding the lands to the east and south. Consequently, their infamy has been perpetuated throughout the 7 kingdoms to this day. From the waves of the Sunset Sea to the icy waters of the Bay of Ice, the presence of the Ironborn lurks perpetually. They adhere to a unique belief in the drowned god, rumored to dwell beneath the sea, inspiring their people to plunder, pillage, and expand their territories. Thus, this culture is inherently steeped in the essence of raiding and brutality. Now, the renowned warrior among the Ironborn has just been slain by Shar. Upon witnessing Bob's demise, the Ironborn's courage instantly wanes, and they turn to flee. Pragmatism defines the Ironborn. When retreat is necessary, they do not hesitate. However, the Imperial recruits, newly minted soldiers of the Empire, do not grant them such an opportunity. They wield pitchforks to block the escape route, encircling the 3 remaining Ironborn. At this moment, the ferocity of the Ironborn is reignited. Faced with no avenue for retreat, they exhibit an astonishing resilience in battle. As the most basic soldiers of the Empire, these recruits, trained farmers, display capabilities far exceeding their expected limits. They bravely coordinate their efforts against the Ironborn, their teamwork impeccable and without flaw. Shar, emerging from his murderous reverie, seizes his weapon and joins them. With Shar's participation, the tide of battle shifts decisively. While it is true that the Ironborn, seasoned by years of combat and plunder, may possess superior individual prowess compared to the recruits armed with leather armor and pitchforks, their performance falters under siege. One pitchfork finds an opening, striking an Ironborn in the thigh. One of the Ironborn falls, clutching his wound in agony. The remaining 2, realizing their plight, do not attempt to assist their fallen comrade. Instead, they brace back-to-back to continue their defense, leaving him to succumb to the pitchfork's lethal thrust. With only 2 left, caution is cast aside. Shar charges forward, and the Imperial recruits surge alongside him. The combined might of 5 against 2 proves insurmountable. They are swiftly dispatched. Though Shar is less agile with his weapon, he wields it with tremendous force, delivering a decisive blow that cleaves an Ironborn's head cleanly from his shoulders, blood gushing forth, splattering across Shar's visage. The recruits, awestruck by their leader's ferocity, shudder at the sight of his bloodied face contorted into a grim smile. The loyalty of Imperial recruit Aldine has reached 100. Imperial recruits have reached 100, driving the blade into the earth. Shar exhales a sigh of relief. Not far away, Casey gazes vacantly at the sky, and Shar tears the cloak from the Ironborn to wrap her in it. Upon recognizing Shar, she snaps back to reality, bursting into tears. It's all right, Casey. The brigands have been dealt with. Wah. Shar, they're all dead. They're all dead. The Ironborn killed Old Raff and the others. A glimmer of sorrow flashed in his eyes as he embraced her, whispering words of solace. This unfortunate girl had been taken in by Old Laugh long ago, her fate already bitter enough, and now to suffer such tragedy. The crisp sound of hooves interrupted the moment. What has transpired here? Demanded a clear, commanding voice. A contingent of 100 black-clad cavalry appeared, led by Countess Daisy Mormont, her cold gaze surveying the blazing surroundings. Shire? She approached and gave her a formal salute. Lady Mormont, what has happened here? Daisy pressed further. As Shire prepared to respond, a lone rider galloped from the distance, intercepted by Daisy's guards. My lady, the northern pastures are under attack, he cried urgently. Daisy's delicate brows furrowed, yet she issued swift orders. To the north bank at once. With a gesture toward Shire, she instructed the soldiers nearby, Flaith, escort them to the castle. I shall question them upon my return. The soldier nodded. As you command, my lady. After a final glance at Shire, Daisy spurred her horse and vanished toward the north like the wind. The thunder of hooves lingered before silence reclaimed the night. Sir Flaith, accompanied by 4 men, approached Shire. Lay down your arms and come quietly. Shire discarded his weapon. Merely self-defense, my lord. His blood-streaked visage was unsettling, causing Flaith's grip to tighten around his sword hilt. Disarm. Brothers, Shire advised the Imperial recruits, who obediently cast aside their pitchforks. Relieved by Shire's compliance, Flaith relaxed slightly and signaled for them to follow. Then another group arrived. Shire! Shire! The distant cries belonged to Iona, leading nearly 30 others. Sir Flaith, someone recognized the sworn knight of Bear Island. Flaith maintained his knightly dignity, offering them a slight nod. Seeing Shire and his companions treated like prisoners, the villagers hesitated to question, except for Iona, who rushed forward upon spotting Shire. Her sudden movement startled Flaith, who swiftly drew his steel. Shire quickly seized his wrist. Shire, where is father? What happened to your face? Tears welled in her eyes, her face etched with anguish. Shire's gaze darkened with grief before he shook his head. A choked sob escaped her as fat tears rolled down her cheeks. No, it can't be. As she attempted to charge into the inferno, Shire released Flaith and restrained her. Flaith studied the imprint on his wrist. Only he knew the strength it had taken to break free from Shire's grasp. Let me go. I must save father. Release me, Shire. Her words were muddled by sobs, yet Shire understood her torment. The townsfolk finally stirred to action. Put out the fire. Focus on the flames. Someone shouted. Kathy embraced Iona, allowing Shire to relinquish his hold. He turned back to Flaith. Let us proceed, my lord. In the front, the soldiers from Bear Island led the way, firmly encircling Shar and the others. Shar, where are you going? Iona, finally recovering from her despair, exclaimed in a panic as she saw him being taken away. The Lord Count has some inquiries. He will return shortly, he replied, offering her a reassuring smile. Leaving behind the cacophony of the fire rescue, the surroundings grew quiet, as if sensing the somber atmosphere. Felaite, feeling the chill, inquired, Are you a knight? Shar shook his head. I do not know. You do not know? My memories have been entirely lost. He seemed to recall a recent amusing tidbit. So you are the one the lady saved. Have you heard of me, sir? In truth, Felaite had heard it from a friend. After all, in an era lacking entertainment, such news was indeed suitable for casual gossip. Of course, as their conversation reached this point, the atmosphere continued to grow tense. Felaite, maintaining his knightly aloofness, ceased further inquiries, and they proceeded to the castle in silence. Upon returning to the Mormont castle, they were greeted by merely 2 soldiers on duty, who promptly opened the doors upon recognizing Phaelite. "My lord." The soldiers saluted him. He nodded, signaling them to continue their watch, then led Shar inside, descending to the castle's underground cells. Given that the Lord Count utilized interrogation methods, it was clear that Shar and his companions were now regarded as prisoners. "Please," he gestured toward the cell. Shar understood that explanations would be futile and obediently stepped into the cell. With a resounding clang, the cell door was locked tight. With his companions, Shar settled into a corner. They were not alone in the cell. Several others occupied the space, their curiosity piqued by Shar and his comrades. However, upon seeing Shar's bloodied visage, they hesitated to approach. "Commander, what should we do?" The new recruits, unfamiliar with the situation, feared they had been captured and felt uneasy. "Wait," Shar replied tersely. Observing Shar's meditative demeanor, they gradually began to relax. "If the chief says to wait, then we shall wait." Among them, a bolder individual edged closer and inquired of a new recruit, "Brother, what crime have you committed?" The recruit merely shot him a cold glance and remained silent, leaving the inquisitor feeling foolish and retreating. As time crept by, if there had been a clock in the cell, it would have surely struck the late hours of the night. The Count's men had yet to return, and Shar was beginning to drift off to sleep. However, before succumbing to slumber, he accessed the system and successfully recruited 4 soldiers, including a fortunate acquisition of a second-tier imperial archer. A shout echoed from above the castle, rousing everyone from their stupor. Several prisoners began to curse, their lack of decorum evident as their sleep was disrupted. Chaos erupted within the castle as the guards at the gate sounded the alarm. An attack was underway on the castle walls. The soldiers quickly assembled near the walls, but the Count, upon departing, had taken the entirety of his forces, leaving only a scant dozen within the fortress. Sir Bard, responsible for the city's defense, ascended the battlements and gazed out, estimating that there were at least 200 to 300 individuals below. Even the arrival of the Earl would hardly suffice in such a situation. Although Bear Island is the domain of the Earl, its population of around 20,000 is not particularly significant. Moreover, the island suffers from extreme poverty, and a standing army can barely support 100 soldiers. "Bard, the enemy outnumbers us greatly. We must hold our ground, at the very least until the young lady returns with reinforcements." Phaeda was deep in thought. Their oath was to protect the Mormont family, and it would be no disgrace to die defending the castle. "Phaeda, what occupies your mind? Are you perhaps feeling fear?" Heaton, who had always harbored a dislike for Phaeda, could not resist the urge to mock him at this moment. Ignoring Heaton's taunts, Phaeda turned to Bard. "Sir Bard, we require assistance." Phaeda had always held Bard in high esteem, and the venerable knight of Bear Island was indeed worthy of his respect. "Assistance? Where shall we find it?" Bard inquired. "The dungeons." "The dungeons?" "Phaeda, what are you contemplating? Do you truly believe that wretched rodents would aid us?" Heaton's derision intensified. It was undeniably a dreadful idea, and he could not fathom how Phaeda conceived it. "Here they come." Bard's gaze remained fixed on the throng below the walls. Chapter 7. The Battle of Bear Castle with a resounding clang. The heavy iron lock was unfastened, and Sir Phaelate entered, accompanied by 2 soldiers. He strode directly toward Charles. "The castle is under attack by the Iron Men, and we require your assistance, Mr. Charles." Bard concurred with Phaelate's proposition, recognizing that should the Iron Men breach the castle-less defenses, all would suffer. He believed those imprisoned would understand this truth. However, Phaelate had no concern for the thieves and miscreants. His intentions were clear. The mention of the Iron Men stirred vague recollections in Charles's mind, remnants of the original owner's memories, suggesting some connection with the Iron Men. "The Mormont family has shown you kindness. I trust that before your amnesia, you were a noble knight. For the sake of glory, I implore you to lend your aid." Nodding in accord, Charles was not one to forget his debts of gratitude. The Mormont family was in peril, and he would not hesitate to assist. "Of course. But before that, Sir Phaelate, should you not return our weapons first?" Seeing Charles's agreement, Phaelate's face lit up with joy as he promptly ordered the retrieval of their weapons. As he led Charles out of the dungeon, they encountered a bleary-eyed Joriel Mormont, who seemed to have been roused from her slumber, calling out for her mother. Upon spotting Philate, she cried, "Philate, what has happened to the castle? Where's my mother?" Philate, noticing her wandering outside the castle, grew anxious. "Miss, you must head to the hall to find the lady. The castle is not safe. What is going on?" Joriel persisted with her inquiries. "We will resolve it, Mississippi. Please, go find the lady in the castle." "Very well." Joriel, clutching her nightgown, made her way inside the castle. Upon seeing Charles, she flashed him a bright smile, revealing her pearly teeth. Charles returned her smile. As they approached the castle walls, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of battle. It appeared the conflict had commenced. Quickly, the Iron Men are advancing. Philate, leading the soldiers, was the first to ascend the walls, with Charles following closely behind. A swift glance around revealed that only a handful stood upon the battlements, while below loomed a vast throng of enemies. "Is this the reinforcement you brought, Philate? Damn it, 5 men are of no use," Hidon exclaimed angrily. In truth, there were still 5 or 6 prisoners in the dungeon, but Philate held little faith in their capacity to defend the castle. He feared their presence might incite chaos and diminish morale. His intention had always been to seek Charles's assistance. Confidently, Philate prided himself on being the foremost knight of Bear Island, and he knew that a formidable ally would be invaluable. However, Charles felt a pang of trepidation. The sheer size of the castle seemed to be manned by so few, dwarfed by the enemy's vast numbers. "Left wall. The ladder is over there," Bard shouted, just as an arrow whizzed past his head, prompting him to duck instinctively. Philate exchanged a glance with Charles, urging him to follow. Faced with such a stark disparity in strength, Charles steeled himself and pressed on. "The young lady has taken a group to support the northern shore. We only need to hold out until their return. Come on, let this rabble taste our might." Roars echoed as the Iron Men climbed the ladder, shouting boisterously. "Curse the Iron Men!" Fight kicked over the first climber who had just poked his head up and swiftly followed with a sword thrust. "Knock the ladder down," shouted Charles. The group worked together to push the ladder, causing the climbing Iron Men to cling tightly to it. "It's no use, Commander. The base is too secure," called out the new Imperial soldier, Aldine. Fight fetched stones and exclaimed, "Clear the way." He raised a heavy rock high and aimed to smash it down upon the approaching heads. The Iron Men below noticed the rolling boulder and frantically attempted to shield themselves, but lost their footing and fell, crashing down onto one of their own. "It's working. Quickly move the stones," Charles commanded. 4 Imperial soldiers rushed to gather stones, while Charles steadfastly guarded the breach in the wall, rewarding any who dared approach with a swift blade. 6 defenders stood firm atop the wall, embodying an almost impenetrable force. The commanders below recognized that such a fierce assault would demand a heavy toll. The Iron Men were not only known for their exceptional maritime skills, but also for their remarkable archery. "Shoot, shoot, provide cover," bellowed the commander to his subordinates. The alert Iron Men quickly drew their bows, aiming arrows towards the wall. A torrential rain of arrows descended, prompting Charles and his companions to duck into the corners, pulling shields over their heads. It seemed effective as the Iron Men continued their ascent, and upon seeing them approach, Fight prepared to hurl stones once more. However, a fresh volley of arrows greeted him as soon as he peeked up. "Damn it, they have so many archers." Fight yanked an arrow lodged in his helmet, relieved it hadn't penetrated too deeply. "We can form a shield wall," Aldine whispered to Charles. "What is a shield wall?" Charles was puzzled, so he relinquished command to Aldine. "Aldine, you take charge." In this critical moment, Aldine acted swiftly, directing the Imperial soldiers to raise their shields in formation, sheltering Charles and the others in the center while leaving a passage for them to maneuver the stones. Charles grasped the concept and hurriedly lifted a stone to the wall's edge. 1, 2, 3, go," Charles shouted. The Imperial soldiers promptly opened their shield wall, and Charles forcefully dropped the stone, after which the shields quickly closed again. Thuds echoed as arrows struck the shields in rapid succession. Observing the effectiveness, Fight joined in the effort to move stones, playing a game of prediction with the Iron Men. Frustration mounted for crew. Pushing aside the Iron Men crowded at the ladder, seized the rungs, and began to climb rapidly. "Get out of my way, you worthless fools!" He yanked down the man who had been pressing against him and ascended to the wall's edge in no time, moving with extraordinary speed, leaving Charles and the others unable to drop their boulders in time as he leaped up. Seeing someone reach the top, Fight lifted his sword, poised to strike. Crew swung his massive axe, deflecting Felix's sword with such force that it numbed his arm. Curse it! Why must he encounter such monsters today? Standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, Crew, with a prominent scar on his face, exuded an aura of terrifying ferocity. Felix, being significantly shorter, found it challenging to withstand his brute strength. However, Felix was not alone in this fight. Charles also charged in with his sword. Crew, underestimating his opponent, casually swung his iron axe, believing he could easily deflect it. To his surprise, the force of the sword caused him to stagger back several steps, nearly losing his balance off the wall. With a furious roar, he slammed his arm against the shield wall, toppling Aldine in the process, then charged forward like a bull gone mad. Charles, taken aback by his ferocity, gripped his sword tightly, ready to confront the threat. As Crew swung his axe, Charles raised his sword in defense, the blade vibrating ominously as it began to show signs of cracking. Damn it, this wretched sword! Retracting his axe, Crew continued his assault, and Charles found his sword unable to withstand the onslaught, forcing him to evade once more. Crew, now blinded by rage, was determined to take down Charles. Yet, the city wall was not solely Charles' domain. The Empire's new recruits, witnessing their leader faltering, rallied with their own swords, advancing to confront Crew with a flurry of strikes. It must be acknowledged that Crew was a rare warrior among the Iron Folk. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, he remained unyielding, charging toward Charles while hurling curses. Struggling to defend against another swing of his colossal axe, Charles' already battered sword reached its breaking point, shattering into 2 pieces with a resounding clang. The axe blade narrowly missed Charles' cheek, and had it advanced just a bit further, his life would have been forfeit. "Commander!" Aldine exclaimed in alarm. He quickly scrambled to his feet and lunged at the Iron Folk Ruck. Seeing Aldine recklessly charge at him, Ruck seized him by the collar with a fierce grip, well aware that the Empire's recruits wore only light armor. He lifted his axe, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, ignoring the blood seeping from his own wounds. Charles thrust the broken sword towards Ruck's boot with all his might, causing Ruck to release Aldine. Ruck, now enraged, glared fiercely at Charles, but at that moment, the surrounding recruits, shaken from their stupor by Ruck's ferocity, finally sprang into action. One of them managed to drive a sword through Ruck's throat, clutching his wound. He collapsed with a heavy thud. Wiping the blood from his face, Charles hoisted Bernie up. Ruck had bought the Iron Folk precious time, as many had already leapt onto the wall to engage the Empire's new recruits. "Retreat, retreat. We must return to the castle," Felix shouted. Seeing that Sir Bard's flank was also faltering, Charles and his companions had no choice but to fall back to the inner fortress, though without the advantage of the wall. Their chances of survival seemed grim. Summoning everyone to retreat down the wall, the Iron Folk pursued closely behind. "Commander, be careful," Aldine shouted urgently. Indeed, an arrow flew towards them, swiftly approaching Charles. Realizing that Charles would not have time to react, Aldine turned and shielded him with his back. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow embedded itself in his armor. "Aldine!" Charles caught him as he stumbled. "Commander, hurry! I will hold them off." He grasped his sword and turned to face the oncoming Ironborn. Flet, seeing the 2 men had halted, urgently urged, "Shire, what are you waiting for? Go! Now! Go, Commander! The Empire's warriors are your sturdiest shield." There was no time for hesitation. Shire gazed at Aldine's face, etching his features into memory. Flet noticed the arrows aimed at Aldine's back and yanked Shire away. "Let's go. Don't waste Aldine's sacrifice. Is this war?" Closing his eyes, he found himself transported to the system continent of Calradia, striding directly into the village of Zestria. 3 Imperial recruits, 1 Imperial archer, returning to reality. He summoned the soldiers and shook off Flet's grip. "You go. I won't abandon my men." "You." Flet stared at Shire, torn between disbelief and reluctant admiration, finally choking out only, "Take care." With a burst of smoke, for soldiers clad in Imperial garb materialized. "Support Aldine. We fight and retreat," Shire commanded the bewildered newcomers. "Yes, Commander." The seven formed a tight circle, shielding Aldine behind them. Though a soldier's pride forbade tears, Aldine's heart swelled with unshakable loyalty. Shire swung his blade, felling an Ironborn, and together they finished him. The Ironborn swiftly encircled them, the noose tightening, until chaos erupted beyond their ranks. Slay every invader. A clarion woman's voice pierced the sky as a cavalry charge thundered forth. Clad in leather and plate, their weapons gleaming, the knights plowed through the Ironborn, scattering them beneath merciless hooves. Flet and the others, moments ago in flight, skidded to a halt at the sight of reinforcements and roared in unison. Slay the invaders. Chapter 8. The dust settles. The sound of swords clashing rang clear and melodious. It was overshadowed by the roars and wails of the fallen. The castle gates stood wide open, and cavalry surged forth like a keen blade, cleaving through the iron folk. Fortunately, the pathway before the gates was remarkably smooth, allowing the horsemen to gallop unimpeded. In this moment, Daisy, alongside her companions, harvested the iron folk with a frenzy reminiscent of a scythe cutting through grass. The leader of the iron folk attempted to rally his followers to resist. He prepared to call out, when suddenly a hammer struck the back of his head. Without their guidance, the iron folk scattered like birds startled from their nests, frantically rushing toward the castle gates in a desperate bid for escape. Charles, seizing the opportunity, brandished his sword and led the charge in pursuit of the fleeing iron folk. The chaos persisted for nearly half an hour, leaving a grim tableau of bodies strewn across the courtyard and walls of the castle. Both iron folk and soldiers of Bear Island, though the former were in greater number. In this moment of brutality, Charles resembled a figure cloaked in crimson, so much so that Ferret could scarcely recognize him as he oversaw the battlefield, orchestrating the removal of the corpses to the outskirts. The villagers of Bear Castle would come to incinerate these remains, as the castle required their assistance in cleaning. Charles, Milady Lord Earl summons you. Given Daisy's indifference towards titles, many knights of Bear Island remained accustomed to their previous forms of address, and Ferret was no exception. Shall we proceed as we are? Charles surveyed his attire with a glance. Ferret gestured towards the intricately carved images upon the castle's grand doors and remarked, "Do you believe your appearance would instill fear in anyone here on Bear Island?" "Well, that leaves me speechless," Charles conceded, his features resembling that of a warrior from legend. With a visage akin to the revered Guan Yu, Charles strode directly into the hall, where Daisy Mormont, resplendent in her bearskin cloak, sat regally with her chin resting upon her hand. Beside her were an elderly lady and Scholar Vale. To Charles' surprise, his appearance elicited a few startled expressions. "Greetings, my Lord Earl, and greetings, Lady Mormont." During his prior recovery at Bear Castle, he had encountered the Mormont matriarch and learned that she was currently the authority within the fortress. "Charles Vane, I have witnessed your gallant deeds. The Mormont family has always honored those who serve with valor. Speak your needs, and I shall endeavor to meet them." Daisy addressed him earnestly. The elderly lady, Lady Maggie Mormont, could not recall Charles, but her appraisal of the young man, whose bloodied visage obscured his features, revealed a favorable impression due to his upright stature and dignified stride, qualities she esteemed, particularly in a knight of substance. "I seek no recompense, my lady. The Mormont family has rendered me aid, and it is my duty to fight for Bear Castle," Charles replied with a slight bow. Lady Maggie's admiration deepened. "Who would not appreciate a person of honor? How fares your recovery of memory?" Scholar Vale inquired suddenly. Charles shook his head. "I have regained fragments, yet they remain elusive." "Oh, is that so? What do you recall?" Daisy's curiosity piqued at his progress. "I recall an old knight entrusting me with something of great importance. He mentioned the North, though the specifics elude me still. To recall even fragments is a positive sign. It indicates that you are gradually restoring your memories." Vale offered words of consolation. Daisy unearthed valuable information from Charles. "So, might you be a knight?" Charles, delving into his mind, found no recollections of knighthood, yet a sense of familiarity lingered. Perhaps. Not exactly. I can't quite remember. I can sense traces of knightly training within you," remarked Ferret, standing nearby. "We ought to bestow upon you an appropriate reward, including the title of knight. No one is without desires, my child. Lady McGee smiled at Charles. I appreciate your kindness. Madam, if possible, please restore Old Raff's farm. I am unable to repay the Mormont family's grace. Charles requested, Is it the only favor you seek? Indeed, my lord. Old Raff has shown me considerable kindness, and I wish for his daughters to have a place to call home. Rest assured, the Mormont family will protect every soul of Bear Island. That is sufficient. I believe my suspicions have been alleviated. May I take my leave, my lord? Daisy pursed her lips, regretting her decision to have Ferrat apprehend Charles. However, it was evident that an apology from her was unlikely. She merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As he exited the hall, dawn had arrived, and imperial soldiers awaited outside, all gazing at Charles. As long as the commander remained, the people of the Empire would not lose their way. Charles approached. Alding's arrow wound had been treated, and upon seeing Charles, he managed to smile, inadvertently pulling at the injury, transforming his grin into a grimace. Let's return, Charles said. Wait, Charles. Hold on, Ferrat called out as he hurried after him. What is it? Charles inquired. Where are you heading? Take me with you. To Old Raff's farm. You wish to join me? Lady McGee has granted the knights of the castle a day off. I find myself at leisure, so I might as well accompany you. I believe we can consider ourselves friends now, Charles. Then come along. As they left the castle together, retracing their steps, Ferrat no longer needed to maintain his aloof demeanor. A cascade of questions flowed from his lips, revealing his penchant for chatter. Lady McGee clearly intends to knight you. Why do you not accept? This way, you could remain at the castle. Ferrat, raised as a knight by the Mormont family, had lost his father in battle for them. Naturally, the Mormont family would not neglect the descendants of their loyal subjects. They brought Ferrat to the castle to train alongside the knights, and upon reaching adulthood, he was knighted by the island's most esteemed elder knight, who, regrettably, had passed away several years prior. Growing up among knights instilled in Ferrat a deep respect for the strong and those who upheld a sense of honor. He yearned to collaborate with Charles, even if it meant relinquishing the title of Bear Island's foremost knight. I shall depart, Charles replied. Depart? Where to? First to Winterfell, in hopes of recalling something. Devoid of the original owner's memories, Zaire finds himself with a mere understanding of this world. After enduring the trials of battle, he no longer dwells on the matter of his transference. Having arrived here, he resolves to embrace his circumstances. Now, his objective is to comprehend this world. If even a mere barony is fraught with peril, then the entirety of this continent must surely harbor its own dangers. Regaining his memories would undoubtedly be advantageous. Yet even without them, a journey through these lands will provide Zaire with greater insight, allowing him to discern whether he has traversed into an era of war or peace. The inferno consuming the farm has been extinguished, thanks to the valiant efforts of the men from the town. Exhausted from a long night, most have returned to rest, leaving only Ayanna and Casey amidst the remnants of the courtyard, collecting scattered belongings. Upon seeing Zaire's return, the two young women beam with joy. You have finally returned, Zaire. Their faces, stained with tears and blackened by smoke, render the once beautiful island girl almost unrecognizable, akin to a refugee fleeing disaster. Zaire, too, bears no better appearance. His face is marred with dried blood, and his clothing is tattered, leaving the two girls momentarily speechless. In a flurry of worry, Ayanna reaches out to touch Zaire's face, urgently inquiring, What has happened to you? Zaire gently takes her hand down, smiling. It is merely the blood of my enemies. I am unharmed. After surveying the ruins, he asks, Do you require assistance? She shakes her head. There is nothing left. Everything has been consumed by the flames. We are merely waiting for you. Waiting for me? He echoes. Indeed, Casey and I intend to bring our father's remains back to Bittertree Village. With the farm now destroyed, we can seek refuge with Aunt Nika. You will accompany us, will you not? Her gaze towards Zaire is tinged with hope. Depart? Why must we leave? The castle has already arranged for the reconstruction of your farm. Philate interject from the side. With confusion etched on their faces, Casey and Ayanna turn to Zaire. Yes, Lord Mormont has graciously agreed to aid in the rebuilding of your farm. Ayanna and Casey exchange glances, silently communicating before Casey affirms with a nod. Ayanna speaks. We lack the knowledge to tend to horses. We cannot continue to serve Lord the Count. With that, She shakes her head once more. Zaire sighs. I cannot accompany you. I must journey to Winter City. I have a vague feeling that it may assist in restoring my memories. Is that so? Iana's expression dims slightly. Then I wish you success in reclaiming your memories. Every daughter harbors dreams, and Zaire resonates with her every hope, despite being captivated by her from the very first glance. He understands that their paths are not destined to converge. From the outset, he sensed that this woman bore an extraordinary past, much like his own enigmatic aura. When you plan to leave, Zaire inquires. Now, Iana replies. Oh, is it so urgent? I do not wish for my father to wait too long. He deserves his rest. Surely, he has reunited with my mother in the afterlife. Then allow me to accompany you, Zaire offers, with a hint of tears in her eyes. She said, no need. Uncle Rolls has already prepared the carriage in town. We can depart at once. Let us bid farewell. She lowered her head in silence for a moment, then suddenly lifted it, asking, could you give me a hug? Of course, Charles replied, opening his arms. Iana hurriedly embraced him, only to release him swiftly, revealing a bittersweet smile. Thank you, Charles. Now we shall take our leave. Farewell. As the two girls supported each other while departing, the body of old Rafe had already been transported to town. Did you not notice that the girl has feelings for you? Fairlet whispered into Charles's ear. Charles cast him a glance, disinterested in responding. Find me a place to stay. My friend. Fairlet, feeling somewhat exasperated by Charles's indifferent demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of him seeking help. No problem, my uncle's farm is not far. He surely has accommodations for you. By the way, when are you heading to Winterfell? I currently lack funds. Fairlet. Chapter 9. Farewell. Why did no one keep an eye on the young ladies? Lady Maggie's fury burned in her eyes. For the maid had just informed her that her youngest daughter, Lyanna, and her two grandsons had vanished. At this moment, everyone was consumed with concern for the three children. If they were captured by the Ironborn, the consequences would be dire. Daisy, go find your sister. I will manage matters at the castle. Lady Maggie rarely maintained her composure. Yes, mother. Daisy exited the castle, summoning her entourage before departing without delay. I have accompanied the young lady to Winterfell before, and the memory is still vivid. I recall the knights held a tournament, and I was bested by Sir Betman of the Dreadfort. That fellow was not truly deserving of victory. Is Winterfell large? Frate reminisced, responding, not small. It is said to cover nearly 20 acres. Internally calculating, he estimated Winterfell's area to be approximately 13,000 square meters, roughly the size of 2 standard football fields. Measuring Bear Island, it appeared to be only a fifth of Winterfell's expanse. The liveliest place was still the Winter Town. It was reputed to be the largest market in the north. It was said that during winter, the town's population swelled to tens of thousands, surpassing even that of Bear Island. Noticing Charles's indifferent reaction, Frate, having heard tales, prepared to enlighten him about the capital, King's Landing. However, Charles had seen cities with populations in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions. Such spectacles were hardly remarkable in our vast empire of gluttons. Commander, there are sounds of a scuffle ahead. A new recruit from the empire alerted. Charles and Frate, who were walking ahead, halted their steps. Indeed, from beyond the nearby hill, the faint sounds of clashing steel could be discerned, accompanied by the occasional scream and curse. Could it be remnants of the Ironborn? Both Charles and Frate pondered. Although the knights of the castle were on leave, the knights leading the pursuit had yet to return and might have encountered them. Cautiously, they approached the hill, and below, they discovered a group engaged in combat. Indeed, it was the Ironborn. This contingent of remaining Ironborn numbered around 30 to 40, fighting against a dozen soldiers from Bear Island. That is her, the young lady, Frate exclaimed. Charles looked closely. It was indeed Daisy Mormont, surrounded by Ironborn, with several small figures protected behind her, one of whom felt familiar to Charles. Seeing his mistress in peril, Frate panicked and prepared to rush down the hill. Charles, quick of hand and eye, seized him. What are you doing? We must save her. Frate urged desperately. Charles calmly replied, do you think we few can make a difference? We must first assess the situation. If Lady Mormont and her companions are truly unable to withstand the assault, then we shall intervene. Oh no, the young lady is in danger. Before Charles could finish his words, Philate, brandishing his sword, boldly charged ahead. Charles stood there, somewhat taken aback, watching the fool rush down alone. Go find some branches, Bernie. Stomp your feet vigorously to stir up some dust. The new recruits of the Empire hesitated momentarily, then began to stomp frantically in place. Charles suddenly inquired, "Can you imitate a horse's neigh?" The group exchanged glances before nodding. "Very well, stomp and neigh like a horse, the louder the better." Before long, Bernie returned with several branches, and Charles instructed them to remove their clothing and hang it on the branches as makeshift flags. He then led 2 men to the hilltop and shouted down below, "Is the count down there? Brothers, charge!" The Empire's recruits echoed Charles's heart-wrenching cries. The Iron Men heard the whinnies of horses and the shouts of soldiers from behind the hill, and most importantly, they saw the flags being raised. Those from the castle were coming to attack. "Retreat! Retreat! The castle's forces are upon us." They were already scared out of their wits and scattered like startled birds. As reinforcements arrived, Daisy shouted, "Reinforcements have come! Warriors, follow me to slay the enemy." Daisy had not anticipated such reinforcements. She had divided the castle's troops into several groups to search for Lyanna, while she patrolled the vicinity with only a handful of soldiers. To her surprise, she had indeed encountered them. The Iron Men, now in disarray, were being hunted down by Daisy and her men. Charles internally pleaded, "Please don't kill them, my lady. Let them go." As the castle's reinforcements remained frozen atop the hill, one Iron Man suddenly shouted, "They have no reinforcements. It's a ruse." Confusion filled the minds of those present, and the once excited soldiers of Bear Island turned their gazes toward the hill, noticing 7 figures slowly climbing up. The morale of the Bear Island soldiers plummeted. Who would make such a tasteless joke? Yet, when they turned back to face their enemies, they realized they had already dispatched a considerable number of Iron Men, and those remaining were nearly equal in number to them. Philate dashed into his own camp. Panting as he addressed Daisy, "My lady, I have arrived." Philate, Bud, guarding Daisy's side, inquired, "Who are those people?" Daisy asked. Philate quickly replied, "It's Charles." "He saved our lives, my lady." Bud interjected. Daisy's expression was complex, but she nodded in agreement with Bud's words. The situation had become clear, with equal numbers. The Iron Men could not possibly match the warriors of Bear Island. Seeing Sir Bud protecting Daisy, Philate swiftly joined the effort to eliminate the Iron Men. However, none of the 3 noticed that among the fallen bodies, one Iron Man was slowly rising to his feet. In the midst of battle, Iron Man Dorgan was struck unconscious. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the sight of Daisy before him, a surge of determination filling his heart. He was resolute in his desire to slay this noble woman, for his brother had perished at the hands of these Bear Islanders. Hatred surged within him, and seizing a fleeting moment of her inattention, he thrust himself up, sword in hand. In Bard's astonished gaze, an Iron Man lunged at Daisy, knocking her to the ground, brandishing his sword with the intent to plunge it into her neck. Bard yearned to intervene, but the assailant would not grant him the luxury of time. Daisy, dazed from the blow, struggled against the weight of a man pressing down on her. Despite her valiant spirit, her frail form could not contain the immense force within her. As the sword descended, despair enveloped Bard. He wished it were he who had been struck down instead. Suddenly, a sharp arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself squarely in Dorgan's forehead, causing him to fall backward, his sword clattering onto Daisy's chest, drawing a thin line of blood. Bard and Daisy turned in shock toward the source of the arrow, only to find Charles waving at them with his bow in hand. Daisy understood that she had been saved once more by this man, by the bonds of gratitude. She now felt indebted to him. Bard kicked aside Dorgan's lifeless body and helped lift the dainty Daisy, his heart still racing with terror. At such a critical moment, he had let his guard down, while the 3 children nearby had already been reduced to tears. Lyanna and her 2 younger nephews, having been captured by the Iron Men, were paralyzed with fear. Only Lyanna retained a semblance of composure, her heart having raced with worry for her sister's safety. Upon seeing that danger had passed, she exhaled in relief. She beheld Charles, the man she had mistakenly thought to be a bandit, now appearing to her as a true knight, like those from tales, descending to rescue a princess in peril. The Iron Men, seeing their defeat, scattered like frightened birds, those who fled quickly disappearing from view, while the slower ones became casualties at the hands of the Bear Islanders. At this juncture, Charles had not rendered much assistance, merely shooting down a few of the lagging Ironmen. His archery skills seemed innate, likely a gift bestowed by the system. Charles, you truly are remarkable. As Faye reflected, it was clear that their victory over the Ironmen was largely due to Charles's prowess, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment for having disregarded good counsel. You have saved Mormont once again. Daisy averted her gaze from the man, feigning interest in her sister before speaking. This is a report on the life-saving grace owed to Miss Lyanna. Charles turned his attention to the young girl. Upon hearing her name from Charles, Lyanna's eyes sparkled with determination. I am not a lady, Charles. I do not wish to be a noblewoman. I want to be a knight. Daisy playfully smacked Lyanna's head. What are you saying? Who taught you such nonsense? Ouch, sister, be gentle. Lyanna complained, holding back tears. Miss, now that we have found you, should we not return to the castle to inform the old lady of your safety? Bard suggested from the side. Indeed, Daisy replied. Bard promptly gathered his brothers and prepared to return to the castle. Daisy noticed Charles standing still, puzzled. She inquired, Why aren't you following? Charles glanced at Freyat, who also sensed something amiss, and explained, I am taking Charles to my uncle's house. What business do you have at your uncle's? He has no place to stay. Daisy replied, somewhat exasperated. Then let us go to the castle. There are plenty of vacant rooms. Freyat tugged at Charles, and only then did he respond. Oh, thank you, my lord. Follow me, Daisy declared, leading the way. Having just left the castle in the morning, they returned in the evening, and the bloodstains had yet to be cleared, resembling a haunted house in an amusement park. Lady Maggie awaited anxiously in the hall, and upon seeing her daughter and nephew's return, tears of joy streamed down her face as she rushed to embrace the three children, murmuring, You are home, you are home. If her old friends were to witness her in such a state, they would surely be taken aback, for this woman was known for her formidable demeanor among the nobility. Learning that it was Charles who had saved them, and even rescued Daisy's life, Lady Maggie's admiration for him transformed into profound gratitude as she gazed increasingly satisfied at Charles's resolute and rugged features. My dear child, you must accept the gratitude of the Mormont family, no matter what. The old lady grasped his hand tightly. No need for that, madam. Saving Miss Lyanna is reward enough. I believe this will allow me to leave Bear Island with a lighter heart. Charles replied, hesitantly. But you also saved Daisy, did you not? Tales of knights often recount how they save ladies and then pledge themselves. If you wish, then Daisy is yours. Daisy, who had been silent, suddenly became flustered by her mother's words. Charles was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh. Madam, you jest. After all, I am not a knight, and such customs do not apply to me. Moreover, as a commoner, I am unworthy of a noble lady like Daisy. Lady Maggie felt regretful and glared at her daughter. I believe it is a certain elder maiden who is not a lady, constantly brandishing weapons without decorum. No wonder no one desires her. Daisy's face flushed with indignation, yet she could not retort against her mother. Ultimately, Daisy did not offer herself, and Charles, after a brief stay at the castle, was set to depart for Winterfell, feeling an inexplicable calling to that place, compelling him to go. On the day of his departure, the entire castle came to bid him farewell. Daisy Mormont, Lady Maggie Mormont, Lyanna Mormont, along with Sir Freyat. Lady Maggie wished to extend Charles's stay, hoping that this young man might spark something with Daisy, as her beauty was indeed extraordinary. Alas, given her status, the great noble showed little interest in adopting a son-in-law. While the lesser nobles eyed the count's position, yet Bear Island's conditions were rather meager, making it feel more like a viscountcy than anything else. My dear child, you must deliver this letter to Lord Stark, as it serves as a favor for this old man. Additionally, do not refuse this money. Bear Island is your home, and you are always welcome to return. However, I do implore you to come back swiftly, for otherwise, Daisy will grow old. Lady Maggie, akin to a mother advising her children, gently admonished Charles. Amused yet sympathetic, he did not wish to dishearten her and could only nod repeatedly. Daisy stood to the side, her expression cold. Previously, their mother had never humiliated her in such circumstances. Until we meet again, dear friends, Charles bid farewell to the gathered company and, accompanied by his followers, embarked on the ship, setting sail through the icy bay towards the northern realms of Westeros. "Charles, do not forget what I told you." Philate called out to him. Charles shot him a glance of disdain before turning away, leaving the crowd with the sight of his proud silhouette. Chapter 10. The White Walkers battered by the frigid currents of the ice bay, Shar felt an uncanny familiarity permeate his surroundings. The vessels traversing between Bear Island and Deepwood Castle were few and far between. The ship he boarded had been specially arranged by House Mormont for his passage. Upon anchoring and disembarking, Shar, accompanied by 8 imperial soldiers, inquired of the Mormont crew regarding the direction to Winterfell. This evening, he intended to rest in the small town adjacent to Deepwood Castle before traversing the Wolfwood to reach Winterfell. Deepwood Castle, perched upon a hill close to the western coastline, ruled by House Glover. This fortress, constructed of timber, was somewhat larger than Bear Castle, and small towns encircled it to ensure the castle's sustenance. Beyond provisions, House Mormont had also equipped each of Shar's party with magnificent steeds. However, the swaying of the vessel had rendered the horses somewhat disoriented, necessitating that they lead them by hand. The small town of Deepwood served as a marketplace for the surrounding forest clans, bustling even on a typical day, making it difficult to imagine the liveliness that awaited them in Winterfell. 10 golden dragons would suffice for the journey, considering a single coin represented nearly a year's worth of sustenance for a peasant, while a silver stag could afford an extravagant meal and perhaps even return a fair amount of copper pennies. Like passing merchants, Shar and his companions led their horses to an inn in Deepwood Town. The afternoon sun cast a languid glow, resulting in a sparsely populated establishment. The innkeeper sat at the front desk, his heavy eyelids betraying his drowsiness. With a creak, the door swung open, stirring him from his midday slumber, and he greeted them with unbridled joy. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Bramble Inn." "Good day, innkeeper. Might you have any vacant rooms?" "Certainly. May I inquire as to your preference?" "If you desire feather beds, I fear we may be lacking. However, we have ample accommodations with hardwood beds. For those seeking a more economical option, we also provide straw mats. Hardwood beds will suffice." "Very well, please follow me. My lad will take your horses to the stable shortly." As the innkeeper led Shar to his chamber, he seized the opportunity to offer additional services. "Might I inquire whether you require any provisions? Our inn can provide sustenance." "What do you have?" Shar asked. "Freshly procured wild boar from the hunters today, as well as our own farm-raised chicken, white bread, and ale." The innkeeper astutely refrained from mentioning the inferior black bread or the less savory rat meat. "I shall have 9 portions of wild boar and white bread." The innkeeper nodded eagerly. "Excellent. Please bear with us for a moment." With that, he hurried downstairs, calling out to his wife to prepare meals for their esteemed guests. After a night at Deepwood Castle, the following morning saw Shar and his companions ready to traverse the Wolfwood en route to Winterfell. The innkeeper made a point to see them off, having profited nearly 10 silver stags from their stay the previous night. In the depths of the forest, riding was impractical. Thus, Shar and his party were compelled to proceed on foot, for galloping through the undergrowth would invite scratches from branches and risk the loss of companions. As Charles and his companions traversed the forest, dusk enveloped them, and it became inevitable that they would spend the night beneath the stars. They gathered kindling and ignited a fire with flint, roasting the provisions brought from Bear Island. Using an iron pot purchased in a nearby woodland town, they boiled water and immersed the hard bread, soon transforming it into a thick porridge. Fortune smiled upon them, as the night remained dry. The following day, they pressed onward, and with each step, Charles felt an increasing tumult within his heart, a certain exhilaration tugging at his very being. Beyond the Wolfwoods lay an expanse of endless grasslands, a terrain more suited for agriculture and the construction of fortresses. Riding seemed intrinsic to his nature. Upon reaching the prairie, he could hardly resist the urge to gallop. At merely 20, Charles retained a youthful spirit akin to that of an idealist untouched by the harshness of life, thus possessing a certain childlike exuberance. "Charge!" he urged, yanking on the reins and launching into a swift sprint, unbound by traffic signals or crosswalks, galloping freely across the verdant world. The wind howled past his ears, ruffling the bearskin cloak trailing behind him. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth from the underbrush, a man clad in black, his face etched with terror. Upon spotting the charging horseman, the man attempted to evade, but his chest was struck forcefully by the hooves, causing him to clutch his torso and faint. Struggling to regain control of his steed, Charles managed to halt after a precarious ride, his heart a tumult of emotions. It seemed that adherence to traffic regulations was a universal principle, regardless of the realm. He approached the fallen man, assessing his condition. Outwardly, the injuries appeared minor, yet he lay unconscious, the state of his life unknown. The soldiers following Charles dismounted in unison, encircling the scene. Just as he prepared to check for signs of life, the sound of iron hooves echoed nearby, and a troop of cavalry emerged from a rise. Clad in polished armor and bearing a white flag emblazoned with a gray-silver wolf's head, they swiftly surrounded Charles and his companions upon recognizing the figure in his grasp. "Release the man. He is a fugitive of the kingdom," commanded their leader, his tone icy. Aware of their formidable armament, Charles dared not resist and gently laid the man down. Two riders dismounted, pushing Charles aside before seizing the fugitive and binding him to a horse. Seeing their brusque manner, Alding felt anger rise within him, reaching for his sword, only to be restrained by Charles. The cavalry commander turned to Charles, inquiring, "Is this your capture?" Charles nodded in affirmation. The commander gestured, commanding, "Follow me. We shall present him to Lord Stark." Ned, merely 10 years old, was deemed too young to witness such grim proceedings. Yet, he would inevitably grow up, and winter was approaching. The man's gaze remained resolute. Charles and his companions mounted their steeds, trailing the cavalry, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the man in black, who dangled lifelessly behind a horse, his head and arms swaying in the wind. After all, having caused harm to another, Shar felt a sense of unease as he followed them to a flat expanse on the outskirts. In the distance, the outlines of the town began to emerge, particularly the castle's arrow tower, piercing the heavens and coming into view, accompanied by the flags fluttering atop it. They were now not far from Winterfell, and Shar sensed a whisper within calling to him, a soft, ancient voice beckoning his name, so faint that one might mistake it for the sound of the wind. Who is this person? Shar pondered inwardly. The northern cavalry brought a bucket of water and doused the cloaked figure, who jolted awake in a state of fright. Yet, his fear did not seem to stem from the living beings before him. Realizing he had been captured, a glimmer of relief flickered in his eyes, which intrigued Shar. What crime had this man committed? They waited for a considerable time until the arriving party approached slowly. The leader, a man in his mid-30s with an elongated face, chestnut hair, and gray eyes, donned a dark velvet cloak and possessed a tall, sturdy frame with a resolute visage. He surveyed the crowd from his mount, and Shar noted the weariness in his gaze. He also recognized Shar and his companions. A mere glance at this youth, who bore a resemblance to Robb, led him to assume he was a new recruit of the Rangers. The captain of the Rangers approached Lord Eddard Stark, offering a courteous salute before explaining the circumstances. Upon learning that Shar and his companions had aided in capturing the fugitive, a hint of appreciation glimmered in Eddard's eyes. He commanded the soldiers to carry the deserter to the execution site, where a guillotine, made of raw stone, stood resolutely amidst a circle of short stone pillars on an elevated knoll. Lord Stark positioned himself beside the scaffold as the soldiers swiftly restrained the prisoner. This cloaked fugitive was a night's watchman from the wall, sworn to a lifelong duty of guarding it, vowing to take neither wife nor child. To breach such an oath warranted the ultimate penalty, death, as explicitly stated in the laws of the Seven Kingdoms and upheld for millennia across the continent of Westeros. Now, Eddard Stark was to execute this decree himself. As the runaway was brought forth, the corners of his cracked lips trembled, chilled by the brisk air and the cold water that had drenched him. He addressed Lord Stark, "I know I have forsaken my vow, and I am aware I am a deserter. I must return to the wall to warn them, but I have seen them, I have seen the others. If possible, please send a message to my family. Tell them I'm not a coward." Upon hearing his plea, Eddard signaled for the soldiers to proceed. Two northern warriors forcefully pinned him to the scaffold, and the fugitive's face bore an expression of relief. He offered no resistance as the Valyrian steel blade severed his head from his body. The brutal scene caused even the battle-hardened Shar to shudder. unaware that his own experiences of violence would prove even more harrowing. In this land, the law of the jungle prevailed with utmost severity. It was a matter of survival, where one either perished or was forgotten. His purpose here was simply to ride and wield his sword. Among the entourage brought by Eddard Stark, there was a young boy of about 10 years old, whose father, Eddard, hoped that his child would grasp the harsh realities of the world. As Eddard prepared to return, he called out to Ser Jorah, "Did you capture this fugitive?" Ser Jorah, aware that he stood before the Lord of Winterfell, dared not speak, but merely nodded, conceding that the runaway could be considered his capture. "Very well. Come with me to Winterfell to receive your reward," Eddard instructed, then turned to look at his children. However, Ser Jorah halted him. "My Lord Stark." Eddard turned around, gazing at him with curiosity. "I have come from Bear Island, and Lady Mormont has entrusted me with this letter for you." Ser Jorah retrieved the letter from his horse's saddlebag and presented it to him. Upon picking it up and confirming the sigil of Bear Island, Eddard opened the letter and began to read, furrowing his brow as he did so. Lady Mormont recounted the attack on Bear Island, which incensed Eddard, prompting him to decide to send aid in the form of weapons and supplies upon his return to Winterfell. As he reached the conclusion, he discovered the primary purpose of the letter. Both Midge Mormont and Daisy Mormont had signed it, requesting that Eddard confer knighthood upon the young messenger, Ser Jorah Wayne, emphasizing his commendable performance during the battle at Bear Island. The Mormont family was even willing to relinquish one of their 5 existing northern knights for this honor. As Eddard's gaze shifted back to Ser Jorah, it bore a hint of admiration. "I have read your letter, Ser Jorah Wayne. You are commendable. However, regarding your knighthood, you may need to wait a while. In the meantime, you are welcome to stay at the castle." Ser Jorah appeared somewhat bewildered, casting a confused glance at Eddard, who assumed he was already aware and chose not to elaborate, simply instructing him to follow the returning party. Thus, Ser Jorah trailed along in a state of perplexity until they reached a forested area. At that moment, a soldier leading the way reported, "My lord, there is a carcass of a moose ahead." Dismounting, the group approached to discover a decaying moose carcass, infested with maggots, which caused Ser Jorah, who harbored a mild case of trypophobia, to feel a shiver run down his spine. A pool of blood drew their attention down the slope of the road, where they found another body, though not that of a moose, but a great wolf, its throat pierced by a moose's antler, suggesting a fierce battle had ensued. Just then, a series of whimpering sounds reached their ears. Eddard knelt to investigate, revealing several orphaned wolf pups. One young man, astonished by such a formidable creature, exclaimed, "Is it a monster?" Eddard surveyed the great wolf's corpse. It is a dire wolf. A slender, melancholic youth with dark hair lifted one of the pups and offered it to the 10-year-old Bran. "Would you like to hold it?" Cradling the pup, young Bran expressed concern, asking, "What will happen to the little wolves?" "Their mother is dead." Eddard raised his sword, suggesting, "Perhaps we should grant them a swift end. Without their mother, they will not survive for long." Just moments ago, Sehan was lamenting over the monstrous creature, only to witness Ned make a decisive move, drawing his dagger with the intent to seize Bran's direwolf. "Indeed, give it to me," Bran cried out in desperation. The eldest Stark's son, Robb Stark, who was nearly the same age as Jon Snow, could no longer stand idly by. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he addressed Sehan, "Put away your dagger." Sehan, somewhat irked by Robb's command, retorted, "I heed your father, not you." Bran looked pleadingly at Ned, who merely shook his head. At that moment, the melancholic Jon Snow, who had been gazing down at the direwolf, spoke up. "My Lord Stark, there are 5 pups, just enough for each Stark child to have one. The direwolf is your family's sigil. Encountering them is destiny." All eyes turned towards Ned, and after surveying the expectant faces, he felt somewhat swayed. "You must train them yourselves and care for them." Just as everyone was about to depart, a cry caught Jon's attention. A lone white wolf pup had been abandoned. He picked it up gently. A flicker of derision crossed Sehan's eyes as he remarked, "Snow, this one is a mongrel. It belongs to you." In silence, Shar observed the scene, unaware that what unfolded before him was the natural order, the law of humanity, and the essence of power itself. "Stop gazing. Let us go," Sehan said, patting Shar on the shoulder, perhaps seeking some solace in the presence of his peer. Chapter 11. Wild Beasts Ahead. Winterfell, an exceptionally grand castle, is accompanied by a small town bustling with pedestrians. As Charles follows the Stark family, the crowd naturally parts to grant them passage, casting admiring glances in their direction. The main fortress of Winterfell is built atop a hot spring, with warm water flowing through pipes within the walls, creating an unusually comfortable temperature inside the castle, instantly dispelling the chill upon entry. Ned, arrange a few rooms for Sir Charles and his attendants. Ned spoke to his approaching wife. Within the castle, all domestic affairs were managed by his wife, Catelyn Tully, and naturally, the hospitality of guests fell to her. Catelyn had initially intended to check on her son Bran, worrying that the recent events might leave him with psychological scars. Ignoring Ned, she tenderly embraced Bran and, with a pained expression, asked, "How are you, Bran? Were you frightened?" Bran merely shook his head indifferently. "Damn it, Ned. He is still so young. Why must you expose him to such brutality?" Catelyn, realizing there were others present, refrained from continuing her reproach. Rising, she adjusted the folds of her skirt and, with a warm smile, addressed Charles. "Please, follow me, Sir Charles." Although Catelyn did not recognize him, she surmised that, given her husband's evident regard, he must be an important guest. She pondered whether he might be one of the knights from King's Landing, as she had heard the king was in the north. Charles bowed slightly, responding, "I am much obliged, Lady Stark." With a smile, he followed her lead into a tastefully appointed chamber, adorned with plush, intricately woven blankets, the Stark wolf banner hanging on the walls, and furniture arranged with meticulous care, reflecting their attention to detail in guest accommodations. The maidservants guided Charles to his quarters, while Lady Catelyn, having instructed them regarding the arrangements, departed, her thoughts still lingering on her son. Having settled into the Stark family castle, Charles felt a sense of reassurance in having a place to stay. After arranging his belongings, he remained in his room, aware that his brothers were likely resting after their journey. As attendants, they had been placed at a distance, and Charles had previously assured them to wait patiently. Observing the Stark family's current demeanor, there seemed to be no hostility towards him. Indeed, given Charles's humble stature, he likely did not warrant their attention. The exploration of the continent of Calradia remained shrouded in mystery, and Charles seized this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding. The system interface displayed the bold, crimson letters spelling Calradia, and with a gentle click, he could immerse himself within. Once again arriving in Calradia, at the village of Zestria in the Southern Empire, he followed his memory to the village elder. This elderly man, clad in a purple hat and gray robe, could provide Charles with trade opportunities and the recruitment of soldiers, as well as accept quests. The quest was triggered by Charles's visit. The elder informed him of a band of marauders lurking in the vicinity of the village. They had established a stronghold not far along the road, and he was willing to pay Charles to help rid him of these miscreants. Zaire seemed to have discovered the correct method to unlock the system, and he pondered how to earn the currency of Calradia, the dinar. It turned out that undertaking quests was the key. With a sense of determination, Zaire accepted a task, seizing the opportunity to recruit 4 young companions from the village chief while he still possessed some assets. He then strode outside the village, where a guiding indicator appeared above his head after accepting the mission. The soldiers were stored in the troop backpack, and they would only emerge when summoned by Zaire. Once called forth in reality, they could not be retracted, yet in Calradia, the soldiers could indeed be recalled. As he retraced his steps from the village entrance, he was flanked by bountiful grapevines and lush green olive trees. Alas, he could not pluck even a single grape to take back. Each time Zaire prepared to pick some grapes to quench his thirst, the fruit in his hand would transform into mere water bubbles. Following the indicator, Zaire soon arrived at a mountainous area where a few campfires flickered in the distance, casting a soft glow. At dusk, he summoned his companions and slowly approached. Observing their vacant expressions, Zaire realized that their intellect in Calradia was likely quite limited. With a sudden jolt, an invisible barrier struck Zaire's nose painfully. Damn, his prominent nose. "Would you like to enter the quest? Please select your party members 110. The interface displayed a selection menu. Zaire had already occupied one slot, allowing him to bring 9 more allies for this task. Noticing that he had only 4 companions left in his backpack, he felt no hesitation in the selection process. He marked all his companions and clicked the Enter Quest button. The barrier before him shattered with a resonant sound, signaling the commencement of the task. It was evident that the bandits would undoubtedly be at the campfires glowing in the distance. In reality, the Imperial recruits were exceptionally fierce, and defeating some bandits should be a straightforward endeavor. With a command to charge, the Imperial recruits, guided by AI, began to navigate towards the wild creatures. And Zaire followed closely behind, anticipating that the novice task would not prove too challenging. Before long, the nearest campfire encampment came into view, revealing 3 bandits seated around the flames. Each bandit bore a hunting bow and had a curved knife hanging from their waist, clad in simple garb akin to the Imperial recruits. Among the wild creatures, they were known by a more formidable title, ambushers, classified as second-tier soldiers in Calradia. Their commendable skills included a level 40 agility and a level 40 proficiency with a bow, edging closely toward the official second-tier archers of the Empire. Though Zaire possessed a numerical advantage, his level 1 Imperial recruits wielding pitchforks were still outmatched by the bandits, who were of a higher tier. Fortunately, the ambushers were caught unprepared for an ambush, and before they could draw their bows upon rising from the grass mounds beside the campfire, Zaire and his men had already charged in. As archers, the ambushers were compelled to relinquish their bows and draw their curved knives. Their skills with one-handed and two-handed weapons hovered around level 20, only slightly inferior to the Empire's level 1 soldiers. However, with Zaire's unpredictable presence, overcoming these foes was not a daunting task. After a fierce skirmish, the ambushers were completely annihilated. The second-tier Imperial archers excelled in close combat, a stark contrast to their adversaries. This disparity only grows more pronounced with higher levels. Yet wild creatures still possess a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Linked to their hidden promotion path, having captured the first campfire, the Imperial recruits pressed onward to the second, where more foes awaited them. The proximity of the 2 campfires seemed to stir the enemies at the second site, prompting them to rise with drawn bows before Charles could approach. 3 ambushers unleashed a volley of arrows, 2 of which veered off course, while 1 struck an Imperial recruit, though it proved non-fatal. Pain was a foreign concept to him, and it did not impede his advance. After allowing them a moment to unleash their arrows, Charles led his comrades in a battle once more. Faced with the ruthless and agile Charles, the ambushers' clumsy, close-quarters combat rapidly crumbled. With the aid of the Imperial recruits, the enemy was once again obliterated. Employing the same tactic, they captured the 3rd campfire. By this point, both junior allies had been struck by arrows. Had their health bars been visible, they would have surely lost half their vitality, and another arrow would spell their demise. Charles had learned well. His junior allies' intelligence was limited to straightforward paths, relying on the hope that enemy arrows would miss. Therefore, it was imperative for Charles to draw the enemy's fire, granting his companions the time they needed to navigate. Leading the charge, Charles' speed could not be measured by mere system levels. Though he was only in his teens, he outpaced the level 20 Imperial recruits by a significant margin. To minimize casualties, Charles engaged in a tactical game of attrition with the enemy. Despite the ambushers' apparent simplicity, their arrows were anything but dull. No matter how agile his movements, a few arrows still whizzed past him. Finally, his junior allies caught up, and Charles, sword in hand, circled around, contemplating an all-out assault on the enemy camp, leaving no foes for his juniors to confront. With a leap, he felled the first enemy. With his juniors' assistance, the last wave of ambushers was vanquished, leading Charles to believe the mission was complete. At that moment, a group emerged suddenly from the thicket beside the camp. At the forefront stood a man adorned with a wolf's head and a cloak of wolf fur, his short leather tunic layered over chainmail, with a braided wrist guard and a beard axe dangling from his waist. His gaze fixed malevolently on Charles as he spoke. You wretched soul, you have left my men strewn across the ground. Shall we settle this one-on-one?" Before Charles appeared 2 options. Very well, and I do not duel with brigands. Behind the ambusher leader were several formidable companions, donned in hoods and soft armor, exuding an air of roguish bravado. Observing his own side's tattered equipment, outdated weaponry, and injured juniors, Charles did not hesitate to accept the challenge. The ambusher leader seemed pleased with the prospect of a 1v1, grinning as he declared, "Very well. Prepare to meet your end." Zaire would not allow him to have his way. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and struck, before the adversary could even unsheath his battle axe. A resounding thud echoed as the ambusher's leader staggered, clearly dazed by the blow. However, being a leader, he was not easily vanquished. The injury was insufficient to fell such a man. He lifted his axe, pivoted his body, and swung downwards. Zaire had not anticipated the resilience of his foe, yet evading such a straightforward strike was a mere trifling task for him. He deftly sidestepped the attack. Seeing his strike fail, the ambusher's leader sought to retaliate. Yet Zaire was not merely a master of evasion. He would not grant the leader another opportunity. With a powerful thrust, his iron sword pierced through the leader's form. Yet, astonishingly, it did not claim his life. Rather, it resulted in mutual harm, as the leader's axe found its mark on Zaire's shoulder. Cursing under his breath, Zaire leapt back, clutching his shoulder. The ambusher's leader, undeterred by the pain, pressed forward relentlessly. Even with his arm exposed to the bone, Zaire had no time to ponder. He raised his sword defensively. Fortunately, he anticipated the leader's move, successfully deflecting the axe's blade. The two weapons collided with a violent clang, and Zaire skillfully maneuvered his sword to slide the axe aside, then delivered a powerful kick, toppling the ambusher. With his sword poised at the leader's throat, Zaire was resolute. He could not fathom how this would not end in death for his foe. Gradually, the ambusher's leader succumbed to defeat, and the triumphant notification of mission completion resonated through the air. The surrounding campfires extinguished abruptly, restoring the serene ambience of the jungle. Weary, Zaire prepared to return to Zestia, intent on reporting to the village chief. Just as he neared the exit, a group of figures obstructed his path. One of them, unceremoniously, shouted at Zaire, "I shall use your skull as a bowl." Chapter 12. The king's arrival. The rewards for the mission were bounteous. Captives, weapons, provisions, and dinars aplenty. However, the marauding bandits were merciless. As the elite of the Calradia continent, the corsairs were formidable foes. They were not merely second-tier soldiers, but donned warlord helmets, armed with harpoons or throwing axes. The leading figures among them were of the fourth tier. These fourth-tier corsair captains possessed a remarkable level 120 throwing skill, earning them the moniker of cavalry slayers, whether it be a simple strike or a more complex maneuver. Any foolish attempt to confront the corsairs with cavalry would undoubtedly lead to a fruitless endeavor. From beneath their warlord helmets, the corsairs revealed their piercing eyes and rugged faces. Their masks were not entirely sealed. Rather, they bore a symbolic cross of iron chains around the nose, beneath which sprawled thick, heavy beards. The ruthless corsairs thoroughly beat down Charles and his companions, stripping them of all their spoils. Now, all that remained for Charles were his pockets and a handful of dinars. His backpack was utterly empty. The corsairs held Charles captive for a considerable time until he seized the opportunity to escape. Following his escape, Charles traversed various nearby villages alongside the corsairs. However, an unseen force soon transported him back to Zestia, leaving him with seemingly only the privileges granted within Zestia. Dragging his weary body, Charles approached the old village chief to report his quest, receiving a reward of 120 dinars. Calculating based on the cost of 20 dinars for each companion, this amount was just sufficient for him to summon 6 individuals. Yet, as a level 1 commander, he was limited to recruiting only 20 individuals. Once he reached this cap, he could recruit no further. Frustration welled within him. What a waste this endeavor had been. Cursing under his breath, Charles returned to reality. After several sleepless nights, he collapsed onto his bed. Just as he was drifting into a blissful slumber, an unusual commotion erupted outside. Upon entering the system, the sky had already begun to darken, and since time did not flow within the system, it remained dusk upon his return. What could the Stark family be doing at this late hour? Charles buried himself under the covers, hoping to continue his dream, when a series of loud knocks on the door jolted him awake. Rubbing his groggy eyes, Charles opened the door to find an unfamiliar stranger. Clad in a helmet and armor reminiscent of the knights from Bear Island, Charles curiously inquired, "Who are you?" The man regarded Charles, who appeared half asleep, with a bemused expression. "Sir Charles Vane, I am Jory, the Oathkeeper of House Stark." An Oathkeeper is akin to an Oath Knight, in this land that venerates the seven gods. Oaths are taken with the utmost seriousness. Although Jory was unfamiliar with the knight before him, it was not unusual given the multitude of knights throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He had come to remind Charles of certain matters. "Sir Charles, perhaps you should tidy yourself up. His Majesty the King has arrived at the Kingdom Avenue in Winterfell and will reach the city this afternoon." "The King?" Charles replied, perplexed. "You mean to say that all the knights of Winterfell must go to greet the king?" Scratching his head, Charles responded, "Sir Jory, I am not a knight." "Not a knight? Yet this is the guest chamber for knights." Jory hesitated at the threshold, casting a glance around to confirm he was indeed in the right place. Was it so? "I cannot say, for it was the Duchess who sent me here." "Ah, let's not dwell on that. The King's presence requires everyone's attendance. Do make your final preparations and gather at the grand entrance shortly." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, my lord. There are more than just Charles residing here." Jory must also remind others. Closing the door behind him, Charles remained in a state of half-slumber, shaking his head to rouse himself before donning the leather armor gifted by Mormont. Once properly attired, he grasped his sword and stepped into the courtyard of the castle, which was already bustling with people. Aside from a few members of the Mormont family, all faces were unfamiliar, though he did spot Aldine and their companions, preparing to approach them. At that moment, Sir Jory, with remarkable agility, seized Charles by the arm. "Sir Charles, this way, we stand here." Charles silently took his place beside him, though his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, until a shadow darted past him, snapping him back to reality. It was a child, clad in a helmet far too large for her, scampering about with her short legs. Duke Ned Stark caught the mischievous little one. "Hey, what are you doing with that? Take off the helmet." She removed it, revealing a delightful visage. Charles initially found it amusing, but upon seeing her face, he was suddenly engulfed by a chilling realization. I have entered the world of Game of Thrones. He had once clicked on that globally acclaimed series on a streaming platform, but after losing interest following the first episode, much of it had faded from his memory over the years. Yet the girl's appearance had lingered in his mind. Her face, Arya Stark. While Charles possessed only a cursory knowledge of the series, flashes of viral clips on short video platforms came rushing back to him. Dragons and White Walkers. This world seemed steeped in high magic. Good heavens, with such creatures about, would cavalry even suffice? The rhythmic clattering of hooves jolted Charles from his reverie. In the distance, a golden knight emerged, resplendent in gleaming armor that dazzled the eye, followed closely by a boy in deep crimson leather, whose attire bespoke considerable wealth. The boy wore a radiant smile, though to the onlookers there was an unsettling glint in his demeanor. Upon halting his steed, he immediately turned his gaze toward the Stark girl, his smile widening at the sight of a tall maiden. Noticing the wealthy boy on his noble steed fixedly observing her, the girl's expression brightened in response. Behind the boy loomed a towering knight, clad in a fierce dog-headed helm forged from iron. The knight's eyes were the only part visible, yet from them, Charles sensed an overwhelming ferocity that made even one who had braved death several times feel trepidation. This knight exuded strength, and it was only later that Charles learned he was known as the Hound, much like his helmet. As the carriage approached, a cadre of golden-armored knights escorted a portly middle-aged man, who moved slowly towards them. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Ned Stark led the gathering in kneeling to pay their respects. Charles, initially preoccupied with scrutinizing the dog-headed knight, was startled into mimicking the gesture by those around him. King Robert Baratheon, tall yet exceedingly corpulent, bore a thick, rugged beard and hair that curled like a slumbering lion. He strode before Ned and beckoned him forward. Ned rose, and the inhabitants of Winterfell followed suit. As Ned beheld his long-lost friend, he noted how Robert had become nearly unrecognizable from his former self. The king broke the silence not with the expected gravitas, but with a hearty, boisterous laugh. Robert embraced Ned tightly. The bond between men could be refreshingly simple, dissipating years of estrangement with a laugh and a hug. When the carriage came to a halt, a tall, golden-haired knight slowly drew back the curtain. Emerging from within was the queen, strikingly beautiful with her golden hair and azure eyes, who cast a disdainful glance upon Winterfell at her first sight. Naturally, after such a long journey, they would be taken to rest. Following the king's welcome, the knights of Winterfell dispersed, and Charles intended to return to his chamber for some much-needed sleep. However, come nightfall, the insistent Jory appeared again. The loud knocking at the door pierced Charles's peace. Upon opening it, Jory promptly pulled him outside, urging him to hurry as the banquet had commenced. It was only then that Jory noticed Charles was clad merely in his undergarments. "Surely you haven't come back just to sleep?" he exclaimed. Charles nodded in affirmation. Jory shoved him back in the room, insisting quickly get dressed. "The banquet in honor of the king is about to begin, and we shall await you at the door." The grand hall, capable of accommodating 500 guests, was already filled with an abundance of food and drink. Jory, along with a group of knights, settled at the far right, patiently awaiting the start of the feast. The knights of Winterfell regarded Charles with curiosity, as he was a newcomer to them. One bold soul could no longer contain his inquisitiveness and inquired of Jory, "Jory, who is this lad?" Jory, having already conferred with Sir Roderick Castle regarding Charles, responded, "This is Sir Charles Vane, a knight from Bear Island. He has come to Winterfell for his knighthood." A knight from the north, indeed. His status is not insignificant. The others mused in astonishment. Each lord could request 5 knighthood titles from their liege, and such knights were highly esteemed. In the north, these knights were referred to as Northman knights, signifying their recognition and honor in the region. Few among the assembled knights could claim such lineage. The northern knights are indeed held in high esteem. However, in the Seven Kingdoms, they are often referred to as delicate ghosts, as these knights are predominantly descendants of noble families. It is quite rare to encounter a knight from Bear Island, as it is said that the denizens of Bear Island are known for drinking straight from barrels. One knight jested, eliciting laughter from the crowd, who joined in with their own playful banter. At that moment, the king finally arrived, and upon witnessing the lively atmosphere, Robert's hearty laughter resonated throughout the hall once more. Originally, the king was to be seated at the head of the long table, adorned with the finest velvet cushions. Yet, the king evidently preferred not to sit high above others. He seized a goblet and mingled with the crowd, instantly becoming one with them. Charles was particularly adept at boasting and revelry, often indulging in drunkenness while enhancing the fare with his comrades in the dormitory. Before long, Charles found camaraderie with the knights, demonstrating impressive drinking prowess, managing to outdrink several of them. Feeling only slightly inebriated and satisfied from his feast, he seized an opportunity to slip away. Chapter 13. Joffrey on a chilly night. The castle hall, ablaze with fervor, seemed to embody a juxtaposition of ice and fire. As the biting wind swept through, Char's inebriation swiftly dissipated. Arriving at Winterfell, Char had yet to explore its intricacies, and he resolved to wander around until the feast concluded, before retreating to his chambers for slumber. As he meandered, he found himself in the castle courtyard, replete with various training apparatus and wooden targets, indicative of Winterfell's comprehensive knight training system. Faint sounds of thumps echoed from the training grounds, resembling the collision of wood. Driven by curiosity, Char stealthily approached, only to discover a young man striking a wooden post. The young man, possessing keen awareness, quickly perceived Char's presence and turned to face him. Initially intending to discreetly withdraw, Char felt a twinge of awkwardness under the young man's gaze and extended his hand. "Greetings, sir." The term sir is a mark of respect for knights, and Char surmised that this individual, still training at such an hour, must belong to some noble house. The young man reciprocated the gesture. "Jon Snow." "I'm not a knight, sir." "No, I'm Char Vane, a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Char discerned the young man's features in the flickering light. He was among the youth who had trailed Lord Ned Stark. "Two non-knights. You two should venture to the wall together." "Ha." A voice emerged from the shadows, followed by the appearance of a diminutive figure. Initially mistaken for a child, Char soon realized the man's visage bore an air of maturity. "Your uncle is a member of the Night's Watch," the little man remarked to Jon Snow. Curious, Jon inquired, "What brings you here?" "To partake in your welcoming feast." The little man strolled leisurely, intermittently taking hearty swigs from a wineskin. Leaning against a wooden stump, he tilted his head back to gaze at Jon. I have long desired to behold the splendor of the wall. You are Tyrion Lannister? Jon observed, prompting the little man to shake his head with a wry smile. Perhaps this qualifies as my greatest achievement. And you, are you not the bastard son of Ned Stark? The term bastard seemed to wound Jon, who grimaced and turned away. It was then that Shar comprehended Jon Snow's identity, the Duke's illegitimate child, which explained his absence from the royal banquet. Have I offended you? My apologies. Oh, and you are? Tyrion inquired, tilting his gaze toward Shar. Just a passerby. Shar replied, subsequently turning to depart. Tyrion watched Shar's retreating figure, murmuring, intriguing. Continuing his aimless wander, Shar left the training grounds behind. The feast had reached its zenith, and it seemed that a while longer would pass before it drew to a close. Aside from the brilliantly lit main castle, the surrounding areas were dimly illuminated, and Shar wandered through the shadows, each step taken in aimless solitude. Help! Spare me! I beg you! Suddenly, Shar heard a voice. Following the source of the sound, Charles heard a woman's plea for help. Beneath a bell tower, this spot seemed particularly desolate in the wintry night of Winterfell, surrounded by an eerie silence. Occasionally, he could feel the tender shoots of grass beneath his feet, indicating that even during the day, few dared to tread here. A faint cry echoed, suggesting that something was obstructing the victim's mouth, making it difficult for her to voice her distress. Cursed commoners. How dare they collide with the esteemed ruler of the Seven Kingdoms? A boy's voice accompanied by sharp sounds emerged from the faint light. As Charles approached, he finally discerned the scene. A girl in a maid's attire was bound to a tree, while a boy with a red jacket mercilessly lashed her with a whip. Enraged, Charles felt his blood boil. What madness is this? Stop! What are you doing? He shouted at the boy, rushing towards him. Charles had seen the boy in the leather jacket earlier that day, among the first to enter the city with the king's entourage, suggesting he held a position of some significance. However, at that moment, Charles had no concern for his rank. The boy, upon hearing the command, did not cease his actions. Instead, he struck the girl again, leaving her skin torn and bloody. He then turned to Charles and asked, "Are you calling me? You had better put down that whip, or I shall make you experience the pain of being struck." Gradually regaining his composure, Charles brandished his sword. "You dare threaten a prince?" The boy's forehead throbbed with veins, clearly incensed by Charles's words. "Cursed commoner, how dare you offend me? Do you know who I am? I am Joffrey Baratheon, the future king of the Seven Kingdoms. You threaten a future king with a sword." Joffrey raised the whip to strike Charles. Upon hearing his name, Charles was momentarily taken aback, but then, unperturbed, he raised his fist and charged at Joffrey, landing a heavy blow to his face as the boy looked on in shock. Charles was not one to tolerate such indignities. He delivered 2 more punches to the boy's face. Joffrey, lacking any fighting experience, fell to the ground and began to wail instead of retaliating. Charles slapped his face twice more, reducing the boy to tears. Grabbing him by the collar, he warned, "If I see you bully anyone again, I shall use your skull as a bowl." With that, he hurled Joffrey into the mud. The boy's face was smeared with dirt, and he swallowed some as he cried out. Stumbling to his feet, he fled, shouting, "You'll pay for this." Charles then turned to the girl, releasing her from her bonds. "Are you all right?" Once the ropes were severed, she collapsed to the ground, disregarding the dirt, and urgently implored Charles, "Sir, you must leave. You struck Prince Joffrey. They will kill you. You cannot escape. If you run, the Knights of the Realm will pursue you, and your guilt will be sealed the moment you flee." A voice emerged from the shadows. "Tyrion Lannister?" Shar gazed at the diminutive figure. Besides a dwarf, there was also a bastard. Tyrion stepped forward with a touch of self-deprecation, followed closely by Jon Snow. "Did you all witness that?" Shar inquired. "We arrived just as you charged in. Who would have imagined His Highness the Prince to be such a person?" Snow remarked. Tyrion approached the girl, commenting, "Quite a lovely appearance. It's a pity you aren't pursuing a career as a courtesan." Snow turned away, somewhat appalled by Tyrion's words. "Now tell me, how did you offend Joffrey?" Tyrion asked the girl. Upon this inquiry, tears streamed down her face as she choked out her story. During the feast, She had accidentally bumped into Joffrey while rearranging the food. Aware of her offense to a figure of such high status, she repeatedly bowed and apologized to him. Although Joffrey had initially shown displeasure, he graciously declared that he would let her off. However, just as she was returning to the kitchen with her plate, she was struck unconscious, only to awaken bound in this place, where Joffrey arrived, wielding a whip, mercilessly striking her. Snow's face contorted with rage. Joffrey was truly intolerable. Tyrion's expression shifted, for Joffrey was, after all, his nominal nephew, and he ought to defend him, according to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Assaulting a member of the royal family was a capital offense. Tyrion turned his gaze to Shar. The only way to absolve your transgression is to take the black at the wall. You can accompany the bastard there. Tyrion was taken aback that his casual jest might actually come to pass. Right there, Hound killed him for me. Joffrey returned, flanked by a tall and imposing knight. The Hound hesitated upon seeing the imp Tyrion, the king's uncle. Joffrey, equally surprised by Tyrion and Jon Snow's presence, commanded, "That man, kill that man, go." Foolish dog. With the order given, the Hound brandished his sword and charged at Shar. The man was ruthless and spoke little. Shar drew his sword to defend himself. The clash of metal ringing out as their blades met, sparks flying from the friction. Aware that the Hound's assault was aimed directly at his life, Shar could not afford to relax. He parried the blade, then swept horizontally with his sword. The Hound, quick to react, blocked the strike with his own blade, and the two exchanged blows in a cacophony of clashing steel. Yet, as the Hound's relentless onslaught continued, Shar began to show signs of faltering. Seizing an opportune moment, the Hound rammed his head into Shar, leaving him momentarily dazed. He then delivered a brutal kick to Shar's chest, sending the 1.8-meter tall man sprawling into the mud, where he clutched his chest and coughed. The Hound wasted no time and raised his sword, poised to finish Shar off. With a clang, the Hound's sword was blocked. It was Jon Snow. He had intervened. The Hound paused, bewildered. "Do you wish to oppose His Highness the Prince?" "I act solely in the name of justice," Snow replied, shaking his head. "Justice? To hell with your justice. I only believe in gold dragons." The Hound deflected Jon Snow's sword with a swift motion, then continued his assault toward Sansa. In response, Jon charged forward, tackling the Hound to the ground. At that moment, Tyrion suddenly interjected, "This is Winterfell, Hound. If you harm a member of House Stark, I fear that Joffrey will not be able to shield you." The Hound shoved Jon aside and spat on the ground, striding towards the exit, utterly indifferent to Joffrey's furious shouts behind him. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Joffrey hastened to follow the Hound, intent on seeking his mother, determined to ensure that this man who had insulted him faced retribution. Sansa reached out to Jon, saying, "Thank you, Jon." As Jon rose and dusted himself off, he replied, "No need to thank me. I believe you acted rightly. Had I been in your position, I would have done the same." The two exchanged a knowing smile. "You have already provoked the future king of the Seven Kingdoms, and yet you can still smile? It is truly remarkable," Tyrion remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 14. The traitor Cersei Lannister wore a grim expression as she caressed her son's swollen face, an unnamed fury swelling within her. "Summon the Kingsguard. We shall discover who possesses the audacity to assault the Prince of the Realm." The moment Joffrey returned to his quarters, he sought out Queen Cersei, embellishing the events with exaggerated tales. Lady Stark sat beside the Queen, absorbing their conversation, her gaze drawn to the bruises marring Joffrey's visage. She pondered who could be so reckless as to strike the king's son within Winterfell. She first searched the hall for her eldest son, Robb, only to find him indulging in drink. Once Cersei departed with Joffrey, Catelyn swiftly sought her husband, Ned Stark, drawing him aside to recount the unfolding drama. Ned furrowed his brow in concern. "Are you certain someone struck Joffrey? I can see the marks upon his face, reminiscent of Bran and Arya's scuffles, though far more severe. This cannot stand. I must speak with Robert." The couple turned their gaze towards Robert, who was then inebriated, singing loudly across the hall. Catelyn hesitated, addressing her husband. "The king is quite drunk, Ned." Just as she uttered these words, Robert collapsed onto the table, mumbling incoherently. Ned, feeling a sense of helplessness, instructed the guards to carry Robert back to his quarters and began to wind down the festivities. though his mind was already troubled by Catelyn's words. Meanwhile, Tyrion and the others did not linger idly. Tyrion elucidated the gravity of the situation to them. Shay realized the enormity of the blunder he had committed, fearing for his own safety and that of the girl he had rescued. The girl expressed her gratitude, insisting she would shoulder the blame entirely. Yet, how could a mere girl of lowly status speak out amidst the kingdom's nobility? And how could Shay shift the entire burden onto her? Determined, Shay set out to locate Alden and the others. Should the situation escalate, he would lead his brothers in a battle, resolved to take down the accursed prince, even at the cost of his own life. Jon Snow and Tyrion remained oblivious to the fact that Shay had adopted a mindset of a valiant warrior, prepared to face whatever fate awaited him. There they are. Joffrey's voice broke slightly, revealing the intensity of his outcry. The Kingsguard, flanked by numerous knights, encircled Shay and his companions, while the furious mother and son stood behind them, glaring menacingly. With a clang, Shay and Jon drew their swords, while Tyrion felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed the situation deteriorate. "Tyrion, what are you doing?" Cersei's sharp gaze fell upon her dwarf brother. "Merely enjoying a drink, taking a stroll. Why, are you not accompanying Lady Stark? What brings you here, Cersei? It is quite impolite to leave before the banquet has concluded." Tyrion took another swig from his flask, as if their exchange were nothing more than casual banter. "What are you doing here? Tyrion, how could you assist outsiders in oppressing your own nephew? You truly are an exemplary uncle. No wonder you are renowned as the infamous imp. However, remember this. Your surname is Lannister, and all that you possess is granted by the Lannisters." At the mention of the imp and the Lannisters, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Tyrion's eyes. "What are you still standing there for? Seize these traitors. Conspiring to assassinate the royal family is tantamount to treason." Upon receiving the command, the knights sprang into action. Those who could join the Kingsguard were undoubtedly the finest knights in the Seven Kingdoms, particularly the few clad in golden armor of the Kingsguard. Only Jon Snow and Ser Alliser posed any resistance, but alas, mere fists could not withstand the overwhelming numbers. Both Ser Alliser and Jon were soon knocked to the ground and bound, with Tyrion and the tormented girl suffering the same fate. As Ser Alliser was seized, Joffrey approached with a triumphant gait, effortlessly snatching a steel sword from a nearby knight. With a resounding crack, the sword struck Ser Alliser's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. This is the consequence of attacking a prince. Are you not proud of it? The ground trembled with the heavy footsteps of approaching soldiers, as a troop of black-armored warriors encircled the Kingsguard and the other knights. At the center of the black-armored contingent stood a young man, his visage bearing a striking resemblance to Ned Stark, with reddish-brown hair and a black cloak draped over his shoulders. In the night, his blue eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Queen Cersei was taken aback by the sudden upheaval, while the Kingsguard hastily formed a protective circle around her. Robb Stark, the eldest son of Ned and the future heir of Winterfell, had come at his father's behest to restore order. Upon seeing the queen surrounded by her entourage, Robb called upon the castle's soldiers. "Jon Snow." Robb noticed Jon bound like a parcel. "Are you plotting treason against Winterfell? How dare you encircle the queen?" Cersei reprimanded the people of Winterfell. Robb offered a slight bow to the queen. "I have merely come at my father's command to maintain order, your grace." "Humph. If you dare not confront me, then step aside. I wish to retire." Cersei arrogantly pushed through with Joffrey and the Kingsguard, leaving the others in stunned silence. Once Cersei had departed, Robb approached and untied Jon's bindings. "Jon, did you strike Prince Joffrey?" Jon remained silent for a moment before recounting the entire ordeal to Robb. After listening, Robb felt a surge of anger. Initially, he was frustrated by someone's reckless attack on the prince, which only served to complicate matters for Winterfell. However, Robb dismissed his prejudice and regarded Ser Alliser with newfound respect. "You are a true knight, sir. I am Robb Stark." Robb extended his hand, eager to make Ser Alliser's acquaintance. Ser Alliser glanced helplessly at his bindings. It was then that Robb realized he had yet to free him. He chuckled awkwardly and used his sword to cut the ropes. "I shall faithfully report to my father, convinced that he will support us. Regardless of the circumstances, I stand united with you all. Might you assist me in untying this rope?" Tyrion squirmed on the ground like a worm, observing that Shale wore a furrowed brow. Jon Snow approached to reassure him. Do not worry. The worst that can happen is a trip to the wall. Shale looked at Jon, contemplating whether to disclose the matter of the White Walkers. However, recalling the words uttered by the condemned man on the day of his execution, he felt that even if he confided in Jon, he might not believe him. After disbanding the army, Robb sought out Ned with a few companions. Duke Stark found the situation complicated, especially since his own son Jon Snow seemed to be entangled in it. Although it was Shale who had acted, Ned was also displeased with Joffrey's behavior. Yet he was, after all, a prince. Ned comforted the children. You should rest. It is not a grave matter. Anxiously, Shale returned to his quarters. Before parting with Robb, he inquired about Aldine's whereabouts. Robb seemed to sense something amiss and merely advised, trust my father, Shale. Due to the king's arrival, Aldine and his companions had been relocated to the town of Winterfell, and now the castle was firmly shut, rendering escape impossible. All Shale could do was recruit more people through the system. However, the system allowed recruitment from the village only once a day. Fortunately, after completing a bandit task, Shale leveled up, unlocking a new village. This time, the civilization was not the Empire, but rather Shale's homeland of Battania. In the Battanian village, Shale could recruit Battanian volunteers, a group of burly men wielding hammers. Battania was renowned for its forests, and due to his affinity for this civilization, Shale felt a natural connection to the woods. This mountainous realm was predominantly hilly, and the houses in the villages were primarily wooden. In the Battanian village, Shale recruited 4 hammer-wielding men, followed by 4 men with pitchforks from the imperial village. Along with his 8 brethren from reality, Shale's forces now numbered 16, just 4 short of full capacity. He planned to recruit the remaining members by morning. Should circumstances turn dire, he would summon them all to reality, perhaps grasping a slender chance of survival. Upon returning to reality, Shale tossed and turned until midnight before finally succumbing to sleep. Likewise, Duke Ned found himself sleepless. Acutely aware that the matter hinged entirely on King Robert's disposition, yet he could not decipher the thoughts of his longtime friend who had held power for many years. On the following day, before Shale could rise, he was abruptly pulled into the hall. Having slept in his clothes, he found no fault in his attire, save for his disheveled hair. King Robert had already taken his place at the head of the hall, flanked by the Queen and Duke Ned, while the chamber was crowded with knights and Stark family members. Shale was unceremoniously tossed to the ground by 2 Kingsguard. Jon Snow and Tyrion had long been brought in, their involvement in this matter being minimal, yet they too found themselves ensnared. Did you strike my son? Robert inquired, his voice firm yet devoid of rage. Shale rubbed his shoulder and stood tall, responding, Indeed, I did. State your reasoning. Charles narrates the unfolding events with a straightforward candor, devoid of any artistic embellishment. Is that so? Yet, what Joffrey articulated contrasts sharply with your account. How do you reconcile this discrepancy? It is said that there is another girl. We ought to hear her perspective. Before long, a girl clad in a maid's uniform was brought forth, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Robert inquired of the girl, Please recount what transpired yesterday. The girl, in a state of panic, replied, Your Majesty, it was yesterday that I injured my leg near the tower, and it was the kind Prince Joffrey who discovered me. However, before His Highness could summon assistance, this man rushed out and struck the prince down. What? Jon Snow's mind buzzed with disbelief as he turned to the girl, whom he recognized. Her home was in the town, and she had been temporarily recruited to the castle due to the king's visit. Chapter 15. Under revision, leaning back. Indeed, splendidly done, Charles. You must remember that the knight's most vital weapon is not the sword or lance in hand, but rather your steed. Once more, lean back. This will prove to be the most practical technique on the battlefield. Pull up the reins, commanding it to raise its forelegs. This is a tactic employed by cavalry. The horse's limbs are exceptionally robust, and if utilized skillfully on the battlefield, it transforms into a formidable weapon. No shield can withstand the force of a warhorse's kick. The equestrian training concluded perfectly, and Rodcliffe frequently marveled at Charles's progress. Each of his knightly skills seemed to advance at a remarkable pace, from swordplay to lance work, and then to horsemanship and archery. Most astonishingly, even skills such as singing and poetry earned him the admiration of the high scholars and nuns. The jousting tournament concluded successfully yesterday, and scene indeed shone brightly. However, the champion was a young knight from King's Landing. Charles felt that the tournament lacked the excitement found in modern boxing and MMA. The king had already spent considerable time in Winterfell and was preparing to return to King's Landing with his troops, accompanied by Ned and the two daughters of House Stark, Sansa and Arya. The king's alliance with House Stark was solidified, as Sansa and Prince Joffrey were betrothed through the words of their fathers, which was why Ned would be escorting her south. Robb harbored no fondness for Joffrey and did not wish for his sister to marry him. But such matters were beyond his control. Now, as Ned was set to journey south to serve as Hand of the King, effectively the Prime Minister of the Council, Robb would take charge of Winterfell in his absence. These matters were of little consequence to Charles. He simply wished to complete his nightly studies swiftly and depart. With the day's lessons concluded, free time ensued. Jon typically remained in the training grounds to continue his practice, while Robb had begun to assume the responsibilities of governance in Winterfell. With nothing pressing for Charles and Scene to attend to, Scene, having gained a small fortune from participating in the tournament, had mysteriously vanished after training. Charles was not idle, though others might perceive him as merely retreating to his chamber for slumber after each training session. As Charles's greatest assurance, he had yet to fully comprehend many functions of the system. Nonetheless, this did not prevent him from earning dinars. Chai Khan, the first grand city he had accessed, offered a plethora of enticing goods, from food to weaponry, from armor to silks, though at a steep price. Moreover, Charles discovered that some commodities within Chai could fetch a handsome price in the villages of other kingdoms, presenting yet another avenue for profit. Given that Charles could teleport instantly to various kingdoms, he capitalized on the price differences and earned a modest sum of 500 dinars. Alongside trading goods, Charles could also undertake tasks from the villages. He had come to understand the task mechanism, which was entirely random and relied purely on luck. For instance, the first task assigned to Shar can only be triggered when a bandit stronghold emerges around the village. Furthermore, based on Shar's recent endeavors, the mission to obliterate the bandit base is decidedly arduous. This time, Shar has accepted a quest to locate a missing daughter from the village of Dalmenge in Battania, where the village chief's daughter seems to have gone astray. He implores Shar to assist in the search. Shar has undertaken this task before in Dalmenge, suggesting that the chief's daughter, Mengus, is not easily managed. Following the directional cues, Shar can traverse to several other villages in pursuit of Mengus. Yet he is unable to converse with the village chief there. The rebellious daughter has eloped with a man, and upon finding her, Shar must devise a means to persuade her. Naturally, engaging her in dialogue will present options, and only by selecting the correct one will she agree to accompany him. Should he choose incorrectly, a duel with her lover will ensue. Victory in this contest is essential for her to return with him. Previously, he had failed to persuade her, and given her disposition, he anticipated another confrontation. However, this time, the persuasion unfolded remarkably smoothly. Upon escorting her back to Dalmenge, Shar received a reward of 600 dinars from the village chief. Upon returning to Winterfell, Shar found himself engulfed in ennui. Within the system, his status would remain unchanged, which explained his reluctance to train skills in Valandia, as any training there would yield no results. Only experience gained through combat could enhance his abilities. Thus, to level up within the system, he needed to venture into the wilderness to battle monsters. Yet these wild creatures were elusive. Should Shar's party outnumber them, they would flee in an instant, quick as monkeys. If Shar were to pursue them alone, they would swiftly retaliate, turning the tide of battle in an instant. Knock. Knock, knock. Shar, Shar. It was Robb, yet again. Opening the door, he found Robb holding yet another map. Since the tactical lesson a few days prior, where Shar had enlightened Robb with some advanced theories, Robb had taken to visiting daily with maps in hand, under the pretense of engaging in a tactical game. The warfare in this world was fascinating, evoking a sense reminiscent of the spring and autumn period. Through the influence of his roommate, Shar had garnered a fair understanding of that era. Although the conflicts of the spring and autumn period were often devoid of righteous cause, and the machinations of politicians could be quite astonishing, The wars themselves were conducted with a sense of chivalry, characterized by direct confrontations between armies. Before battle, envoys would be dispatched for cordial greetings, devoid of any derogatory intent. As a nation with a millennia-long tactical legacy, the simplistic strategies that even a civilian like Shar could grasp were tantamount to a significant tactical advantage over the continent of Westeros. Just yesterday, Shar had shared some ancient principles from his homeland, startling both Robb and Ser Roderick. Although Robb had never commanded a battle, his tactical acumen was remarkable, and Shar's insights left him thoroughly impressed. Ser Roderick, having experienced numerous battles and commanded many, found the theories of Shar to be not only feasible but also remarkably useful. He harbored no intentions of concealing anything from Robb, as the specter of war felt distant, and Shar himself was merely an amateur in military affairs. If one were to discuss tactics, figures such as Bai Chi or Han Xin from the Grey Hua Nation could potentially lay waste to Westeros with ease. Shar and Robb demonstrated a siege on the map. Although Shar possessed little concept of siege warfare, historical accounts sufficed. The notions of surrender, spreading rumors, assassination, flooding, and fire assaults nauseated Robb. However, at times, warfare necessitates sheer, unadulterated strength. In the face of absolute power, all cunning stratagems become meaningless. Shar presented the principles of the art of war, advocating for encirclement thrice over and attacking fivefold. Robb, displeased by the mention of various underhanded tactics, found himself powerless until Shar introduced his theories of offense and defense, which he cherished dearly. Satisfied, he departed to delve deeper into these strategies. After engaging in conversation for an extended period, night had fallen, signaling the time for rest, as training in swordsmanship awaited the morrow. As Shar removed his leather armor and prepared for slumber, he was abruptly interrupted by a mysterious voice calling, "Come here, child." Startled, he leapt from his bed. "Who is there? Who speaks?" The voice continued, come here, child." Grasping his sword, Shar ventured toward the source of the sound, traversing the castle's corridor and stepping into the heart of Winterfell, the sacred grove. Gazing at the towering weirwood, he wondered, "Is it you who calls me?" Suddenly, a figure materialized beside him, causing him to jump in fright. Upon recognition, he realized it was Bran, the fourth Star Child. "Bran, what are you doing here?" he asked, noticing him place a hand upon the weirwood, his eyes turning white. This sight unnerved Shar. He feared the child might be afflicted by some hidden malady. "Place your hand upon it, child." The voice emanated from the weirwood itself. Shar regarded Bran, hesitating to follow suit. Chapter 16. In revision, as Shar placed his hand upon the sacred tree, in the blink of an eye, the world spun and twisted, as if the very fabric of space were tearing apart, and he transformed into a beam of light traversing through. An affable elder appeared before Shar, standing upon a towering peak, surrounded by gently falling snowflakes. The snow-capped summit bore no chill, and the elder was clad only in a thin garment of linen. "Who are you? Where's this place?" "People call me the Three-Eyed Crow, and this is my dreamscape." "A dreamscape? Is there more to this realm than dragons and wights?" "The means by which one is drawn into a dream is truly formidable. I sense a power within you. I endeavored to probe it, yet found naught but a vague impression of a continent's outline behind you, a land surpassing Westeros. So, child, who are you?" "I am Sharvain." The elder shook his head. "I cannot perceive your past, nor can I feel your future. It eludes my calculations." "You can see the future?" "Not in the conventional sense, but I can sense it. I shall guide it towards the most favorable path. However, your arrival has disrupted this timeline, introducing many variables I cannot perceive." "Is that so? What do you intend to do?" The elder smiled. "Let's engage in a game." "What sort of game?" "A divine game, in which you shall represent the power that lies behind you." "A divine game?" The elder's form began to fade. "It is time to bid farewell, child. Beneath your bed lies a gift I have bestowed upon you. I hope we do not find ourselves at odds." Startled, Shar awoke, still standing before the sacred tree, while Bran had long since vanished. The words of the self-proclaimed Three-Eyed Crow left Shar in confusion. What do you mean by a divine game? Could there truly be gods in this world? Perhaps there is, after all. Dragons and wights exist, so why not a deity? Upon returning to his chamber, Shar resolved to investigate the elder's gift and ascertain whether he had merely been dreaming. Crawling beneath his bed, he indeed discovered a box within. Could this be mere coincidence? Opening it, he was astounded to find 5 enormous eggs inside. What manner of eggs are these? They appear far larger than ostrich eggs. What does he mean by gifting me these? Is it for my nourishment? Now, Shar hesitated over whether to disclose the existence of these eggs to Robb and the others. Perhaps they ought to know what they were. Yet, upon reflection, he decided against it, opting to keep them to himself for the time being, as the three-eyed crow's assertions felt too ethereal to be accepted. The purpose of this journey had been fulfilled. Robert must prepare to return to King's Landing. At this moment, Ned found himself reluctant to depart, for his younger son Bran had fallen from the castle walls yesterday and remained unconscious. While he could tolerate a child's mischievousness, he had failed to adequately restrain Bran's climbing antics, merely reminding him to exercise caution from time to time. Now, however, the consequences had turned dire, filling Ned with profound guilt for not fulfilling his paternal responsibilities. Yet, it was inconceivable for the king to delay his return for such an unfortunate incident, as the realm relied upon his governance. As he accompanied Robb to bid farewell to the king and others, Ned incessantly offered counsel to Robb until the grand procession gradually vanished into the wilderness beyond Winterfell. Among those bidding farewell was Jon, who would accompany his uncle Benjen Stark to the wall. Benjen had returned specifically to assist Ned in welcoming the king, fearing that Ned would struggle to manage alone. After saying farewell to the group, Robb felt a tinge of melancholy. He took a moment to glance at the still unconscious Bran before retreating to his study to attend to various matters concerning the North. However, before he could reach his study, Robb encountered the leisurely Shay, who had been quite idle lately. Having completed his studies satisfactorily, Ser Roderick Castle had eased the training regimen for Shay, allowing him to roam the castle and engage in peculiar games with Arya, the spirited young girl. Due to her frequent visits to watch Shay train, Arya had developed a close friendship with him. After Shay carved a few small figures and taught her to play Monopoly, she became quite fond of his company, often seeking him out. This resulted in Lady Catelyn expressing mild annoyance toward Shay. However, with Arya now accompanying the king's retinue southward and Lady Catelyn consumed by grief over Bran's condition, Shay once again faded into the background. "Shay, where are you headed?" Robb inquired, his expression somewhat stern. Shay, puzzled, wondered if he had inadvertently offended Robb. "Robb, how is Bran faring?" Upon hearing Bran's name, Robb sighed and shook his head. He still hasn't awakened. Contemplating Bran's appearance in the Godswood the previous night, Robb wondered if it was somehow connected to the three-eyed raven. "Robb, does Bran sleepwalk?" "Sleepwalk? No, he doesn't tea. If he did, the maid would have informed us." Patting Shay on the leather armor, Robb remarked, "I've heard you've been training well lately. How about a duel?" Shay, still confident in his abilities against Robb, thought it unlikely he could lose, especially since he could not best Jon. Upon seeing Shay's agreement, Robb's face broke into a mischievous grin. "If we can finish dealing with this batch of letters from the north by evening, we should be able to engage in a splendid duel." Shay looked taken aback. As he stood astonished, Robb grasped his shoulder and began to pull him toward the study. Shay was astonished that Robb would involve him in matters concerning the north, wondering if such trust was warranted, given that they had known each other for barely 2 months. Subsequently, Charles came to realize just how tedious this group of northern nobles truly was. The so-called political matters were trivial, revolving around insignificant squabbles, such as a duel between 2 knights over a certain lady. One knight captured the other, and the imprisoned knight's family was requested to pay a ransom for his release. As the ransom negotiations faltered, they sought assistance from Winterfell. There were also various grievances about lost sheep or the capture of petty thieves. After perusing these letters, Charles found himself utterly speechless. No wonder Robb had been in a foul mood lately. Immersed in such matters daily was bound to wear on one's temperament. The duel had slipped their minds entirely, and after 3 days of reading, they finally finished the month's correspondence. Once they devised responses to each issue, they felt liberated. But what of Theon? Among their training quartet, Jon had ventured north, yet Theon had seemingly vanished. Just then, as if summoned by the mention of his name, a weary-looking Theon returned from outside, greeted the two briefly, and retreated to his chamber. The two exchanged perplexed glances, wondering what he had been up to appear so drained. They decided to share a drink at the tavern before parting ways. Charles was preparing to enter Calradia to undertake his mission, as several villages had recently opened up, leading to an increase in tasks. After completing numerous assignments, Charles had finally ascended to the rank of a level 2 commander, expanding his recruitment capacity to 50 soldiers. He filled his ranks, and he had only recently discovered that the goodwill of the villages could be enhanced by completing tasks assigned by the village leader. The maximum goodwill was 100, and the different levels indicated the types of soldiers he could recruit in that village. A goodwill of 1 to 20 allowed for the recruitment of level 1 and 2 soldiers, 20 to 40 for level 2 and 3, and so forth, with level 6 soldiers only appearing when goodwill reached 100, in addition to recruiting soldiers of varying ranks. Charles could also train them through combat. By engaging in battles, soldiers would accumulate experience and could be upgraded. However, if soldiers were taken into the real world, they could not be upgraded in the same manner as within the system. Their progress would then depend solely on their own growth. Although Aldine was classified as a level 2 soldier, he had experienced numerous life and death situations alongside Charles and had trained within Winterfell for a time, making it impossible to gauge him solely by system data. His growth had surpassed the level 2 category. After nearly a month of battling and leveling up, Charles had cultivated a formidable force within the system. With 10 soldiers accompanying Aldine southward to Dorne, only 37 remained. These were all trained by Charles to become level 3 soldiers or higher, exclusively cavalry, composed of riders and lancer units from the Kurdic Khanate. Cavalry had always been the trump card on the battlefield. A skilled cavalry unit could wield decisive influence in combat. Although Charles recognized the prowess of cavalry, his decision to train his subordinates as cavalry stemmed from the sheer swiftness of the wild beasts in Vlandia, which he could not hope to catch. Chapter 17. In revision, Sir Charles, Lord Stark requests your presence at the city gates. At that moment, drenched in sweat and striking the wooden post, Charles wore a look of exasperation. Hadn't all matters concerning the North been resolved? Sir, it would be prudent for you to don your armor. Today marks Lord Stark's inspection of the territory. Charles furrowed his brow. What concern was the inspection of the lands to him? He was not a knight sworn to House Stark. This damned fellow, why was he dragging him into everything? Were it not for their shared conversations about women during their drinking outings, Charles might question the man's inclinations. Clad in chainmail and leading his steed towards the city gates, several knights of House Stark awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Charles, they greeted him warmly, for he was likely to be the next steward of Winterfell, and it was wise to cultivate a favorable rapport with him. Noticing the weary-eyed Theon accompanying Robb, Charles found himself curious about Theon's recent endeavors. He felt he could easily best him in a contest of strength. Today, they would venture to the estates beyond the city. Perhaps they would return with some game. Charles, let us see whose archery skills prevail. You must acknowledge that your marksmanship has never surpassed mine, Theon interjected. Respect your lord, Sir Charles, Theon added with a smirk. Charles playfully patted Theon's chest. Old friend, in that condition, can you even ride? Robb chimed in jest. Theon has recently garnered quite the favor from the ladies at the brothel. As all were assembled, Robb waved his hand, commanding, let us depart. They would first visit the village closest to Winterfell. It seemed the villagers were aware of their lord's arrival, as they stood along the road in anticipation of Robb. Welcomed by the village elder, they entered a spacious, stone-bricked house. One wall featured a wooden cabinet adorned with pottery, serving as a display of the family's affluence. The elder's wife was a comely young matron, seemingly in her youth, in stark contrast to the elder, who was nearing his 60s, a true case of a pear blossom overshadowing a crabapple. The elder poured wine for Robb and Charles and began recounting the village's affairs. In a short while, he had succinctly detailed the village's situation. Robb then rose, intending to depart for the next village. Charles, bewildered, asked, "Is that all?" Robb, equally perplexed, replied, "It is not over. We must visit the next village." Charles surveyed the dilapidated houses around him and compared them to the elder's sturdy home. "Are we not to visit the other farmers' residences?" Theon scoffed derisively. "What merit is there in visiting the farmers? They are but a collection of peasants, lacking even a place to sit." As Charles gazed at the surrounding homes, Memories of his own humble abode on Bear Island resurfaced. Once, he too had been among those deemed commoners. Observing the contemplative Charles, Robb resolved to take him on an enlightening journey. Previously, he had accompanied his father to the humble abodes of ordinary farmers, where the spaces were cramped and the odors overwhelming. He addressed the village chief, who had been trailing them. Let us proceed to visit the most impoverished household in the village. Under the chief's guidance, they arrived at the dwelling of an elderly farmer. Upon opening the door, a foul stench assailed their senses. Not merely the odor of excrement, but the putrid scent of decay. Indeed, a decomposing corpse lay sprawled upon the bed. The group was left in shock. Charles was particularly shaken, gazing upon the meager hearth and the straw-strewn bed, which cradled the decayed remains. Was this truly the plight of the common folk in this era? Robb then led the party on a tour of several other villages, concluding their expedition for the day. On the return journey, they naturally engaged in a contest of archery, for there existed no animal protection laws here. Archery had always been one of Charles' strengths, and upon his recent arrival, he had diligently invested in archery and medical skills, driven by a fear of mortality. While he harbored deep compassion for the suffering of the peasants of Westeros, he felt powerless to assist others in their plight. Turning away from their anguish was a most uncomfortable sensation. Consequently, Charles transformed his internal turmoil into anger, channeling it into his archery. With a bow of stone, Charles effortlessly drew back the string. As the arrow sliced through the air, a mournful cry echoed. He continued, this time releasing 2 arrows in rapid succession. Another 2 cries followed. Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The knights of House Stark had never witnessed such skillful marksmanship. A knight volunteered to retrieve the quarry, presenting 2 wild chickens and a white bird, a dove. Charles had assumed this world lacked doves, but evidently they existed. Upon seeing the knight's 3 trophies, the crowd erupted in cheers, calling out Charles' name. His stunning display of prowess, achieving 3 kills in quick succession, elicited applause from Robb. However, Robb was not to be outdone. He mounted his horse and dashed into the woods. As Robb set off, the knights surged forth, with only 2 of his personal guards following him. Having shot the wild chickens, Charles lost interest. His inner gloom significantly alleviated. He decided to wait for their return. Before long, Robb returned first, his guards hauling a wild deer, indicating a fruitful hunt. Spotting Charles, he broke into a grin and patted the deer behind him. In response, Charles offered a wry smile. Since the others had not yet returned, they naturally had to wait a while. Your knightly training is nearing its conclusion, is it not? Charles nodded. Sir Roderick told me yesterday that I have met all the standards and may now graduate. Is that so? Where do you intend to go next? Back to Bear Island? No, I plan to journey south. Robb fell silent, evidently regretting that his goodwill could not persuade Charles to stay, and he pondered. Will you return to the north? Robb chuckled. Do not forget, you are a knight from Winterfell. This place can become your home. By the way, I've been meaning to ask Shale, where do you hail from? Shale appeared somewhat conflicted, pondering how to respond. At that moment, other knights began to return, prompting the 2 to abandon the conversation in favor of tallying their spoils. Ultimately, it was Robb who accrued the most, as it seemed that everyone had either caught a wild hen or a hare, with only Theon having secured a greater bounty. Due to their hunting endeavors, twilight had begun to settle, and the sun was gradually descending. The distance to Winterfell remained considerable, necessitating a quicker pace. The return journey traversed through a thicket, where the underbrush was dense and the trees towered above, providing ample concealment for anyone who might be hidden among them. Robb, do you not find the terrain around us quite suitable for an ambush? Robb had never been one to endorse Shale's underhanded tactics, such as seduction or sowing discord, and he scoffed at the notion. Now, hearing Shale speak of ambushes, he felt a chuckle rising within him. It was ludicrous to think such terrain could serve that purpose. While he might concede to Shale on a map, he had traversed this pathway countless times and knew every inch of it intimately. There was hardly room for concealment in this forest. Shale, as a knight, you ought to aspire to defeat your foes honorably, rather than constantly scheming. Before he could finish, a glimmer of light flickered through the trees. and Rob's heart sank. It was the reflection of an arrowhead. Sure enough, an arrow flew forth, striking Shale squarely in the chest, causing him to tumble from his horse. Enemy attack. Protect Lord Stark. The knights instantly formed a protective circle around Robb, astonished that anyone would dare assault a member of House Stark on their own territory. Robb shouted, "I am Robb Stark of Winterfell. Who dares to attack the forces of House Stark?" A mocking voice emerged from the shadows. "Stark, it appears you are quite the catch. Yet you have managed to spot us. It seems we must eliminate you all. Brothers, charge." The previously tranquil woods erupted with a surge of assailants, encircling them entirely. Robb drew his sword, incredulous that even the Stark name had failed to intimidate these foes. They had to break free. Casting a remorseful glance at the fallen Shale, he resolved to lead his men. "Stark's warriors, the enemy outnumbers us. We cannot be trapped. Follow my command. Break through." Chapter 18. Under Revision Magna. The food regained consciousness. Sid was taken aback, surprised that Shar could awaken after such a long period of unconsciousness. Nevertheless, it was better this way. He relished witnessing the expression of terror on the Southerner's face. Initially, Sid believed he had struck down the leader of that group of Southerners, but it turned out he had misfired, resulting in the sacrifice of several brothers. However, they had also acquired ample provisions, thanks to the corpses of these Southerners and the Sarens, which enabled them to journey back to the north. Who would have thought that noble from the south would be so resilient? Let us go and take a look. Upon awakening, Shar found himself bound to a post, with his chest wound already scabbed over, suggesting that the arrow had been roughly extracted. His mouth felt dry, as if he had consumed dirt. Yet there lingered a hint of the winter-blooming flower's fragrance. A cold breeze swept through, causing Shar to shiver. His leather armor had been stripped away, leaving him bare-chested. The individuals before him bore faces marred by scars, their towering figures clad in leather reinforced with bronze plates, wielding bronze axes and spears, an attire Shar had never encountered before. With cracked lips parched from days without water, he weakly inquired, "Who are you?" "You may call me Magna, a Southerner." The name Magna denotes master in the ancient tongue, indicating that this individual was indeed the leader of the group. "Why did you attack us?" Magna and Sid erupted into laughter, Sid addressing his henchmen. "It appears these Southerners have forgotten who we are." Grasping Shar's chin, Sid spoke with a tone of disdain. "Little Southerner, I shall ensure you remember the terror of the Sarens." Turning to his subordinates, he commanded, "Strip him bare. I intend to roast him. Today, we shall feast on this Southerner." The Sarens nearby erupted into uproar. "Leave the lower part for me. I want his head." Watching the group bicker over how to divide him, a faint smile crept upon Shar's lips. "You wish to remind me of fear? Let us see." As if a fog rolled in, the sound of hooves thundered beside Shar. A resounding battle cry echoed, "For the Khan, charge!" A piercing horn resonated across the Sarens' encampment. "Kill!" A contingent of cavalry, mounted on war horses, clad in armor, and wearing spiked helmets, wielding long swords and lances, surged into the midst of the Sarens. They were struck dumb with terror, unable to react as the cavalry descended upon them. Yet, the Sarens were not feeble. Rather than fleeing, they seized their weapons and engaged the cavalry. One cavalryman swiftly severed the ropes binding the ensnared Shar. "Khan, mount swiftly. We shall cover your retreat." No matter how formidable the cavalry, they would appear powerless when confronted by an entire tribe of Sarens, a truth well recognized by Shar. His decision to summon them stemmed from a desire to survive. However, he could not bear to witness their demise on his behalf. "Let us retreat while we fight. Mounted, they cannot keep pace with us." Shar accessed the system, enduring the pain of purchasing the battle armor from Cheekan, followed by acquiring a steed suited for the plains and a long blade. As he mounted the horse, a sense of resolve enveloped the cavalry. Shar brandished his long knife and shouted, "Brothers, let us break through to the north." The cavalrymen swiftly rallied around Shar and charged northward. At that moment, the Sarens realized what was unfolding. A large contingent rushed home to arm themselves, hurrying towards Shar and his men. The tribespeople living beyond the Great Wall were all capable fighters. Nevertheless, Shar's cavalry proved slightly swifter, swiftly breaking free from the Saren encampment, albeit with the loss of several comrades. Magnus Didi seemed to feel a deep affront, pursuing Shar with intensity. Observing the charging Didi, a fierce glint flashed in Shar's eyes as he retrieved the short bow acquired from the bandits. He drew the string and aimed at Didi. The arrow flew swiftly, only to be deflected by Didi's axe. Enraged by Shar's audacity to launch another shot, Didi roared and quickened his pace. Seeing one arrow thwarted, Shar knocked another. This time, Didi, undeterred, swatted it aside, yet he was unprepared for the second arrow that followed. One had been deflected, while the other found its mark, piercing his throat. As the chieftain of the tribe fell, the remaining Sarens halted, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld Shar. Upon reaching a snowy expanse, Shar confirmed he had distanced himself from the Sarens and dared to stop. "Khan, where shall we proceed next?" He glanced at the knight clad in bronze chainmail, recognizing him as the sole Kazette cavalryman upgraded to level 5. "What is your name?" "Eim Tahun Van." "Excellent. You shall be the captain of the cavalry henceforth." Tahan promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude. From Didi's words, Shar gathered that he had ventured beyond the Great Wall to the far northern reaches of the kingdom. Shar felt an urgent desire to head south, yet he found himself inadvertently moving further north, fearing that one day he might awaken in the lair of the Ice Fiends. He knew he must journey south, but the looming presence of the Saren tribe compelled him to take a wide detour. Outside the Great Wall, snow fell heavily, and the night was particularly frigid. No wonder the Sarens were bundled in cotton coats before donning their armor. As they gathered around the fire for the night, Shar inquired about their memories prior to being summoned, only to receive solemn shakes of the head. They possessed no recollection of their past lives, their memories seemingly commencing from the moment Shar had called upon them. Upon reaching the third tier of military units, they found that their affinity toward Shar was nearly uniformly at 80, a testament to their initial rapport, signifying their unwavering loyalty and the assurance that they would never betray or flee. The night sky was particularly enchanting, revealing a tapestry of stars after the snowfall had ceased. However, Shar was utterly oblivious to the direction of the Great Wall, and the further he walked, the more lost he became. After several days of travel, it dawned on him that he seemed to have strayed from his intended path. What direction was this? And surely it could not be the north in such frigid temperatures. In a state of urgency, Shar halted his warhorse. Observing Shar's sudden stop, the Kazette cavalry also reined in their steeds. "Khan, is there an issue?" "Inquiretaho." Shar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It appears we have lost our way." The revelation left the group momentarily speechless. Tahu, blushing with chagrin, exclaimed, "Khan, why didn't you say so sooner? Our horses are adept at discerning direction." Tahu reined in his horse to ascertain their trajectory, confirming that they had indeed been heading north. They would have to retrace their steps, and the thought of having wasted so many days only to return was disheartening for Shar. Just then, an overwhelming tempest materialized before them. Not an exaggeration, but a genuine cataclysm. A chilling gust swept across the land, shrouding the air in dust and mist, as if a colossal beast were descending upon them. The cavalry trembled with cold, while the horses became agitated. Tahu struggled to maintain control, realizing that something within the storm was frightening the steeds, despite their rigorous training. "Khan, there is something in the storm. On the steppe, horses only react this way when confronted by a pack of wolves." As the storm approached, Shar felt an unsettling tremor within his heart. "Let us retreat," he commanded. A heavy, muffled sound of hooves echoed from within the tempest. Following the source of the sound, Shar discerned a pair of blue eyes emerging from the storm, glimmering faintly amidst the swirling dust. Shar was struck with alarm, pulling the reins sharply and shouting, "Quickly! Back we go, back we go!" The horses, spooked by the figure within the storm, bolted, throwing off their riders in a frenzy. Several Kazette cavalrymen were unseated, and Shar, seizing one of them, fled in the opposite direction of the storm. They ran for an entire day and night. Even the robust steppe horses could not endure such exertion, compelling Shar to halt for a much-needed respite, hoping they had distanced themselves from the lurking monstrosities. This time, 6 more brothers had been left behind, resulting in Shar's forces being reduced to half their original strength. Chapter 19. Under revision, perched atop his steed, Charles felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head, as if struck by a blunt force. Suddenly, he tumbled from his horse. The cavalry of Khan Kuzet gasped in unison. The arrow wound in his chest, coupled with days of arduous travel, had ignited a fierce fever within him. In a flurry, Taran dismounted and rushed to assist Charles. Does anyone here possess medical knowledge? The cavalrymen exchanged glances, each reflecting the seasoned experience of prairie warriors, yet finding themselves devoid of any understanding of medicine. In a state of disorientation, Charles murmured to Taran, "Head south toward the south." Upon hearing Charles's command, Taran swiftly hoisted him onto his back, tearing a strip from his garment to bind him, and then mounted his horse, galloping southward. Taran was acutely aware that he was racing against death, leaving his fellow cavalrymen far behind. The towering wall of desolation, constructed of vertical ice and colossal stones, stood at an imposing height of 700 feet and stretched 300 miles long. It was difficult to fathom that this formidable structure was the work of frail humanity, having stood for a full 8 millennia since its inception. On the wall, a figure cloaked in black surveyed the vast expanse to the north. Had Charles been present, he would have recognized Jon Snow, the bastard of House Stark. Snow watched as the ranger squad gradually receded from view, his uncle Benjen, the chief ranger, among them. The rangers frequently ventured beyond the wall to explore and patrol. He had thought that by arriving at the wall, he would be able to follow his uncle and learn the ways of becoming a commendable night's watchman. However, Benjen had left him behind, imparting a vital truth. To attain something, one must strive for it oneself. Can't hold on. I can see the silhouette of the wall. Charles, still in a daze, uttered a string of nonsensical words. He felt as if he had arrived at a glacier, surrounded by towering, icy peaks. As he surveyed his surroundings, the heavy sound of hooves echoed in the distance, and he finally discerned the owner of those piercing blue eyes, whose skin shimmered like frost. Adorning his brow was a crown formed entirely of ice, seamlessly embedded into his flesh. The Night King. This was one of the few characters Charles was familiar with from the realm of Game of Thrones. In the past, he had found the Night King rather intriguing, but now, as he stood before him, Charles realized he was merely a dilettante enamored with the concept. The Night King fixed his icy gaze upon Charles, sending shivers down his spine, the oppressive glare rendering him paralyzed. Raising his icy spear, Charles braced for an attack. However, the Night King merely plunged it into the ground. With a thunderous boom, the glacier beneath them morphed, revealing a map of a continent. Charles recognized it as identical to the map of Westeros that Robb had often brought forth. The Night King nodded, then pointed with his spear toward Winterfell, subsequently directing his gaze at Charles. What could this mean? Charles found himself perplexed. A surge of power flowed from the ice spear into Shar's mind. A fragment of memory that he barely had time to process before the Night King seemed to be drawn away by something, causing his ice spear to fly from his grasp. Shar abruptly awakened, realizing this was merely a dream. Towering beside him, Tahan's face radiated joy upon seeing Shar awaken. "Khan, you have finally returned to us." Shar, glancing at his bandaged chest, inquired, "Tahan, where are we?" At that moment, a figure entered the room, and Shar was taken aback. "Jon." Upon seeing Shar awake, Jon smiled and embraced him. "Yesterday, when Tahan brought you to the wall, I was quite alarmed. How did you end up north of the wall?" Shar sighed. "It's a long story." He recounted the events to Jon, who then hurriedly departed. "Tahun, how are the others faring?" A complex expression crossed Tahan's face. "Several brothers afflicted by the cold have not survived." Shar fell silent, then opened the interface of the system's army, observing the 2750 figure, realizing that 23 comrades had perished in this endeavor. Outside of the system, there were living, breathing individuals who fought for Shar. They were his closest companions. Gathered around the campfire, Shar could sense their joy and sorrow, and their laughter echoed when women were mentioned. Rising from his bed, he turned to Tahan and said, "Let us go and see our brothers off for the last time." Though Tahan had intended to prevent Shar from rising, he merely nodded in silence and came to support him. As they exited the room, Shar realized he was within a fortress which consisted of rooms and a training ground clearly a military encampment, where soldiers were engaged in drills. Suddenly, a towering wall came into view. It was the Wall of Despair. It loomed high above. A mechanical ladder constructed from the fortress reached the pinnacle of the wall, employing a vast array of gears, allowing a single person to elevate others from the base to the summit. The cavalrymen lifted their brothers who had succumbed to the cold, stacking them upon timber, and Tahan handed Shar a torch. Shar stepped forward to ignite the pyre, flames swiftly engulfing them. They were all warriors, true champions of Kazet. Shar stood vigil until the fire extinguished, only then dismissing the gathering. He anticipated a period of recuperation, necessitating his stay at the Wall of Despair. Subsequently, he intended to meet with the commander of the Night's Watch. To remain, he would require his consent. Knocking upon the door of the commander's office, where Jeor Mormont typically dealt with correspondence from the Seven Kingdoms, he smiled upon Shar's entrance. "I know you, Sir Charvain. Your name appeared in a letter from Maegor. Thank you for saving the children of Mormont." Shar bowed respectfully. "You are too kind, Lord Mormont." J.L. Mormont, the former Earl of Bear Island, joined the Night's Watch with resolute determination to ensure his son could inherit the title in peace. He now serves as the commander of the Night's Watch. "I have already heard from Jon Snow about your predicament. It is indeed shocking that the free folk have ventured beyond the wall, a grave oversight on our part. We shall ascertain how they breached our defenses." Noticing the bandages on Charles, he continued, "Perhaps you may recuperate at the Black Castle before departing." "Thank you." Due to the festering nature of the wound, Maester Aemon had to reopen it to drain the pus. He was continually astonished by Charles's experiences. It was remarkable that anyone could escape the clutches of the Bolton man. Had it not been for the system, he would have surely been roasted and consumed, and the cavalry brothers left by the Bolton would likely have met the same fate. It was astonishing to learn that these free folk were indeed cannibals, which explained the necessity for the Night's Watch to stand vigilant against them. However, it was not the free folk that instilled greater fear in Charles, but rather the White Walkers. The oppressive presence of the Night King loomed like an immovable mountain. The fragments of memory the Night King had bestowed upon Charles echoed a man's voice. "Winter is coming." Charles recognized this as the motto of House Stark. Yet he pondered the Night King's intentions in sending him this memory. "Khan, what is that flying through the sky?" Following the direction of the inquiry, Charles indeed observed a blue streak racing across the heavens, growing larger as it approached. Alas, it was hurtling towards him. With a thunderous crash, Charles's bed was utterly demolished. Fortunate that he was not resting upon it. The fallen object stirred up a cloud of dust, and, as it settled, Charles discerned a blue ice spear. It was none other than the one wielded by the Night King. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances as Charles's freshly dressed wound, startled by the impact, burst open anew, blood gushing forth. Had the Night King pursued him all the way to the wall? Was today the fateful day he would breach its defenses? Charles felt utterly despondent. What ill fortune plagued him? He had not provoked the Night King. So why this relentless pursuit? The ice spear gleamed momentarily before beginning to melt gradually, ultimately forming a puddle of water, leaving only a few crystalline remnants. Tormund picked up one of the ice crystals and presented it to Charles. It was exquisitely clear and stunningly beautiful, chilling to the touch. The anticipated invasion of the White Walkers had not materialized. Apart from the ice spear that had descended, there was no sign of the Night King beyond the wall. Moreover, with the spear having melted, Charles found himself unable to elucidate the occurrence to others. It seemed as though the spear had been delivered solely for him. But what purpose could there be in sending ice crystals to him? Chapter 20. Under revision. Chapter 21. King's Landing after consuming the ice crystal. Namelia remained in slumber for a full 2 days before awakening. Observing her condition, which appeared to be quite satisfactory, Shar felt a sense of relief. To his astonishment, her previously emaciated form had regained vitality and even seemed to have grown in size after partaking of the ice crystal. He had not anticipated that the ice crystal would prove to be such a beneficial substance. "My lord, the merchants are inquiring when we shall return to the north after our arrival in King's Landing," remarked Dr., who now held the esteemed position of chief overseer of the merchant caravan. The traders accompanying them often sought his counsel, as the aristocratic status of Shar created a palpable barrier that deterred them from approaching him directly. Shar shook his head. "We shall not return to the north." Upon receiving this information, Dr related to the merchants. The revelation spread like wildfire, inciting a fervor among the traders. Only a few of the original merchants understood that their journey southward was a one-way trip. The rest had simply joined the caravan upon observing its potential for profit. Consequently, when they learned of Shar's decision not to return to the north, chaos erupted. Although the Seven Kingdoms appeared tranquil, brigands and outlaws lurked in abundance. While they might cower before robbers, when confronted by Dr, one of their own, they exhibited an unexpected bravado, hurling insults and even contemplating violence, as if they had been deceived, demanding refunds with fervent cries. Dr had never encountered such a scene. Moments ago, he had been treated with utmost respect, yet in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An egg was hurled, striking Dr squarely on the face, prompting him to shield his head and flee in disarray. The merchants erupted in laughter at his disheveled state, as if they had achieved a great victory. Amidst the raucous crowd, Shar approached slowly with Nomelia at his side, flanked by a regiment of well-armored cavalry. The once vibrant gathering fell silent upon his arrival. One merchant turned to his companion and inquired, "Is that the colossal wolf tamed by the Grey Wolf Knight?" "It is truly immense." The moniker Grey Wolf Knight had been bestowed upon Shar by the merchants, who, after witnessing Nomelia, had spun elaborate tales that exaggerated his exploits with wolves, the most popular narrative being that of the Grey Wolf Knight vanquishing a giant wolf. Now, confronted with the imposing figure of Nomelia, the merchants' belief in this tale intensified, their gazes towards Shar imbued with trepidation. Entirely devoid of the earlier bravado they had displayed towards Dr. Seeing Dr, adorned with remnants of the egg, Shar felt an urge to chuckle, but suppressed it, adopting a facade of cool detachment as he inquired, "What transpired here? Why such a commotion?" Before Dr could respond, someone from the crowd shouted, "My lord, why do we not return to the north?" Shar's gaze fell upon the young merchant who had spoken out, appreciating his audacity, which stood in stark contrast to the others, who now lowered their heads in fear. "Have I ever indicated a desire to return to the north?" The youth faltered, seemingly realizing that Shar had indeed never made such a proclamation. His eyes reflected confusion. But my lord, if you do not return to the north, what shall become of us?" As Charles observed them, a smile almost escaped his lips. "If you fear me not, why would you tremble before those brigands?" The crowd fell into an immediate silence, unaware of their own cowardice. They fled from any foe faster than anyone else. How could they possibly stand against robbers? Those with genuine courage would never align themselves with Charles's caravan. Since there was no pressing matter, it was best to disperse. Nomelia, in collaboration with a fierce grin, intimidated the merchants into silence. They were too frightened to move. Charles showed little concern for them, turning away as Dr followed suit. Watching Charles depart, the crowd exchanged glances, muttering a few curses before gradually dispersing. In a few days, the caravan would reach King's Landing, at which point Charles intended to disband it. He had no intention of keeping these merchants for long. Having escorted them thus far was already a considerable act of kindness, especially considering he had not exacted much in terms of commission from them. As a vast city loomed into view, the magnificent cathedral and castle were visible from afar. The castle, perched atop a high hill, was grand in scale and striking in its crimson hue. Many appeared to be visiting King's Landing for the first time, their awe palpable as they beheld the majestic fortress. The thick walls of King's Landing were patrolled by golden-clad guards, and there were 7 grand gates for entry. Guided by merchants familiar with the city, Charles and his group approached the Lion's Gate, which was less guarded than the others. 2 guards in golden robes scrutinized the passers-by. Upon seeing Charles's company, they immediately heightened their alertness. "Who are you?" Charles presented his insignia, forged in the smithy of Winterfell, signifying his noble status. Although entering through the Lion's Gate was unnecessary given his rank, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, especially with so many people in tow. It would be unwise to attract undue attention, as any trouble could implicate him. Naturally, the merchants who had accompanied him south had already dispersed outside the city. leaving only the farmers who had joined the guild and Charles's soldiers. He intended to continue southward by ship with them, hence a discreet approach was prudent. The golden-clad guards, upon recognizing Charles's insignia, dared not impede his passage, allowing him to enter King's Landing with ease. However, as he stepped through the lion's gate, a pair of eyes fixated on him. A woman, shrouded in a hood, rode forth from the city, accompanied by a knight. Sir Charles Wayne? Indeed. Lady Stark, Sir Roderick? It was unexpected to encounter Lady Catelyn Tully, mother of Robb, in King's Landing, explaining her absence from Winterfell. Yet, it seemed they were preparing to depart. Roderick appeared surprised to see Charles and inquired, "What brings you here? Were you not supposed to?" Lady Catelyn swiftly interrupted Roderick, indicating they had urgent matters to attend to and could not linger with Charles. After a hasty farewell, it was evident they were preoccupied with significant affairs, and Charles refrained from pressing for more information. Upon entering King's Landing, one first encounters the infamous Flea Bottom, a slum aptly named for its ragged beggars and impoverished denizens. The foul stench emanating from pigsties, stables, and tanneries mingles unpleasantly with the scents of wine cellars and brothels. Guiding Shar is a young man who once stood up during a merchant's uproar. He appears to be well acquainted with the city, having volunteered himself as Shar's guide upon their arrival, with a considerable amount of goods to sell. Shar quickly realizes that Flea Bottom is hardly an ideal location. Its streets are rife with muck and filth, causing him great discomfort. As the elegantly attired Shar walks by, the common folk step aside, accustomed to the occasional presence of nobility in this part of town. Unlike the villagers of the north who would rush eagerly at the sight of a knight, Shar's destination is the market on Steel Street, where he hopes to dispose of his entire stock. Steel Street, named for its numerous blacksmiths, gradually ascends into a district of increasingly lavish shops. Shar finds an inn to stay at, delegating the sale of his goods to Deer, as he does not possess a knack for commerce. The young merchant Luke also joins in, fervently assuring Shar that he can sell the goods for well above market price, albeit with a 10% commission. Shar consents and sends a few knights to supervise him, lest he abscond with the merchandise. Just as Shar begins to unwind after shedding his armor, he realizes that Nomelia is nowhere to be found. She had been with him outside the city, so how could she have disappeared so suddenly? He had intended to take her to find Arya, but now, in the vastness of King's Landing, locating her seems an insurmountable task. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resound at the door. Upon opening it, Shar is astonished to find a cleanly dressed young girl standing there. He rubs his eyes in disbelief. How did Arya manage to find him? And why is she so impeccably attired? Arya? With a mischievous smile, Arya replies, "Today, a gold-cloaked guard brought a list of knights entering the city to my father, and I spotted your name." After arriving in King's Landing, the young girl has been dreadfully bored, suffering from her sister Sansa's betrayal, leaving her quite despondent until she saw Shar's name. From behind her, Arya produces a Monopoly board. "Shar, play a game of Knight's Adventure with me." Indeed, this Monopoly has been whimsically modified by Shar into a knightly adventure narrative, explaining Arya's fascination with it. She has no desire to be a lady. Her dreams lie with knights. Reluctantly, Shar acquiesces to her request. Shar, your knight has been captured by an ogre. You must move back 5 spaces. My knight has vanquished a dragon and claimed a treasure trove. I shall purchase a sword of Ice's Lament." After several rounds of Knight's Adventure chess, Arya felt quite satisfied. "Sharl, are you coming to King's Landing for the tournament?" Sharl, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Tournament?" Arya nodded. "It is organized by the king in honor of my father. I've heard the prize is a staggering 70,000 gold dragons." 70,000? Such a sum? Sharl exclaimed, his heart stirred. He had only managed to earn a little over 2,000 gold dragons by liquidating his system goods, and the prospect of such a lucrative prize from a single tournament was astonishing. Noticing Sharl's growing intrigue, Arya beamed with delight. "Are you going to participate? If you do, the championship will surely be yours." In her eyes, Sharl was undoubtedly a formidable knight. She had heard numerous praises about him from Sir Roderick, and, as a good friend, she sincerely wished for him to triumph in the tournament, at the very least to best that so-called Knight of Flowers mentioned by Sansa, thereby avenging herself. Sharl found Arya's enthusiasm amusing. He had not been in a hurry to head to Dorne, so participating in the tournament seemed a delightful diversion. Thus, he agreed, "All right, I shall help you defeat this Knight of Flowers." Chapter 22. The tournament in progress in the Iron Street of King's Landing. A myriad of knights could be seen purchasing and forging weapons and armor. This period was undoubtedly the busiest time for Iron Street, as knights from the Seven Kingdoms flocked to King's Landing, eager to achieve fame through the tournament. These knights were not inclined to spare any expense on their equipment. Charles stood by the inn's window, observing the varied knights, tall and short, stout and slender, strutting about with pride, occasionally erupting into disputes over a piece of armor or a fine sword. Only knights from the Seven Kingdoms were permitted to participate in the tournament, which required a registration fee of 1 golden dragon. While this was a considerable sum, it paled in comparison to the ultimate prize of 70,000 golden dragons. Registration took place at the end of Iron Street, where officials dispatched by the royal court recorded each knight. After presenting his medal and a golden dragon, Charles successfully registered. Next, he sought to procure a suit of armor from the blacksmith shop. The one he had from Winterfell had been stripped away by the Boltons. While armor was available in the system, it was beyond his means. A typical task yielded about 300 to 400 dinars. Yet a complete suit of armor could cost several thousand. Although Charles had completed numerous tasks during his journey south, he had also made several purchases from the system, leaving him with a modest sum of just over 3,000 dinars. The goodwill from several villages had reached 50, allowing him to recruit Tier 3 soldiers, albeit at a steep cost of 500 dinars each. Charles needed a bit more experience to reach level 9. He estimated that completing a few more tasks would suffice. Upon returning to the inn with Talon, Arya was already waiting expectantly. Spotting Charles, Arya waved and called out, "Charles." After greeting Arya, the innkeeper's daughter volunteered to guide Charles to buy armor. Unexpectedly, armor in King's Landing was not cheap. Even a basic set required a significant number of golden dragons, and this was not even the finest quality available from the blacksmith. However, for the sake of the tournament, he reluctantly made the purchase. "I didn't realize you were quite wealthy," Arya remarked, eyeing Charles's armor with envy. Although it was merely the most ordinary armor in King's Landing, it was something she could never hope to possess. Noticing her admiration for the armor, Charles playfully donned the helmet and placed it on her head, then stroked his chin in appraisal. Quite fitting, like a true knight." Arya beamed with delight and inquired, "Really?" The tournament had been in the works for quite some time, and Charles was among the last batch of knights to register. The opening ceremony was just days away. The tournament would consist of 3 events. The first being jousting on horseback with lances. The weapons and horses would be provided by the officials, as the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms prided themselves on their elegance. A tournament characterized by bloodshed and cries of despair would be deemed quite unrefined. Moreover, specialized weapons would ensure the knight's safety, though this was not guaranteed. The arena is situated outside the city, visible upon exiting through the King's Gate, where an abundance of tents has already been erected, fluttering flags creating a vibrant spectacle. Knights hailing from various regions have been assigned to their respective positions, with Sir Charles categorized among the northern contingent. Yet he represents the band of wandering knights rather than the north itself. "Ah, Sir Charles." A knight strides forward to embrace Charles. This man is Jory Castle of House Stark, who will represent the north in the forthcoming contest. His excitement is palpable, as he mistakenly assumes that Charles is also here on behalf of House Stark. "It has been too long, Sir Jory." Observing the array of well-groomed knights upon their prancing steeds, Charles contrasts them with Jory, clad in worn, gray-blue armor and a tattered, soiled cloak, alongside his 2 northern companions, who appear equally disheveled. The term meager perfectly encapsulates the state of the northern knights. Charles has set up his own tent, which will serve as his refuge after the battles. For the tournament is to last several days. Traversing back and forth to King's Landing would be a significant drain on time. Upon seeing Charles's tent erected, Jory approaches him once more for a conversation. "My first opponent is Sir Horace of House Redwine. And yours?" "It seems I shall face a member of the King's Guard, Sir Boros Blount." The King's Guard, the King's elite guards, hold a lifetime appointment, typically consisting of 7 renowned knights from the Seven Kingdoms. tasked with safeguarding the royal bloodline and protecting the king. Moreover, joining the king's guard necessitates an oath akin to that of the Night's Watch, forsaking marriage, lands, and progeny, thus earning them the moniker White Knights, while the Night's Watch are known as Black Knights. Jory gazes at Charles with a hint of sympathy, astonished that Charles's first adversary is a member of the King's Guard. A horn sounds, heralding the arrival of the king, Robert Baratheon, whose imposing figure is surrounded by a retinue of knights, crowned with a stag's head. The knights dismount and kneel in reverence. "Your Majesty," they intone. The king, in high spirits, gestures for them to rise and delivers an impassioned speech to inspire the knights before he enters the largest tent, accompanied solely by a few members of the small council and royal kin. Among them is the king's younger brother, Renly Baratheon, who has come to participate in the tournament, while the remainder of the small council members are merely spectators. However, it is surprising that Lord Eddard Stark, the Hand of the King, is absent. The opening ceremony commences with knights donning their armor and mounting their steeds as they parade through the arena, announced by a boisterous official who introduces each knight in turn. At the forefront is, of course, Renly Baratheon, a figure well known to the crowd, greeted with thunderous cheers, indicating his popularity in King's Landing. Renly is the Duke of Storm's End, the Lord of the Stormlands, and also a member of the Small Council, serving as the kingdom's Master of Laws. Following closely behind the illustrious Heir Lannister was the highly anticipated Flower Knights, adorned in immaculate white armor embellished with a myriad of floral patterns. Their cloaks were lavishly embedded with blossoms, and the armor appeared to be a masterpiece meticulously crafted by a multitude of skilled artisans. The sight was undeniably delightful. His arrival was akin to that of a modern-day superstar, instantly inciting chaos among the crowd, filled with screams of excitement. Some noble maidens and common girls flushed crimson, nearly swooning from the overwhelming spectacle. The appearance of the King's Guard also garnered a chorus of cheers. Gradually, the procession of knights from the north approached. Ser Charles, alongside Ser Jory and others, rode forth, and from the stands he spotted Arya and Sansa, the two daughters of House Stark, affectionately dubbed by netizens as Little Arya and Silly Sansa. Arya, upon seeing Ser Charles, erupted with joy, exclaiming loudly, only to be swiftly silenced by the grasp of Septa Mordane, who covered her mouth. The northern knights appeared rather shabby, reminiscent of peasants, with only Ser Charles's armor from King's Landing being somewhat presentable. He noticed Sansa and her companion casting disdainful glances in his direction, prompting Ser Jory to shrink back in embarrassment. Behind them stood a formidable figure clad in exquisite black armor, his warhorse's heavy steps resonating with authority. The Black Knight's entrance silenced the crowd instantly. He was none other than Gregor Clegane of House Clegane, infamously known as the Mountain. His presence instilled a palpable fear among the knights, his imposing stature rendering many too intimidated to raise their swords in defiance. Ser Charles felt a significant pressure emanating from the Mountain, but after encountering the overwhelming aura of the Night King, the sensation was relatively mild in comparison. Following the Mountain was the Hound, his brother, also a member of House Clegane. Sandor Clegane, the infamous dog-headed knight who once served Prince Joffrey, stood alongside his sibling, both bearing the unmistakable physique of their lineage. Once all the knights had taken their positions, the king rose to announce the commencement of the tournament, and the first two knights prepared for the joust. The inaugural match concluded swiftly, a knight from Dorne unseated by a Westerlands knight in a single exchange. As the first match concluded, an uproar of cheers erupted from the spectators. Shortly thereafter, Ser Jory entered the arena, facing off against the gallant knight, Ser Horus. The two mounted their steeds, separated by a fence, ready to charge at the signal of the herald. As the horn sounded, they galloped forward. The distance closed rapidly, and Ser Jory raised his lance, piercing Ser Horus's breastplate before he could raise his shield. Witnessing the Northern Knight's victory, Arya cheered with unrestrained enthusiasm, and this time, Septa Mordane refrained from silencing her. The triumph alleviated the self-doubt that had plagued Ser Jory, who joyfully raised his lance in celebration. After several more matches, it was finally Ser Charles's turn to take the field. Dismounting, he and his opponent, Sir Boros Blunt, exchanged courteous bows. Removing his cumbersome helmet and resting it at his side, he let his long hair cascade down, revealing his striking features, leaving the noble maidens utterly spellbound. To one's astonishment, the seemingly unadorned knight in armor was strikingly handsome, rivaling even the illustrious Flower Knight. His flowing locks danced in the breeze, prompting the maidens to erupt in ecstatic gasps. However, Shar, oblivious to their fervor, found his own lengthy hair rather bothersome, realizing he had neglected to trim it. Upon recognizing Shar, the king nodded in acknowledgement. Donning his helmet, Shar mounted his steed and approached the front lines, calming his warhorse as he awaited the sound of the horn. With a firm grip on the reins, he commanded his horse to charge forth. The royal guards met their advance with equal fervor, their steeds galloping swiftly, and in an instant, the distance between them shrank to less than 3 meters. Their lances poised for collision. The lance was cumbersome. Shar had wielded it against bandits in Calradia, managing to fell even a child with a single thrust. Yet, he was not proficient with such lengthy weaponry, having scarcely allocated any skill points towards it. While Shar's lance was not aimed directly at Boros, the latter had already targeted Shar with precision. As they clashed, Shar raised his shield to parry the tremendous force, which left his arm tingling and his grip on the shield trembling. The second charge commenced as Shar lifted his lance and discarded his shield, opting to take a gamble. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Without his shield, Shar was exposed, rendering him more susceptible to Boros' strike. They envisioned the grim spectacle of Shar being unseated. It was implausible for Shar's armor to withstand the lance unless Boros were to miss entirely, making Shar's fall an inevitable outcome. The ladies averted their eyes, unable to bear the anticipation. As Shar's steed galloped forward, poised for another clash, he abruptly reined in the horse, causing Boros' aimed strike to go awry. Shar's mount reared, lifting him high into the air. With gravity on his side, he plunged the lance downward, its force amplified as it struck Boros' breastplate. The latter, clutching his shield, had failed to tighten the reins, and the impact sent him tumbling from his mount. Cheers and shouts surged through the air. They had not expected Shar, having relinquished his shield, to deliver such an exhilarating display of combat, much like a goal in a football match. It was the artistry of the technique that ignited a frenzy of applause, which Shar truly felt. Witnessing Shar's unexpected triumph in such a manner, Elia was overjoyed, unleashing a boisterous cheer that even made the usually composed Sansa furrow her brow in surprise. Chapter 23. The mountain, the tournament in the Vale gradually grew monotonous until Shire's match stirred an unexpected wave of excitement. The experience gained from combat elevated Shire to the 9th level, and recognizing the inadequacy of his polearm skills, he allocated 10 talent points to master the weapon. After saluting the spectators, Shire rode back to the encampment. Yet before he could venture far from the arena, screams and wails pierced the air. Puzzled, he quickened his pace. Upon entering his tent and barely settling down, a pale-faced Ser Jorah entered. "What troubles you?" Shire inquired, noting his disturbed expression. After a long silence, Ser Jorah finally spoke, his voice trembling. "Did you not witness the mountain's match?" Shire shook his head. Ser Jorah shuddered at the mere recollection. The mountain slew Ser Hugh of the Vale. Slain? With a tourney lance? Shire found it hard to believe. Such a feat was beyond him unless the opponent wore no armor. As Shire pressed for details, his frown deepened upon learning that the mountain had driven his lance straight through Ser Hugh's throat. Injusts, strikes were usually aimed at the torso or limbs, rarely the head or neck unless by grave mischance. Could have been an accident, though reluctant to assume the worst. Shire couldn't ignore the mountain's infamous cruelty. Tales of his brutality were legion. Even his own brother, the Hound, bore the scars of his malice. His face seared in a fire pit. What atrocity was beyond him? Ser Jorah clearly shared these misgivings. The mountain's participation had turned the tournament into a deadly affair, prompting many knights to withdraw. Ser Harwin of the North, unhorsed by a Kingsguard his first match, strode in, seemingly unshaken by the mountain's deed. "The next round's pairings are out. Have you heard?" Both Shire and Ser Jorah shook their heads. They had only just returned. Harwin relayed the news. Ser Jorah would face Ser Jared of House Fry, while Shire's opponent would be Ser Mandon of the Kingsguard. Another Kingsguard. It seemed fate had pitted Shire against the royal defenders once more. Ser Mandon, the stone-faced knight, was said to wear his emotions like armor, cold and unyielding, save for the occasional flicker of mockery. Relieved that his opponent wasn't the Mountain, Ser Jorah exhaled. After a brief respite, the tournament resumed. Ser Jorah's match against the Frey Knight proved far easier than anticipated. A single strike unhorsed his opponent. House Frey had sent many to the tourney, their skill levels wildly uneven. Shire, however, faced no such luck. Ser Mandon had accompanied the late hand, Jon Arryn, from the Vale to King's Landing. Renowned even in his homeland, the Vale's knights were celebrated across the 7 kingdoms for their prowess and their wealth. Helmeted, Ser Mandon's expression remained inscrutable. Shire circled his steed, steadying himself for the charge. The horns sounded, lances lowered, the 2 knights surged forward. With a resounding clash, the lances collided, shattering upon impact, marking the end of the contest. As the shattered lance was presented before the king, Robert scrutinized the remnants and deemed that Charles's lance bore less damage, promptly declaring him the victor. This outcome left Mandon visibly disgruntled. He did not attribute the defeat to a lack of skill, yet remained silent in the presence of the king, merely whispering to Charles, "Lucky lad, may fortune favor you again next time." With the lance broken, Charles had expected to receive a new weapon to continue the competition, but was taken aback by his swift victory. Observing his own lance, which remained relatively intact, he recognized that fortune had indeed smiled upon him, for his strike had landed precisely on a vulnerable point of Mandon's lance. As Charles descended from the arena, Jorah's expression was one of disbelief. The thought that Charles had triumphed over 2 elite guards was astonishing. Could he truly possess such strength? Unbeknownst to Charles, Jorah's mind was racing with calculations as he returned to his tent, his face clouded with frustration. Halwyn regarded the two with a complex gaze, realizing he had underestimated the prowess of Northern Knights, as both had successfully navigated through 2 rounds of competition. Jorah, having secured victory, felt a surge of elation. Yet the haunting shadow of the mountain lingered in his heart, instilling a sense of dread towards his next opponent. He repeatedly muttered to himself, "Not the mountain, not the mountain." The tournament operated on a knockout basis, eliminating half of the participants after each round. Following 2 rounds, only a handful of knights remained, each having earned a reputation within noble circles. In the next round, Charles's opponent was no longer an elite guard, but rather a knight from House Frey, Aemon, the sole representative from his house to reach the 3rd round. Despite the numerous participants from House Frey, most had come merely to partake without genuine commitment. Cultivating an exceptional knight demands an immense investment of resources and inherent talent. Aemon, however, was the most gifted knight of House Frey, his armor reflecting the family's esteem for him. While House Frey excelled in internal strife, they faltered in knightly training. Charles, being a graduate of the professional training in Winterfell, was no less than formidable, especially as a member of the Northern Wolf Riders. In the first round, Charles charged at Aemon's shield with tremendous force, rendering it ineffective and sending it flying, while Aemon's strike met Charles's shield without effect. Without the protection of his shield, Aemon faltered, and his subsequent attack missed entirely, resulting in Charles unseating him with a single thrust. House Frey was eliminated. Jorah's opponent was likewise a poorly equipped mercenary knight, and their skills seemed evenly matched. After 3 rounds of combat without a clear victor, the time had come for the king's intervention. Robert deemed that the mercenary knight, Loras Blunt, wielded his lance with greater steadiness and precision, thus awarding him victory. Although Jorah faced a narrow defeat, he garnered the audience's applause. This knight, clad in unadorned armor and a soiled cloak, had successfully reached the 3rd round of the tournament, earning the respect he deserved. Charles patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of solace, while Jorah displayed not only a hint of resentment in his eyes, but also an expression of relief. After all, the Mountain had triumphed in the 3rd bout, and no one would doubt his victory. He was the foremost contender for the championship in this tournament, with the odds of his defeat exceeding 10-1 in the underground betting houses. The next round would be the quarterfinals, and Charles's opponent was none other than the Flower Knight, Loras Tyrell, whom Arya had frequently expressed a desire to vanquish. as the two emerged onto the field. The atmosphere became electrifying. Upon removing their helmets to bow before the king, Loras, with his gentle and handsome visage, framed by flowing brown locks and golden eyes, offered a slight smile that enveloped all in a gentle warmth, captivating both men and women alike. In stark contrast, Charles, with his cascading black hair and deep black eyes, possessed a sculpted face reminiscent of a master artist's creation, exuding an aura of ancient elegance that commanded reverence for his nobility. Loras resembled a prince from a fairy tale, perpetually holding a rose at the corner of his mouth, in search of a dreamlike princess. Meanwhile, Charles embodied the essence of a vampire in a black tailcoat, exuding both nobility and an air of mystery. The juxtaposition of their disparate temperaments created a stunning tableau reminiscent of a masterful painting in shades of black and white, prompting Robert to urge the court painter to capture the scene. Observing the two striking figures, the ladies felt their hearts flutter, holding their breath lest they disrupt this ethereal spectacle. As they donned their helmets, they transformed into formidable black and white knights. Charles's armor was black, adorned with simple, unembellished patterns, unlike the intricately engraved armor of the Flower Knight. With the sound of the horn, they raised their lances and galloped forward. With a swift clash, their initial encounter proved steady, as their lances struck against each other as shields. Upon turning for another charge, the Flower Knight focused his aim on Charles, and neither raised their shields, resulting in their lances striking each other's chests. With a thunderous impact, Charles was sent flying, while Loras was also knocked down. Yet, in a remarkable display, he discarded his lance and shield, embracing the horse's neck. Despite being thrown into the air, he executed a 360-degree spin around the horse's neck before gracefully returning to his saddle. This astonishing maneuver left Charles in awe, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Though the Black Knight was toppled, eliciting some lamentation from the crowd, the brilliance of the Flower Knight's performance ignited a fervor among the spectators, their cheers resounding like thunder. "Flower Knight! Flower Knight! Flower Knight!" Loras offered a modest bow of gratitude and extended his hand to assist Charles. Grasping his ornate iron gauntlet, Charles accepted, rising swiftly with Loras as strength. The chorus of cheers reached a crescendo as, amidst the roaring applause, Charles guided his steed slowly off the field. 40,000 gold dragons were lost, leaving only the hope that the upcoming martial and archery contests would yield a victory. The next round would feature the Flower Knight facing off against the Mountain in the semifinals. Contemplating the brutal combat style of the Demon Mountain, Zaire felt a shiver run down his spine. The fate of his opponents was either death or severe injury. He pondered whether the Flower Knight could withstand such ferocity. Deciding against watching further, Zaire opted to return to his tent for rest, while also taking the opportunity to slay a few bandits in the system to elevate his archery skills. Just as he removed his armor, Jory returned. His tent was adjacent to Zaire's, and upon noticing Zaire inside, he chose to enter rather than return to his own space. To his surprise, it was the Hound that triumphed in the competition. The Hound? Wasn't it supposed to be the Demon Mountain and the Flower Knight? Jory shook his head. Did you not witness the Flower Knight's battle? They claimed that the Flower Knight rode a mare in heat, which affected the war horses of the Demon Mountain. Consequently, the Demon Mountain seized the guard's sword and nearly killed the Flower Knight, but it was the Hound who came to his rescue. Thus, in the finals, as a gesture of gratitude, the Flower Knight voluntarily conceded. A mare in heat? The Flower Knight's maneuver was indeed astonishing, akin to his fantastical combat techniques, employing unexpected tricks that left one astounded. Chapter 24. The finale. Swiftly, the arrows fell like merciless reapers upon the fleeing bandits, whose morale swiftly shattered beneath the relentless onslaught of Char's arrows. Those who once boasted of their prowess scattered like frightened birds, their tattered garments and simple footwear granting them a rapid escape, easily outpacing any mounted pursuers. Accompanying Char in this pursuit were the freshly trained Kusate cavalry. Congratulations! Your archery skill has reached level 60. Having attained the maximum level, Char's talent points in archery were capped at 60. Riding on horseback while shooting arrows proved to be the most effective method for honing both archery and equestrian skills. With the achievement of level 60, Shar could now wield heavier bows, rendering his current grassland hunting bow obsolete. After vanquishing this wave of bandits, Shar proceeded to the village to report his success. Engaging in dialogue with the village chief, he clicked to complete the task. Task completed. Someone needs to resolve the bandit issue for Mengus 3-3. Reward, 200 dinars. Village favorability 2. Upon returning to the camp, Shar promptly retired for the night, determined to secure the championship in the archery competition the following day. As the morning sun cast its gentle rays, the sounds of a bustling crowd outside the tent could be heard. The lack of entertainment led the villagers to retire early, and consequently, they rose with the dawn. Shar, having frequented Calradia each night, felt fatigued and consequently awoke later than the others. Stretching his limbs, he stepped outside, intending to freshen up. Jory had risen early and was already drawing his bow, acclimating to its feel. Upon seeing Shar, he greeted him. "Good morning, Shar." "Good morning," Shar replied. As the chief steward of Shar's caravan, Dis had arranged for 2 farmers to tend to Shar's needs. Though Shar harbored a slight regret at not having a maid, the 2 honest farmers were satisfactory companions. The water had been heated for him, and Shar took a towel to wash his face. The farmer named Rudy brought forth Shar's leather armor, as heavy armor was unnecessary for the archery competition. After breakfast, Shar also took some time to familiarize himself with his bow. With the competition approaching, a gathering of knights assembled at the archery range. Today, Arya did not attend the tournament, as Lord Stark had sought a swordsmanship instructor for her, revealing a surprisingly progressive side to Ned Stark. The archery contest was divided into 3 categories: shooting from 30 paces, 50 paces, and finally, 100 paces. The first round commenced, and due to the absence of requirements for knightly status, many commoners participated, resulting in moderate interest, though the prize stood at a staggering 10,000 gold dragons. For Shar, shooting from 30 paces was child's play. He effortlessly achieved a perfect score and advanced smoothly. Each contestant had 10 arrows, and a minimum of 6 hits was required to progress, leading to the elimination of numerous participants. The second round, shooting from 50 paces, presented a heightened challenge. Shar, however, showed no humility, knocking 3 arrows and releasing them in rapid succession, all hitting their marks. This display of skill elicited gasps from the crowd. Shar also advanced successfully to the final round, where only 5 skilled archers remained. In a contest of 100 paces, the target lay a daunting 70 meters away. For the nearsighted Charles of his past life, this distance rendered human figures indistinguishable, and hitting the target was already a formidable challenge. Charles remained vigilant, drawing his bow with utmost care. The 5 competitors held their breath in anticipation. The first arrow soared through the air, but 2 of them missed the target. The initial failure significantly undermined their confidence, and, as expected, the second arrow resulted in another 2 misses, with an additional competitor falling short, totaling 3 failures. Charles, alongside a young man from Dorne, had yet to falter. The second arrow's failure caused Jalabasol's hands to tremble involuntarily. Archery had always been his forte, and he struggled to comprehend how he could have missed twice in succession. Finally, the third arrow struck true, igniting a flicker of excitement within Jalaba, as he believed he had found his rhythm. Yet, this was merely an illusion. His fourth arrow also went astray. Recognizing that 3 missed arrows meant he was out of the running for victory, he noted that another competitor had similarly failed 4 times. They all understood that this was not reflective of their usual prowess, attributing their misfortunes to sheer bad luck and a lack of feeling that day. Charles, however, hit the target with all 4 of his arrows, closely followed by the young man from Dorne and Sir Balon Swan, who each managed to hit 3 out of 4. With the 5th and 6th arrows, all 5 competitors found their aim. It appeared that Jalaba's tension eased as he sensed his luck improving. By the 7th arrow, Charles noted the trajectory of his shot and feared it would miss. His apprehensions were confirmed when the 7th arrow indeed fell short, and it seemed Sir Balon had also erred, leaving only the Dorne competitor steady and on target. Now, Charles and the Dorne competitor were on equal footing, each having missed 1 arrow, while Sir Balon faltered with 2 misses. In the 8th and 9th arrows, all 3 found their mark, and it became evident that the championship would be decided between Charles and the Dorne competitor. Sir Balon, feeling regretful, acknowledged that as the most skilled archer among the king's guard, he had been outperformed by two lesser-known youths. As the final arrow approached, the Dorne competitor felt a tremendous weight of pressure, for he had never been so close to the chance of immense wealth. Hitting the target would reward him with a staggering 10,000 gold dragons, a sum beyond his wildest dreams. Although Charles had never seen such a fortune either, his journey southward had left him quite prosperous. To him, gold dragons held less significance. Unlike the Dorne youth, who had spent his entire savings on a single gold dragon entry fee, which now seemed trivial to Charles. Mindset, indeed, can profoundly influence the outcome of a competition or an examination. The Dorne competitor, overwhelmed by anxiety, unfortunately missed his last shot, while Charles's arrow struck mercilessly into the target, shattering the young man's dreams of sudden wealth. In an instant, the Dorne competitor felt dizzy, visions overlapping before his eyes, and the surrounding cheers faded in and out like echoes. He collapsed. Charles raised his bow in triumph, celebrating his victory. Sir Balon approached to shake his hand. Charles had made a name for himself. Sir Balon secured second place, having also hit his final arrow. Though when compared to the arrows of Sir Balon and the Dorne competitor on the target, Balon slightly edged ahead. In this match, Prime Minister Ned attended, and, upon witnessing Shar's victory, a smile graced his face. Upon his arrival in King's Landing, he found himself in a precarious position due to a severe lack of manpower. After receiving a reward of 10,000 golden dragons, Shar encountered Ned Stark, the Hand of the King. Familiar with Shar's background, Ned had observed his training sessions in Winterfell and regarded him as a commendable young man. "Long time no see," Shar said, bowing swiftly upon meeting Ned. "My Lord Stark," he added. Ned grasped Shar's shoulders, lifting him with a paternal gaze, as if appraising a younger relative. "You have grown quite robust, taller than Robb. Congratulations on winning the archery contest." Engaging in casual conversation, Ned then inquired, "Might you be interested in joining my guard? I am in need of capable young men like yourself." Shar felt a surge of surprise, never expecting the Prime Minister to personally seek him out. How could he refuse? King's Landing was indeed a promising place, and securing a position there would be advantageous. Yet, Shar found himself in a quandary. His initial plan had been to journey south to Dorne in search of Aldine, not out of a particular fondness for Dorne, but due to its vast, sparsely populated lands with few nobles. Although much of the territory was desert, it presented opportunities for Shar's growth, as there existed a multitude of lands ungoverned by nobles, allowing him to stake his claim. Moreover, he had heard that the Prince of Dorne was rather disengaged, granting Shar the time necessary to amass strength. Shar's intentions were not to rebel, but rather to ensure his own survival. Should the White Walkers descend or Daenerys Targaryen arrive, he needed the means to protect himself. Furthermore, the enigmatic three-eyed raven loomed in his thoughts. If he were ever drawn into that conflict, he wished not to become a pawn in their deadly game. From the raven's words, it was evident that it harbored some trepidation about his potential. The remaining 2 eggs could not linger indefinitely. He should seize an opportunity to sell them, for who knew what schemes the three-eyed raven might be orchestrating concerning them. Shar declined Ned's invitation, aware that his prospects for advancement in King's Landing were grim. Under the watchful eyes of such prominent figures, his every move would be scrutinized. The moment he entered the city, Arya had approached him, a clear indication of the attention he would attract. Ned expressed his regret upon hearing Shar's rejection. After all, it was not only Robb who recognized Shar's talents. Ned too discerned the unique insights and thoughts Shar possessed, qualities rare among ordinary men, complemented by his formidable abilities in both intellect and martial prowess. To directly refuse other influential figures could breed resentment, yet Shar felt emboldened to be forthright with Ned Stark, precisely because he was Ned. In Robb's eyes, his father Ned was a paragon of virtue, and he sought to emulate him in every endeavor. After bidding farewell to Ned, Shar returned to his tent to pack his belongings. Having heard that the king would attend the third match, Shar chose to withdraw. He had no desire to offend the king, nor to feign defeat, which could ruin the reputation he had painstakingly built. The burden of the armor was naturally borne by his 2 attendants, leaving Charles to ride majestically at the forefront. He muttered a curse under his breath. lamenting the wretched feudal society. Upon returning to the tavern in King's Landing, he found Dis waiting for him, who promptly bowed and greeted my lord. Dis then began to report on the gold dragons earned in King's Landing, revealing that the goods brought by the system and from the north were quite popular, yielding substantial profits for Charles. Have the ships been arranged? Charles inquired. Dis eagerly nodded. They are prepared, my lord. In 2 days, a merchant ship will pass through the city of Sunspear and Dorne. We can embark on that vessel to Dorne. Very well, good work. Take a few gold dragons for yourself. Once settled in Dorne, you may consider marrying rather than frequenting brothels. Charles had never been a miser. Rewarding his subordinates for their commendable efforts was only fitting. One must not underestimate the value of a few gold dragons, especially when a lavish feast could be enjoyed for merely 1 silver stag, while a single gold dragon was worth 210 silver stags. Hearing Charles's advice, Dis nodded repeatedly. Your wisdom is duly noted, my lord. Chapter 25. The invitation of the Flower Knight, as Shar toyed with an egg slightly larger than his palm. He felt a peculiar sensation, as though a life thrummed within. How much do you think this egg could fetch in gold dragons? He inquired. D, seasoned in the ways of trade, had never encountered such an egg. An egg of this size should command a considerable price. Just yesterday at the auction, 3 dragon eggs sold for over 20,000 gold dragons, and the auction house's share alone was several thousand. Dragon eggs? What do they look like? Dis recalled. One was green, another white, and a third red, resembling a large goose egg adorned with scales. Shar felt a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the 3 enormous eggs he had lost. Who purchased the eggs? He asked. A merchant from Pantos. These Pantos fellows are incredibly wealthy. They spent 20,000 gold dragons without a flicker of hesitation. 20,000 gold dragons. What have I missed? Though uncertain whether the eggs sold at auction were the same as the 3 gifted by the three-eyed crow, Shar was convinced that the 3 he had lost were undoubtedly dragon eggs. Examining the 2 eggs remaining in his possession, he pondered, do you think these could also be dragon eggs? Before Dis could respond, Takon interjected, Khan, these are likely the eggs of a raptor. Both Shar and Dis turned their gaze toward Takon, awaiting his elucidation. On the plains, we Khazet people train a bird known as the steppe eagle, and these eggs bear a striking resemblance to those of the steppe eagle. Shar felt perplexed. How do you possess knowledge of the steppe eagle? Takon scratched his head. I am unsure, but steppe eagles are typically used by patrols for vigilance. Dis listened to their conversation, lost in confusion, but refrained from probing further. Then, it seems these are not dragon eggs, Shar mused sarcastically. No wonder they were left behind. If they were not dragon eggs, they held little value. A knock resonated at the door, prompting Dis to rise and answer it. Entering was a striking young man clad in sumptuous silks, Loras Tyrell, the Flower Knight, whom Shar had encountered just days prior. Loras entered and offered a slight bow. I apologize for the intrusion, Sir Charvain. Shar gestured for the wary Takon to withdraw and addressed the Flower Knight, Sir Loras Tyrell. To what do I owe the pleasure? Loras approached, drawing a chair to sit. The competition the other day was quite exhilarating, was it not? Reflecting on the event, Shar acknowledged Loras's impressive performance. But on the battlefield, he surmised they would likely have met their demise together. Thus, he found Loras's finesse somewhat superficial. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the Flower Knight was indeed superior to him. I concur, Shar replied. Loras continued, my sister has always admired valiant knights such as yourself. Might you do us the honor of attending a soiree, hosted by House Tyrell? Little is known about Sir Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, except that he enjoys considerable renown in Westeros and hails from the esteemed Tyrell family of the Reach. Why, then, would he extend an invitation to me? After exchanging pleasantries, Loras rose to take his leave, reminding me, by the way, His Grace, Prince Renly Baratheon, will also be attending the banquet this evening. Renly Baratheon, a royal of significant stature. I, on the other hand, am merely an ordinary knight from the north. It seems rather improbable that the Knight of Flowers would personally invite someone of my standing. Once Loras had departed, I summoned Dis, whose intellect has always proven reliable, hoping he could offer some insight. Like myself, Dis had journeyed from the north and remained woefully uninformed about King's Landing and the affairs of the other 6 kingdoms. thus failing to provide me with any valuable counsel. Given that I had received a personal invitation, it was imperative that I attend and discern the true nature of their intentions. Dressed in the elegant attire selected by Dis, I found myself devoid of any discerning ladies to assist me, necessitating Dis's help in procuring suitable garments. After all, attending a banquet in leather armor would be rather inappropriate. The attire was crafted from sumptuous velvet, enveloping me in a soft and comfortable embrace, adorned with exquisite patterns. This exquisite fabric was indeed the reason for its hefty price. A corseted bodice encased in velvet, complemented by a gown embellished with golden embroidery, bestowed an air of elegance and nobility upon me. Yet, I felt somewhat out of place in such finery, accustomed as I was to the rugged attire of the north, where no nobleman would don such garments. Leather armor and wolf pelts epitomized the valor of northern men. As I donned the opulent attire, Dis's eyes sparkled with envy and pride. He believed my appearance was a testament to his discerning taste, for this ensemble suited me impeccably. Arriving at the Tyrell residence in King's Landing, I noted the family's apparent wealth. While other nobles lodged in inns during the tournament, they had opted to purchase a grand estate in close proximity to the Red Keep. An expensive choice, indeed, given the inflated property prices, excluding those of the more squalid dwellings. The guard stationed at the entrance halted my progress, prompting me to present my sigil. Once granted entry, I found myself amidst a throng of elegantly attired nobles, their attire and mannerisms revealing their elevated status. The moment I entered, I became the focal point of attention, with whispers circulating about my lineage. Loras, seated at the head of the table, promptly rose to greet me, pulling me forward and introducing me to the assembly. This is Ser Charvain, the champion of the archery contest, renowned as a marksman from the north. The crowd responded with applause, collectively welcoming me as a new guest, and I sensed that the host held me in high regard. Come, Char, allow me to introduce my sister, Marjorie, a vision in a green gown. She was none other than Marjorie Tyrell, famed for her beauty. With gentle, doe-like eyes and cascading brown curls, her sweet smile was utterly enchanting. I extended my right hand and bowed in greeting, and as she placed her hand in mine, I lowered my head to bestow a kiss upon it. This etiquette was learned in the course of knightly training, and although it feels foreign, one must not be impolite. The lovely Marjorie Tyrell is indeed captivating, with her graceful figure and delicate fingers, stirring a flutter in the heart of Char. Good evening, the beautiful Lady Marjorie Tyrell, he greeted. Hello, Sir Char, she replied. The sight of Char kissing the hand of the fair Rose ignited a myriad of jealous eyes, as if they wished to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, and the Knight of Flowers instantly broke into a broad smile. Char turned to see a similarly youthful and handsome man. Observing the delight on the faces of the Knight of Flowers and the fair Rose, it was clear he must be the legendary Loras Tyrell. After all, only he and the Knight of Flowers were renowned for their gentility and elegance in King's Landing. Upon meeting, the two embraced as if they were brothers reunited after a long separation. Char was not entirely comfortable with the embrace, despite knowing it was a customary gesture between men. He preferred a handshake, and with women, he could manage a more delicate interaction. With Loras's arrival, the banquet was now in full swing. As the minstrel sang and instruments played, the guests engaged in lively conversation, and the feasts of King's Landing appeared to be far more refined than those in the north. With wine flowing instead of coarse ale, with raised glasses, groups gathered to discuss sophisticated topics of Westeros. Noticing Char standing alone, Marjorie excused herself from her companions and approached him. With so many lovely ladies present, is it true that none have captured the attention of Sir Char? Char smiled gently and shook his head. I am merely unaccustomed. The banquets in King's Landing differ significantly from those in the north. Marjorie chuckled softly. I had forgotten, Sir Char, that you hail from the north. It struck her as odd that no northern noble had attended this gathering. Surely, a few ladies from the Prime Minister's household should have been invited to such an assembly. Are you curious as to why no northerners graced this banquet? Char was taken aback, surprised by Marjorie's perceptiveness. I heard you declined the Prime Minister's invitation, she remarked. The news had spread swiftly. It seemed the intelligence network in King's Landing was far more extensive than Char had imagined. Yet, how did this relate to his refusal of Lord Eddard Stark's invitation? The Tyrell family has always held a deep admiration for promising knights of the realm. In comparison to the north, we possess more prosperous lands and golden dragons. I wonder, Sir Char, would you consider accepting an olive branch from House Tyrell? Did House Tyrell wish to recruit him? Yet, would a mere champion of an archery tournament warrant such earnest efforts from them? It appeared that Eddard's appointment as Prime Minister had made quite an impact on these individuals. Char understood that Eddard sought him purely due to a lack of manpower, but to others, this seemed far more significant. To attract the personal attention of the Prime Minister, surely, that could not be trivial. The situation within the realm was currently ambiguous and faction-ridden, with the Queen's Lannister family, the King's Baratheon family, the former Prime Minister's Arryn family, and various neutral ministers all vying for influence. The North and Dorne had long remained aloof from the realm of kingship. However, the sudden demise of former Prime Minister Jon Arryn has compelled House Stark of the North to intervene in King's Landing, inevitably disrupting the calculations of various factions and igniting fresh ambitions within them. The Tyrells have consistently sought to align themselves with the epicenter of power, yet regrettably, the king harbors a deep-seated aversion towards them, as the Tyrells had aligned with his adversaries during the recent conflict. As Ser Loras Tyrell pondered how to refuse, a stout figure charged forward. "Why do you persist in pursuing Lady Margaery, you loathsome northerner? I demand a duel." Both Ser Loras and the young Rose were taken aback, with Margaery inwardly cursing the fool. She had already perceived a flicker of interest in Ser Loras's eyes. Confident in her beauty, she believed that the young knight would not deny a lady's request. It appeared that Ser Loras had incited the ire of Margaery's suitors. As he found himself at a loss for how to decline, he welcomed the prospect of a knightly duel with enthusiasm. Chapter 26. The Assassination Between Knights. It is permissible to engage in duels for the sake of a lady. In the Riverlands, the birthplace of Westerosi knighthood, such duels are particularly prevalent, evoking a sense of honor and fervor to defend a fair maiden. However, Charles is not particularly enamored with this tradition. Yet, he finds himself in a position to extricate himself from a perilous situation. He senses that King's Landing has become a treacherous whirlpool, where entanglement could lead to disastrous consequences, and one might even vanish without a trace. Fueled by a knight's wrath, the Forsoe family has ignited a fervent cheer among the gathered nobles, who are avid enthusiasts of dueling. The noble ladies, upon hearing that the duel is for the sake of the young Rose, display expressions of envy. The surrounding aristocrats toss iron swords towards the two contenders, relishing the spectacle. For knightly duels are indeed sanctioned. As he takes up his sword, the flushed Forsoe knight performs the customary salute of a challenger, appearing somewhat inebriated. Charles comprehends why so many knights have congregated tonight, and why this particular one has stepped forward. After returning the knight's salute, the onlookers clear a space for the duel. With a flourish of his sword, Charles attempts to divert his opponent's attention. The knight, truly intoxicated, charges at Charles like a frenzied boar, wielding his sword with reckless abandon and glaring vulnerabilities. With a resigned shake of his head, Charles realizes the nature of the challenge he has accepted. He meets the knight's face with a swift strike, and the Forsoe knight collapses in response. Clutching his face, he begins to weep, confirming his drunken state. What was anticipated to be an exhilarating knightly duel has devolved into a disappointing spectacle of a drunken fool, much to the dismay of the audience. Nonetheless, they applaud Charles for his victory. The victor of the duel is entitled to confess his admiration to any lady present, and a servant of House Tiller thoughtfully presents him with a rose. This places Charles in a difficult position. He cannot dare to present it to the cherished daughter of Duke Tiller, lest he be met with a swarm of knights eager to challenge him. Rumor has it that suitors for the young Rose extend from the north all the way to King's Landing. Moreover, Charles is unfamiliar with any of the ladies present. Should one be an engaged woman, he might inadvertently provoke a fatal duel. Observing Charles' indecision, the young Rose smiles and inquires, "I ascend, Sir Charles fighting for me?" With her direct approach, she alleviates his awkwardness. Charles presents the rose, stating, "It is my honor to have secured victory for you, my beautiful lady." She feigns delight as she accepts the rose, her gaze subtly reminding Charles of her earlier suggestion. An astute girl, the young rose embodies a blend of beauty and peril, much like her moniker, a thorny rose. Following the duel, Charles bids farewell to the banquet, arriving in haste and departing just as swiftly. The young rose feels a pang of regret over Charles' reticence. If only he could be positioned near the Prime Minister, it would greatly bolster House Tiller. The aristocratic festivities leave Charles feeling out of place, whether in the North or King's Landing. He finds himself profoundly lacking in comparison to the worldly wisdom of the young rose. On the way back, Tahan seemed to discern that Charles was in a rather somber mood. "Khan, has something occurred?" This time, Charles had brought only Tahan to the banquet, as his status necessitated that he be accommodated in a separate room. "It's nothing, merely a sense of melancholy. I've been wandering aimlessly, and it has obscured my vision of the path ahead." Tahan was not one to ponder too deeply. He simply understood that obedience to Charles's commands was paramount. The two walked in silence, making their way back to the tavern. As they entered the alley, the hotel entrance was just ahead. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the night air. Who could be so bored at such an hour? Khan, trouble. Before he could finish, Charles caught sight of a glint in the moonlight, a blade. It was not wielded with good intent. As the knife lunged toward him, Charles swiftly drew his long sword from the system and executed a clean stroke across the assailant's throat. The assassin, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the sword, clutched his neck in terror and collapsed. Tahan stood guard beside Charles, brandishing his long knife with vigilance. The whistle indicated that more than one assassin lurked nearby. As anticipated, four more figures leapt down from the wall, encircling Charles and Tahan with their knives. With the end in sight, Tahan noticed Charles's slight nod. Swiftly, he placed his fingers to his lips and let out a melodious whistle that resonated through the alley. Upon hearing the signal, the stables of the inn stirred, with war horses neighing restlessly. The commotion awakened the Kusat warriors, who understood the signal. It was a call to arms. They seized their long knives and rushed towards the alley. The four assassins, realizing the gravity of the situation upon hearing the whistle, drew their blades in haste. Charles and Tahan defended against the oncoming attackers, their weapons clashing with sparks flying. As they struggled to subdue the two, the sound of approaching cavalry grew louder behind them. One of the assassins blew a whistle, and upon hearing it, the others lunged at Charles and Tahan with renewed fervor. Ducking to evade the incoming blade, Tahan retaliated, striking one assassin's leg, who fell to the ground, wailing in agony. The remaining assassins, disregarding their fallen comrade, fled in the opposite direction towards the encroaching Kusite cavalry. Having just crouched down, Tahan was unable to pursue the escaping assailants, watching helplessly as three figures vanished into the night. Charles kicked away the knife from the wounded assassin's grasp while Tahan hoisted him by the collar. Realizing his imminent capture, despair flickered in the assassin's eyes, and with a determined grimace, he bit down hard, blood spilling from his mouth. Startled by the assassin's abrupt decision to take his own life, Charles was taken aback. Was this the fabled death warrior? Tahan seemed to notice something amiss and picked up a fallen insignia. "Khan, look at this." He handed the emblem to Charles, which bore the outline of a lion, the sigil of House Lannister. Recalling the banner of House Lannister he had seen while welcoming the king at Winterfell, he wondered, were these the death warriors of the Lannisters? But why would they seek his life? Gazing at the emblem, Sharp fell into contemplation. Which assassin would be so foolish as to carry their family's crest while committing murder? Khan and Captain Taran, the soldiers who arrived late, wore fierce expressions, constantly surveying the surroundings for enemies. Taran was greatly dissatisfied with their pace. He had fully entrusted this cavalry unit to lead, but out of deference to Shar's presence, he refrained from voicing his displeasure. He ordered the disposal of the corpse, and then Shar returned to the inn, needing to ponder deeply who sought to take his life. Since arriving in King's Landing, aside from participating in the tournament, he had seemingly done little else. He had only attended the banquet hosted by the Knights of the Flowers today. Could it be revenge from the drunken knight he had defeated? This seemed plausible, yet why would he leave behind a Lannister family crest? Was he attempting to mislead? This ploy seemed rather lacking in intellect. Shar wished to avoid delaying his journey to Dorne due to this matter, so he penned a letter. After all, A noble had been assassinated in King's Landing, and Shar could easily seek the king's assistance. This letter would be delivered by the northern merchant who had guided Shar upon his arrival. It detailed the assassination attempt and the location of the assassin's corpse, accompanied by the Lannister family emblem. The following day, before Shar had even awakened, a knock echoed at his door. He knew his younger companions were well aware of his tendency to sleep in, so they would not disturb him so early unless something significant had occurred. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Arya. Wasn't she supposed to be training with a swordsman? What brought her here? Arya, lacking any semblance of restraint, stepped inside and promptly sought out a chair. Why won't you join my father's guard? She exclaimed. I've begged him for ages. Shar inquired about Lord Ned Stark's sudden interest in recruiting him, realizing Arya must have played a role. In truth, Ned himself struggled to find capable hands. And when Arya mentioned Shar, he recalled the young man whom his eldest son esteemed. Unfortunately, Shar ultimately declined. Perhaps Ned would respect his decision, but Arya certainly would not. She had worked hard for this opportunity, and Shar's refusal left her furious. Seeing her pout, Shar couldn't help but chuckle. I intend to go to Dorne. What? Arya shouted. Why would he go to Dorne? Maester Luwin said it's all desert, with scarcely a drop of water. Shar fell silent. He had no desire to admit that his fear of death was driving him to Dorne. Instead, he fabricated a tale about wishing to explore and embark on adventures across the continent like a knight in a game of chess, which left the young girl utterly envious. Can you take me with you? Shar shook his head. If I were to abduct the Prime Minister's daughter, I would be hunted by knights from all 7 kingdoms. Arya understood the impossibility of this. Then when do you leave? Today, upon hearing that Shar would depart, Arya felt a sense of melancholy. You are leaving without a word. After I have regarded you as my dearest friend. Shar held a profound affection for this young girl of House Stark. She was unlike Ayanna and distinct from the majority of women of this era. Ayanna evoked in Shar the essence of a simple, lively country girl, whereas Arya, akin to a tomboy, eschewed the conventional expectations of femininity. She bore none of the haughty demeanor often associated with nobility, presenting instead as a modern individual from the 21st century. Shar apologized, saying, I recently heard that you're studying swordsmanship, so I refrain from disturbing you. Once you have mastered your skills, we can embark on adventures together, can't we? Arya nodded enthusiastically, then produced a slender sword that reminded Shar of those used in Olympic fencing. With a proud expression, she declared, This is my sword. Needle, what do you think? Flattering her elicited immense joy, and in her, Shar could still sense the innocence of childhood, hoping fervently that such purity would endure. Shar entrusted a letter, initially intended for a merchant, to Arya, believing her to be more trustworthy than the merchant. Under Arya's gaze, Shar boarded the vessel bound for Dorne, catching sight of the large tears glistening on Arya's cheeks. Though accustomed to farewells, Shar could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Chapter 27. The Abyssal Leviathan, standing upon the deck, Shar gazed at the seabirds soaring above, while beneath him lay the unfathomable depths of the ocean. In his previous life, he had been a landlubber, thus a peculiar sense of dread enveloped him in the presence of the deep sea. Yet, witnessing the pale-faced knights of Khuzet retching over the side, Shar felt a sudden surge of confidence in his own composure. Good morning, my lord, greeted Captain Yama, puffing on his pipe. As the principal patron of this voyage, Shar enjoyed a cordial rapport with Yama, who, in deference to Shar's knighthood, infused a hint of flattery into his words. Quite well, thank you, Shar replied. Yama smiled knowingly, having heard tales of a nobleman from Westeros who had spent the night in the throes of seasickness. This must be your first venture onto the open sea, my lord. Shar shook his head. Not my first time, Captain Yama. Why do you inquire? I merely wish to offer a word of caution, my lord. The weather at sea can be capricious, so I advise you to refrain from lingering on deck. The winds here can be perilous. This is not a modern cruise liner. Each year, countless souls are swept off the deck, some fortunate enough to be rescued, while many more find their final resting place in the vast expanse of the ocean. Surprised by the treacherous nature of the deck, Shar expressed his gratitude and retreated to the cabin. There, he found Tahu, slumped in exhaustion, contemplating the calamity that would befall them should they encounter pirates. Meanwhile, the impudent Dis appeared unfazed, darting about the ship, jesting with the sailors, and eagerly exchanging tidbits of information with other merchants aboard. Finding the atmosphere rather dull, Shar took out a biography he had acquired in King's Landing. It chronicled the exploits of the dragon King Aegon and his 3 magnificent dragons as they conquered the realm of Westeros. Rumor had it that the majestic dragons had long vanished from the skies of Westeros. Yet Shar was aware that it would not be long before their shadows once again loomed over the land. My lord, Dis burst into the cabin, breathless. What is it? Shar inquired. Captain Yama says a storm has appeared ahead. We are to remain in the cabin and not venture out. A storm? How unfortunate. Lower the sails. Lower the sails. The sailors on deck sprang into action. This season was not typically known for storms, which had emboldened the merchant ships to set sail. Little did they expect such ill fortune to befall them so soon after departing. Captain, it seems the storm is not heading our way, one sailor reported, peering into the distance at the ominous clouds gathering on the horizon. Despite his mounting fear, Captain Yama maintained a stoic demeanor should the storm veer towards them. Their journey could spell doom. Oh heavens! Look, what is that? Shar exclaimed, as he spotted a small window in the cabin that afforded him a view of the tempest raging in the distance. The storm appeared to be moving away from them, allowing Shar to exhale in relief, convinced of his good fortune. However, the shadow emerging from within the storm caused his eyes to widen in alarm. A towering tentacle emerged beneath the tempest's lightning, its master obscured by an immense shadow. A voice shouted from the deck, "It is the deep-sea Leviathan." At that moment, fear engulfed the deck, for the presence of such a monster was an ominous harbinger of destruction and calamity. Shar's vision surpassed that of the sailors on deck, allowing him to discern not only the sea creature but also several other beings soaring above the storm, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle with the Leviathan. In that instant, Shar truly felt the terror these colossal entities instilled. As the storm receded and the weather began to clear, the crew exhaled in relief. However, the shadow of the monster would linger with them for a lifetime, an inescapable specter. Having knowledge of the existence of dragons and wights, Shar did not exhibit excessive astonishment. He pondered the identities of the enormous sea creature and the flying beings amidst the tempest, realizing that this world was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. Fortunately, the journey continued without further incident, and after a few days, the port of Dorne came into view. Upon disembarking, the caravan commenced unloading their cargo. Once again, Shar assumed the guise of a merchant, bringing with him a considerable amount of goods from King's Landing, which he hoped would fetch a handsome price in Dorne. Additionally, he possessed a substantial sum of golden dragons, ensuring that accommodations would not pose a challenge. Their first destination was Sunspear, the capital of Dorne, undoubtedly home to the largest market in the region. Thus, upon leaving the port, Shar guided the caravan towards Sunspear. Sunspear lay at the extreme southern tip of Westeros, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Compared to King's Landing, however, it appeared somewhat dilapidated, constructed from brown earth and straw, encircled by 3 serpentine walls adorned with successive gates. Upon reaching the entrance, Dornish guards halted Shar's progress. The soldiers, seemingly unarmored, donned yellow sashes and head wraps, brandishing long spears. Upon seeing Shar's approach, they called out loudly, "Who are you?" Dismounting swiftly, Dismas rushed to the soldiers, exclaiming, "My lords, we are merchants from King's Landing." He proffered several silver stags to the guards, adding, "As newcomers, we seek your favor." Upon receiving the silver stags, the guards' demeanor softened, and they nodded, allowing the caravan to pass. Once inside the city, the guards conversed among themselves, a lucrative catch from King's Landing, indeed. In Sunspear, Dismas quickly sought out a local beggar to serve as their guide, for one should never underestimate these individuals, as they possessed intimate knowledge of the city. They settled into a reasonably priced inn, and next, Shar needed to establish contact with Aldine. He was uncertain of Aldine's whereabouts, having previously traveled south with 10 Dorne shepherds. All Shar knew was that they were still alive, as their figures remained visible within the system's troop interface. "My lord, here are today's findings. It seems that goods from King's Landing are quite popular here." Dis presented the gold coins to Charles, who required meticulous record-keeping of all expenditures within his merchant caravan. It was precisely due to Dis's literacy and astuteness that Charles held him in high regard, for he was the sole literate individual in the caravan. Consequently, Dis found himself overwhelmed with daily responsibilities. However, the system of forms that Charles had entrusted to him alleviated some of the burden, though he remained exceptionally busy, unlike Charles, who merely assumed a hands-off managerial role. The caravan comprised approximately 70 individuals, with daily expenses amounting to around 3 gold dragons, a significant sum required to sustain the livelihoods of all involved. Naturally, the profits generated by the caravan were also substantial. Even if Charles managed to find a suitable place to settle, he wished to maintain the caravan and would eventually entrust its management to a reliable individual. After settling the accounts, Dis departed, for as a newcomer to Dorne, he had numerous matters to attend to. Upon his exit, Charles summoned Taran. "Have you any news of Aldine?" Taran recounted the information gleaned from the tavern. "I have heard of several individuals named Aldine. However, the details are quite scattered. One Aldine is a cobbler from north of Dorne City, and another is an old drunkard." After naming several Aldines who were not the one Charles sought, he remained confident that Aldine, with a perfect rapport score of 100, would invariably follow his directives. When Charles had journeyed south, he had provided Aldine with several plans, one of which involved commerce. Yet given Aldine's combat-oriented attributes, it seemed improbable that he would excel in trade. It appeared that Aldine was no longer in Yangji City, which made sense, as 10 gold dragons were indeed a challenging sum to settle here. Nevertheless, Charles intended to continue his inquiries in other cities of Dorne, certain that he would eventually uncover Aldine's whereabouts. "Khan, there is a visitor," announced a voice as the guest entered. With deep, dark eyes and black hair interspersed with silver strands, he bore a lean physique and an unassuming brow. Yet the luxurious velvet of his attire suggested a person of high status. After praising Charles, he remarked, "I did not expect a merchant from King's Landing to possess such commendable looks." "Who are you?" Charles inquired. With a playful smirk, he replied, "You may call me Red Viper, but I prefer to be addressed as Prince Oberyn Martell." Prince. Charles had researched the nobility of Dorne prior to his arrival. The mention of a prince indicated that this individual was Oberyn Martell, the brother of Dorne's ruler, and he wondered what brought him to seek his audience. "Please forgive me, Your Highness," Charles quickly bowed. Oberyn gestured for him to rise and took a seat, saying, "Tell me about King's Landing. I am curious about the recent happenings there." Charles's arrival had not gone unnoticed, and the notorious Red Viper, known for his fierce reputation, was even more renowned than his brother, the ruling Prince Doran Martell. In Dorne, the Martell family members were referred to as princes and princesses, yet only those in power held the title of Prince of Dorne. While Oberyn could merely be called Martell Prince or Prince Oberyn, not Prince of Dorne, Zal was somewhat perplexed, pondering what he should say regarding the matters of King's Landing. Sensing Zal's confusion, Ormber inquired, "I have heard that Ned Stark has arrived in King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King." "Indeed, Your Highness. The Prime Minister of the realm is now Lord Stark," Zal replied. Ormber continued, "The king even hosted a tournament in his honor. I wonder if you were able to attend?" Zal nodded. "What of Gregor Clegane, the Mountain?" Ormber inquired with a nod. Zal had never witnessed the Mountain's performance in the tournament, but he had heard much from Jory. Thus, he recounted to Prince Ormber the tale of how the Mountain had killed during the tournament, only to be unseated by Sayer Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. Upon hearing that the Mountain had been unhorsed by the Knight of Flowers, Ormber erupted into hearty laughter, surveying the surroundings as he asked, "Is there no wine?" Zal promptly instructed Tarhan to fetch some wine. Raising his goblet, Ormber declared, "This moment calls for celebration. It is a pity you were not present to share a drink with me." After absorbing the news of the Mountain, Ormber rose, brushing off his robe. "You have done well. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges in Dorne, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." With that, he tossed Zal a sigil and departed with an air of elegance. Chapter 28. Alien Martell, have the visitors from King's Landing departed? "Indeed, Your Highness, they left just today." "Has Alien not been located yet?" "Not yet, Your Majesty." "Then dispatch more individuals to search for him. At once. Our next destination is Sunspear. I have heard that the wine there is quite affordable. Perhaps we could indulge ourselves." "Hush, keep your voice down." The Lord has commanded us not to drink while on the road. I have not been drinking. I was merely expressing a thought. Char inquired of Tarhan, "Are you certain the Sturgeons are adept at shipbuilding?" Tarhan replied confidently, "Indeed, only the Sturgeons have engaged in perennial conflict with the Sea Raiders. Thus their shipbuilding skills are unparalleled. Moreover, at times, they masquerade as raiders to plunder merchant caravans." Char harbored some less than favorable memories regarding raiders. These elite adversaries had imparted a significant lesson upon him, making him rather reluctant to accept any missions involving them. Khan, the terrain ahead appears favorable for an overnight stay. Very well, let us halt the caravan. Char had yet to witness the deserts of Dorne, but the riverside journey was quite pleasant. The southern climate was rather warm, which explained why the Dornish soldiers did not don iron armor. The Dornish people possessed olive-toned skin and dark hair, famed throughout the Seven Kingdoms for their passionate and free-spirited nature. However, during his stay in Dorne, Char had encountered mostly simple, unassuming villagers. The Dornish prince seemed to govern Dorne quite effectively. The populace enjoyed a measure of stability and were notably welcoming to Char and his companions from foreign lands. Unbeknownst to Char, Dorne was sparsely populated and its inhabitants not particularly affluent, resulting in a scarcity of merchant caravans traversing its lands. Hence, Char and his company were quite popular. "My lord, aside from selling a substantial quantity of velvet and olive oil and sunspear, our goods have not fared well in the villages of Dorne. That is of little concern. Upon reaching Sunspear, this batch should find a suitable market." Char understood that Dorne was not a land of great wealth. Apart from its exquisite wines, there was little to commend it. He contemplated establishing a settlement near the coast, purchasing several large merchant vessels to facilitate continuous trade between King's Landing and Dorne. Thus, he would need to recruit sailors, and he had just learned from Tarhan that the Sturgeons were naturally inclined to be formidable seafarers. Tarhan organized a patrol of cavalry. He now commanded 20 horsemen divided into 4 groups, each with 5 cavalry and 10 farmers. Upon entering the lands of Calradia, Char intended to recruit some Sturgeon soldiers. Due to the recent loss of several first-tier recruits during a system mission, he found himself in a difficult position. As Char's level increased, the number of wild foes also surged, and encountering a band of a dozen robbers could easily lead to the loss of second- and third-tier troops. Recruiting 4 Sturgeon third-tier soldiers cost Char 400 dinars, which was roughly the equivalent of a single task reward. Due to the challenges of undertaking missions, Char's progress had stagnated, and he remained unable to advance to level 10. The 4 third-tier soldiers, Zaire, were not in a hurry to summon them, pondering whether they could be trained to a higher level. After all, once summoned, they could no longer be upgraded, and the higher the level, the better the equipment summoned. Summoning them too early would be a significant loss. Just as Zaire returned to reality and fell asleep, a horn sounded. Zaire grasped his weapon and leaped from beside the campfire. In order to hasten their journey, he opted for a simple ground rest instead of erecting tents, which roused both villagers and cavalry alike. It was the patrol's alert signal. The sand bandits lurking in the surroundings did not anticipate such vigilance from this group. With their cover blown, the bandit leader shouted, and his men surged from the periphery. The cavalry, clad in armor and sleeping, swiftly mounted their horses upon witnessing the ambush on the merchant caravan. Seeing the bandits approach, Tahu organized a cavalry charge. These bandits, having never encountered a significant merchant convoy within the Dorne territory, mistook Zaire and his companions for a larger group of itinerant traders. Merchants, valuing their lives, typically surrendered their goods and money to bandits, which only inflated the latter's arrogance. As Tahu, leading the Khazet cavalry, swept through the bandit ranks, they felled half of them in an instant, leaving the bandit leader in a state of bewilderment, suspecting that the Dorne military was masquerading as merchants to ensnare them. As Tahu charged again, the bandits lost all spirit and surrendered, covering their heads and kneeling. Zaire, equally perplexed, wondered where these individuals found their courage, with such combat prowess. They dared to act as robbers, far inferior to even system-generated monsters. Tahu brought the bandit leader before Zaire. "Khan, this man is the leader of these robbers." The bandit chief was a quintessential Dorne man, clad in simple cloth, his face resolute and significantly taller than the other bandits. Zaire inquired, "Who sent you?" Frustrated by the recent inexplicable attacks, Zaire was irate, aware that these individuals likely sought merely to plunder the caravan. "Not speaking? Very well, you have some grit. Tahu, behead him." Tahu, upon receiving the order, showed no mercy and drew his long knife, ready to take the man's life. Witnessing Zaire's resolute demeanor, the notorious bandit chief was rendered speechless, a foul odor escaping from his trousers. "My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me." The bandit, now identified as Zaire, cried for mercy, subsequently confessing the reasons behind his attack on Zaire. He had previously robbed a merchant caravan, but, upon seeing Zaire's heavily laden pack horses, was overcome by greed and decided to raid them, only to encounter formidable resistance. "Your name is Zaire?" Zaire's expression darkened. Upon hearing the question, the bandit Zaire nodded vigorously. "It was given to me by a bard, said to mean of the sun." Zaire. It had such a connotation which he was previously unaware of. However, had Zaire known that each generation of the Targaryen family, including the infamous Daenerys, had a character named Aegon, he would have been even more speechless. To think that someone sharing his name was a bandit stirred within him an impulse to change it, bind them together, and deliver them to the soldiers in the city of divine grace. Due to the commotion caused by these ruffians, sleep eluded everyone, and we must continue our journey. "Khan, it appears that this band of marauders has captured another group. Let us proceed and offer assistance if we encounter them, to rescue those in peril." Having enlisted the guidance of a bandit, Shar led his troop to dismantle the marauders' makeshift encampment, liberating the merchants they had taken captive. The rescued individuals, overwhelmed with joy after their harrowing ordeal, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Shar. At that moment, Tahu brought forth a group of men and women. "Khan, they wish to see you." Noticing the velvet robes adorning the girl and the armor cloaking the man, Shar discerned their elevated status. "You wish to see me? Is there a matter at hand?" The girl initially intended to speak with an air of superiority, but upon catching sight of Shar's countenance, she blushed and fell silent. Meanwhile, the armored man addressed Shar with an authoritative tone. "I am Sir Daemon Shade of the Kingdom of Dorne. I now command you to escort us to Sunland City." The girl timidly added, "I am Lyanna Martell. Should you return me to Sunland City, my father, Prince Doran, will reward you handsomely." Ignoring the man, Shar turned to the girl. "Martell, how can you prove this?" The girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, was at the tender age of youthful romance, but appeared somewhat disheveled. She presented a seal embossed with the emblem of the sun, a long spear crossing its center. Comparing it to the emblem bestowed upon her by Prince Oberyn confirmed her identity as a member of House Martell. "It seems I have inadvertently rescued a princess. How utterly dramatic." Daemon Shade, feeling slighted by being disregarded, retorted, "Lyanna, if we return in this manner, will it not?" Lyanna's haughty temperament resurfaced as she interjected, "How dare you, Sir Daemon? I seriously doubt your ability to protect me. I wish to return to Starfall, and do remember to address me as princess henceforth. Do not forget your manners, my knight." Daemon, chastised and humiliated, turned to see Shar seemingly amused. It was merely an illusion, yet it did not deter Daemon from seeking to vent his frustration. "What do you find amusing? Are you mocking the noble of the realm, you wretched commoner?" Upon hearing the ire directed toward him, Shar could not restrain a chuckle. "A noble of the realm? Is that truly impressive?" Daemon, caught off guard by Shar's derision, seethed with rage. "Princess, you heard him. He disdains the nobility of the kingdom. I must uphold the dignity of the aristocracy." When Daemon drew his sword, Lyanna could no longer remain passive and admonished him, "Sir Daemon, you are being childish. Sheathe your sword. Is this how you treat your savior?" Daemon glared at Shar with venomous disdain before begrudgingly retracting his blade. "As you wish, your highness. Suddenly, Dahu Chautionet. We must hurry. Someone approaches, Khan." Shar swiftly mounted his steed. A battalion of cavalry surrounded Charles and his companions. "My dear Aelin, you certainly made it easy for your uncle to find you." Among the Dornish horsemen, Prince Oberyn rode forth. Upon recognizing her Uncle Oberyn, Aelin felt a surge of joy. "Uncle Oberyn." Dismounting, Oberyn embraced Aelin, who then burst into tears. Such trivial matters cannot daunt the indomitable Martells. You must learn to be strong, Aelin. Your uncle may not always be able to reach you in time. After much solace, Aelin eventually ceased her weeping. Sir Charles Vane, what a surprise to meet you again. Upon seeing Prince Oberyn, Charles hastily bowed. Your Highness. Oberyn pulled Charles to his feet. The Knights of King's Landing are always so formal. Sir, to Charles's astonishment, he too is a knight. Demon could not suppress a wince, realizing the fool was indeed himself. Oberyn's gaze darkened upon seeing Demon, despite his own tumultuous private life. He harbored no fondness for the bastard who had taken his niece's maidenhood. Would you care to explain what transpired, Sir Demon? Chapter 29. The Ween family joins the game. Prince Doran, now in his 50s, bore the weight of many years upon him. His hair streaked with white and afflicted by chronic gout that confined him to a wheelchair. Dowling Martell, acutely aware of his deteriorating condition, grappled with the burden of unresolved vengeance for his sister. He knew he must endure, otherwise he would have no honor in facing his mother in the depths below. His loyal guard, Aelio Hoda, observed the prince's distracted state in silence. After a prolonged moment, Aelio finally spoke. Your Highness, we have received a letter from the Crows of the Black Gate and Stone City. Dowling took the letter, glancing over its contents, which indeed pertained to the territorial disputes regarding the coastal lands downstream of the desert. It was a matter that Ormber had returned to address, for it was he who had instigated this issue. Thus, it was only fitting he resolve it himself. As if summoned by the mere mention of his name, Ormber appeared, exclaiming, Brother, look who I have brought back with me. Dowling cast a cold glance at Ormber's petite eldest daughter, Yalin. Recently, she had filled him with disappointment by expressing a desire to elope with one of his guards, a notion utterly absurd. Faced with her father's icy demeanor, Yalin met his gaze with defiance. She was determined to flee and rebel against the conventional expectations placed upon her. Why must she endure introductions to those aged enough to be her father? And why was there talk of passing the throne to Quinnen when she was the rightful heir to Dorne? The rift between father and daughter deepened, exacerbated by their lack of communication. As plans were made to escort the princess to the Sun Tower, Dowling decreed that additional guards accompany her. Yalin objected vehemently. I will not go. Why must my freedom be curtailed? Am I not your child too? Is it merely because I am a girl that you would pass the throne to Quinn? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. In Dorne, the status of men and women was not as disparate as elsewhere. Therefore, the position of a female heir held equal weight to that of a male successor. By all rights and reason, Yalin should ascend to the position of the next Prince of Dorne. Dowling, struck by her heartfelt lament, felt a profound bitterness within him. He glanced at his brother Ormber, realizing that their plans must be expedited. Back in Sunspear, this time, Shar and his companions did not enter the city, but instead made their way to the Flowing Garden, the prince's palace situated on the western beach of Sunspear. The area was heavily guarded and exquisitely serene. Within the Flowing Garden resided many noble youths, all of whom were curious about Shar's arrival and gathered to observe him as if he were spectacle. After a considerable time of being the focus of their attention, Ormber finally approached, ready to escort Shar to meet Prince Dowling Martell. Upon entering the prince's residence, Shar found himself in a pavilion where the prince sat regally upon his throne, exuding an air of authority, albeit with a somewhat gaunt frame. You are Sharween, Dowling declared. Shar knelt respectfully. Yes, your highness. After appraising Shar, Dowling's perception of him softened slightly. You have saved my daughter. The Martell family values gratitude. Speak your needs. Sir Sharween. Shar, somewhat bewildered, prepared to respond. Your highness, I harbor no particular desires, nor did I save the princess for the sake of reward. It is solely the code of chivalry that guides my actions, Charles mused quietly, though a reward would indeed be a welcome boon. The assembly, understanding the implication of Charles's words, chose to trust him without question. Prince Dowling nodded, stating, It appears you are a knight of great respectability. However, the Martell family is not devoid of gratitude. After deliberation, we have resolved to offer you a choice, Sir Charles. Charles listened intently. As a father, I am deeply appreciative of your deeds. Were it within my power, I would trade all that I possess for my daughter's safety. Yet, I am also the ruler of Dorne, And now I present you with a choice, Charles Vane. The first option is a reward of 10,000 golden dragons. The second is to pledge your loyalty to the Martell family, becoming a vassal of Dorne. One option offers wealth, while the other demands fealty to the crown, undoubtedly. The allure of 10,000 golden dragons seems more enticing. As Charles fell into contemplation, Prince Dowling and Orrenburg awaited patiently. After a moment of reflection, Charles knelt and presented his sword with both hands. I, Charles Vane, vow to fight for Dorne. I am willing to serve as the sword and shield in the hands of the Prince of Dorne, swearing by the old and new gods. Dowling gestured to Orrenburg, who stepped forward to accept Charles's sword and handed it to Prince Dowling. Upon receiving the sword, Dowling pledged, I accept the Vane family as vassals of the Kingdom of Dorne in the name of the old and new gods. Orrenburg applauded in celebration, genuinely impressed with Charles, offering his enthusiastic applause. Dowling, smiling slightly, remarked, Now we must discuss the matter of your fief, Charles. Indeed, Charles's intuition was correct. Although Dowling was unaware of Charles's personal inclinations, it was evident that having saved the princess, failing to grant land or title would seem ungrateful. Ultimately, it was decided that Sandstone Keep and the bay beneath the dungeons would be bestowed upon Charles, a substantial area, albeit sandy. Charles dared not voice any objections. Whatever was offered, he would accept without qualms, for he had not anticipated acquiring his desired residence so effortlessly. The life of a lord was now within his grasp. Orrenburg and Dowling exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing that this allocation of land would require Charles to navigate dealings with the two old codgers, thereby granting Dowling some respite. As for the construction of your castle, the Martell family can only provide you with 2,000 golden dragons, Charles. 2,000 golden dragons is a considerable sum, sufficient for establishing a castle. Yet Charles remained oblivious to the scarcity of timber and the unsuitability of stone for building in Dorne. Realizing that the cost of erecting a fortress in Dorne would be astronomical, compounded by a lack of manpower. However, in his current state of elation, such concerns were far from his mind. Orrenburg led Charles out of the flowing garden, proposing, Shall we toast to this occasion? Orrenburg escorted Char to another pavilion in the flowing water garden. Although the view here was not as expansive as that from Prince Dowling's palace, it still captured the enchanting beauty of the garden in its entirety. A servant poured wine for the two. I never imagined that the esteemed champion of the tournament would disguise himself as a merchant upon arriving in Dorne. It truly surprises me. It is merely a slight proficiency in archery, Char replied dismissively, nothing worth mentioning. Orrenburg seized a knife from his waist and hurled it towards a nearby wall. Upon closer inspection, a lizard was pinned there by the knife. The Dornish are renowned for their archery skills throughout the Seven Kingdoms. I wonder how my accuracy compares to that of champion like yourself. Your Highness jests. Such minor skills hardly warrant comparison, Char responded modestly. Orrenburg shook his head. You are overly humble, Char, to a degree that is uncharacteristic for a noble of the Seven Kingdoms. Char fell silent. Orrenburg patted him on the shoulder. Dorne is famed not only for its archery, but also for our spears. As a noble of Dorne, perhaps I should teach you how to wield our weapons. With that, Orrenburg rose to leave. Subsequently, Char temporarily settled in the flowing water garden while his caravan was stationed in Sunspear, accompanied only by Tahun. Promoting Tahun had undoubtedly been Char's wisest decision. Although many young nobles resided in the flowing water garden, Char did not know a single one, nor did they engage him in conversation. Thus, he spent his days with Tahun beneath the fountain, studying the maps for the development of their territory. The maps revealed that their lands bordered the territories of Sandstone and Hellgate, ruled by the Kogel and Euler families, respectively. Located in the southern expanse of Dorne's desert, their territory lay north of the desert and south of the sea, surrounded by several small oases. Unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes were watching from afar. Rumor had it that he had declined an invitation from Ned Stark, a commendable young man. Ned was a man worthy of respect. However, he ought not to venture south. Perhaps the boy recognized that facing those two old men was not suitable for him. Orrenburg shook his head. Not appropriate. Then why should I grant him that land? He is agreeable to me. Dowling chuckled for once. It suits your nature, yet we should indeed nurture some promising youths. Since the incident involving his sister Elia, Oberyn had seldom seen his elder brother Dowling smile. The last time had been due to that child from Starfall. You have endured much these years. After all, Dorne must not descend into chaos, and I can only act thus. I have heard they married that girl Daenerys to some Dothraki called Drogo. While Shar was engrossed in discussion with Tahun, a Dornish servant approached him. Sir Charvain, the princess seeks you. The princess? Shar nodded and followed the servant, who led him through a winding path until they arrived at a chamber where the servant gestured for him to enter. Why does this resemble a bedroom? Shar hesitantly pushed the door open, revealing Princess Arianne, who had been meticulously adorned for the occasion. Though petite, she possessed a remarkable figure, with ample curves in all the right places and delicate slenderness where it counted. Upon the entrance of Sir Charles, her smile bloomed like a flower. Sir Charles, I have yet to properly express my gratitude to you. Observing the opulent bedroom and the grand bed, she mused, sleeping here must be exceedingly comfortable. I shall have to acquire a similar suite for myself. The princess need not thank me. It is my duty, Sir Charles replied. Princess Aelienne lifted her glass, stating, Come, let us partake of the finest wine from Dorne. Sir Charles accepted the glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. Thank you, princess, he said. Upon witnessing Sir Charles drain his glass with such ease, Princess Aelienne's expression grew somewhat rigid. Her hand trembled, causing the wine to spill and dampen her bosom. Whether intentional or not, the seductive pose she exhibited left Sir Charles momentarily speechless. He had never encountered such a tantalizing scene. Sensing his gaze, she slowly parted her robe and playfully fluttered her eyelashes. Sir Charles felt a stirring within him. It seems the princess is inebriated. I must take my leave now. Despite the overwhelming allure, Sir Charles remained grounded in reality, acutely aware that he had just received a grant of lands from the Prince of Dorne. To act inappropriately at this juncture would be most unwise. Chapter 30. The Mounted Combat System 1. Aelian's gaze was laden with complaints as Charles wielded his iron sword, honing his skills with a one-handed weapon. He awaited the arrival of a letter from King's Landing before he could proceed to his newly assigned territory. Although Prince Doran had the authority to bestow lands, it was essential to confer with the court at King's Landing first. When the Raven delivered the missive granting Charles his domain into the hands of Prime Minister Ned Stark, a look of surprise crossed his face. Before his acquaintance with Charles, the latter had scarcely been considered noble, and now he was on the verge of becoming a lord. Such a rapid ascent through the social ranks was indeed astonishing. Previously, Aelian had dismissed the princess's allure as inconsequential, yet it had left her spirit profoundly wounded. Recently, she had taken to lingering around Charles, her demeanor heavy with sorrow, which greatly troubled him. He silently prayed for the swift arrival of the correspondence from King's Landing. Charles's swordsmanship was largely derived from his experiences in battle, exceedingly lethal yet lacking in elegance, thereby failing to capture the princess's admiration. Instead, she regarded him with disdain, silently chastising him for his ignorance, as he had not even thought to pay his respects to her. In Aelian's eyes, Charles was not only tall and handsome, but also possessed formidable strength. His soldiers, to outsiders, might appear as mere guards of a trading caravan. Yet the memory of their ferocity during the skirmish against the Sand Bandits remained vivid in her mind. She required such allies to bolster her cause. Without them, how could she stand against her father? Initially, she had contemplated elopement as a means of coercion, but fate had dealt her a cruel hand, as she was ambushed by bandits shortly after her departure. Fortunately, her noble lineage had saved her from a fate worse than death. Is he truly the champion of the tournament? As the princess became lost in her thoughts, a group approached Charles, her brother Trystane Martell and his squire, Demon Sand. Their mingling incited a flicker of annoyance within Aelian. Clad in a short robe, Charles practiced his swordplay when he noticed the youthful figures approaching him, including the familiar face of Demon. At the forefront was a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Prince Doran, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age. The boy strode forward with an air of authority, addressing Charles with bravado. Are you the champion of the tournament hosted by the king? Observing the boy's arrogant demeanor within the flowing gardens, it was evident he was well connected to Prince Doran. And you are? Trystane Martell, another member of the princely family. How may I assist you, Prince Martell? Tristane's attendant brandished a spear and issued a challenge. Due to your disrespect towards the Martell family, I, Tristane Martell, demand a duel. Disrespect? When did that occur? Glancing at Demon, who wore a self-satisfied expression beside Tristane, Charles began to grasp the situation. This naive boy was being manipulated. I refuse. I do not engage in combat with children. You. Hearing Charles dismiss his age, Tristane's blood surged with indignation. This man clearly did not honor his proud lineage. Seizing the spear, he lunged at Charles. I am no child. I am the indomitable Martell. The surrounding noble youths were taken aback by Tristan's resolute display, while Demon's complexion turned ashen. This predicament was of his own making. He had merely intended to temper Char's arrogance and make him pay a price for his disrespect. Little did he anticipate Tristan's impulsive reaction. Should calamity ensue, Demon's fate would be sealed. Faced with Tristan's readiness to strike at the slightest provocation, Char could only roll his eyes in exasperation. He seized the thrusting spear with a single hand. Seeing Char effortlessly grip the spear, Tristan attempted to withdraw it, but no amount of force could budge it. His face flushed crimson from the effort. Observing Tristan on the verge of tears, Char released his grip. Tristan, taken aback by Char's sudden relinquishment, pulled with all his might, only to lose his balance and plop down onto the ground, utterly humiliated. He wished desperately for a hole to hide in, yet there was none. As he readied himself to continue, Char's sword pressed against his throat. Prince Tristan, duels can lead to death. Tristan's pallor deepened. The sharp blade, so close to his neck, filled him with dread. Demon, seizing the moment, charged at Char with his sword, loudly declaring, "How dare you attack a member of House Martell? Lay down your weapon, foreigner." As Demon lunged, Char parried, taken aback by Demon's audacity. This unexpected aggression irked Char, who had merely intended to intimidate the young fool. Clang! Demon's sword met Char's with a resounding clash. Char deflected the blow and swiftly created distance. The noble youths, sensing the escalation, widened the gap to provide space for the duel, while Tristan scampered away. Demon, I suppose I am your savior, am I not? Demon, undeterred, continued his assault. I am but a sworn protector of House Martell. I shall show no mercy to those who insult the princess and prince. Char smirked disdainfully, effortlessly fending off Demon's strikes. Demon's swordplay was commendable, indicating he had undergone formal training and possessed notable talent. Yet, he was no match for Char, whose one-handed skill approached mastery. After several exchanges, Char transitioned from defense to offense, launching a barrage of attacks from every angle. As he struck toward Demon's left shoulder, Demon braced himself, feeling the unexpected strength behind Char's seemingly slight frame. It was a force he had not anticipated. Just as Char aimed a thrust at Demon's chest, Demon saw an opportunity. Knowing he could not block while charging, he resolved to evade the strike and counterattack. However, he quickly realized that Char's blade was too swift. He barely had time to retract his own sword before it was upon him. His eyes widened with despair, only to be met with a fierce kick from Char. Demon was sent hurtling backward, lying on the ground for some time before he managed to prop himself up, feeling the weight of the blow. What a spectacular battle it was. Ormber strolled towards them, accompanied by several young ladies, his gaze directed at Charles, brimming with admiration. He was well aware of Damon's prowess. Despite his questionable character, his swordsmanship was commendable, a fact that justified his role as Arya in Asgard. Truly, he was deserving of the title of champion of the martial arts tournament. Charles found it difficult to refute Ormber's words. After all, he was a prince, and if he deemed himself the champion, then indeed he was. Charles himself had also won the archery championship at the tournament. "Your Highness," Charles acknowledged, gripping his sword and bowing respectfully. Ormber picked up the spear that Tristan had dropped and remarked, "Come, let's exchange a few moves." This request placed Charles in a dilemma. The esteemed identity of the prince was not something he could easily contend with. Hesitating was hardly the demeanor of a knight. Yet he was reluctant. "Come at me with your best shot." Observing Charles' indecision, Ormber struck first, aiming directly at Charles' throat. Charles had no choice but to respond, parrying the thrust with his sword. "Excellent. That is more like it." Ormber lunged again, and Charles deftly evaded. But just when Charles thought the spear had missed, it unexpectedly swept back in his direction. Charles raised his sword to block, but the spear changed trajectory once more, sweeping towards his ankles. He leapt to avoid it. Orember retracted his spear, twirling it gracefully around his body before positioning it behind his back. With a powerful push from his legs, Orember charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. In an instant, he was upon Charles, whose expression turned serious. This prince was formidable. The spear lunged toward Charles's head, which he deflected with his sword, but the spear then swept around again, prompting Charles to hastily grasp it. As Charles caught hold, Orember withdrew the spear, its tip just grazing Charles's palm, compelling him to release his grip. Orember performed a 360-degree spin in the air before widening the distance between them. With the space between them now established, Charles breathed a sigh of relief. But the spear suddenly darted towards him, coming to a halt at his forehead. Orember was somewhat surprised to find Charles's sword poised against his throat as well. Retracting both weapons, the two shared a knowing smile. Orember tossed the spear to Charles, complimenting him, "You're quite impressive, lad." Their duel elicited cheers from the onlookers, with Tristan gazing starry-eyed at his uncle, the prince. It was imperative for the nobleman of Dorne to master the spear. Orember gestured for Charles to wield the spear in his hands, while retrieving another from one of the girls behind him. Charles, eager to test his skills with the polearm, gripped it firmly and initiated the attack. While Charles could barely hold his own against Orember with the sword, he found himself entirely outmatched with the spear within 5 exchanges. His weapon was knocked from his grasp. Orember, amused by Charles's clumsy technique, began to instruct him in the art of spear fighting. As the two sparred, they lost track of time, and before they knew it, evening had fallen. Orember had been patiently teaching Charles the intricacies of the spear technique, and only as darkness descended did they finally cease their practice. Regarding Oberyn's kindness, Sorel surmised it might stem from admiration for his martial prowess and a desire to offer guidance. The maidens accompanying Oberyn lingered with them until dusk, only approaching after Sorel's departure, though two could scarcely be called maidens anymore, women being more apartment. These were all Oberyn's daughters, bastard daughters, to be precise. In Dorne, bastards bear the surname Sand, much like Demon Sand, who was a bastard son of a count. That very lineage allowed him to abscond with a princess, yet escape unscathed, though he was demoted from her royal guard to an ordinary patrolman in the Water Gardens. Oberyn dismissed his daughters, but his third, Tyene, trailed after him. "Tyene, why do you follow me?" With so many daughters, Oberyn couldn't attend to each individually, yet he ensured they were trained in combat and educated, his paternal duty fulfilled. Compared to nobles who scorned or abandoned their bastards, Oberyn treated his with remarkable care. Tyene hesitated, her uncertainty puzzling him. He patted her head, and the 16-year-old lowered her gaze with a faint smile. "Speak. What troubles you? Did your sisters wrong you?" Tyene shook her head. "Then what is it? Tell your father, and I shall set it right." After a long pause, Tyene finally spoke. "Father, I wish to become his woman." Sorel hastened back to his chambers. His spar with Prince Oberyn had significantly elevated his polearm proficiency, and this skill growth, in turn, raised his overall level, now level 10. Gazing at the progress bar before him, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, host. Trial phase completed. System updating, please stand by." Update complete. Current system, Mount Blade, Bannerlord 1. 0. Chapter 31. The continent of Calradia. Prince Oberyn took his daughter Tyene to the training grounds. Initially, he had harbored certain feelings for Shire, but now that Tyene intended to compete for the same man, Oberyn could only resign himself to stepping back. After all, handsome young men were among his own preferences as well. Shire, finding the Water Gardens unbearably dull, devoted himself to honing his martial skills. Today, however, he set aside his sword and instead practiced with a spear, a Dornish spear. Prince Oberyn, Lady Tyene. Since Tyene was a bastard, Shire could not address her as a princess. The girl accompanied her father daily, and to Shire. She seemed to be one of Oberyn's more favored daughters. Oberyn observed Shire's progress with keen interest. The boy was gradually becoming a formidable opponent, and the prince found himself wondering just how far his potential might extend. Tossing a letter to Shire, Oberyn announced, "This is the kingdom's official decree of ennoblement. Henceforth, You are a lord of Dorne. Oberyn continued. The castle must be built at your own expense, though House Martell will provide a subsidy of 5,000 gold dragons. Was it 2,000? Shire questioned, doubting his own hearing. You must have won a fair sum at the tournament. Build your castle larger. Your neighbors are not the most agreeable. Shire glanced at Tyene, who now trailed after him, and felt a headache coming on. As he prepared to depart for his new lands, Oberyn had expressed his wish for Shire to take Tyene along, allowing her to broaden her horizons. He still remembered Oberyn's whispered words beside him. The additional 3,000 gold dragons had come from the prince's own coffers, delivered with an unmistakable edge of threat. His retinue consisted entirely of rough men, and Shire had no idea how to accommodate a young noblewoman. While Shire fretted, Tyene was delighted. She was no fool. After all, her sudden infatuation with Shire was not genuine, but rather orchestrated by Arianne, who had instructed her to seduce him. Since childhood, Tyene had admired Arianne, which was why they had become close friends. Tyene's mother was a septa, and though Dorne did not scorn bastards, she still envied Arianne's status as a true-born princess. Every man around them showered attention solely on Arianne, while Tyene, as a bastard, was overlooked. She and her bastard sisters were known as the Sand Snakes. In all her years with Arianne, Tyene had often been the one taking orders, an unequal friendship born of their differing stations. After Arianne's repeated failed attempts at seduction, she had turned to Tyene for help. Yet Tyene had no intention of debasing herself so easily, despite Dorne's liberal attitudes. Thus, she sought her father's assistance in drawing closer to Shire. Coincidentally, she had witnessed Shire holding his own against Oberyn in combat, elevating his standing in her eyes, for in her world, her father was the strongest of men. And so, she had uttered those words. Yes, Dorne was that open-minded. Why should a girl pursue the one she desired? After days of companionship, Tyranny has come to the conclusion that Charles is a trustworthy man, much like her father, Ormber. Observing the girl still ensconced in her room, Charles picked up a snack from the table and inquired, "Would you care for some treats? I brought these from King's Landing." It is worth noting that Charles has had little experience in romance throughout his 2 lifetimes, and thus, he finds himself at a loss for conversation with this unfamiliar maiden. Terena immediately nodded quietly. Although her sisters often brazenly engaged in such matters within the confines of their chamber, she herself had yet to confront a man, and so she awaited Charles's lead. Having lived with her mother for an extended period, who was a nun and imparted certain teachings upon her. This is one of the reasons she has not yet succumbed to temptation. Unbeknownst to Charles, the young woman harbored thoughts of devotion. After a brief and awkward exchange, silence enveloped them. Ultimately, Tyranny departed, her demure demeanor not an act, but rather a reflection of her inner sigh. She wondered why Charles was not like other men, who typically showered women with sweet nothings and flattery. Once Tyranny had left, Charles entered the system, his mind preoccupied with the newly updated features. Upon entering the continent of Calradia, the map was fully illuminated, and his first village, Zestaya, was now marked as a small dot. This vast expanse of land rivaled even Westeros in its immensity. Charles found himself in Marunis, the capital of the Battanian Forest Kingdom, where the lord was His Majesty King Caladog of Battania. According to the system's design, Charles is indeed a Battanian, thus returning to his nominal kingdom. He had previously recruited volunteers from Battania, but regrettably, their capabilities left much to be desired. These burly men wielding hammers struggled against bandits, often suffering considerable losses, and could hardly keep pace with their foes. Consequently, Charles had seldom visited Battanian villages thereafter. This city, built against the mountains, comprised entirely of wooden structures, with even the fortifying walls constructed of timber. Charles could not help but remark on the apparent lack of concern for fire attacks. As he wandered into the town, the system's updates had bestowed upon him a wealth of memories. The tavern within the town offered opportunities to recruit companions, essentially NPCs, and the current directive from the system was to enlist a partner. With the update, the system finally presented a main quest, moving beyond the mundane tasks of daily village life. Of course, to improve the village's favorability, he would still need to engage in village-related tasks. Charles possessed an array of data regarding randomly generated NPCs within his memory, and at this moment, he urgently sought a surgeon. An NPC bearing the title of surgeon would possess advanced medical expertise, thus mitigating the casualties among Charles's soldiers. Upon entering the tavern, he was greeted by a throng of gamblers, courtesans, mercenaries, and vagabonds, the very individuals he aimed to recruit. Additionally, he could inquire at the front desk about noble gossip and the distribution of nearby brigands. Yet, despite the update, these characters remained static, their facial expressions remarkably monotonous. Surveying the names above the heads of those around him, it was regrettable to find no surgeons, swordsmen, or cattle thieves among them, none of which were presently needed by Zaire. His recruitment capacity was limited to 5 companions, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary waste. According to his own strategy, the foremost individual he sought was undoubtedly a surgeon, followed closely by an NPC bearing the title of High Scout Wanderer. The Wanderer would expand his visibility within the system, facilitating the search for wild creatures. This latest update had introduced not only wild beasts to the lands of Calradia, but also a multitude of nobility. Zaire observed several unfamiliar faces. These individuals were lords from Battania, along with mercenary clans. Their forces numbered around 100, comprising a diverse array of troops, with soldiers ranging from levels 1 to 5. Zaire could engage in dialogue with them and potentially acquire quests. Unable to find the desired companions in Marunas, Zaire resolved to venture eastward. Upon reaching personal level 10, Zaire ascended to the rank of 3rd level commander, leading 100 troops. The system update had bestowed upon him a wealth of knowledge, notably a significant increase in the recruitment costs of soldiers, with prices for all levels soaring tenfold, which promptly instilled a sense of urgency in Zaire's purse. Clearly, the novice mode had come to an end. He recalled the notification sound during the update as he entered the lands of Calradia. The Calradic Empire had fractured following the assassination of Emperor Renikos, plunging the continent into chaos once more. The people of Calradia, having lost their families to the ravages of war, yearned for the emergence of a legendary hero to restore order, and you have successfully endured the arduous trials. Your bravery and talent surpass those of most on the continent. Thus, the Shattered Dragon banner has come into your possession, and you shall march forth with it, determined to bring an end to this tumultuous era. Go forth, warrior of Battania. Departing from Marunas, Zaire swiftly exited the borders of Battania, a kingdom surrounded by forests and characterized by complex terrain. However, endowed with the innate abilities of a tribesman, he maneuvered through the woods with remarkable speed. Beyond Battania lay the territories of the Calradic Empire, where the Western Empire, Northern Empire, and Southern Empire all claimed to be the rightful heirs of the empire. Zaire's first entry was into the Western Empire, whose landscape was notably flatter than that of Battania, and soon a town appeared before him, Ragda, the city of the Dionykos family. Upon entering the tavern in Ragda, he sought a wanderer. While no surgeon was present, an NPC with the title of scholar caught his attention. The scholar possessed considerable engineering skills, enabling him to assist Zaire in constructing a castle, thus making him a valuable asset. Without hesitation, Zaire proceeded to recruit him. The scholar revealed his background as an engineer in the service of the nobility, now relegated to a life in the tavern due to the ostracism by his peers. He agreed to join Zaire for the sum of 436 dinars. As the sound of dinars leaving his possession echoed, Zaire welcomed his first companion on the roads of Calradia, the scholar Ginaminos. Zaire planned to summon him forth upon reaching his territory. Zaire continued his journey eastward, with his next objective being to join a regular battalion. He was keenly aware of the capabilities of those heading to Kasait and Tahu, particularly noting that the heavy cavalry of Kasait was not its most formidable force. It was the level 6 Khan's guards that represented the pinnacle of Kusait's military strength. Zaire could vividly imagine the scene when he would return to the continent of Westeros, accompanied by the Khan's guards. The very name of the Khan's guards evoked in Zaire a sense reminiscent of the Mongolian cavalry. For was it not a Khan who once led an expedition into Europe? It was high time for these denizens of another realm to experience such dread. Naturally, had Zaire been aware that to the east of Westeros, on the continent of Essos, there existed a nomadic tribe, his expression would have been quite remarkable. After a day and a half of travel, Zaire finally exited the Western Empire. The flow of time within the system was no longer constant. It had shifted to a ratio of 24-1. One day within the system now equated to merely 1 hour in the external world. Consequently, while Zaire traversed Calradia for 2 days, approximately 2 hours had elapsed in reality, which would mean that he could only enter the system during his sleeping hours henceforth. Chapter 32. Khan Mengchuj. As Khan Mengchuj traversed the sandy shores of the flowing flower garden, he bid farewell to Prince Ormber and Prince Tristan Martell, who had come to see him off. After being thoroughly frightened by Shar last time, Tristan had come to recognize his own limitations and subsequently sought out Shar to apologize. Tristan, being young and somewhat impulsive, displayed a certain naivety, yet his character revealed itself to be rather commendable after a few days of acquaintance. Accompanied by Taran and Tyranny, they returned to Yangji City, where Dis led the merchant caravan, conducting business for several more days. However, the demand for goods from King S landing in Yangji City had nearly reached saturation, resulting in modest profits for the caravan. Dis, wearing a furrowed brow, greeted Shar with a smile upon his return. Once the party was assembled, Shar prepared to head to his territory. Upon learning that Shar had become the Lord, the companions who had journeyed south with him erupted in jubilation. Their initial motivation to accompany Shar stemmed from their own isolation. Shar treated them well, providing not only sustenance and shelter, but also wages, which explained their willingness to follow him to the barren lands of Dorne. Observing the imposing and orderly cavalry accompanying Shar, Tyranny expressed her surprise. Shar, are these all your subordinates? The entire group silently regarded the noble girl at Shar's side as their mistress, prompting Dis to flatter her. Esteemed lady, not only the cavalry but the entire caravan belongs to Lord Shar. I am Dis, the steward of the caravan. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Tyranny smiled at the title of lady. I am not a lady. You may call me Tyranny. Dis silently repeated her name in his mind. The caravan had also recruited several new hands in Yangji City. These locals, familiar with Dorne, fled upon hearing that Shar's caravan intended to venture to the southern edge of the Dorne Desert. Shar dismissed their departure, for such individuals were not the ones he sought. With the cargo in tow, their pace was slow. They traveled the entire day, finally reaching the Greenwater River. According to the Dornish workers, Shar's territory lay approximately 4 days' journey ahead. As dusk approached, Shar decided to make camp for the night, feeling no urgency. Upon entering the tent, Tyranny followed him inside. Shar recalled having had a tent set up for her. Had she not accompanied him, he would have likely neglected to arrange such accommodations. Miss Tyranny, is there something you wish to discuss? After a moment of contemplation, her eyes seemed to wrestle with something. Shar, there's a matter I must confide in you. After his affirmative response, Tyranny revealed that Arianne had urged her to seduce Shar. While Shar was aware of Arianne's peculiar interest in him, he was taken aback by her audacity to enlist her cousin for such a scheme. So what is your intention? He inquired. Tyranny shook her head. I told my father that I wished to be your woman. Shar was momentarily taken aback, realizing why Ormber had regarded him with a hint of indignation. Miss Tyranny, you must understand that we have only recently acquainted ourselves. Is your decision not rather hasty? Moreover, Charles found himself somewhat taken aback by the frankness of the Dornish maiden. Her candor was quite striking. Tyranny offered a faint smile, tinged with a hint of melancholy. If Sir Charles, you are not fond of me, I shall take my leave and not trouble you further. While Charles did not harbor any animosity towards Tyranny, he could not say he was particularly enamored either. Miss Tyranny, I have promised Prince Ormber to introduce you to the outside world. I cannot go back on my word. Besides, you are still quite young. Perhaps you should take a few more years to contemplate, for I may not be the person you seek. Tyranny lowered her gaze, pondering. Am I truly so young? Her forthrightness eased Charles's reservations. He had initially suspected that the Martell family had sent her to spy on him, but upon reflection, he realized he had misjudged her character. Once she departed, Charles accessed the system. Aside from heading to the Dornish territories, he also needed to travel to the Khergit Khanate. Beyond the Western Empire lay the Southern Empire, ruled by the only queen of the Calradian continent, Ligaya. Ligaya, the widow of the Calradian emperor, had established the Southern Empire with a faction of loyal lords after the empire's disintegration. proclaiming her daughter Ira as the rightful heir to the Calradian throne. The Emperor of Calradia is elected by the cabinet. Thus, the nobility naturally oppose the Southern Empire's attempts to monopolize the throne, rendering the Southern Empire akin to a mother and her orphan children struggling to survive. The terrain of the Southern Empire is remarkably flat. The first village Charles encountered upon his arrival was Zestaya, where riding was quite pleasant and his pace quickened considerably. Beyond the Southern Empire lay the easternmost Khergit Khanate, a kingdom whose apparent strength belied significant internal strife, as many coveted the position of Khan. This region boasted the most formidable cavalry, the Khan's elite guards, and with the empire's decline, it presented an opportune moment for territorial expansion, if they could unite their efforts. Of course, this knowledge of the continent was merely a product of the system, rendering them little more than automatons in Charles's eyes. Upon reaching Khergit, Charles sought to locate a nobleman, as he could glean the whereabouts of Monk from the nobility. To gain entry into the Khergit Khanate, Charles would need to pledge his loyalty to Monk. However, this allegiance was not without its advantages. The most basic benefit included the acquisition of 5 elite guards and a steppe war bow. It is noteworthy that the price of a steppe war bow on the Calradian continent approached 20,000 dinars, while the cost of recruiting a level 6 noble soldier had soared to 10,000 dinars following the system upgrade. Thus, Charles stood to receive rewards valued at approximately 70,000 dinars. Soon, Charles encountered his first Khergit noble, who was wandering with a retinue and fortuitously stopped at the village of Kamshah. Charles approached the military assembly on horseback, ready to engage. The name displayed above, Akiramu, resonates within the mind of the noble Charles, who possesses a fragment of information regarding a certain Khazet noble, akin to an earl. Charles inquires about the whereabouts of Manchuk. He is informed that perhaps he might seek him near Makeb. With newfound direction, Charles departs from Makeb, passing through Chaikan until he reaches the grand city of Makeb, also a stronghold of the Khazet people. It is plausible that Manchuk is patrolling the outskirts or perhaps resides within Makeb at this very moment. Upon entering Makeb, Charles is greeted by a multitude of Khazet faces, predominantly of Asian descent. He strides towards the central castle, only to be halted at the entrance by the guards. It is a simple matter. To gain entry into the castle, one must pay a fee. The Vane family, to which Charles belongs, bears no significant reputation in Calradia, thus necessitating a bribe to the guards, a most vexatious arrangement. After parting with 743 dinars, he is finally permitted entry. Inside, the castle's DCOR is austere, with banners adorning the walls and a large bonfire at its center, surrounded by the Khan's personal guards on watch. Within the castle, only a few Khazet noble women meander about, indicating that Manchuk is not present, his 743 dinars squandered in vain. Nonetheless, Charles may continue to inquire among these nobles regarding Manchuk's whereabouts. Exiting the castle in Makeb, it is presumed that Manchuk and his men are patrolling the vicinity, prompting Charles to wander the surroundings in hopes of encountering him. However, after a thorough search, he finds no trace of the man. With no other option, he resigns himself to waiting at the gates of Makeb as the day gives way to night. Charles is skeptical that Manchuk would not return before dark. Given his ill-fated disposition, it seems unlikely that Manchuk would seek him out. After a long night of solitude, exhaustion overtakes Charles, and he contemplates resting. He returns to reality to sleep, with the moon of Dorn now high in the sky, and soon he drifts into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he resumes his journey, spending considerable time crossing the Greenwater River. Heading westward, he soon approaches the Salt Coast, a gathering place for the salt folk of Dorne, where he can find respite in the town at night. Throughout the journey, Tyranny shares numerous tales of her experiences with Charles. He is surprised to learn of her prowess with the spear, aside from having encountered the warrior women of Bear Island. He has not witnessed women from other regions of Westeros wielding weapons. Not all women in Dorne are trained in combat. Tyranny's skills are a defensive technique imparted by Prince Orenbur, providing them with greater means of security and sustenance. Upon reaching the Salt Coast, the town, a domain of the Gogenals family, is relatively isolated due to its distance from the Greenwater River, leading to infrequent visits from merchant caravans. Thus, Charles's arrival sparks a degree of commotion. The merchant caravan at the Salt Coast profits handsomely, as the area's arid land yields little grain. Consequently, Charles purchases a quantity of grain from the system for resale. As night falls, Charles once again delves into the system, determined to locate Montchug. He ventures into the castle to inquire about Montchug's whereabouts, only to discover that he has made his way to Tape's castle. Reluctantly, Charles prepares to journey to Tape's castle. At long last, diligence has borne fruit. As Montchug was about to depart, Charles fortuitously encountered him. This fully armored middle-aged man was indeed a remarkable figure. "Kusai Khan Montchug, my lord, I pledge my loyalty to you, becoming your steadfast follower. Charles Vane, it is said that you are both a valiant warrior and an exceptional leader. I accept your allegiance. Wherever my blade strikes and where my arrows fly, I shall heed your command." After an extensive oath, Charles became a noble of the Kusat, attaining a dual nobility both within and beyond. Observing the fully armored Khan's guards in the troop interface, with their crescent blades behind them, Charles could hardly contain his eagerness to summon them. They were simply magnificent. With their spiked helmets, complete chainmail, copper pauldrons, and armor, they epitomized the continent's elite cavalry, a sight that left Charles envious. The war bow of the steppes, though compact due to its design as a mounted bow, was crafted from the finest materials. Drawing it in hand, one could immediately sense its formidable power. This bow required an equivalent level of 50 to wield, a threshold that represents the talent limit for most individuals in reality. However, Charles deemed such an exquisite bow unnecessary for his purposes and resolved to sell it in order to recruit additional personnel. Chapter 33. The Legion summons after selling the Prairie War bows. Shar earned 20,000 dinars. The price for a first-tier soldier has now risen to 200 dinars, and he aims to recruit another 50 men, which will require approximately 10,000 dinars. Shar's current army consists of 35 Khergit soldiers, 5 imperial soldiers, and 10 sturgeon soldiers. Besides the 10 Khergit herdsmen who followed Aldine, the remaining Khergit soldiers are cavalry, now serving as Shar's personal guard. The imperial and sturgeon soldiers remain within the system, occasionally sent out to engage bandits for experience. Among the next 50 recruits, Shar intends to enlist some soldiers from the Assail Sultanate, as his territory is situated in the desert, and the Assail Sultanate happens to be a desert kingdom as well. It is noteworthy that in a previous life, the Mamluks were known as the nemesis of Mongolian cavalry, highlighting the formidable strength of desert-mounted warriors, who are also a nomadic people. The Assail Sultanate lies to the south of the Calradia continent, and during the period of peace between the Khergit and Assail, Shar can confidently recruit from Assail. Traveling south from Makeb, passing through the southern empire's capital of Onira, Shar finally finds his long-desired surgeon, Perrin, in a tavern. He spends 415 dinars to recruit him and assigns him the position of army physician. Perrin's level 80 medical skills reduce the mortality rate of Shar's soldiers by 8, a figure that will improve further with the growth of his expertise. Ding! Under the suggestion of Khan Montchug, the Khergit have decided to declare war on the Southern Empire. At that moment, while still in the tavern of the Southern Empire, a notification sounds. Old Mong is being unreasonable. I am still within the borders of the Southern Empire, Shar silently grumbles. With the declaration of war, Shar must hasten his departure. Encountering the Southern Empire's legions would spell disaster, as he currently has only 20 soldiers in his pack. Heading east from Onira, Shar can return to Khergit territory and then travel south to reach the Assail Sultanate. Montchug has established a legion in Chakin and sends you an invitation. The formation of a legion is akin to a great lord summoning his vassals, and as the largest lord of the Khergit, Montchug's summons is sent to every lord, including Shar. Gazing at the 20 soldiers in his pack, Shar hesitates over whether to join the legion. Since they're all automatons, he decides against it, knowing that Montchug will not hold it against him. However, the creation of a legion often signifies Montchug's intent to take military action against rival nations. Should Shar join, he might even partake in the spoils of war. We'll have 20 men. They too can be summoned, as a loyal subordinate to Old Mong. How could he not join his elder brother in battle? Shar rides his horse towards Chakin. knowing Mengchug will likely wait there for several days as other lords take time to arrive. Only when sufficient numbers are gathered will Mengchug lead them into battle. Shar is not the first to arrive. By the time he reaches, the legion's numbers are approaching 400. Upon finding Old Mong, Shar expresses his desire to join the legion. Mengchug beams with delight. Excellent, come along with us. The younger brothers of Shir appeared one after another, joining the legion, and Shir had to follow closely behind them. The number of the legion reached 1,000, and finally, Mengchuj took action. Our target is the fortress of Carenia. Brave warriors, let us set forth. The fortress of Carenia, situated at the border between the Southern Empire and Kusiyet, belonged to the Yulios family. Upon his arrival at the foot of the fortress, Shir couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the imperial stronghold, with its towering walls bristling with crossbows and its gates firmly shut, while soldiers swarmed atop the battlements. The fortress had long been aware of Kusiyet's military maneuvers and stood ready for battle, while Mengchuj remained unfazed, slowly commencing the construction of siege engines outside the city. Catapults, battering rams, and ladders were meticulously crafted by the engineers, their speed leaving Shir astounded. During the construction, Shir returned to reality, continuing his journey towards his territory. Along the way, Treelin's chatter increased as she followed Shir closely, having no one else to converse with. As night fell, Shir once again accessed the system. The siege machinery was complete, yet the troops awaited orders. Shir observed that a group of lords from the Southern Empire had gathered outside the Kusiyet camp, numbering only a few hundred, moving in small clusters. Sensing Mengchuj's impending siege, the lords quickly banded together to charge at the Kusiyet camp. The lords of Kusiyet were already prepared, and at Mengchuj's command, they too surged forth to meet the imperial forces. This was Shir's first experience witnessing a battle of such magnitude, with the flat terrain of the Southern Empire allowing both armies to see each other clearly. The formation of Kusiyet mirrored that of the Southern Empire. Shir was granted command over Kusiyet's cavalry, as the mechanical soldiers could only comprehend simple commands such as charge, retreat, align in a line, form a square, and disperse. Given the identical formations of both sides, Shir now faced the cavalry of the Southern Empire. As the imperial cavalry charged towards them, Shir led his own cavalry into the fray, outnumbering the enemy by more than double, fearlessly ready for a direct clash. The imperial cavalry appeared exceptionally elite. Through their gleaming armor, Shir discerned numerous knights among them, adorned in silver-plated armor and horse gear that dazzled his eyes. The heavy scale armor, complemented by fully equipped horse armor, with horses crowned, represented the ideal cavalry in Shir's mind. Armed with lances, carrying round shields, and equipped with high-quality imperial steel swords, they surged forth like a torrent of white steel, colliding with Shir's green army. Shir felled an imperial cavalryman with his sword and charged into the rear of the Southern Empire's forces. However, to his surprise, it was Shir's side that found itself at a disadvantage in this encounter. He had only managed to take down a single enemy knight. The knight quickly regained his footing, remounting his horse to continue the assault. As Shir found himself at the back of the Southern Empire's troops, he decided against further confrontation with the elite imperial cavalry. It was a battle not in his favor, and he had already incurred significant losses. With a fervent shout, Charles rallied his troops. "Follow me." He charged alongside the Kazette cavalry towards the imperial infantry regiment. Cavalry has always been the nemesis of infantry. Once they breached the formation, the enemy would be as good as captured. Raising their lances, they aimed at the slowly advancing circle of imperial soldiers. The imperial cavalry, equipped for battle, seemed unwilling to let Charles and his men pass unchallenged, closely trailing behind in an attempt to thwart their charge. As the Kuzet cavalrymen brandished their lances and surged forward, the mechanized soldiers did not flinch in fear. Instead, they raised their spears and shields to defend themselves. Initially, Charles felt assured of victory. However, when he encountered the dual-bladed spearmen of the Empire, he realized his miscalculation. Horses fell like kites in a gust of wind, many riders being unseated. Charles pressed on, yet the sight of his diminished Kuzet cavalrymen nearly took his breath away. How could the heavy cavalry perform so poorly? They had not lost so many against the imperial forces before. This was unexpected. In reality, the The Khazet cavalrymen were undeniably formidable. So why were they faltering within the confines of the system? Nevertheless, it was somewhat reassuring that the imperial infantry's formation had been thoroughly disrupted. Charles quickly regrouped his subordinates, intent on continuing the charge. If one were to inquire about the mightiest cavalry of Khazet, one could not overlook its elite archers. The archer units, though slower than Charles, were now arriving in droves. As a throng of mounted archers galloped forth, Charles finally witnessed the true power of the steppe cavalry. Waves of arrows mercilessly rained down upon the soldiers of the Southern Empire, as Khazet archers encircled the imperial infantry, trapping them like lambs and picking them off one by one. When the armored elites arrived, Charles sought to advance with his men to provide support. But he had underestimated the prowess of the Khan's personal guard. As they unsheathed their crescent blades, they dispatched the armored elites with ease, akin to a band of legendary warriors in battle. Unable to contain himself, Charles exclaimed in astonishment, determined to summon his 5 Khan's guards. Charles recalled that if the Khazet cavalrymen were so lackluster within the system, how formidable would these elite guards be in reality? Under the onslaught of the Khan's guard and the Khazet heavy cavalry archers, the battle swiftly concluded, resulting in a devastating defeat for the Southern Empire, with a majority of their forces captured and only a handful managing to escape. Fortuitously, Charles acquired 5 elite armored knights of the Empire as prisoners, now resting within his captive satchel. It was worth noting that he could recruit these captives. 5 level 6 soldiers would yield a handsome profit of 50,000 dinars. With the imperial forces vanquished, the Mengchug army continued to encircle the city. The inhabitants within the walls, witnessing their comrades being overwhelmed, remained hesitant to support, instead adopting a posture of readiness. Outside the city, the losses for the regiment were minimal, approximately 150 casualties, while the remaining forces were more than sufficient to capture the fortress of Calradia. At this moment, the garrison within the fortress was sparse, numbering just over 200. This was still considered a relatively significant force in the Calradian continent, as without a 2- or 3-fold advantage in numbers, Mengchug would not dare to assault the fortress. These mechanized soldiers were quite adept in defense. The instruments of war were meticulously prepared. At the command of Mengchug, the formidable legion commenced its advance towards the castle. Numerous wooden stakes had been erected outside the city gates, providing a refuge for the archers. The archers swiftly congregated around the stakes, engaging in a fierce exchange of arrows with the imperial marksmen atop the walls. Meanwhile, the infantry, shields raised, formed a protective perimeter around the siege engines as they gradually approached the fortress. Confronted by the massed Khazet warriors, the imperial soldiers exhibited no hesitation, raising their crossbows to unleash a barrage upon the Khazet ranks, each colossal bolt often claiming the lives of 2 or 3 Khazet fighters. Experiencing the brutal realities of siege warfare for the first time, Charles found himself somewhat bewildered, astride his steed, uncertain of where to direct his assault. In a moment, however, he caught sight of Mengchug, the illustrious Khan of the Khazet, who had astonishingly mingled among the infantry, advancing alongside the siege engines towards the castle. Charles was filled with astonishment and a touch of admiration. Compared to the aloof nobles, these humble warriors evoked a sense of respect within him. Dismounting, Charles seized an imperial steel sword and shield from the spoils of battle, and joined the ranks of the infantry. Chapter 34. The siege of Calradia fortress. The rumbling of wheels propelled the massive siege machinery forward, with Charles wielding his shield closely behind. Arrows occasionally flew towards him, striking his shield with dull thuds. Boom! The siege ladder was pushed to the edge of the city wall, and the archers atop the wall swiftly lowered their bows, seizing large stones to hurl down at the Khazet soldiers below. A boulder tumbled down, deflected by Charles's shield, which cracked in half upon impact. Once the ladder was secured, Khazet soldiers began their ascent up the wall, while the mouth of the wall became crowded with imperial soldiers. Among the first to scale the wall was a personal guard of the Khan. Although he excelled in both ranged and melee combat while mounted, his crescent blade proved less effective in the siege. As he raised his weapon upon reaching the wall, the enemy's spears and daggers surged towards him. No matter how thick his armor, it could not withstand the relentless blows. Without a shield, the Khan's guard was destined to fall, and within moments, he was cast down from the battlements, taking several Khazet soldiers with him. The throng of bodies rendered it impossible for Charles to ascend the ladder, compelling him to draw his bow and target the archers on the wall. After being struck by one of Charles's arrows, the archers became vigilant, aiming their own arrows in retaliation. To his astonishment, having been hit by his arrow, the archer was still able to function and even draw his bow. Charles swiftly raised his shield to block the incoming arrows. After exchanging a volley, the archer succumbed after taking 2 of Charles's arrows, and Charles, employing the same tactic, emptied his quiver, claiming around 10 lives with his 24 arrows. Though he sustained a few hits himself, his heavy armor rendered them inconsequential. Noting that fewer soldiers remained below the ladder, yet the wall had not yet fallen, Charles stowed his bow back within the system and began to climb the ladder. Ascending slowly with his round shield, he blocked the falling boulders with precision, and occasional arrows struck his armor, though they were thwarted by the metal plating, causing only minor discomfort. The fervor of battle surged through Charles, rendering him oblivious to these trivial injuries. Upon reaching the wall's edge, a multitude of blades awaited him. The soldiers unleashed a furious barrage against his shield, hoping to injure him or shatter his defense. However, Charles was no easy target. He deflected their attacks and swiftly countered, driving his blade towards one soldier's head. Another wave of strikes came, and Charles continued to parry, employing no elaborate techniques, merely a straightforward defense. The imperial soldiers on the wall had already endured substantial losses at the hands of the Khazet. After Charles dispatched several foes, the remaining soldiers attempted to rush in, granting Charles a precious window of opportunity. Seizing it, he nimbly vaulted over the edge and onto the wall. Once atop the wall, Charles found himself more agile than on the ladder, adeptly responding to the advancing enemy forces. He evaded blade after blade, swiftly dispatching several assailants. Despite Charles's bravery, the relentless mechanical soldiers remained undeterred, pressing their assault against him with unwavering resolve. The shield ultimately reached its limit, and after losing it, Charles could only create distance, for he would find it difficult to withstand the onslaught of blades. The castle corridor could only accommodate 1 or 2 figures, thus standing atop the walls. Charles was akin to a lone warrior holding back a multitude. Gripping the imperial steel sword tightly, he deftly evaded a strike and counterattacked. Having discerned the tactics of his assailants, evasion became increasingly straightforward for him. As he fought fiercely on the battlements, he provided precious time for his allies, drawing the gaze of the imperial guards and allowing other Khazet soldiers to successfully ascend the walls. As more allies climbed up, the imperial defenders began to falter. In terms of numbers, the defenders were already at a disadvantage, and with the Khazet soldiers surging onto the walls, their defeat became inevitable. While the walls were being stormed by Charles and his comrades, fierce battles raged at the city gates. Charles withdrew several arrows that had struck him and, seizing his sword, intended to support the troops engaging the enemy at the gates. Lacking command over the siege, he could not issue orders to the Khazet soldiers on the walls and thus ventured alone to provide aid. The soldiers atop the walls were preoccupied with pursuing isolated imperial guards, neglecting their comrades who were valiantly resisting the enemy outside the gates. Upon Charles's arrival at the gates, he found the ground littered with corpses as 2 legions clashed fiercely. The Khazet soldiers were being repelled by the resilient imperial troops, yet their numerical superiority began to manifest. With Charles's timely intervention, the Khazet's advantage grew even more pronounced. Suddenly appearing, he swiftly dispatched several imperial infantrymen who had their backs turned to him. Realizing that an enemy had infiltrated their rear, the Imperials reluctantly diverted some of their forces to confront Charles. These armored foes gleamed ominously, indicating their exceptional status among the Imperial ranks. When Charles's blade met theirs, a resounding clash erupted, sparks flying as his sword was firmly parried. He could sense the formidable strength behind their strikes. From the bloodied armor, he discerned that these were elite level 5 Imperial legionnaires. The Imperial infantry indeed proved to be significantly stronger than his previous adversaries, presenting a considerable challenge to Charles. Nonetheless, he was no longer the Na'vi youth of yore. After several exchanges, he seized the opportune moment to eliminate one of the legionnaires. With one less adversary, their threat diminished considerably, and the Kazet brothers outside the gates began to break through the imperial blockade. Thus, when Charles felled another enemy, the imperial guards finally dispersed, realizing their only recourse was to flee towards the castle. Witnessing the enemy's retreat, Charles finally exhaled in relief, fatigue washing over him. This battle had consumed an entire day. Even the strongest would be exhausted. With victory assured, Charles returned to reality to rest. He slept soundly until the following evening, and in his absence, the caravan's progress stalled due to his lack of orders, causing concern among his companions, including Dis, who grew increasingly anxious at the sight of Tahu guarding the entrance to Charles's tent like a vigilant sentinel. Dis made several attempts to rush into the tent, eager to ascertain Charles' safety, but was thwarted at the entrance by Tahan and the cavalry. Dis suspected that this group was on the brink of rebellion, so he gathered the merchants from the caravan and began to confront Tahan. "What have you done to the Lord?" he demanded. Tahan responded with a cold, indifferent gaze. Dis felt a surge of anger at Tahan's lack of response, yet he found himself unable to stand firm against these ironclad warriors. The villagers accompanying Dis trembled at the sight of Tahan and his cavalry. Typically, they were the protectors, inspiring no fear in them, but now, standing opposed to the cavalry, they felt the oppressive weight of their presence. "What is going on?" Charles emerged from the tent, observing the crowd outside with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing Charles, Dis was overwhelmed with emotion, as if a savior had appeared before him. However, his sentiment was quickly overshadowed by the formidable presence of the 5 heavily armored soldiers with iron masks and another 5 clad in chainmail with swords and shields standing beside Charles. The aura of these 10 individuals was undeniably powerful, rivaling the intimidation he felt from Tahan. Tahan, sensing the strength of these 10, quickly bowed as Charles awakened. "Khan, you have finally come to," he said. "What has transpired?" Charles, astonished that his brief slumber nearly incited conflict, could only offer a helpless consolation to the aggrieved Dis. "Tahan, next time refrain from causing such alarm. I merely took a moment longer to rest." "As you command, Khan." Having slept for a day, Charles' hunger became acute, prompting him to request food from Dis. He indulged in a hearty meal, savoring every bite, and followed it with a glass of wine. Truly a delightful existence. Observing his loyal guards and the elite knights of the Empire behind him, Charles felt a pang of fear for their safety in the siege. However, fortune favored them, and they had survived. After awakening, Charles summoned his guards. With their presence, his safety was significantly enhanced. He inquired about their names one by one. Sari, Radu. These 10 would henceforth become Charles' personal guards, allowing Tahan to be relieved of his protective duties. Upon returning to the territory, the cavalry would surely expand, with Tahan being designated as the commander of the cavalry. Well rested, Charles resumed his journey into Calradia. A day had passed since the capture of Calradia fortress, and at that moment, Mungchug's legion was recuperating within the castle. Charles assessed the spoils of war allocated to him, noting that due to the multitude of lords participating in the battle, the gains were sparse, some damaged weapons and armor, along with a dozen captives, most of whom were of high quality, predominantly Tier 3 soldiers. After the battle, the bodies around the walls had vanished entirely, and Calradia fortress had returned to its original state. Charles ascended the castle, where the lords were gathered in the hall, seeming to enter a conference mode upon his arrival. A notification sound resonated in Char's ears, announcing, "Please cast your vote for the ownership of Calradia fortress." Subsequently, a plethora of options appeared before him, representing the various families of Kazet, among which was, of course, Char's own Wayne family. It was a foregone conclusion. He would vote for himself. Char selected his family's option, which displayed, "You have cast your vote for the Wayne family." Char held little hope, as his rapport with these lords was rather low, thus he doubted they would vote for him. As expected, Char's ballot stood solitary with merely a single vote. The family with the highest votes was the Kujit family, a name that would once again shine upon the Calradia continent 2 centuries hence, though that would bear no significance for Char. Ultimately, the ownership of the fortress will be determined by Mungchug, for he was, after all, the Khan of Kazet. Should Mungchug desire to claim Calradia fortress for himself, This vote will be rendered moot. Khan Mungshug of Kazet, disregarding the opinions of his vassals, bestows Carinea fortress upon Char Wayne of the Wayne family. The nobles of Kazet. Char. Chapter 35. Luoywa town. As I caressed the weathered marks upon the city walls, each stone bore a profound sense of history. Old Meng, defying the consensus, entrusted the Carinea fortress to Shar, which caused the lords of Kazet to harbor an even deeper disdain for both Shar and Mengshug. Their initial indifference towards Shar had already been non-existent. Now, it had plummeted into the negative. When the level of animosity reaches a critical point, these individuals will inevitably become adversaries of Shar, ready to escalate into conflict upon their next encounter. At this moment, Carinea fortress was left with a mere handful of soldiers due to the siege, and upon glancing at the fortress management interface, which displayed only 21 personnel, Shar was instantly overwhelmed with pressure. Recruiting all the captives and integrating them into the garrison, the total barely exceeded 40. It is worth noting that Carinea fortress was once adjacent to the Kazet kingdom during its allegiance to the Southern Empire, indicating that Shar must now confront the looming threat from the Southern Empire. With the few misfit soldiers available, one could hardly expect them to withstand the legions of the Southern Empire. Even a single lord from that realm, leading a mere 200 men, might easily seize the fortress. Once soldiers are stationed within the fortress, they no longer count against Shar's army, thus transforming the fortress into a strategic outpost. However, there exists a cap on the number of troops that can be garrisoned, determined by the level of the fortress's barracks. Currently, Carinea fortress has a Barak level of 0, limiting the garrison to a mere 300 soldiers. Yet, with Shar as 2,000 dinars, he could barely recruit to meet the fortress's maximum capacity. Shar chose to concentrate all construction efforts on the wall workshop, as upgrading it would better fortify against potential incursions from the Southern Empire. A level 1 wall workshop could only provide crossbows for the fortress, while level 2 would introduce catapults. The upgrade requires a span of 14 days, of course. Should one wish to expend dinars, this duration could be shortened, but at present, Shar was devoid of funds. Within the territory of Carinea fortress, there were 2 villages, Carinea village and Modikia. These villages would yield taxes for Shar, collected every 7 days. As Shar had yet to receive any, the amount remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from recruiting soldiers within his villages. With a 0 favorability rating, Shar could only enlist level 1 troops. However, quantity was his immediate need over quality. In the days that followed, Shar oscillated between the villages and the fortress, expending 10,000 dinars to enlist 50 new imperial soldiers. Meanwhile, in reality, Shar's contingent traversed mountains and rivers to reach their destination. A vast, desolate expanse lay before him, with sand and stones swirling about, instilling in Shar an overwhelming sense of melancholy and solitude, as if only the setting sun could enhance its isolation. The caravan proceeded along the coast, with the largest oasis of the territory not far from the shoreline. Thus, shortly after entering the desert, Shar and his companions arrived at the small town of Luoywa within the oasis. The town was sparsely populated, its residents gaunt and weary, a testament to the scarcity of resources in their desert habitat. The intense sunlight of the desert had rendered their skin notably darker. As Shar's caravan approached, the townsfolk cautiously peered out, their heads bobbing in curiosity. As they ventured into the small town, a middle-aged man, dressed in somewhat finer attire, approached and said, "My lord, we have already paid taxes twice. We truly cannot afford to pay again." "Taxes? No, I'm not here to collect taxes." Upon hearing that he was not a tax collector, the man sighed with relief and inquired, "Then, my lord, who are you?" "He is the newly appointed lord of the Falling Moon territory, Viscount Charles Vane," answered Trini on his behalf. "A lord?" The man's eyes reflected a moment of confusion, but he quickly regained his composure and knelt, bowing his head. "My lord, you have finally arrived." Upon learning that Charles was their lord, the surrounding villagers, who had gathered to witness, promptly knelt in reverence. Life without a lord had been unbearable for them, whether it was bandits or nobles. All had come to their town to take their share, demanding taxes and protection fees multiple times a year. Seeing the man's tear-filled eyes, Charles felt somewhat perplexed. Could it be that a lord was so revered in this era? Dismounting, he helped the man to his feet and inquired about his name. He was Battat, the mayor of Falling Moon Town, who had once worked as a mercenary in Essos during his youth. He recounted the hardships endured by Falling Moon Town, his voice trembling with emotion, tears streaming down his face. When he finally concluded his lament, he realized his rudeness in allowing the Viscount to stand there and listen for so long. Upon this realization, he hastily knelt to apologize. Observing the man's fearful demeanor, Charles could only shake his head in resignation. "I require a space to accommodate the merchant caravan," Charles commanded directly. Battat responded nervously. "There's an open area by Falling Moon Lake, my lord." He then led Charles to the location for the caravan. Falling Moon Lake, although not vast, seemed like a natural harbor directly connected to the southern Dorne Sea, capable of accommodating large vessels for both entry and mooring. It was astonishing that such advantageous geography had not been utilized by these individuals. Charles also noticed the nearby hills, which would serve as an excellent site for a castle. Satisfied with Battat's suggestion, the caravan settled by the lake's edge. "Are there any other villages nearby?" Charles inquired of Battat. "There's also a village called White Sand, my lord," he replied. White Sand Village was the only subordinate village of Falling Moon Town. To Charles, Falling Moon Town's scale seemed comparable to that of a village, so he was not surprised to learn it had a subordinate village. However, upon hearing that White Sand Village had only about 30 inhabitants, he felt reassured. The population of Falling Moon Town was approximately 500, hardly the size of town, and since Battat had not conducted a detailed census, he could only provide an estimate. After settling the caravan, and with no tavern available in the town, Charles and his companions were left to prepare their own meals over a fire. The aroma of the cooking smoke attracted the surrounding villagers, who watched with eager eyes as Charles and his companions dined. Trini, seeing a frail little girl, felt a surge of compassion. Though she had mastered the arts of poison and marksmanship, she had yet to grow into the formidable sand serpent like her sister, thus remaining untouched by brutality and sentimentality. She offered a bowl of meat porridge to the little girl, who swallowed hard and shook her head in refusal. Trini assumed the girl feared she had poisoned the food, so she took a sip herself before extending it once more. Yet the girl continued to decline, her eyes filled with longing, for she had been taught by her mother that she could not accept gifts from the nobility. Charles observed the villagers' desire, sighed, and instructed Dis to prepare more food to distribute among them. Dis nodded and began to prepare the meals, well aware that Charles was not like other nobles, making his decision unsurprising to him. When word spread that a noble lord was distributing food for free, the entire town flocked to him. Although Charles had brought only a limited supply, he possessed a system. A bag of grain costing 7 dinars could sustain the town for a considerable period, and it was not impossible to cultivate grains in the oasis. Charles had already seen numerous fields in the vicinity. While Dis was unfazed by this, Trini felt astonished. It was her first encounter with a noble willing to share sustenance with commoners. The nobles of Westeros were indifferent to the plight of the farmers, caring only for their own comfort. The survival of the peasants was of no concern to them, and in their eyes, reducing taxes was a monumental favor. Charles did not feed the villagers all at once, but rather allocated limited portions, ensuring that anyone attempting to take more or cut in line was promptly escorted away by Tahu. Observing this scene, reminiscent of a disaster relief effort, Trini remarked, "You're the first person I have ever seen do this." The first? Charles nearly forgot that they were in a quasi-medieval era, a setting often discussed online regarding the least desirable identities to obtain upon time travel. An answer that was quite evident. Perhaps life would be better in a land of abundance. Trini shook her head. She had witnessed the inhabitants of Dorne's richest city, Sunspear, and though it was not as destitute as Moonlight Town, it was not far removed from such hardship. "What do you think about building a castle on that hill?" Charles inquired. Trini was taken aback that he would ask about constructing a castle. Though they had grown closer during their journey, their relationship remained merely platonic, devoid of any romantic undertones. Wouldn't it be difficult to build on a hill? It wouldn't be too large. With pack animals to transport materials, it shouldn't pose much trouble. As Charles gazed at the Dorne maiden, he fell into contemplation. He had witnessed Trini's marksmanship during their travels. It was commendable, placing her among the upper echelon of women in that regard. yet it paled in comparison to his own prowess. Losing to Charles was something Trainee had anticipated, as she had struggled to land even a few blows against her father, Prince Oberyn. She sensed that Charles had been somewhat lenient during their sparring, which left her feeling slightly belittled. Trainee's exotic beauty was indeed captivating, but remembering that she was only 16, Charles dismissed any improper thoughts that had crossed his mind. Terence was aware that tempting Charles was futile, so she ceased to bring it up and instead focused on gentle massages each night, hoping for a more substantial outcome. Once the food supplies were exhausted, Charles mounted a warhorse, undoubtedly seized from the armored knight, and rode forth with his guards to address the villagers. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a booming voice, "People of Luoyue town, I am your lord, Charles Vane. I trust you have heard of my arrival. I wish to convey that I am not here to impose taxes upon you. Henceforth, I shall reduce the agricultural tax by half. As your lord, I shall fulfill my duties and lead my soldiers in safeguarding our homeland. However, in addition to protecting our land, I hope you will join me in our efforts to build our community, and I shall provide appropriate rewards and sustenance for every villager who contributes." Upon hearing Charles's promise to have the agricultural tax, the townsfolk erupted in jubilation, fervently chanting the name of the Vane family as their expression of gratitude. Observing how effortlessly Charles won their hearts, Terence smiled softly, her own resolve growing ever more steadfast. Chapter 36. The True and False Sand Bandits, my lord. The Lord of the Southern Territory arrived yesterday. Sia Evine? Indeed, my lord. The Kobold family's desert is not easily penetrable. Prepare the men beyond the sand bandits. Let this fortunate fellow understand the perils of the scorpion. Understood, my lord. With the promise of rewards and sustenance, the villagers of Luoyue town worked diligently, while the few laggards were promptly dealt with by Tahu. The construction of the castle and port progressed fervently, with Sia Air procuring hardwood from the system to replace the scarce timber in the desert. The project was entrusted entirely to the scholar Ganaminos and Tahu. Ganaminos, summoned by Sia Air, efficiently devised the castle's construction plan with his level 80 building proficiency. Sia Air offered a few suggestions before relinquishing control to him. Sia Air then set out with his guards to inspect neighboring villages, arriving at the nearby Baisha village. The village indeed boasted a considerable expanse of white sand. The houses, built of mud and thatch, evoked an image reminiscent of an African tribe. The villagers appeared either tattered or barely clothed, their eyes devoid of life. The surrounding fields of wheat seemed to encompass their entire existence, and upon seeing Sia Air approach on horseback, they scurried indoors to hide. Only an elderly man, trembling, approached Sia Air with a sack of grain. "My lord, this is today's protection tax." Sia Air dismounted. "Protection tax? Who is collecting the protection tax?" The old man coughed painfully before responding. "Isn't my lord here to collect the protection tax?" Sia Air shook his head. Was he truly so reminiscent of a tax collector? "I am a new lord of Luoyue, good sir. Please tell me, who is collecting taxes from you?" It is, they have come." A voice rang out, "Old Lu, where is your village's protection tax?" The sound of galloping horses approached, accompanied by the loud shouts of a man. 3 Dorn desert horses, led by a lanky Dorn man adorned with a headscarf, followed by 2 robust Dorn brutes. The leader, noticing Sia Air and the sack handed to him by the old man, inquired sharply, "Who are you? Do you not realize this is the territory of the Sand Rat Gang?" Sia Air retorted, "The Sand Rat Gang? Are you the ones collecting taxes from Shushi Village?" Upon recognizing the imposing knights clad in iron beside Sia Air, the leader's bravado dissipated, and he hesitantly mentioned his brother. "This, my lord, our boss is Giant Tooth Sheg." Sia Air, unfazed, pressed on. "I ask again, are you the ones collecting protection tax?" The leader trembled under Sia Air's fierce gaze, stammering, "Why, yes, my lord." With a cold smile, Sia Air commanded, "Very well, Madwa, apprehend them." Mordo, the captain of the personal guard of Shar, is a swordsman recruited by Shar within the system. And his level 150 proficiency in both one-handed and two-handed swords allows Shar to entrust his personal guard to him without worry. "Yes, my lord." As the situation appeared to take a turn for the worse, the 3 individuals attempted to flee. However, Mordo was not inclined to grant them such an opportunity. For the speed of the prairie warhorses and the imperial steeds far surpassed that of their Dorn steeds. "My lord, spare us," they pleaded. "We are merely the tax collectors for the guild. It was Sheer who ordered us to do so." Observing their frantic cries for mercy, Shar commanded, "Silence them." Mordo, with a swift motion, the faces of the three instantly swelled red. "I will ask you questions. Answer correctly, and I shall spare your lives. Fail to do so, and you shall feed the sand rats tonight. The choice is yours." The three individuals bowed their heads in supplication. "My lord, spare us. Whatever we know, we shall not dare to conceal." Shar nodded. "Very well. Then my first question, how many members does the Sand Rat Gang have? Where is their lair?" The three exchanged glances, pondering the implications of his inquiries. Were these not two questions? Yet, they dared not question him. Whatever Shar proclaimed would be deemed true, and they recounted all that they knew. The Sand Rat Gang is the largest band of sand bandits in the region of Falling Moon, led by the self-proclaimed Sand Bandit King, the giant-toothed Sheer, with approximately 40 members. They are entrenched around the Wind Sand Cave, not only raiding passing merchant caravans, but also extorting protection fees from the surrounding villages, thereby engaging in a variety of nefarious enterprises. As the lord of the territory, Shar was determined to eradicate this bandit group, and their daily taxation practices incensed him, revealing a blatant disregard for the local villagers. Consequently, he felt justified in viewing them as less than human. Shar organized the villagers of White Sand Village, intending to relocate them to Falling Moon Town. This land, laden with white sand, was scarcely suitable for habitation. Relinquishing a few acres of farmland was of little consequence. Upon hearing of Shar's plan to move them, the villagers hesitated. This land had been their ancestral home for generations, and abandoning it would evoke profound emotions, especially as Shar had yet to earn their complete trust. "Villagers of White Sand Village, do you truly wish to continue paying protection fees to these bandits daily? Follow me, and I shall ensure your safety and provide you with land to cultivate." What is there to hesitate about? "My lord, will you truly grant us land?" Shar affirmed, "Indeed, I promise it." "Very well, I shall follow you." After the first individual voiced his agreement, the others soon acquiesced as well. What choice did they have? Shar was their lord, and rebellion against their lord was unthinkable. Shar first led them back to Falling Moon Town, then summoned Tan, Janaminos, and Mordo to the tent to discuss the matter of the bandits. After outlining the situation regarding the sand bandits, Tan was the first to offer a suggestion. "Khan, to know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. To assault the bandits, we must first ascertain the details of their base. Therefore, I request permission to lead a reconnaissance mission." Zaire concurred with his perspective, acknowledging the necessity of thorough reconnaissance. Given that his side comprised predominantly cavalry, any disadvantageous terrain could lead to significant losses. Beyond intelligence gathering, it was imperative that they eliminate the bandits entirely. Failing to eradicate the sand bandits in one fell swoop would allow them to regroup and resume their nefarious activities, Zaire remarked. Madwa appeared perplexed and inquired, "My lord, are our adversaries merely a band of sand bandits? What is the significance of mobilizing our forces against such a disorganized rabble? If you grant me permission, I could lead 10 of my brethren to dispatch this group of bandits by nightfall." Observing his unwavering confidence, Zaire found it difficult to dispute the assertion, particularly given the lackluster combat effectiveness exhibited by the three they had captured. Ganaminos remained silent until the very end before finally speaking. The following day, the villagers of Baisha arrived in Luoyue town, bringing their families and belongings. Zaire allocated surplus tents to them, and he planned to organize the construction of their homes. From Ganaminos' perspective, the layout of Luoyue town was highly impractical. Thus, Zaire envisioned a reconfiguration of the town, aspiring to transform it into a desert port, with the integration of Baisha village serving as the initial phase. Today, Zaire would lead a caravan towards Shushi Fort, loading several bags of grain onto the pack animals. Thus, the caravan commenced its journey, meandering out of Luoyue town and passing through Baisha village. "My lord, ahead lies the Fengsha cave," one of his companions remarked. The caravan comprised around 20 individuals, and a keen observer might notice a glimmer of silver peeking from beneath their robes. The arrival of the caravan naturally captured the attention of the sand rats. Several sentinels swiftly relayed the news to the Sand Rat King. A caravan of over 20 individuals was a rare sight in the desolate lands of Luoyue. The avaricious Sand Rat King would not let such a prime opportunity slip by. He promptly assembled his minions. To instill a sense of intimidation, he summoned all his subordinates, leaving only a handful to guard the camp while the rest set out. Shortly after Zaire's caravan entered the Fengsha cave, the formidable giant Tooth Siegu and his men obstructed their path. If they could secure benefits through peaceful means, it would be ideal, as the Sand Rat Gang was reputed to uphold a code of brotherhood, or so Zaire believed. Do you know whose territory this is? Siegu bared his formidable teeth, and Zaire understood the origin of his moniker. You are Giant Tooth Siegu. Upon hearing that his name had reached the ears of the stranger, Siegu proudly lifted his head. Indeed, I'm the Sand Rat King, Siegu. Zaire turned to the bandit beside him and inquired, Is that him? The fellow eagerly confirmed, Indeed he is. This scoundrel has long abandoned any notions of loyalty for his own survival, betraying his former leader without hesitation. Recognizing Xiares compagnon, Sieye exclaimed, Roku, what are you doing here? After receiving confirmation, Zaire gestured to Madwa, who readied his spear and hurled it forth. It was worth noting that aside from his level 150 dual-wield swords, he also possessed a level 100 spear, making him a truly versatile warrior. The price tag spun like a whirling top, hurtling towards Sheg. Still reeling from the shock of Rocco's betrayal, the spear pierced his chest, and Sheg was sent flying, landing lifeless on the ground. The desert bandits were initially perplexed, but upon witnessing their leader's fall, their instinct was to avenge him. However, the brutal Modo instilled a sense of fear that kept them from acting recklessly, until the gang's second-in-command shouted, Avenge our leader. Only then did the bandits raise their weapons and charge towards the merchant convoy. A swift arrow came from behind, striking the fastest bandit directly. At that moment, the group realized they had been stealthily cornered by a well-equipped cavalry. The soldiers beside Charles no longer concealed themselves, pulling aside their cloaks to reveal heavy armor beneath. The bandits finally felt trepidation. Brothers, do not entertain thoughts of opposing the Lord. I am Rocco. If you lay down your weapons and surrender, the Lord will spare us. Cease this futile resistance. Rocco's words became the final straw for the bandits, who promptly knelt, clutching their heads in submission. Ultimately, the base of the bandits was obliterated, fulfilling Charles's objective of confiscating resources before returning. The strategy of luring the snake out of its hole was the last plan proposed by Ganaminos. Cavalry was ill-suited for combat in caves, but on open ground, even doubling the enemy would not pose a threat. Thanks to Modo's precise spear and Rocco's persuasion, Charles managed to achieve this victory with remarkable ease. He was quite satisfied with the outcome. Upon returning to Moonfall Town, Charles heard faint shouts echoing through the town, with the word bandits discernible among them. He exchanged glances with Tahu and Modo, and a tempest of emotions swirled within them. Chapter 37. The Scorpion Mercenary Corps as Char led his men into the town of Luoyue. The horrific scene he anticipated did not materialize. Instead, he found a dozen or so bandits encircling the villagers in the town center. The villagers huddled together in fearful silence, occasionally dragged from their homes by the bandits and taken to the open ground. As long as you behave, we will not harm you. In this desert, the only ones who can protect you are the Scorpion Mercenary Corps. If you comply, no one will dare to touch you. The Scorpion Mercenary Corps was notorious in the desert. They called themselves a mercenary group, yet they were nothing but a band of marauders. Their leader, Butte, was especially infamous, rumored to have a penchant for devouring children and maidens alive. Captain, what is that? One of his men exclaimed. It appears to be cavalry. The ironclad horsemen charged in, encircling the bandits. The villagers, bandits, and the cavalry of Calradia formed 3 concentric circles. Who are you? Char demanded loudly. And who might you be? The bandit leader retorted. I am Charvain, the lord of Luoyue. You have trapped my subjects here. What is your intent? Are you declaring war upon me? The bandit leader's thoughts were interrupted by Char's presence. He had expected Butte to be attacking Char's camp instead of appearing here. Without allowing the bandits time to ponder, Charles swiftly commanded, "Soldiers, disarm this band of brigands. Show no mercy to those who resist." Clang! The cavalrymen of Kazette and the imperial cavalry drew their steel blades. The bandits huddled together, and seeing the overwhelming numbers of Char's forces, their leader threatened. "We are members of the Scorpion Mercenary Corps. Our leader Butte is on his way here. Sir Char Vane, you would do well to let us go, otherwise your territory shall know no peace." Char found himself amused by the threat, initially intending to eradicate the bandits. He now felt as if he had been robbed in his own home, a sensation akin to having swallowed a fly. "You dare threaten me? Very well, brothers. Kill." With the order given, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene, sending shivers down the spines of the Scorpion bandits as they sensed the palpable aura of death emanating from the armored cavalrymen. The bandit captain panicked. He had not foreseen that his threat would backfire. However, these desperate men were no strangers to life and death, and they resolutely raised their weapons to resist. At that moment, Modo drew his sword and charged directly at the bandit captain, intent on capturing the leader first. The Scorpion bandits seemed to share the same thought, and at their captain's command, they surged toward Char. With his crescent blade, Modo struck down the approaching bandits, while the Khan's guards formed an impenetrable wall, systematically eliminating any bandit that dared approach Char. Modo reached the bandit captain's side, and upon seeing Modo standing alone before him, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. He believed his ruthless nature had earned him his position as leader of the mercenary corps, and he raised his knife, poised to retaliate against Modo. The might of the captain of the guard is not something a mere bandit can withstand. Modo tightened his grip on the massive sword and cleaved through the dagger swung by the desert bandit, then seized the bandit leader by the collar with one hand, delivering a fierce blow with his helmet. The bandit was instantly dazed, as if struck by a colossal hammer, collapsing limply to the ground. A swift strike with the sword ensured the bandit leader's demise. The surrounding bandits, initially intent on rushing to assist their leader, were deterred by Modo's brutal combat style. Modo shouted, "The bandit chief has been slain. Will you not surrender?" His thunderous roar pierced the heavens, resounding in the ears of the nearby bandits like a deafening clamor. Clang! One bandit, paralyzed by fear, dropped his weapon. "The captain is here. The captain has arrived," cried another bandit. A banner fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the image of a venomous scorpion, and behind it came a throng of over 100 bandits, led by a bald giant clad in full plate armor. The bandits, who had nearly abandoned their weapons, now gripped them tighter, seeing a glimmer of hope. Charles had not anticipated their timely arrival, though he welcomed it, sparing him the effort of searching for reinforcements later. "Tahan, charge and scatter their ranks." "At your command, Khan. Everyone follow my lead." Charles continued to issue orders to the guard. "Follow me to eradicate the remaining scoundrels." Drawing his steel sword and tightening the reins of his horse, Charles led the guards to eliminate the bandits encircling the villagers. With the arrival of reinforcements, their morale slightly lifted, but it was swiftly shattered by Charles' relentless charge, leading to their despair and subsequent annihilation. Tahan, alongside the Kazette cavalry, confronted the 100-strong bandit reinforcements led by Captain Butte, who had just grasped the dire situation in Luoyue town. He quickly organized a defense. "Fire arrows! Shoot these cavalry down!" The cavalry descended upon them like a tempest, leaving no time for them to draw their bows. Butte could only order his men to raise their shields in defense. Their equipment was far superior to what a mere bandit group would possess. In the desert, encounters with large cavalry units are rare, leaving Butte unprepared. Upon receiving his orders, he advanced, believing that a newly ennobled noble would lack strength, especially compared to his mercenary band, backed by a formidable figure in the desert. Boom! The war horses shattered their shield formation, and the Kazette cavalry pierced through like a razor, claiming numerous lives before effortlessly breaking free. Butte felt a pang of anguish. These brothers had been painstakingly gathered, and now over a dozen had been lost in a single wave of cavalry. "Brothers, regroup. Do not scatter." This was the first time these bandits faced a cavalry charge. Despite their notorious reputation, they remained untrained rabble, and against one of Calradia's most elite cavalry units. They were utterly slaughtered. Regrouping proved futile as Charles, With the Khan's guards and the imperial knights arrived, their imposing armor instilling immense pressure upon Butte. How can such knights appear in this place? Who is the Lord of Luoyue? Butte was beset by a multitude of questions, yet no one was available to provide answers. He realized he had provoked a formidable adversary. Beyond their imposing presence and resplendent armor, the imperial knights wielded immense power, effortlessly dispatching desert bandits as if they were mere poultry. The knights, swift as the wind, instilled a profound fear in the bandits, who finally witnessed the might of elite warriors. Butte, too, was gripped by terror, although he had a contingent of 12 cavalrymen. Their mere padded armor and headscarves were no match for the heavily armored iron cavalry of Charles. He whispered urgently to his subordinate, "Let us gather the mounted brothers and retreat while they hold the rear. Captain this, do not waste time with needless chatter. Move swiftly." Understood. From a distance, Charles spotted Butte, whose conspicuous plate armor made him an easy target. Realizing he could not allow him to escape, Charles was eager to uncover the source of Butte's audacity. How a mere bandit dared assault a viscount of the kingdom. "Follow me," Charles commanded, leading his guards in pursuit of their fleeing quarry. As the horses galloped into the desert, the distance between them gradually widened. Neither the prairie steeds nor the imperial warhorses were suited for desert pursuits, leaving Charles to watch in reluctant frustration as they slipped away. With a sharp tug on the reins, he commanded, "Stop! We cannot catch them." The guards reined in their mounts in unison. Returning to the battlefield, Charles found the bandits had surrendered, kneeling in defeat. Once Butte had fled, their will to resist evaporated. They had witnessed their leader's cowardice. Although a few of Charles's men had sustained minor injuries, they were not grievous. Charles sought out several higher-ranking bandits for interrogation. With their lives hanging in the balance, they were compelled to answer his inquiries. However, most of the bandit leaders had fled with Butte, leaving Charles unable to discern their objectives. They had merely followed orders. Upon dispersing the villagers of Luoyue town, Charles returned to camp, where chaos reigned. Tents lay scattered, and a few corpses were visible, only intensifying Charles's fury. "My lord," Ganymedes approached with his men. Upon seeing that he and others were unharmed, Charles felt a flicker of relief. "What transpired in my absence?" Ganymedes recounted the events in detail. A villager had escaped and informed him of the situation. As the construction of the fortress neared completion, he had taken refuge within its confines, where the bandits dared not launch a direct assault, instead venting their rage upon the camp. The desert bandits were exceedingly arrogant, first the Sandrat gang, then the Scorpion mercenaries. Had Charles not returned in time, he might have lost everything. With weapons confiscated, the bandits were gathered together, now lacking laborers. Charles could not afford to let them go easily. 100 or so ruthless rogues would undoubtedly continue their reign of terror if released. Naturally, he could not support them without extracting some form of labor. After all, he could not exploit the villagers and refrain from doing the same with these miscreants. With a frigid tone, Charles proclaimed to them, "You have transgressed the laws of the kingdom, and I possess the authority to impose sanctions upon you. However, I am a merciful individual, and before you lies a chance for survival. You may serve a sentence of 5 years in the Twilight Territory, after which your freedom shall be restored. Of course, you may also choose the death penalty." Upon hearing that there was a glimmer of hope for life, their previously despondent and vacant expressions flickered with a hint of color. Assaulting nobility is a grave offense, and in an age where even theft warrants the severing of hands, the death penalty would be a mere trifle for them. "My lord, we are willing to serve our sentence, as long as we can live. We would accept even 10 or 50 years, one individual quickly responded, falling to his knees in supplication. Soon after, the bandits collectively submitted. "Excellent. Your sentence will be reduced to 1 year, Charles declared, pointing at the first kneeling bandit. He was naturally overwhelmed with gratitude, almost wishing to break his own head in reverence. "Should you exhibit commendable behavior, you too may have your sentence lightened like his. However, should you contemplate escape, know that my blade shall show no mercy." Charles instructed Dees to lead the cleanup of the dilapidated camp and, inadvertently catching sight of Tyranny, nodded in her direction. Chapter 38. The Bachelor and Aldine, all the men are gone. "Useless, my lord. They had cavalry. Cavalry. Over 100 men could not defeat a mere 20. And you still have the audacity to return? My lord, their cavalry was heavily armored. Then how is it that you managed to come back? Well, I fought desperately to escape, solely to deliver this intelligence to you. The man adorned in brocade and silk, with a jeweled waist, displayed a contemptuous expression. Is that so? Then has your mission been accomplished? My lord, I am of use. I am still of use. The kneeling man was filled with terror, for unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared behind him, and the blade in that person's hand had already sliced through his throat. Grasping the gushing blood from his windpipe, he stared wide-eyed in horror before slowly collapsing to the ground. Clean up the blood. It appears our new neighbor is not to be trifled with. My lord, just ahead lies Westone Village. Westone Village, one of the subsidiary villages within the fief of Falling Moon, stands as a peculiar exception amidst the lush oases where most villages in the territory are located. This village is built upon a rocky ground, with uneven stone pinnacles rising from the earth and scattered debris making passage difficult. Charles and his companions could only lead their horses on foot, proceeding toward the cluster of caves which constituted Westone Village. The merchant caravan has arrived. The merchant caravan has arrived. Upon seeing Charles, the villagers initially assumed it was the merchants and greeted them with joyous cheers. However, as they discerned the fully armed appearance of Charles and his party, their elation swiftly morphed into fierce hostility. A robust villager, bare-chested and wielding a stone axe, stepped forward, demanding loudly, "Who are you?" "I am a new lord of Falling Moon, Charles Vane." The burly man shook his head. "We stone men have no lord. Westone Village does not belong to Falling Moon. Hence you are unwelcome here, noble." Charles attempted to clarify further, but was rudely interrupted. Faced with their antagonism towards nobility, he could only retreat with his men. While departing the rocky terrain, Charles encountered the merchants that the stone men had longed for. As the two groups crossed paths, the merchants, upon seeing the armored figures and gleaming spears, obediently made way. The merchants, wrapped in headscarves and leading camels laden with waterskins, filled Charles with a sense of displeasure, prompting him to pass by the caravan without acknowledging them. "My lord, please wait." Someone called from behind. Charles turned to see a man scrutinizing him intently. Suddenly, the eyes beneath the headscarf widened in astonishment. He pulled down the scarf, revealing a face not belonging to the Dorne people. "Commander, you have finally arrived." Aldine knelt on one knee, bowing to Charles. Upon seeing his face, Charles was equally astonished. Aldine, dismounting, he pulled him up. Both seemed astonished to encounter each other under such circumstances. "I finally found you. You've worked hard, my brother," said Charles, enveloping him in an embrace, instantly dissipating the recently felt gloom. "What brings you here?" Charles appraised him from head to toe, noting that in the months spent in Dorne, Alding had become quite sun-kissed, almost rendering him unrecognizable. Alding recounted his experiences in Dorne, explaining that he had received orders to lead the Khazet tribesmen southward. Upon arriving in Dorne, he first ventured to the prosperous city of Shannon, where he initiated a wine business using the 10 golden dragons Charles had bestowed upon him. However, wine did not sell well in Dorne, resulting in substantial losses. Subsequently, adhering to Charles's second plan, they attempted to become mercenaries. Yet their insufficient numbers meant few sought their services, leading to dire struggles for sustenance. Later, in a state of destitution, Alding inadvertently learned from merchants about the severe water scarcity within the desert. Consequently, he led his people to the city of Shushi, where he commenced a water transportation business. Remarkably, he succeeded, acquiring several water houses in Shushi, eagerly awaiting Charles' arrival in Dorne. Yet, due to a lack of contact with Charles, he could only wait quietly while selling water. Charles briefly shared his own experiences, leaving Alding in awe at the myriad of events that transpired after his departure, including brushes with death that filled him with trepidation. Upon hearing that Charles was now the Viscount of the Falling Moon territory, Alding's heart surged with excitement, though tinged with disappointment. In his mind, Charles had placed absolute trust and recognition in him, allowing him to lead the expedition south to Dorne. Yet after months of struggle, Alding felt he had not lived up to Charles's expectations. Charles was elated to encounter Alding, who was among the first to follow him into perilous situations. During that initial bewildering period in a foreign world, it was Alding and his companions who forged ahead with Charles. Alding's water transport team included a brother from the Kazette tribe, while the others had ventured to different villages with their own water supplies. "So, you are delivering water to the village of Westeros?" Alding nodded. "These stone dwellers are particular about whom they recognize. Thus, the others cannot deliver water, and it falls to me to lead the way." "Commander, have you just returned from Westeros?" Charles sighed in resignation, sharing his recent troubles with the stone dwellers. These people have gained a notorious reputation for their ferocity. Even the desert bandits dare not approach them lightly. They are numerous and exceedingly insular, which is why you face such treatment, Commander. Charles fell into contemplation. A group of subjects who defied orders within his territory was a sight he wished to avoid. From Alding's account, this group of stone dwellers numbered at least several thousand, and Charles found himself at a loss regarding how to address the situation, which proved to be quite a headache. Siaer continued his inspection of several villages within his territory, while Alding was assigned to deliver water to the stone men. In these villages, Siaer once again felt the weight of his lordship. After completing the tour of his lands, the sky gradually took on a golden hue, with clouds that resembled flames. It was only in the evening that Siaer returned to Luoyue town. Alding had already arrived at the camp. Witnessing the slowly taking shape of the castle and the villagers working tirelessly, filled with emotion at the sight, was this truly the domain of his lord? Siaer's cavalry emerged beneath the setting sun over the sand dunes. Upon returning to the camp, Tahun was waiting for Siaer in the main tent, and upon seeing him, hurried forward. "Khan, someone has requested to see you." Siaer approached the table, poured himself a glass of red wine, and downed it in one gulp. "Who wishes to see me?" "A scholar who claims he wishes to pledge his loyalty to you." "A scholar?" The image of the scholars from Bear Island's Vale University and Winterfell's Ruin University came to Siaer's mind. His noble etiquette had been taught by Ruin University. "Where is he?" "He should be in Ganymedes." "Very well, let's go meet him." Accompanied by Tahun, Siaer made his way to Ganymedes, who was currently overseeing prisoners constructing the castle's gate. Beside him stood a diminutive figure clad in a large gray robe, wearing a black iron ring. As the two noticed Siaer's approach, Ganymedes nodded in greeting. "My lord," he said. The small scholar scrutinized Siaer before bowing. "Greetings, my lord Viscount. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kalin, a scholar from the City of Scholars." "Welcome, Scholar Kalin." Kalin shook his head. "I am not yet a scholar, my lord. I am merely a student. The City of Scholars must be quite distant. It must have been a long journey. Please, come to my tent to converse and sample our fine Dornish wine." Kalin felt Siaer's warmth, which took him by surprise. After pouring a glass for Kalin, Siaer raised his cup in toast. "My lord, may I inquire if you have any knowledge of scholars?" Siaer shook his head. "Thus far, I have only encountered two, Vale of Bear Island and Ruin of Winterfell." Kalin appeared to understand. Every territory in the kingdom has scholars dispatched from the City of Scholars. "You must be familiar with the Crows?" "Indeed. Scholars sent from the city must complete studies in both corvidology and medicine." "Allow me to serve your territory, my lord Viscount." "So you were sent from the City of Scholars?" Kalin shook his head. "I applied to come on my own. I do not belong to the dispatch personnel within the city." Siaer, intrigued, asked, "Most of Luoyue's land is desert. Why would you choose to come to such a place?" The mention of the desert seemed to evoke something in Kalin. "My lord, do you know what my primary research topic in the City of Scholars is?" "The desert?" "Xia vinchet an ansvia." "Yes, my lord. For many years, I have been studying deserts, and the Dornish Desert is the largest in Westeros, which is precisely why I have come here." "Indeed. Welcome to stay, Bachelor Kalin. The deserts of the Falling Moon territory are yours to explore at your leisure." Kalin presented a necklace, stating, "My lord, this necklace crafted from special metal within the academic city symbolizes my status as a bachelor. I now entrust it to your care, and I pledge my loyalty to the Falling Moon territory and the Ween family." The metal necklace was received, and Sharween replied, "The Ween family accepts your allegiance. I, Sharween, assure you that I shall never compel you to act against your own will. I will honor your choices and opinions until the end of my days." He helped Kalin to his feet and continued, "Bachelor Kalin, You shall henceforth oversee the ravens of Falling Moon Town. As you command, my lord. Shar set up a tent for him beside the main pavilion. With the ravens, Shar could correspond with the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. In this age of information scarcity, the ravens were indeed a vital asset. He needed to consult Alding to gain a deeper understanding of the Stone People. He must find a way to win over this group. The Stone People were one of the three primary races of Dorne, typically residing in the lofty mountains and passes of the Crimson Peaks. Shar was astonished to discover that such a group existed within his own territory. Just as he was lamenting his inability to deal with these Stone People, an alert disrupted his thoughts. Cornia Fortress is under attack by the Southern Empire. Chapter 39. The siege of Cornia Fortress. The evening breeze carried the acrid scent of gunpowder, wafting around the walls of Cornia Fortress. The Imperial army had effectively blocked the castle's main approach, causing merchant caravans to hastily retreat at the sight of the imposing legions. From the high tower, Charles observed the Imperial troops methodically constructing their ladders and catapults. He could not allow the Southern Empire to complete their siege machinery unchallenged. The catapults atop the walls unleashed a relentless barrage upon the enemy legions, occasionally striking their ladders and reducing them to splinters. Charles himself operated one of the catapults. Though his aim left much to be desired, the skill required for such artillery was tied to throwing proficiency, an area in which he had evidently not invested. The Southern Empire's assault force comprised approximately 300 soldiers, a force 4 times that of Cornia Fortress. However, due to the recent upgrades to the castle's walls, they now stood significantly taller and sturdier, with the weaponry transition from crossbows to catapults. The enemy's siege equipment was repeatedly struck with precision by the catapults, seemingly igniting the fury of the Southern Empire's commander. As dawn broke the following day, the Imperial forces, under the command of Pateros, launched a ferocious assault on Cornia Fortress. Watching the Imperial soldiers surge forth like a tide, Charles and his men braced themselves, gripping their heavy swords tightly as they positioned themselves at a breach in the walls. With the Imperial forces lacking siege machinery, they were left with no choice but to scale the walls using ladders. Cornia Fortress had a limited number of archers, significantly alleviating the siege pressure on the Imperial troops, who quickly reached the base of the walls and began to set up their ladders. Charles and his soldiers endeavored to topple the ladders, but the base was swarmed with Imperial soldiers who had secured them firmly in place. The audacious infantry of the Imperial legions began their ascent, clad in scale armor, shields, and metal helmets, making them some of the most formidable foot soldiers on the Calradian continent. Yet, no armor could withstand the impact of a massive stone. Charles lifted a 50-pound boulder and hurled it down upon the ladder, striking an Imperial soldier squarely on the head. The soldier, along with the boulder, tumbled down into the throng below. While Charles managed to repel the climbing Imperial forces, the other breaches were not faring as well. Waves of Imperial soldiers continued to surge upward. Even a 3-to-1 exchange was deemed advantageous, as breaching a single point in the walls would bring Charles's forces perilously close to defeat. Recognizing the necessity of a broader defense, Charles stabilized his position before making his way to assist elsewhere. The rightmost breach in the fortress was under the most intense pressure from the Imperial assault. When Charles arrived, the defenses were beginning to falter. 2 ladders had been erected, facilitating the steady influx of enemy soldiers. Below, numerous Imperial crossbowmen and archers provided cover for their climbing comrades, and any sign of vulnerability from Charles's side would result in a hail of lethal arrows, threatening to claim lives with a single misstep. This rendered the defense of the castle by Charles's side exceedingly arduous. It was imperative to eliminate the archers. The cavalry, natural foes of the archers, were fortuitously available within the castle, with 5 or 6 Imperial horsemen, all of whom were at levels 3 or 4, standing ready at the city gates. Their primary duty was to defend against enemies attacking with battering rams, but at this moment, Charles needed to clear the archers outside the castle. With the battering ram destroyed by catapults and no enemy forces gathered at the city gates, Charles resolved to deploy them to disrupt the enemy archers. From the ramparts, he issued commands for them to charge towards the archers' positions. The gates swung open swiftly, and the cavalry surged forth, only for the gates to close rapidly behind them. A few imperial soldiers near the gates attempted to seize the opportunity to occupy the entrance, but were swept away by the cavalry's onslaught. The cavalry charged towards the enemy archers with astonishing speed. The archers, initially focused on the castle walls, were compelled to defend themselves against the oncoming cavalry, abandoning their bows to wield short daggers. With the pressure from the archers alleviated, the burden on the city gates was significantly reduced, making it exceedingly difficult for the enemy to continue their siege. The conflict reached its most intense phase, marked by brutal ferocity. The imperial forces incurred casualties of 4 to 5 men in exchange for the losses at Calradia fortress. At this juncture, it appeared that Charles held a slight advantage. However, upon witnessing the enemy cavalry beginning to encircle his own, he understood that this advantage could swiftly shift. Having recognized the pivotal role of archers in the siege, Charles silently vowed that if he could hold Calradia fortress, he would ensure a stockpile of archers within its walls. As the imperial archers and crossbowmen redirected their focus to the ramparts, the tide of battle once again shifted in favor of the Southern Empire. Shield raised, Charles struck down the imperial soldiers climbing the walls while anxiously devising a strategy to turn the tide. By chance, he caught sight of the catapult stationed atop the battlements. Operating the catapult required at least 2 individuals, and this was merely a light model. Charles loaded the stones, then alongside a nearby soldier, they pulled the control ropes, gradually lowering the catapult. He adjusted the direction, aiming at the cluster of archers gathered not far below the right fortress, and severed the rope. With a thunderous roar, the massive stones soared into the sky, tracing a graceful arc before crashing to the ground. This first strike missed the enemy archers by at least 5 meters. Undeterred, Charles continued to lower the arm of the catapult, securing the ropes, loading stones, adjusting the aim, and cutting the rope in one fluid motion. With another resounding boom, the stones descended like meteors, striking the center of the archers and ruthlessly claiming the lives of 7 or 8. Charles recognized that fortune played a role in this success. Had the circumstances been different, the archers would surely have fled. Yet, these individuals seemed to disregard the fate of their fallen comrades, persistently aiming at the enemies on the walls. Charles found himself unsure whether to commend their bravery or label them foolish. Nevertheless, this provided him with an advantageous opportunity to eliminate them without the need for precise aim. He merely needed to load the stones and launch them directly. The impact of this recent endeavor was subtle, yet it succeeded in eliminating 3 or 4 archers, having their numbers in an instant. When Char launched another finely tuned stone projectile, the remaining archers finally succumbed to fear and began their retreat towards the Southern Empire's encampment. Char, perplexed by their flight response, shifted the direction of the trebuchet to the base of the city wall, recognizing the necessity of utilizing this formidable weapon effectively. A colossal boulder was hurled, scattering the imperial forces below in disarray, although one projectile inadvertently struck an allied soldier atop the wall. Determined to continue the onslaught, Char soon realized that the stones beside him had been depleted. The imperial troops swiftly regrouped and resumed their siege. Returning to the battlements to defend, Char noted the advantage was now firmly in his favor. As long as he prevented them from breaching the walls, victory would inevitably be his. The longer the battle dragged on, the greater the imperial forces' attrition became, as their numbers dwindled in comparison to those at the fortress, with Char providing exceptional support on the battlefield. As yet another imperial infantryman was felled from the walls, the morale of their ranks began to wane, prompting those gathered beneath the walls to flee towards their encampment, despite the lords of the Southern Empire making strenuous efforts to halt their retreat. Char drew his bow and targeted the noble riders galloping outside the city. One arrow found its mark, sending a rider crashing to the ground. The walls erupted with triumphant cheers, and as Char beheld the fleeing adversaries, a smile crept onto his blood-stained visage, albeit one that appeared somewhat menacing. Wiping the blood from his face, he lamented the realism that had intensified since the system upgrade. With the battle won, it was time to collect the spoils of victory. This triumph was Char's alone, and he had no one with whom to share the bounty. Over 70 captives were taken, among them 3 nobles, alongside 10 imperial warhorses. 20 pack animals, a multitude of tattered armor and weaponry, and some intact pieces, truly a treasure trove for the chaos of war. The captives would be confined within the castle, destined to become its guards, thus sparing Shar the need for further recruitment. As for the nobles, the Southern Empire would surely pay a handsome ransom for their release, as they represented the true wealth of war. Shar anticipated a substantial profit, especially since his dinars had been expended on hardwood and provisions, leaving him in dire need of funds. Shar returned to reality, having fought for nearly 3 days and nights, while only about 3 hours had elapsed in the real world, granting him a little time to rest. The following day, Shar merely surveyed the progress of construction in Falling Moon Town, not venturing far. With the collective effort of over 500 individuals, the fortress atop the hill had been encircled by a wooden palisade. Shar intended to erect a stone wall within this wooden barrier, as the latter's defensive capabilities were inadequate and vulnerable to fire. He had already contemplated the source of stone. Waystone Village served as a natural quarry, housing at least several thousand inhabitants. Conquering them by force would prove challenging, yet trade could forge a beneficial alliance. Falling Moon Town possessed their scarce water and food resources, which could incentivize them to assist Shar in gathering stone. And the trade would also serve to bind them to him, facilitating future integration. In this instance, Shar has dispatched Aldine to negotiate with the chieftain of the Stone People. "My lord," Scholar Kalen bowed to Shar. "How fares you, Scholar Kalen? Are you settling in well?" "Quite well, my lord," he replied. "That is good to hear. By the way, has the Raven been released?" Kalen nodded. "It has successfully communicated with Sun Spear City. Here is a letter from them, my lord." He presented a missive adorned with a sun emblem, unmistakably from House Maytel. The correspondence conveyed Sun Spear City's condolences, filled with empty pleasantries. "Let us attempt to establish communication with Bear Island." "Very well, my lord." As Shar's raven took flight, neighboring ravens soared into the sky as well, the two birds crossing paths before vanishing into their respective directions. Chapter 40. Hiring Knights Recently. The news of the annihilation of the Scorpion Gang has gradually spread across the desert, and the arrival of a new noble in Moonfall Town has become known. While merchants celebrate the downfall of the bandits, knights are also stirring with anticipation. They saddle their steeds and bring along their retainers, converging in droves towards Moonfall Town. For the influx of knights, this seems to perceive a lucrative opportunity. After consulting with Shar, he opens several taverns within the town, which have been thriving in business these past few days. The knights gather in these establishments, their intentions simple. They wish to become sworn knights of Shar. Dorne is not a kingdom characterized by a surge of knights, yet it is home to numerous wandering knights. These knights traverse the realm, participating in various conflicts, from minor skirmishes between small families to significant royal campaigns. However, in recent years, Dorne has enjoyed a period of peace, leaving these knights without a battlefield to showcase their prowess. Upon hearing of Shar as an emerging noble, the mercenaries are elated. This indicates that Shar is in dire need of manpower. In the past few days, knights have persistently submitted visitation requests to Shar, all of which he has declined. Outside Shar's tent, 10 guards stand like iron giants, vigilantly guarding the entrance, dissuading any from approaching lightly. Yet, whenever they catch sight of the gleaming armor, their eyes glimmer with envy. The negotiations with the rock people of Ruinstone Village are nearing completion, and it is now time for Shar to take the stage. To convey his sincerity, he loads a cart full of provisions and a dozen pack horses with water. Upon arriving at the village, the sight of food and water softens the expressions of several tribal leaders. The rock people are divided into multiple tribes, and while they may harbor internal conflicts, they exhibit remarkable unity in the face of outsiders. At last, Shar is permitted to enter the cavern of the rock people, a spacious chamber carved from stone, furnished with stone tables and benches. This is the venue for intertribal negotiations. Shar takes a seat on one side, while the tribal leaders occupy the opposite side. The leaders should understand my intentions. I wish to engage in a trade with the rock people. In Moonfall Town, we possess an abundance of food and water. In contrast to the meager supplies that merchants offer, we can continuously provide you with resources. The leaders of the rock people maintain their haughty demeanor, yet the promise of food and water does resonate with them. One among them inquires, Noble of Moonfall Town, what do you require us to do? Being elevated to their positions, they are well aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Stone. Stone? The leaders erupt in laughter. Are you certain that stone is what you desire, noble? This is the greatest jest we have ever heard. Someone offering food in exchange for stone. Shar replies with unwavering conviction. Indeed, I require you to excavate stone for me. Furthermore, should we encounter peril, you must come to our aid, and we shall extend our support to you as well. Do you wish to form an alliance with us? One of the leaders inquires. Alliance, one might say. Shar responds, prompting a sudden shift to solemnity among their expressions. To form an alliance, one must wed a maiden of the stone people. Otherwise, we cannot trust you. Charles found himself at a loss, unable to fathom that they would impose such a demand. I must confer with my family before providing you with an answer. Let us first discuss the terms of trade. Such a fortunate opportunity does not necessitate their consideration. The village of Westone lacks nothing but an abundance of stone. We agree to trade stones with you, but you must supply your own horses for transportation. Very well, we stone people shall not take your provisions for naught. Outside, there are plenty of stones, and you may transport them. They shall be yours. After a detailed negotiation regarding the exchange ratios, the convoluted discussions began to irritate the illiterate group. Ultimately, they boldly proclaimed that 1 cart of grain would exchange for 15 carts of stone, as stones held little value among them. Once the negotiations concluded, they did not host a feast and celebration, but joyfully returned to their respective tribes to quarry stones. Waystone Village appeared to be the heart of the Stone People's tribe, where tribal meetings and festive celebrations were convened, and everyday commerce transpired. After a leisurely stroll, Charles and his party returned. Upon their arrival in Moonset Town, it seemed particularly lively. As dusk approached, villagers returned in droves. Charles decided to send his guards back first, then took Modo to explore the town. The tavern not only provided lodgings for the nights, but also served as a source of entertainment for the villagers. And at this moment, the tavern was the loudest place around. On the road, a few inebriated men staggered out from the tavern. Intrigued, Charles pushed open the tavern door and stepped inside, drawing the attention of several patrons. Observing Charles's attire, a full suit of chainmail, many speculated he was yet another knight drawn here by reputation, a sight that had become commonplace in the tavern these past few days. A tavern servant approached and inquired, "Gentlemen, what may I serve you? What do you have?" "We offer wine, prime lamb, Dornish lizard, and some white bread from King's Landing." "Let us have some wine and lamb, please." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." Dornish wine is renowned for its rich and potent flavor, easily intoxicating those who are not cautious. These mercenary knights had spent the day awaiting summons and had already consumed a fair amount of drink in the tavern. Such arrogance from the Viscount of Moonset. During the rebellion, when I accompanied Prince Darren to quell the insurrection, I never witnessed the Martell family exhibit such haughtiness. This fortunate foreigner has repeatedly barred us from entry. Everyone was aware that the so-called quelling of the rebellion was an exaggeration, yet they indulged in the sentiment, as discontent brewed within their hearts. Indeed, the Viscount of Moonset is exceedingly arrogant. The tavern erupted into a cacophony of voices, each expressing their grievances. Charles took note of the situation. Modo was on the verge of erupting, and had Charles not signaled for him to remain seated, he likely would have charged at the leading knight to confront him. "Sir, your wine and lamb." The servant brought forth their food, and Charles pulled him aside, inquiring, "What is the matter with these individuals?" The wine server's eyes bore a hint of resignation. "It has been several days. I trust you shall grow accustomed to it, sir." The server dared not speak further, for he could not afford to offend anyone. Here, the servers were tight-lipped, and no information could be gleaned. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the knight seated behind Charles, gesturing towards the empty spot beside him. "Would you mind if I took a seat?" Of course, he settled beside him and removed his silver-threaded gloves. Extending his hand, "I am Soroya, Knight of the Horned Ridge." Charles reciprocated the gesture. "Mordo, Knight of the North." Upon hearing the North, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "I did not expect to encounter a knight from the North. I am familiar with nearly all the knights in this region. Your visage, however, is unfamiliar. Have you just arrived in Dorne?" "Indeed, not long ago." He beckoned to the server, Bring a glass of Blazing Sun's lips for my northern friend. It is the finest wine in Dorne. You might find it delightful. Sir, the tavern does not have Blazing Sun's lips, only some summer reds. Shall I proceed with that? Very well. Serve the summer red. Turning to his companion, he jested. In addition to fine wine, Dorne boasts exquisite maidens. Alas, the town of Falling Moon lacks brothels. Otherwise, the alluring curves of these beauties could keep you in bed all day. The tavern's din reached a crescendo. Some patrons were red-faced and vociferously denouncing the Viscount of Falling Moon, indicating their profound discontent. The Viscount should be respected for ridding the sands of the Scorpion Guild, rather than subjected to your vile insults, declared a tall knight who stood up, unable to endure the crude remarks any longer. It was he. Who would have thought he would show up? Charles regarded the knight, reprimanding the entire tavern with curiosity. Do you know him? A peculiar knight, Ewan Shade. The illegitimate son of Starfall, a naive romantic. The inebriated knights, upon witnessing someone daring to counter their tirades, swiftly turned their hostility towards Ewan Shade. And who might you be? How dare you criticize me? When I was out slaying foes, you were still in your mother's arms, nursing, shouted one knight, with several others chiming in with a chorus of insulting greetings. Faced with these seasoned ruffians, Ewan's words faltered, his attempts at retorts dwindling to a mere, "You violate the chivalric code." Laughter erupted throughout the tavern. Chivalric code, did you hear that? He is lecturing us on chivalry. Your code should compel you to assist beggars outside, rather than indulge in wine here, my lord. Ewan's face flushed with anger. Yet he found himself unable to counter their taunts. Get lost, lad. This is no place for you. The crowd's emotions were stirred, eliciting a cacophony of derision and scorn. His body trembled slightly, fists clenched. Just as onlookers anticipated an outburst, his hands suddenly relaxed. Perhaps I have not fulfilled my vow to show compassion to the weak. Yet I hold a profound respect for those who have rendered service to the people, rather than indulging in vitriol and insult within the tavern. While you mock me, is you who are truly pitiable. Pushing aside those before him, Avon stepped forth, casting a pouch of coins to the beggar outside before striding away. The onlookers anticipated a spectacle, yet it proved to be rather disappointing, and their enthusiasm waned. They exchanged a few curses and jests, then returned to their own cups. What they had hoped would be an entertaining show turned out to be a letdown. Soroya expressed a tinge of regret. Charles gazed longingly at Avon's receding figure before finally returning his focus. It was getting late, Sir Soroya. Soroya rose in unison. Indeed, it was time to rest. After bidding farewell at the door, Charles rode back to the camp, while Soroya lingered, watching Charles depart, shaking his head with a smile. Chapter 41. The Oath Knight, my lord. This is a letter from the prison gate fortress. Have the mercenaries been arranged? All is in readiness, my lord. Ira Petros, Princess of the Southern Empire, is likely to become the next queen, with a ransom of 5,000 dinars? Is this princess truly so undervalued? 3 noble captives brought nearly 10,000 dinars in exchange for Shar, which is even more than what Shar earned selling scraps. His 2 battles yielded over 10,000 as well. Daily, new recruits are taking a train against bandits. Within the Southern Empire, low-level wild monsters abound, making it rare to encounter higher-tier foes like sea robbers or forest bandits. As the number of wild monsters gradually increases, it seems the chaos of the continent compels them to turn to banditry. Occasionally, bandits intercept merchant caravans, and upon seeing Shar, they receive assistance. The morale of the bandits is exceedingly low. After dispatching a few, they scatter in disarray, leading to Shar's personal time of victory, where he ruthlessly slaughters bandits, significantly enhancing his skills in the process. My lord, here are today's invitations. Shar took them and tossed them onto the table. After the tavern incident, he held these so-called knights in even lower regard. They were merely a group of ruffians masquerading as knights. By the way, the invitation you asked me to find from Ewan Shard is among these. Upon hearing the name Ewan Shard, Shar picked up the invitation again, flipping through them until he found it. The message was simple. Ewan Shard requests an audience. Shar, Ganaminos, please invite Sir Ewan Shard to my quarters for a meeting. Take Moto along. Very well. In a moment of impulse, Ewan had given all his possessions to a beggar. For the past few days, he had been sleeping beneath an olive tree, his growling stomach constantly reminding him of his need for sustenance. Yet his empty pockets only elicited resigned sighs. What truly constitutes the knightly way? Humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, spirituality? Or is it merely a relentless pursuit of food and gold? He was but a base-born son, raised by his family only to be abandoned without further resources. The knight he had followed had hastily knighted him, then left him to wander. Perhaps he should depart for River Bay or the valley. There, he might find what he seeks. Are you Sir Ewan Shard? Ewan did not notice the person standing beside him, the pangs of hunger having dulled his vigilance. Given his days of starvation, it was remarkable he had not succumbed to hallucination. Is there something you need? Ganaminos continued to verify his identity. It was crucial not to mistake him for someone else. Ewan Shard of Starfall City? A slight frown crossed his brow, the oddity of the two men prompting caution. Yes. May I inquire what business you have? Upon receiving his affirmative response, Ganaminos smiled. I am Ganaminos, the administrator of Moonfall Town. Your invitation has piqued the interest of the Viscount of Moonfall. He wishes to meet with you, if you are available. Viscount Luoiwe wishes to meet with me, which comes as a surprise to Avon. As a noble from the realm, this gentleman is notoriously proud, and rightly so. After all, the vast Luoiwe territory belongs to him, even if it is merely a desert. Most notably, it is rumored that this Viscount Luoiwe is exceedingly wealthy, which explains why hired knights congregate here daily. It is worth noting that Starfall City, a dignified count's domain, does not attract such mercenaries, especially considering the well-known poverty of the Dean family. They cannot even afford a sworn knight, and their numbers are now dwindling, with the Count of Starfall having taken to serving in the Stormlands. At this moment, Avon felt he had nothing of significance to attend to. He replied calmly, his initial surprise having given way to an inner tranquility. Then please follow me, my lord, he said. As he passed by Mordor, he sensed a palpable threat emanating from the tall figure, instinctively warning him against engaging in combat. This stirred within him an unexpected excitement. It was no wonder the Viscount looked down upon those around him. He found himself eager to meet the legendary Viscount Luoiwe. Charles, with nothing to occupy his time, busied himself polishing his sword. After a considerable wait, Ganaminos entered with company, and upon seeing Avon trailing behind, Charles rose to greet him. Finally, Avon laid eyes upon Viscount Luoiwe and was astonished by Charles' youth. He had anticipated a middle-aged or even older man. As he approached and took Charles' outstretched hand, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, making his heart race. What was this? How could someone possess such presence? Just how formidable was he? Avon swiftly withdrew his hand, his heart racing as he looked at Charles. Forgive me, my lord. It is my first time meeting you, and I am somewhat nervous. He endeavored to mask his disquiet, but Charles paid it no mind, pulling out a chair for him. Please sit, Sir Avon Shad. Would you care for a glass of wine? It is sunlit crimson. Avon raised a hand in refusal. I beg your pardon, my lord. I do not drink. Charles' hand, poised to pour the wine, hesitated before he filled his own glass. That is quite unfortunate. I shall savor this fine wine myself. Do indulge in some pastries brought by Junlin. Avon, famished, found it difficult to resist the urge to reach for the food, yet he ultimately restrained himself. My lord, I wish to inquire about your code of knighthood. To his astonishment, Charles paused, as this was not a question he had anticipated. It was not an easy question to answer, for Charles had never contemplated becoming a knight. It was merely a matter of chance. After thoughtful consideration, he replied, the essence of one's heart. My code of knighthood is the essence of the heart, to act in accordance with one's true feelings. This response was far simpler than Avon had expected, yet he recognized it as Charles' most sincere answer. The essence of the heart? Then, my lord, would you assist a beggar if you encountered one? Charles could not help but chuckle at the child's earnestness. No, I would not. Avon could hardly fathom the extent of Char's resolute denial. The vagabonds you observe, all possessing sound limbs, derive their suffering more from indolence and moral decay. My compassion is reserved solely for women, children, and those truly in need of salvation. One cannot awaken a person feigning slumber, It is only by bestowing justice upon those who require it that I adhere to my chivalric code. Avon's heart trembled once more, reverberating infinitely within him. He abruptly rose and, with a resounding thud, knelt before Char. "Please allow me to follow you, my lord. I wish to serve as your loyal squire and fight for you." Drawing his sword and pointing it at Char's brow, he proclaimed, "I, Char Vane, accept your oath of fealty, Sir Avon Shad." Enduring the pain, he purchased a steel sword from the system as a gift for Avon, not out of stinginess, but due to the exorbitant prices of armor. In reality, armor was also costly, ranging from a few hundred silver deer to tens of thousands of gold dragons. Avon donned the type that cost several hundred silver deer. Avon Shad, the first sworn knight of Char, would henceforth bear the insignia of House Vane. Char would also cover the expenses for his knightly training and equipment. At present, Char's financial situation was sufficiently robust to support a sworn knight without difficulty. The system's soldiers were ultimately limited in number and would soon be fully recruited. Thus, it was essential to enlist some loyal retainers from the real world. However, Char had no desire for the dregs of society. While he may not possess an uncanny ability to assess character, Avon's integrity was at least satisfactory. A tent was set up for Avon. The castle was still under construction, and everyone had to make do with the accommodations. Initially, Ganaminos had intended to construct a residence for Char first, but Char had declined the offer. Finally, indulging in a satisfying lunch, Avon sat in his tent, patting his belly and burping in an unrefined manner. Char's response seemed to solidify Avon's commitment to the knightly path. With a newfound purpose in life, he felt invigorated, seizing his sword to hone his martial skills. Just as Avon departed, Taran entered. "My lord, there is a person claiming to be an old acquaintance of yours who wishes to meet you." "Old acquaintance?" Char mused. "Who could that be? Robb? Arya? Or Jon Snow? What does he look like?" Taran pondered carefully. "He has purple hair and perpetually squinting eyes." "Oh, and he wears a silver-threaded glove." Char seemed to have identified the individual and instructed Taran to usher him in. "Long time no see, my Lord Viscount." Soraya entered with a smile. Char poured him a drink, savoring it with an expression of delight. Lethal red lips, the finest wine from Dorne. Intrigued, he inquired, "How did you find me here?" Soraya swirled his wine glass. "My Lord Vane, you underestimate your own renown. The knight who defied the king's hand has long been the talk of the Seven Kingdoms, the champion archer of the King's Landing tournament, the savior of the Dornish princess, and the vanquisher of the Sand Bandits." Char chuckled in disbelief. "It seems your information is quite reliable. Thus, you recognized me in the tavern?" "No, at the outset. I merely intended to sell you my intelligence. However, upon your revelation as a Knight of the North, I recognized you immediately. Therefore, what is your purpose in seeking me?" "I wish to propose a transaction, my lord. It appears I have piqued your interest, as you seem eager to hear about this so-called deal. My lord, do you truly believe that the recent influx of knights in a twilight town is solely due to your reputation?" "Certainly not. If we're to speak of any reputation that I possess, it is quite limited. I am equally perplexed as to why this group has congregated here. I had assumed it was the norm across the continent, yet it seems there is much I remain oblivious to. I require sanctuary, during which time I can serve you. However, should I wish to depart, you must not impede my exit. If you consent to this arrangement, I shall offer you this information without charge." "A sanctuary? It seems I have provoked someone I ought not to have. I can sense that this individual is dangerous. Yet my curiosity compels me to uncover who is targeting me and the reasons behind it." Chapter 42. The Gem Coast at the Edge of the Beach. The cliff stood resolutely against the summer sea, where towering waves relentlessly crashed against the rocky walls, only to dissipate like fireworks, scattering into frothy sprays. The slanting rays of the sun cast their glow, illuminating the entire expanse of the cliffs with a phosphorescent shimmer, akin to stars scattered across the night sky, even though dusk had yet to descend. "Is this the gem coast you mentioned?" Picking up a stone embedded with flecks of red crystal, Saloya held it up to the setting sun. "My lord, do you know how sought after these gems are in King's Landing and Riverbend? Perhaps in the future, people will refer to you as the Ruby Baron." Charles also picked up a gemstone, finding it hard to fathom that such treasures lay scattered here, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. If this coastal cliff harbored a wealth of rubies, it could undoubtedly yield significant profits for Charles. So, it is the Coble family that desires this gem-laden mountain? Not only the Coble family, but the nearby lords also covet this precious site. Saloya noticed that instead of exultation, Charles wore a furrowed brow, which struck him as unexpected. One would expect a normal person who had suddenly won 5 million in the lottery to be grinning from ear to ear. Yet, Charles remained unperturbed, piquing Saloya's curiosity regarding his thoughts. The innocent bystander often bears the burden of possessing something valuable. If this cliff truly is a ruby mine, then Charles's situation could be perilously precarious, especially since he was the last to learn of it. What puzzled Charles even more was the seemingly deliberate scattering of these rubies across the cliffs, which appeared far from natural. Lacking expertise in gemstones, he resolved to collect a few specimens to consult with Kalin or Ganaminos. My lord, among the hired knights of the tavern, many are loyal to the Coble family. So you must exercise caution, Saloya kindly advised on their way back to camp. He seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the knights in their vicinity. Whenever they encountered one, he could recount their deeds and lineage with ease, providing Charles with invaluable information he currently lacked. Unfortunately, he had yet to earn Charles's trust. Presenting the rubies to Scholar Kalin might yield some insights, as there were records of rubies in the scholarly city. Yet it was evident that Kalin had little interest in them, preferring to engage with sand instead. Ganaminos, however, offered some thoughts, as engineering does entail certain geographical knowledge. Yet, what lay before Charles was not how to exploit this ruby deposit, but rather how to contend with the Coble family from Sandstone Fortress. The recent influx of hired knights in a twilight town was undoubtedly incited by this family, who were vociferously broadcasting Charles's wealth and portraying him as a Navi upstart. Having ascended to nobility solely by bestowing a substantial sum upon the Martell family. Even among the hired knights, many were clearly aligned with their cause, revealing their ulterior motives. Charles knew he must take preventive measures to remain unflappable in the face of any schemes they might devise. The castle served as the most secure bastion against adversaries. Yet from an engineering perspective, its preliminary completion would require several months. Charles, do you have a moment? Tyranny entered Charles's tent, brandishing a long spear. It had been several days since Charles had last seen her. After hiring a few girls in town to attend to her, she no longer followed him around incessantly. Oh, a ruby. The girl seemed to have little resistance to such gleaming treasures. Having grown familiar with each other, she picked up the gem and examined it, only to quickly lose interest and set it down. What is wrong? Is it not beautiful? Tyranny shook her head. It is lovely, but its quality appears to be lacking. With that, she drew a dagger that had been fastened to her waist and handed it to Charles. Look at the gem on this. It was a gift from my father. Upon taking the dagger, Charles noticed that the hilt was indeed adorned with a ruby. After a moment of comparison, he observed that the gem he had collected from the shore was remarkably clear and transparent, giving it an unnatural hue, whereas the ruby on the dagger was a vibrant crimson with slight wispy cracks within. Are rubies quite valuable, Tyranny? Certainly. A fine ruby can fetch tens of gold dragons, and the larger it is, the more valuable. Charles was lost in thought as he fixated on the ruby. Noticing his preoccupation, Tyranny quietly stepped back. She had initially come to practice spear techniques with him, but it seemed he was otherwise engaged. Before long, a commotion erupted outside the tent, accompanied by the clanging of weapons. Curious, Charles grasped his sword and ventured out. A crowd had gathered, and one person was frantically rushing towards him. The girl, tears streaming down her face, stammered, "My lord, it's Miss Tyranny. Someone has attacked Miss Tyranny." What? Alarmed, Charles sprinted towards the scene, and his heart sank at the sight of Tyranny, bloodied and wounded. Fury surged within him. How dare anyone assault his people so brazenly within his encampment? Make way! Make way! He pushed through the throng, finding Tyranny tightly embraced by another girl, who was desperately trying to stanch the blood pouring from Tyranny's pierced chest. "Give her to me. Quickly, hand her to me. My lord." The girl, her voice choked with emotion, placed Tyranny into Charles's arms. He swiftly carried her back to his tent, shouting for his trusted guard, "Summon Scholar Kalin now." "At once, my lord." As Charles tore off a strip of cloth to stem the bleeding, he realized the wound was severe, the fabric quickly soaked through with crimson. Anxiety gnawed at him. Where was Kalen? Damn it! My lord, what has transpired? Kalen arrived, breathless from running. Upon seeing Tyranny lying on the bed, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He rushed to her side, examining the wound, and after a moment, he exhaled deeply. It has not struck a vital area. My lord, please use cloth to halt the bleeding. I will fetch medicine. Charles, momentarily flustered and uncertain, felt a flicker of relief upon hearing that her life was not in imminent danger. He called for a maid to attend to Tyranny as he began to ponder who would dare commit such an act of violence here. The onlookers had already been encircled by Tarhan and his men, with the assailant likely among them. Charles intended to interrogate each of them, beginning with the two maidservants who had accompanied Tyrann. Shunny, tell me how Tyrann was attacked. The young girl, still somewhat shaken, appeared anxious as she faced Charles's inquiry, trembling as she slowly recounted the events. After leaving the main tent, Tyrann seemed to have intended to take the two girls for marksmanship training. However, she had barely ventured far when a masked figure ambushed them. The assailant swiftly struck Tyrann before fleeing, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. When asked to describe the assailant's physique, the girl struggled with her limited vocabulary, managing to convey only a vague image, which left Charles at a loss for where to search for such a person. Nevertheless, he knew someone who might possess the information he sought. Charles summoned Soraya, who appeared somewhat inebriated, swaying slightly as he approached. My lord, is there something amiss? The sky seems to be spinning, he remarked, his summer-red lips curving into a charming smile. He licked his lips, but the others merely regarded him with cold stares. Sensing the chilly atmosphere, his drunkenness quickly dissipated, and he inquired, My lord, how may I serve you? Soraya is at your disposal. Charles explained the situation to him, requesting his assistance in analyzing whether he recognized such an individual. Tarhan had already dispatched men to search the vicinity, had it not been for their limited numbers. Charles would have considered encircling the town of Falling Moon. He could not tolerate anyone harming those close to him. Even if the attack had been directed at him, his fury would not have been as intense. Soraya paced thoughtfully, fervently searching his mind. Are you certain the assailant bore a serpent's tongue? He queried Shunny. She nodded emphatically, seemingly recalling only this detail. The one with the serpent tattoo is none other than Sir Hans Simoni of Sandstone City. Coincidentally, he departed from Falling Moon just yesterday. A glint of coldness flashed in Charles's eyes. Sandstone City. Could it be that they could not resist striking so swiftly? Tyrann was the daughter of Prince Orenbor. Charles had promised to protect her, yet he had nearly failed, making it difficult to imagine the wrath Prince Orenbor might unleash upon him upon discovering this. My lord, he should be heading towards Sandstone City at this moment. Very well. Modo, take your brothers and bring me this Hans, alive if possible, dead if necessary. Modo nodded gravely in acknowledgement, the sound of his helmet clashing against his breastplate echoing the intensity of Charles's anger. He summoned the Khan's guards and imperial armaments, and they swiftly mounted their steeds, galloping towards Sandstone City. Charles observed Kalen tending to Tyrann's wounds and applying medicine, quietly standing by. During this time, he had gradually grown accustomed to the girl. Although he knew she was no longer in mortal danger, the sight of her pale face, drained of blood, filled him with sorrow and indignation. He covered her with a blanket and stepped out of the tent. Soraya was seated nearby, drinking, and upon seeing him so relaxed, the anger that had begun to subside within Charles reignited. Are you truly so idle? Upon witnessing Char emerge, he extended a pouch of wine. Take a sip. It may aid you in experiencing pleasant dreams. Accepting the pouch, I took a hearty swig. What is the strength of Sandstone City? How many knights do they possess? Seemingly discerning Char's intentions, Soraya narrowed her eyes. 20 sworn knights and over 200 regular troops, all cavalry. It appeared that the adversary was far more formidable than Char had anticipated, necessitating careful deliberation. The sound of hoofbeats echoed. Motor had returned, dismounting before the tent. He cast aside a corpse, which he seemingly carried single-handedly throughout his journey, a testament to his formidable strength. My lord, he took his own life once we surrounded him, leaving us no opportunity. Chapter 43. The dual-faced beacon. What? Hans has been captured? Indeed, my lord. A knight was seen dragging Hans into the camp of Charles Vane with one hand. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage. This is a letter left by Hans at the secret point. Upon opening it, a ruby glimmered alongside a message. A wealth of gems. Count Cunyan Kogelberg focused the gemstone beneath the light, and its radiant crimson beauty enchanted him. He erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Send the gem to Fort Prison and inform that old man Harmon that I am willing to share a fourfold profit to entice him to muster his troops. Summon all knights. Let us pay a visit to our new neighbors. Days passed without a sign of awakening from tyranny, leaving Charles in a state of anxious anticipation. Although Caitlin assured him there was no immediate danger to her life, he could not ascertain when she might awaken. My lord, I have completed the task you entrusted me, Avonshade announced cheerfully as he pushed aside the tent flap. However, upon seeing Charles's weary yet piercing gaze, he instinctively shrank back. How many have you recruited? Avon had been dispatched by Charles to gather new soldiers from the villages surrounding Falling Moon Town. Despite his exhaustive efforts, he found joy in the task. 118, my lord. All are strong young men. Excellent. I shall entrust the captives to you. I expect them to resemble soldiers within a month's time. Avon thumped his chest armor with determination, promising, rest assured, my lord, in a month, you shall behold a completely transformed battalion. Charles held modest expectations for this new army. After all, a month was an exceedingly brief period. Yet, he harbored some unrealistic hopes, wishing not to be left in disappointment. Upon finding Tahu, whose eyes betrayed his fatigue, he hastily bowed upon seeing Charles. Khan, you have arrived. Charles placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Well done. For the Khan, I would not hesitate, Tahu replied. Inquiring about the progress of their mission, Charles instructed him to track the knights identified by Soroya from the city of Sandstone. Tahu relayed the information gathered from his surveillance. At that moment, a Cuseret-mounted trooper approached with news. Khan, Captain, we have new intelligence. They have completely withdrawn from Falling Moon Town. Tahu furrowed his brow in concern. Have you been discovered? It appears they received some sort of order, Captain. Very well. Gather the brothers and bring them back, Charles commanded. At once, Khan. It seemed they had stirred anew. Ensure a thorough patrol, Tahu. Tahu felt immense guilt over Tyranny's assassination, as patrolling the camp had been his responsibility. He never anticipated allowing an intruder to slip through. However, Charles did not blame him. 20 men were simply too few for such a vast encampment. Upon returning to the main tent, he entered the system. The fortress of Kalenia has gathered over 200 individuals, reaching its initial scale at the time of its siege. Furthermore, the quality of soldiers under Charles' daily training is exceptionally high. Alas, the inability to summon them all into reality leaves Charles feeling overwhelmed. The bandits surrounding the castle have been nearly eradicated by Charles, leaving only merchants scurrying about, with the previously pervasive figures clad in simple garb and headscarves now scarce. Charles plans to venture southward to recruit soldiers from the Aesile Sultanate. Sandstone City lies at the heart of the Dorne Desert, and the only force that comes to Charles' mind is the Mamluks of Aesile. Traveling alone southward, Charles strategically avoids both bandits and imperial troops. After passing through the imperial town of Donustica, he arrives at the first village of the Aesile Sultanate, armed with nearly 20,000 dinars, which should suffice for recruiting a contingent of new Aesile soldiers. In House and Fuleg, Charles successfully recruits 20 men, as there is no animosity. He finds it easy to enter the towns of Aesile. Moreover, the absence of conflict within Aesile has resulted in an abundant supply of soldiers. Montchug has established a legion in Checan and extends an invitation to you. Remarkably, Olmont is preparing for another campaign. His efficiency is indeed impressive. However, Charles is currently far from Aesile and will not be able to hasten his journey there. Continuing deeper into the desert, he recruits a total of 50 soldiers, filling his army's capacity. Forcing more individuals into his ranks would likely lead to desertions. Thus, Charles resolves to return to Kalenia Fortress and assess the possibility of joining Olmont's legion. The continent of Calradia is expansive. It takes Charles an entire day to traverse the desert, a day for recruitment, and another 2 days to return. Upon his return to Kalenia Fortress, he discovers that Olmont's forces have already marched southward, the battlefield now located in the northern region of the Southern Empire, Silonia. It appears Old Mont harbors considerable ambition, launching an assault on a crucial imperial stronghold. Charles, preoccupied with gathering soldiers, decides against heading north to offer assistance, as his 50-odd men would constitute little more than a drop in the bucket. The weekly tax revenue from the fortress suffices for Charles' current needs, alleviating any urgency to amass dinars. Accompanied by his cadre of novice Kurdish soldiers, Charles seeks out bandits. Engaging in banditry serves as an excellent method for training novice soldiers. The losses are minimal while the gains are substantial, and the experience required for novice troops is not demanding. Moreover, the captured bandits can be sold for profit. However, the bandits in this region have been severely diminished due to Charles' relentless pursuit, making them increasingly elusive. After nearly 5 days of training, the Aesile recruits finally reach the second level collectively. Experience in the same troop type is shared, so Charles intends to wait until the last individual is eligible for promotion before advancing them. Their troop tree at the second level features 2 branches: Mamluk recruits and Aesile tribesmen. Without hesitation, Charles opts for the Mamluks, renowned online as the nemesis of Mongolian cavalry, a testament to their formidable prowess. The Mamluk recruits still belong to the infantry category, clad in leather armor and headscarves, their defensive capabilities currently modest. It is not yet time to showcase their potential. Charles must prepare horses and steeds for them, which will entail a significant expenditure, as Mamluk heavy cavalry remains his ultimate aspiration. The cavalry of the Mamluk under the command of the third-tier soldier, Asarai, can effectively be substituted with pack horses. When summoned into reality, these steeds will transform into desert horses, and the war horses will undergo a similar metamorphosis. This revelation can be regarded as an inadvertent flaw discovered by Charles within the system. Upon Charles' return to reality, twilight had descended, providing an opportune moment for rest. In the forthcoming period, he would devote his energy to the system, for it constituted his greatest trump card. The rift with the Kogol family, following the assassination of Tyranny, had become irreparable. Even if they refrained from seeking him out, Charles felt compelled to confront them, ensuring they would face consequences for their actions. Over the span of 2 weeks, the Mamluk heavy cavalry had been fully assembled, adorned in southern scale armor, eastern vandal helmets, steel round shields, and steel long swords akin to those wielded by the Khan's elite guards, complemented by desert warbows. The horse armor was slightly inferior to that of the Khan's guards and the Knights of the Empire, lacking full coverage of the horse's body. Yet this compromise resulted in enhanced mobility. The northern front with Kusawit remained at a stalemate, and the Southern Empire could not afford to witness the fall of Shalonia to Kusawit. They had begun to gather troops at Onira, advancing northward. The leader of this legion was Queen Ligaya of the Southern Empire, whom Charles caught a distant glimpse of while pursuing bandits. Ligaya was arguably the most captivating system entity Charles had encountered on the continent of Calradia, despite being depicted as over 30 years old in the memories he had acquired. She remained strikingly beautiful, a fact that undoubtedly contributed to her marriage to the Emperor. As the Empire marched forth, Charles could only tremble in the safety of his castle. This legion numbered nearly 2,000, indicating that Old Meng was in dire straits. The training of the Mamluk heavy cavalry had nearly depleted Charles' savings. It is worth noting that even the most modest war horse cost no less than 800 dinars, with demand far exceeding supply. Charles had painstakingly traveled between towns to gather the necessary funds. Nonetheless, this troop represented the finest warriors Shah could muster at this juncture. In the future, with sufficient resources, he might even cultivate a contingent akin to the Khan's guards or the elite knights of the Empire, perhaps even the Valandian vanguard, renowned for their barrel helmets. Upon returning to reality, the camp appeared to have adopted a state of military readiness, resembling a barracks with the sounds of soldiers training echoing through the air. Charles had recruited a force of nearly 300, now entrusted to Avon for training. As Charles focused on training the Mamluk heavy cavalry, he allocated the weapons intended for bandit eradication to these 300 recruits. Noticing signs of impending conflict in Falling Moon Town, the local mercenary cavalry began to stir. Charles instructed Soroya to identify suitable candidates and compile a list for him, a task he had also been undertaking recently. Suddenly, Tahu and his men arrived, seemingly bearing urgent news. My lord, an army has entered the territory of Falling Moon Town. Tahu's ranks had also expanded, recruiting dozens of villagers skilled in horsemanship to join his light cavalry. Now, besides patrolling the camp, their presence was felt throughout the entire Falling Moon domain. Have you discerned their banner? It is a red scorpion flag, emblazoned with 3 black scorpions. It seems they have lost their composure. Charles intends to send someone to meet this Count Kogel and ascertain the excuse he will offer for his military incursion into the Moonfall territory. A wooden palisade has already been erected outside the camp, with soldiers stationed atop it, standing guard and patrolling. The Kogel family's hostility is perplexing. However, as the world is driven by self-interest, Charles comprehends the allure of the rubies for them. According to Soroya, the Kogel family has long had their sights set on this region. Yet the Euler family of the Prison Gate Fortress has been in a protracted struggle with them over its ownership, culminating in the arrival of Charles himself. The Kogel army consists of approximately 1,000 men, evenly divided between cavalry and infantry. Given the proximity of the 2 territories, they are not in haste to march. Having established their camp at the border of Moonfall, one might wonder if the Viscount of Moonfall will hear of our approach and, in fear, flee back to Sunshield City with his maidservant. No, he surely has a preference for men. I have never seen a woman in his company. Ha ha ha. Let us capture him and ensure that Lev gives him a warm welcome. At that moment, a guard entered the tent to report, My lord, the envoy from the Viscount of Moonfall seeks an audience. Chapter 44. In the name of Sand Bandits, inform your lord that the Kogel family is pursuing the Sand Bandits, and he should send reinforcements. Depart, my lord. To invade without the local lord's consent is akin to declaring war. You must think this through. Do I require a lowly peasant like you to instruct me? Guards, throw him out. This was unceremoniously ejected from the tent by the guards. With a resigned sigh, he dusted himself off and departed. Upon his return to the Crescent Moon camp, he was greeted by Charles and his companions outside the tent. Overwhelmed with relief at having returned safely, he nearly wept. Fear not at him. What if Count Kogel was a man devoid of honor, willing to end his life without a second thought? Well done. Charles welcomed him into the tent, pulling out a chair. This, taken aback by the warmth, sat down. Under Charles' inquiry, he relayed the information gathered from the Sandstone camp. They are pursuing the Sand Bandits. Charles scoffed. Who doesn't know that the Desert Bandits are all part of the Kogel family? They dare to claim they are hunting them down? My lord, we cannot allow them to brazenly enter Crescent Moon territory. We must take action, Avon suggested from the side. Zoraya countered, but you heard them. They have at least 1,000 men, half of whom are cavalry. And he left the sentence unfinished, as everyone understood that they were outnumbered. Are we to simply cower within the camp? At present, it seems we have no choice but to do so. We could seek aid from neighboring families or appeal to Yangji City, Kalen proposed. Indeed, then Kalen, you shall be tasked with seeking assistance. Send a raven to Yangji City and ascertain their stance. That is unfeasible. Yangji City is too far, and reinforcements would not arrive in time. Zoraya shook his head in disapproval. Very well. Avon, maintain the defense of our territory. Dismissed. At your command, my lord, Avon replied, accepting his orders to oversee the city defenses. The others prepared to depart, but Charles detained Tahu. Khan, what is your command? Follow me. Charles led him out of the camp to the coast. Ensuring the area was deserted, Charles began, I am about to entrust you with a task. Khan, please instruct me. Upon reaching an open area, he assessed the space, deeming it sufficient. With a grand gesture, a storm of sand swept in, revealing a formidable line of figures who trod powerfully, their hooves resonating against the ground. Tahu's pupils dilated. Mamluks. As the sand settled, the Mamluks dismounted in unison, drawing their swords and kneeling on one knee. Noble Sultan, the Mamluks fight for you. Rise, brave knights of the desert. Tahu, I entrust this heavy cavalry to you. Lead them and ensure the enemy understands the might of the desert specters. In the name of the Sand Bandits. At your command, Khan. With a firm pat on his shoulder, Charles turned to return, while Tahu, along with the Mamluk cavalry, gazed quietly as Charles' figure gradually faded from sight. They were about to undertake a perilous mission fraught with danger. Indeed, it is astonishing that the Cogar family intends to pursue the desert bandits. Thus, Charles has provided him with a bandit of his own, testing whether he can withstand this sharp blade. Upon returning, he instructs Avon to fortify the city defenses, while he departs the camp with his men. "My lord, the scouts report no unusual activity in the vicinity," a voice relayed. Cunyan Cogar's eyes glimmered with disdain. "It appears that the rumors hold true. He is indeed a coward." No. It is merely your esteemed reputation that has instilled fear in him," a sworn knight interjected, fawning. The sworn knights, vassals of Cunyan, had all been granted lands. Logically, Charles should bestow upon Avon a fief, yet for now, both tacitly chose not to mention it. Cunyan was well aware that this was mere flattery, yet he still found it gratifying. He ordered his soldiers to rest well, for they would advance once more on the morrow. Cunyan had no doubt he would seize the town of Luoywe. After all, what could a man without even a castle do to withstand his formidable force of over 1,000? At present, he pondered how to explain his actions to Sunji City. However, as a long-established noble of Dorne, it was likely that the Martell family would not raise objections, particularly since Prince Orenburg was, in essence, his sworn brother. Envisioning the acquisition of gem mines and leading his family to glory brought a smile to Cunyan's dreams. As the sandy camp dimmed to a flicker of lights, only the patrolling soldiers fought off drowsiness while standing guard. Suddenly, Darl was beset by an urgent need to relieve himself. He set down his weapon and ventured into the dark sands nearby. "Hey, Darl, beware of those damned scorpions and sand serpents. Ensure you don't lose your precious parts." "Curse it. You're merely envious of my tenure here. When we return, I shall indulge myself thoroughly. Is that so? Then I regret to inform you. You shan't have that opportunity." Darl was startled by an unseen presence nearby, the yellow stream splattering onto his trousers. He barely had time to scream before a hand clamped over his throat and a blade pierced him fatally. The two patrolling soldiers were swiftly dispatched, and their assailants mounted their steeds, veiled and muffled, their hooves shrouded to silence their approach. Taran signaled with his hand, intent on teaching this lax group a lesson tonight. As his arm descended, the Mamorit cavalry tightened their reins and charged into the camp, brandishing torches that they hurled onto the tents of the Sandy army. Flames erupted amidst the shouts of alarm, and only then did the soldiers realize they were under attack. Even the slumbering Cunyan, clad in a night robe, was roused from his sleep. A throng of knights soon gathered around him, cursing vehemently before rushing to don their armor and rally their men against the incursion. As they surged forward, Taran observed their growing organization and promptly commanded a retreat. Departing, he shouted, "The leader of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps sends his regards to Count Cogar." Within the tent, Cunyan slammed his fist upon the table, furiously berating the patrol officer for allowing the enemy to breach their encampment so effortlessly. "If they had been more numerous, they could have easily overrun us. Had it not been for the fact that this fool is my son, I might have executed him on the spot." At that moment, a man dispatched to pursue the attackers returned, breathless. "My lord, we cannot catch up. They fled too swiftly. Moreover, we lost over 20 brothers." He hesitated to voice his thoughts, given that over 100 had pursued 50, resulting in the deaths of more than 20. Worthless, utterly worthless. As the casualty count was finalized, he entered the tent to find the countenance of the furious Earl. He felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet the Earl was the first to inquire. "What are the casualties?" "My lord, we have lost 161 lives, with 53 severely injured and 72 suffering minor wounds. Among the fallen are Sir Farrell and Sir Zaemon." A collective gasp escaped the surrounding knights, astonished by the grievous toll. The Earl of Cunyan's eyes were filled with a sinister glare. The last cry of Scorpion Mercenary Corps from Tahu was the greatest affront, a blatant insult to his intelligence. The following day, the Sandstone Legion resumed their march, their vigilance heightened that night. The Earl, accompanied by his vassals, sat in the main tent, awaiting any further attacks. However, the night passed in solitude. The next day, fueled by pent-up frustration, they continued their advance and, upon reaching a village, intended to pillage under the guise of eradicating sand bandits. Yet, the impoverished region of Luoyue proved futile. The villagers had long fled at the mere mention of conflict, leaving only a few earthen pots behind. That evening, they maintained their heightened alertness, but again, the night bore no confrontation. The strain of 2 nights spent on edge had brought them to the brink of collapse. Rest was imperative. Just as they began to drift into slumber, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed once more as the sandstone camp was attacked again, this time with even graver losses. The knights convened in the main tent, vociferously condemning the shamelessness of Shar. Is this how one fights? There is no semblance of chivalric spirit. This was their first experience of such disgraceful tactics, and they were thoroughly disgusted. With boiling rage, they finally arrived at Luoyue town, only to find it deserted, offering nothing but empty houses for their rest. While stationed in Luoyue, Kunyan contemplated inflicting 1,000 tortures upon Shar, though he believed the night would pass without worry of ambush, allowing for a much-needed restful sleep. The taut nerves finally began to relax, and a bit of wine would have made it even better. Leifu discreetly took a sip, discovering it to be exquisite barley wine. He could hardly believe that someone had left such a fine treasure behind in the house. Satisfied, he clutched his water pouch, unwilling to share, determined to enjoy it alone. In the main tent, Kunyan savored the fiery wine, seemingly able to glimpse the shimmering coastline, surely glistening like rubies. But wait, what was that? It appeared to be flames. Cursing under his breath, he witnessed a colossal fire erupting, engulfing Luoyue town in a sea of flames, with smoke billowing skyward. The inferno began to spread in their direction. He dashed from the house, joined by his fellow knights, who emerged looking disheveled. "My lord, the flames are too fierce. We must evacuate immediately." Kunyan clenched his fists. Victory was so close. Yet why did the flames spread with such swiftness? Little did he know, someone had buried barrels of strong liquor beneath every house in Luoyue town. He had already succumbed before even officially confronting the enemy. Now, while his adversaries had yet to arrive, retreat was the wisest choice. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly departed with his loyal guards. He would return, and the next time he would come with a formidable army of tens of thousands. One should never underestimate any count, even the sparsely populated Dorne, as he could effortlessly gather an army of 10,000. As he retraced his steps, he gathered the remnants of his forces, and by the time he reached the sandstone cave, nearly 200 individuals had rallied around him. However, as they entered the narrow passage within the cavern, throngs of figures surged from both sides, clad in leather armor and wielding stone spears and axes, numbering approximately 1,000. Infuriatingly, it was an ambush. "Knights, charge with me!" Count Kunyan erupted with fervor, leading his men into a frenzied assault. True to their cavalry prowess, they quickly carved a path through the throng, leaving the stone folk to watch helplessly as they fled. Exhausted, the Count raced through the night, finally nearing the gates of Sandstone City. He prepared to bellow for the wretched guards to open the gates for their lord, but before he could, a voice emanated from the gate. "Count Kogel, we have been awaiting you." Chapter 45. The scheme. How could this happen? Count Kunyan Kogel stared in disbelief at the arrow embedded in his breastplate. "My lord," a nearby knight exclaimed as he witnessed Kunyan slowly collapsing to the ground. "This is dire. The Scorpion banner has been cut down, and Sandstone City has fallen. We must flee." Someone seemed to notice that the figures atop the walls were no longer allies. Mordor, standing beside Shar, mockingly sneered, "Your reaction is rather tardy." Lowering their bows, the soldiers strung their arrows and aimed at those below the wall. Shar was uncertain about the current state of Luoyue town, yet observing the disheveled demeanor of the group suggested that they were likely unharmed. The arrows soared from above, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Kogel soldiers. One knight braved the rain of arrows to retrieve the lifeless body of Count Kunyan, intending to retreat. However, from behind them arose a swirling cloud of dust, heralding the approach of cavalry. Having endured a nightmarish march, this phantasmagorical legion had long instilled fear in their hearts. Upon realizing it was the Mamuluk, their will to resist vanished in an instant. Fear of death gripped them. Any act of defiance would be futile, save for the knight bearing the Count's body, who resolved to uphold his oath to fight to the bitter end, though none would follow him. As he watched those around him cast down their weapons, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He He grasped his sword, prepared to confront the oncoming wave of Mamluk heavy cavalry alone. Those on the wall also beheld the solitary knight racing forth, his silhouette evoking a sense of loneliness and despair, regrettably an enemy. And he was no Zhao Zilong of Changshan. This confrontation culminated in the demise of Count Cunyan, and Sandstone City fell into Shar's hands. After assigning the task of harassing the enemy to Tahu, Shar proceeded to waste Stone Village, persuading them to lend their aid in exchange for 20 carts of grain. He then infiltrated Sandstone City with 20 Kuzet cavalry and his personal guard, aided by Aldine. Aldine, well acquainted with Sandstone City, had been transporting water back and forth, allowing him to befriend several gate guards. Concealing weapons within barrels of water and offering a few bribes, Shar and his companions gained easy entry, subsequently seizing the city gates and permitting the Stone People's army to enter. With the assistance of 500 Stone People, Shar effortlessly conquered the Kogel castle, capturing the elderly, women, and children of the Kogel family as his prisoners. Everything transpired with an incredibility that was hard to fathom. As Shar strode into the grand hall of Kogel Castle, his silver armor gleamed in the flickering light of the hearth. This ancient fortress had changed hands tonight. He commanded the removal of the banners and took his seat at the Lord's position, a surge of grandeur swelling within him. The Stone People's leaders, who had initially harbored other intentions, grew compliant and respectful upon sighting the Mamluk, standing aside in deference. "My lord, Yelan Kogel is causing a ruckus in the dungeon, demanding to see you." They dragged him forth, handcuffed and unceremoniously tossed into the hall. Hatred glimmered in his eyes as he regarded Shar, who merely responded with a sly smile. "Charvain, you would do well to release us and leave Sandstone City. Otherwise, the Kogel family's army will soon besiege this place." "An army? Ha, you speak of them?" The prisoner was being led towards the dungeon by soldiers. Alon Kogel, taken aback, inquired, "What have you done?" He gestured to Modo, who cast the lifeless body of Count Kogel before Alon, lying stark in his view. The sudden appearance of the corpse startled him, causing him to recoil in fear. However, upon recognizing the face of the deceased, his terror transformed into sorrow, and he cried out, "Father, no, it cannot be. You have slain my father, the Count of Shushi City, as a fellow noble of Dorne. How could you commit such a heinous act?" With a cold scoff, the reply came, "You permit the killing of my kin, yet deny me the right to retaliate?" Tears streaming down his face, he fervently shook his head. "No, it is different. My father's life cannot be compared to that of commoners. Is that so? Then it is regrettable, for in my eyes there exists no distinction." Alon stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. "Take him away," commanded Char, who wished to avoid further discourse with such an arrogant individual, instructing the guards to escort him out. The news of the change in control of Shushi City spread rapidly the following day, despite Char's attempts to thwart it. Tianji City and Human Fortress were the first to receive word. Count Uber, who had been gathering troops to wait until both the Kogel family and Char were weakened in their conflict before intervening, was left in bewilderment. He had already received correspondence from Yangji City, wherein Prince DeLong commanded him to cease the hostilities between the two families. However, he harbored his own ambitions, desiring a share of the ruby mine's profits. His intention was for all to partake in the spoils, and when Char faltered, he would swoop in for a significant gain. Little did he expect, Char had swiftly eradicated the Kogel family and seized Shushi City. At this moment, his mind echoed a singular thought. This young man is exceedingly ruthless. Count Ferrisfaller of Tianji City was equally perplexed, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Char stationed Tahu to guard Shushi City and returned to Luoyue town. Meanwhile, Avon Kalen and Suolia were similarly baffled, having been prepared for a confrontation with the Kogel family's forces, only to be met with Char's announcement that the war had concluded. In truth, the assault on Shushi City was a sudden inspiration from Char after persuading the stone miners, intending to encircle Wei to save Zhao. Yet it had resulted in an outright conquest. Sulia regarded Char with a complex expression, seemingly having underestimated the young Viscount of Luoyue. Concerning the occupation of Shushi City, Scholar Kalen offered a word of caution. "My lord, the Kogel family has ruled over this territory for nearly a millennium and commands immense prestige." "A millennium?" Such a lengthy period, Char mused. Indeed, it is recorded thus in the noble annals of the Seven Kingdoms. Char fell into contemplation. So, does this imply I cannot retain Shushi City? You lack the legitimacy to rule it, my lord. The Martell family and the Dorne nobles would never consent to your possession of it. Indeed, how could the Martell family stand idly by while Char expanded his influence unchecked? Although this conflict had been ignited by the Kogel family's avarice, and Char ostensibly represented the righteous side, this could not serve as a valid justification for his seizure of Shushi City. At most, it could only warrant some form of war reparations from the Kogel family. As territories can only be bestowed by the royal family, Char lacks such authority unless he renounces his loyalty to House Martell. Furthermore, it is anticipated that a command for Char to release the prisoners of war will soon arrive, given the close ties between House Martell and House Kogel. This presents a troubling dilemma. However, Char has no intention of letting House Kogel off the hook. He understands well the principle of uprooting threats, and the impoverished territory of Luoyue cannot afford to harbor a hostile neighbor, which would undoubtedly disturb his peace of mind. Perhaps a fire at Kogel Castle might be in order. Feeling somewhat dejected, Char decided to visit Tyranny. Upon entering her hospital room, he was pleasantly surprised to find her awake, staring vacantly at the ceiling. "Tyranny, you're awake," Char exclaimed as he approached her bedside. Her complexion was still pale, but she managed to force a smile upon seeing him. "I'm sorry to have worried you, Char. It's good to be awake," she replied. "By the way, the perpetrator who harmed you has been apprehended, but he took his own life." "The perpetrator?" She shook her head. "I can sense that he has been here." "Sensed?" Char felt a jolt of alarm. "Yes, I sprinkled snake powder on him. I can smell it." "Who is it?" The realization that the individual had been in Char's camp narrowed the suspects down to those closest to him. Excluding Tahu, Modo, and Ganaminos, could it be Kalen, Avon, or perhaps Soroya? Orders were given to summon them all. Avon arrived, as did Kalen, but the soldier sent to fetch Soroya returned with disheartening news. "My lord, Sir Soroya seems to have departed. His tent is empty, save for a letter." "Indeed, it was he." Char dispatched men to pursue him, suddenly recalling his words. "You cannot be stopped when you leave." Initially, Char had begun to trust him after he aided in the hunt for the murderer, but he was now outsmarted, having been misled into questioning the killer. Such treachery left Char feeling as if his intellect had been thoroughly humiliated. Opening the letter, he found but a single line: "Marry a Kogel maiden, and you shall rule the desert." A small boat drifted slowly from the shores of Luoyue, carrying a man wearing silver-threaded gloves that gleamed in the moonlight. As he removed the gloves, a fresh scar resembling a serpent-esque fang was revealed. The immense hatred within him could finally be set aside. Gazing at the distant coastline, he considered this intriguing individual, willing to offer a piece of advice upon leaving, perhaps as a form of compensation, hoping he would not react in rage. The letter was shared among the group. Upon reading its contents, they exchanged glances, and Kalen pondered the feasibility of the proposal. If the Kogel family had but one female heir, and she were to marry Char, would there be any hindrance to his claim to Shushi City? None whatsoever. Yet, who could fathom Soroya's intentions? Char did not believe he would act out of goodwill. "My lord, we cannot proceed in such a manner. It contravenes the code of chivalry." Avon was the first to voice his opposition. "Showing mercy to an enemy is but cruelty to oneself." Ganaminos rebutted him. "Yet, such a course of action seems rather disreputable. We have rightfully conquered the city of Shushi." Modo replied. "Very well." Avon found himself at a loss for words. Everyone's gaze collectively shifted toward Charles. Only with his consent could this matter be further deliberated. Love? A jest indeed. Can love truly be compared to a castle? Well, we must diligently seek out suitable candidates. This is where Kalen excels, for he possesses the most profound understanding of the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms, and prior to arriving in Dorne, he had diligently studied the families of Dorne. Marina Kogel, a member of the younger generation of the Kogel family, is the daughter of Kaven Kogel. Rumor has it that she is frail and ailing, earning her the moniker of the sickly beauty. The group regarded Kalen with bemusement. This seemingly earnest scholar harbored such thoughts, emphasizing her frail and ailing condition. As exams approach, I must turn to my studies. I sincerely apologize for the delay in forthcoming updates. Chapter 46. The wedding Count Cagle had two brothers, Cavan and Cunyan, who shared a good relationship. One became the Earl, while the other served as a Knight of the Oath in the city of Shushi. The knight who charged forth alone that day was Cavan Cagle. He had two daughters, both residing within Cagle Castle, and now they were prisoners of Shar. The rightful heir of the Cagle family was the younger son, Aaron, as the elder had perished in the great fire of Luoyua town. Should Aaron also meet his demise, the succession would pass to Marina. In the dungeon, Shar encountered the so-called sickly beauty, clad in a flowing white gown. Her pallid complexion betrayed a lack of color, and her slender form appeared fragile. Upon their meeting, she held her sister, Nanali, both trembling like frightened rabbits as they gazed at Shar. Shar's concerns did not stem from the Cagle family's authority in the region. He understood that as long as he was generous with the land, the common folk would rally behind him. His need for a legitimate pretext was to silence the noblemen of Dorne, rendering them powerless to criticize him, even if they disdained his actions. Inside the Earl's study, Marina was ushered in. Shar awaited her at the desk and felt a pang of sympathy as he observed her delicate frame, seemingly at risk of being swept away by the wind. Adhering to the chivalric code, he approached to assist her. However, her wrist trembled in fear. "Please have a seat, Miss Marina," he offered, pulling out a chair for her. She cast a resentful glance at the man who had caused her father's death. Gazing at the quivering girl, Shar hesitated to speak, grappling with the weight of her suffering. What fault lay with such a fragile woman? "Would you care for some wine?" he inquired, but the girl shook her head in a wave of despair. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "Sir Cavan was exceedingly brave, a knight worthy of respect." At the mention of her father, her eyes reddened, and a soft sob escaped her lips. With a sigh, Shar rose to depart. How could he broach such matters with her? It would be more fitting to summon Karen. Yes, Karen should come. Marina remained choked with emotion, sitting still, too afraid to move. In a single night, everything had changed. Her father was dead, the castle had been seized, and she and her sister had become prisoners. Fear consumed her as the assailants, cruel and brutish, had dragged them into the dungeon, leaving her to seek warmth in her sister's embrace. Today, she had been pulled away by soldiers and brought to the Earl's study. Despite her desperate grip on Nanali, she had been forcibly separated, fearing for her life and unwilling to part from her sister. "Greetings, my lady." A man in a scholar's robe entered the room. Marina merely gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. "Do not be afraid, Miss Marina. I am Karen, a scholar from Luoyua town. As you can see, I'm not here to do you harm." Karen felt a sense of helplessness as he took on the task assigned by Shar, finding it challenging to engage with this young girl when he was more accustomed to studying the desert. Having joined the scholarly order, he had long forsaken the prospect of marriage and fatherhood, and it had been many years since he had interacted with a woman. He endeavored to present himself as kind and amiable. "My dear lady, in this war, we find ourselves in a position of passivity. I hope you do not hold Lord Viscount responsible. We are all victims of circumstance. Your uncle has ignited the flames of war, and your father fights in his name. Yet you remain innocent. You must live for yourself, for your sister, mustn't you?" A slight nod. Seeing that she had absorbed his words, Kaelin exhaled in relief. The Vane family bears no significant grudge against the Cagle family. It is all a misunderstanding, is it not? As fellow lords of the desert, the two families can only thrive together, correct? A soft affirmation. Kaelin felt as though he was ensnaring an innocent maiden, a wave of guilt washing over him. "What do you think of the Viscount of Falling Moon?" Marina appeared perplexed, her face a canvas of questions. "Marrying the Viscount is the best way to preserve the Cagle bloodline, my lady." She paused, seemingly coming to a realization. Despite her innocence, her years in the Earl's castle had enlightened her. She understood that her fate was to become a pawn in a familial alliance, and her frail health had deterred suitors from seeking her hand. Kaelin's words now carried an undertone of threat. After all, the Cagle family had suffered a catastrophic defeat in this conflict. Their incompetence and recklessness had led to their downfall. She steeled herself, masking her trepidation with a facade of resolve. "Can you spare my sister? Of course, you are now the heir of the Cagle family. While Nanali remains the lady of Sandstone City, does she not, Lord Cagle? Heir? Indeed, Sir Euron Kogel took his own life in the dungeon this morning. Marina inhaled deeply, a flicker of struggle in her eyes, yet thoughts of her young sister softened her resolve. Very well, I agree. As Kalen emerged from the study, he spotted Shar leaning against the stone railing of the castle corridor. He approached him. Noticing his arrival, Shar inquired, "How did it go?" Releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, Kalen smiled. "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. Lady Marina will cooperate with us, but her condition is that no harm comes to Lady Nanali." "Excellent. Truly commendable, you Grand Scholar." Acknowledging Shar's praise, he chose not to correct him. The wedding must occur as swiftly as possible. They would summon the Kogel family members from the dungeon to witness, thereby legitimizing the union. Thus, Sandstone Castle entered a jubilant state, the news of Marina Kogel's impending marriage to the Viscount of Falling Moon racing through the city at a frenzied pace. Kalen was even tasked with sending crows to invite surrounding nobility, though it was certain they would not arrive in time. Marina could hardly fathom that her wedding would unfold in this manner, clad in a red gown, a color insisted upon by Shar. Having met her future husband only briefly, which was customary among nobles, she now faced a man who had slain her father. Thoughts of her sister swirled in her mind. She sighed, forcing a smile, her pale visage eliciting sympathy. In truth, she was quite beautiful, which was why people referred to her as the sickly beauty. Holding a rose, she passed by the raised palanquin, intending to traverse the grandest street of Sandstone City towards the Church of the Seven Gods. Surrounding her were the Mamluk heavy cavalry, providing a protective escort, while attendants distributed copper coins to the onlooking crowd, igniting jubilation throughout the thoroughfare. From within the palanquin's drapery, she glimpsed the celebratory street. Indeed, she could hear the praises sung in honor of her name and that of the Viscount of the Waning Moon. The palanquin advanced slowly, coming to a halt only at the church. The Southerners worshipped the new deities, the Seven Gods. Charles had long awaited her at the entrance of the hall, adorned in a crimson robe crafted from exquisite velvet. He stepped forward to assist Marina down, to which she responded with a strained smile. The crowd had already gathered in throngs, their interest piqued by the novelty of such a matrimonial ceremony. Under the Godfather's declaration, the couple was sworn as husband and wife, pledging their vows to the Seven Gods. Charles could hear her voice quivering with emotion. Amidst the resounding cheers, they clasped hands and returned to the palanquin, bound for the castle. A grand banquet was laid out, celebrating through the night. Yet, only the envious tyranny wore a frown. Alongside the bride awaiting in the marriage chamber, who intermittently coughed softly, waiting long into the night for Charles's arrival. When their eyes met, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Observing the delicate bride, Charles sighed and turned to leave. At that moment, Avon stood beneath the moonlight, leaning against the wall in contemplation. He had sworn off alcohol, thus departing the banquet after the meal. He noticed Charles. "My lord? Should he not be reveling in the fleeting pleasures of the night? Why was he here? What troubles you, Avon? Alone in solitude? Have you been drinking?" "My lord, I do not consume alcohol." "Ah, I nearly forgot. Still entangled in thoughts of the beggar." "I see. That day, your silhouette as you tossed the coin was rather striking." A look of embarrassment crossed Avon's face. "So, you were present that day as well." "Shouldn't you be? Elsewhere, my lord. Why linger here? I ought to return. You should rest early as well." He patted his chest plate. "My lord, are our actions truly just?" Charles paused momentarily, as he journeyed southward, facing assassination, abandonment, and the tumult of power struggles. Seated at the head of the hall in Sandstone Castle, he could reap boundless ambition. He yearned for power, all of which he had forged through his own endeavors. Though much of it was attributable to the system, he was merely a castaway from another world. Yet, compared to those born with privilege, why should he not deserve these achievements? "Give me time, I shall prove it to you." He strode away briskly. Avon stood silently for a while, watching Charles's receding figure before finally turning to depart. Upon entering the castle's master bedroom, he found it completely refurbished. Marina sat patiently at the edge of the bed, awaiting Charles's return. As he re-entered, she spoke first. "My lord Viscount, I shall fulfill my duties as a wife." Seemingly fearful of Charles's potential change of heart, she felt compelled to seize her opportunity. "It is time to rest." She extinguished the candle. The following day, Charles rose gently from slumber. Upon arriving in the hall, he found Tyranny sulking as she fiddled with the congee in her bowl. Upon meeting Charles, he merely let out a cold snort before taking his leave. Charles could only manage a wry smile in response. He ordered breakfast to be brought to him, a simple bowl of congee accompanied by a slice of white bread, and instructed that a portion be sent to Marina as well. "My lord, here is a letter from the city of Sunward." Callan handed Charles the letter delivered by the Raven. The contents were rather subtle, suggesting that Charles should release the members of the Coble family and return the castle. In return, the Martell family proposed to elevate Charles's title to that of a count and cede a portion of the Sandstone territory to him as compensation. Naturally, the return would be made promptly. Charles penned a response and entrusted it to Callan for delivery to Sunward City. When everything was laid bare before Prince Lang, his eyes widened in shock. Orenburg was equally taken aback, unable to fathom that the two had managed to cultivate a fierce ally. Initially, the plan was to have Charles restrain Sandstone City and the Prison Gate Fortress. Now, however, in the arid expanse, Charles had emerged as the preeminent noble, transforming a balanced triad into a singular dominance. This was not the outcome they had hoped for. Yet the thought of their daughter remaining in Charles's proximity lingered in their minds. Chapter 47. The Decline of the Eurohan-Nate Family, my brother. This may not be an unfavorable turn of events for us. Dowling mused, his gaze fixed upon the map. He had already dispatched his daughter to Essos, awaiting the opportune moment. Perhaps the arrival of Charles Vane was indeed a stroke of fate. Let us compose a letter to extend our blessings to them. As Charles steadily achieved victory, the Southern Empire mobilized its forces towards the north. The legions of Mungshuj clashed fiercely with those of the Southern Empire in Silonia. The standoff at the gates of Silonia had yielded no progress, resulting in significant losses, and now, confronted by the imperial legions, they were certain to be overwhelmed. At that moment, both armies assembled in their respective encampments, arranging their formations as the cold wind swept through, enveloping the scene in a somber atmosphere. The sound of horns seemed poised to resonate at any moment, with soldiers standing at the ready. The Southern Empire's forces were a sight to behold, replete with shield-bearing infantry clad in silver armor and formidable spearmen, vastly outnumbering the troops of the Khazet kingdom in infantry combat. However, Khazet was not a nation to be trifled with in terms of foot soldiers. The Khan's guards and Khazet's cavalry galloped along the right flank of their formation, while the lancers on the opposite side echoed their movements, the rhythmic thud of hooves and the resounding whinnies of horses filling the air. The Empire, too, was not to be outdone, boasting some of the continent's most elite knights clad in formidable armor. 6-tier knights led their subordinate ranks, their thick armor and sharp weaponry reflecting their considerable prowess in both mounted and foot combat, while their imposing presence instilled fear in their adversaries. Previous encounters had revealed Khazet to be temporarily in the ascendant, yet their numbers paled in comparison to those of the Empire, rendering the outcome of this confrontation uncertain. Both sides tacitly gathered their forces, aware that success hinged upon this singular clash. The leaders of both nations meticulously allocated tasks to their subordinates, assigning units to those adept in particular areas, while they themselves prepared to command the elite vanguard. The fluttering banners swayed with the wind, and beneath the clarion call of the horns, the valiant soldiers prepared to charge into battle. This confrontation bore no semblance of order. It was as chaotic as crashing waves, each side steadfastly refusing to yield. The cavalry surged forth like the crests of waves, their lances raised high, aimed directly at the advancing enemy. This was a perilous engagement. To be struck meant an overwhelmingly high probability of death. The cavalry unit was not uniformly composed. A significant portion consisted of 3rd and 4th tier members. Upon collision, the sound of splintering armor echoed across the field, as many were unseated, some meeting their demise on the spot, while a fortunate few, after sustaining injuries, quickly remounted to rejoin the fray. In the initial clash of the lancers, neither side could be discerned as dominant. However, in the realm of mounted archery, the disparity was starkly apparent. Although the number of imperial knights matched that of Khazet, their capabilities were not of the same caliber. As both sides drew their bows and exchanged volleys, It was the empire that suffered greater losses, for Cosette's arrows seemed to possess an uncanny accuracy, deftly felling their foes from horseback. In a surge of momentum, the cavalry of both sides advanced to the rear of their respective formations. At the end of each legion marched the crossbowmen and archers, who initially met the charging cavalry with a rain of arrows. However, their efforts bore little fruit, managing to fell only a handful of foes. As the cavalry drew near, the archers of Cassate unsheathed their curved blades in defense. Yet, against the swift onslaught of knights, their weapons appeared feeble and inadequate, as the mere charge of a warhorse could send them tumbling. The imperial ranged unit fared slightly better, equipped with shields and clad in robust armor, allowing them to withstand several blows with relative ease. Having disrupted the archers, the cavalry turned back, and en route to their respective positions, they clashed once more. This time, the superiority of the imperial cavalry, adorned in more opulent armor, became evident. Only half of the Cassate lancers returned. The infantry, advancing slowly with shields raised, engaged in close combat. The clash of Cassate leather armor and wooden shields against imperial steel sparked a flurry of fierce embers, as the battlefield resonated with roars of conflict, intermingled with cries of anguish. Amidst this turmoil stood Montchug, commanding the troops, instructing the soldiers to hold their shields high while sword-wielding warriors struck in tandem. In such a melee, all techniques seemed to dissipate into the ether. Only the armor and shields provided a semblance of security, like boxers exchanging blows. The fight was less about finesse and more about endurance. Who could withstand the onslaught until the bitter end? The process unfolded slowly, yet for the soldiers, each fleeting moment felt like an eternity, as lives were extinguished in the blink of an eye. The cavalry continued their skirmish on the left. The heavily armored imperial cavalry emerged victorious, while on the right, the Cassate horse archers easily overwhelmed their foes. The balance of power swayed like a pendulum, eventually leveling out. Arrows flew across the battlefield, sometimes striking enemies, occasionally hitting their own. Yet, no one lamented these minor discrepancies, akin to a contest between titans, indifferent to the collateral damage inflicted by their own errant strikes. They were consumed by the heat of battle, focused solely on vanquishing their adversaries. As time flowed from the early morning to the resounding afternoon, Charles leisurely sipped afternoon tea with his newlywed wife. Perhaps lingering in his heart was a hint of resentment. Yet their physical union rendered them less strangers. His younger sister, Nanalai, blissfully indulged in sweets, occasionally darting into Charles' embrace to playfully tease, causing Marina's heart to flutter with anxiety. Before Charles, she felt a deeper trepidation, as though confronting a heartless demon. A 5- or 6-year-old girl remained blissfully unaware of the complexities around her, and Charles, who cherished children, found their bond blossoming over the days. However, Marina's health deteriorated following these events. The harsh conditions of her confinement and the sorrow of her father's demise exacerbated her decline. If she could endure a few more years, Charles would fully claim the arid territory, as their marriage lacked any emotional foundation. Yet, the more he attempted to convince himself, the greater the weight of guilt bore down upon Charles. An aged voice within him incessantly reminded him not to allow power to cloud his judgment. The setbacks of the Cassate infantry were becoming increasingly apparent. They struggled against the well-equipped imperial soldiers, and despite Montchug's relentless attempts to alter their formation, it proved futile. Soldiers, sensing the tide of battle turning against them, turned and fled. Only the nomadic cavalry, still brimming with vigor, roamed the battlefield, occasionally loosing arrows that felled imperial foes. Upon noticing a gap in the formation, Montchug gallantly rode forth. At times, Charles truly admired the leaders standing shoulder to shoulder with their soldiers on the front lines. Yet regrettably, he was not present for this battle. A javelin was hurled, striking Montchug's faceplate with unyielding force, despite being crafted by the continent's finest blacksmiths. Even the best armor could not withstand the momentum of the projectile, and the faceplate was not the thickest part of the armor. He fell, along with his legion, onto the soil of the empire. The ancestor Urahan emerged from obscurity, sweeping through the tribes to establish the Kusawit Khanate, self-proclaimed as Khan, the Lord of the Steppes, elevating the Urahunit family from a mere tribe to a contender on the continental stage. Yet, only he could unify the tribes in battle. When the enslaving imperialists were driven away, the dragon-slaying youth morphed into a fearsome dragon himself. Division among the tribes grew. Even as Monchug aspired to inherit his ancestor's ambition of encompassing the realm, he could only watch helplessly as his family and kingdom declined. Internal strife exhausting him both physically and mentally, like a towering pillar supporting the morale of the entire legion. The kingdom's Khan fell to the hands of an unknown imperial soldier. In reality, perhaps he would have achieved great success, sealing his legacy with a single strike. Kusai Bagai has been captured by the Empire. Kusai Akurum has been captured by the Empire. Kusai Monchug has tragically perished. Charles spat out his tea in disbelief. How could Monchug have met his end? A vote initiated by the tribal elders of the Kusai Khanate to elect a new Khan for the kingdom. Names of various families were presented before Charles, who held a single vote. Kujite family, Urahunit family, Ake family, Veen family. The choice was clear. He would support Monchug, who had bestowed favor upon him, even though the kingdom's Khan was not chosen through hereditary succession. Wait, Monchug's throne was inherited from the first Khan, Uruhun, so it should indeed pass to Monchug's heirs. Charles sensed the scent of conspiracy, but this was a system. He cast his vote for the Urahunit family. In a system world, there was nothing to fear. Perhaps there was indeed someone orchestrating events, as the Uruhun family received dismal support, while the Kujite family surged ahead in votes. Ultimately, the Kujite family successfully seized the throne and entered the royal court. The transition of sovereignty was accomplished without even the shedding of blood. The once glorious royal family now lay in ruins, with Chakant and Makeb seized by the Khazates, leaving the Urhan clan with but a single fortress to call their own. Setting down the teacup, I rose and departed, entering the system within the confines of my chamber. The disbanded imperial legions saw their lords drifting north and south, recruiting soldiers, occasionally passing by the fortress of Cornea. This war had lined their pockets with gold. The peace treaty from the Khazates had already been laid upon the Queen's table, awaiting only the imprint of the kingdom's seal. This time, the Khazates would pay reparations to the Empire as the defeated nation. Shortly after entering the system, white doves fluttered across my vision, a sign that the two nations had formally reconciled. The Khazate royalty would need time to digest the legacy of Monchug. Gazing northward, I pondered that perhaps the old Khan's corpse now lay buried beneath some forgotten mound of the dead, destined to be erased by the passage of time and the system's relentless cycle. The only one who would remember him was this outsider, a stranger to this world. The Khazate Khanate would turn a new page, but those who had once sworn loyalty to me had perished, leaving me to face alone a kingdom where goodwill had withered to nothing in the ever-watchful, predatory gaze of the Empire. Chapter 48. The Onset of Chaos Horses. Princes, horses. A petite woman with silver hair, her exquisite visage marred by blood, clutched a mangled heart in her alabaster hands. With resolute purple eyes, she stared intently at the brawny man seated in the center, his imposing stature a stark contrast to her delicate form. She was Daenerys Targaryen, the youngest daughter of the mad King Aerys II Targaryen, who had perished at the hands of Jaime Lannister during the War of the Usurper while she was still in her mother's womb. It was only later, on a stormy night, that she took her first breath. Now, she was Khaleesi of the Dothraki, wife to Khal Drogo, the leader of the Dothraki horde. Her children would be conceived from the heart of a stallion, destined to become the mightiest men of the plains, just as her father once was. If Ser Jorah were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this woman. Her likeness to the actress was striking. Within the tent, the Dothraki roared in support of their Khaleesi, and even Khal Drogo's eyes shimmered with affection and pride. Beside him stood another petite yet strikingly attractive woman, observing the scene with a keen gaze, Arianne Martell. Arianne struggled to comprehend the savage customs of the Dothraki, yet she felt a genuine respect for the girl atop the dais, devouring a horse's heart. However, the silver-haired man beside her wore an unfriendly expression, his malevolent gaze fixed on the girl. Viserys Targaryen, the brother of Daenerys, was one of those who had encouraged Daenerys to be wed to Khal Drogo, believing he could barter his sister for the support of the Dothraki to reclaim the Iron Throne. Now, he realized he had been outmaneuvered by these barbaric horse lords, a classic case of losing both the lady and the troops. As he gazed upon Daenerys, now surrounded by the Dothraki, he felt a sense of loss. The cheers she received should have been his. Casting a scornful glance at Drogo and Daenerys, he ripped open the tent flap and strode out. Upon reaching Daenerys' resting quarters, he discovered a box upon the table. Eagerly, he opened it to reveal 3 meticulously arranged eggs, their beautiful patterns captivating him momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his focus, intent on stowing the eggs away. Suddenly sensing an approach behind him, he instinctively drew his sword. He knew better than to let them see him wielding a blade in the Dothraki lands. He was not ignorant of their loss. It was Jorah Mormont, the exiled knight from the north, once a lord of House Mormont. "Stay out of it," Viserys retorted, continuing to handle the eggs. "They do not belong to you. Even she is mine," he insisted, disregarding Jorah's warning as he placed the last egg into his pack. "Perhaps they once were," Jorah replied, his voice steady. In the end, Viserys did not take the dragon eggs, thwarted by Jorah, who had ceased to heed his commands. Perhaps he never intended to listen from the very beginning. He stormed out in a fit of rage, seeking solace in a large jug of wine, for at that moment, only alcohol could quell his fury. However, the more intoxicated he became, the more he felt the anger swelling within him. Glancing at the sword in his hand, he recalled the words of Mormont, and, seizing the blade, prepared to head towards the main tent, where revelry and celebration were in full swing. "Are you His Grace, Prince Viserys Targaryen?" A woman stood before him, blocking his path, her figure reminiscent of his sister Daenerys, her features equally striking. "And who are you to obstruct the path of the true dragon?" He retorted. "I am Arianne Martell, the eldest daughter of Prince Dorian." He recognized the Martell name. After all, his brother Rhaegar's wife belonged to that family. Yet, he had no time for such distractions and brushed past her, making his way towards the main tent of House Blackwood. "What shall we do, Princess Arianne?" Sir Daemon Blackwood inquired from the side. "Let us follow him," she replied. "Your Grace, have another drink," King Robert, spear in hand, said as he took the wine jug and drank deeply. A bit of liquor was essential for stoking the fires of hunting. Beside him stood his younger brother, Renly, and the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Barristan Selmy, along with the ever-present Lannister pouring the wine. A Lannister was never far from the king's side. "What was I saying? Simpler times." The king often reminisced about his glorious past during hunts, and the only one who shared in his memories was Ser Barristan. Hence, he always brought him along. When the king spoke of happier times, his hearty laughter echoed through the air. As king, he indulged in hunting and women, which many deemed unfit for his station. Yet under his reign, the Seven Kingdoms enjoyed a rare period of peace. He took a swig from the wine pouch, feeling the intoxication wash over him, unable to resist the temptation for more. "Your Grace, there is movement," Ser Barristan cautioned. "Ha! Selmy, do not interfere. Let me handle this." He waved off the old Kingsguard's intervention. This quarry belonged solely to King Robert, and the commotion signified a substantial catch. Wielding his spear, he staggered forward. "My lord, here are the tax records for the year from Sandstone." Within Sandstone Castle lay a considerable amount of gold dragons and provisions, a testament to the wealth accumulated by the family over a millennium. Shar had significantly expanded his forces, increasing the castle's standing army to 1,000 men, directly managed and trained by the castle itself. He had also gathered the orphans within Sandstone, employing Maester Cailan to teach them reading and writing, despite some complaints. Flipping through the ledger presented by the Maester, each page was densely filled, a challenge for Shar to decipher. Nevertheless, the territory's revenue was indeed substantial, considering that a vast earldom yielded barely 5,000 gold dragons in a year. Of course, one could not overlook the desert's role in this. The Coggle family seemed particularly eager to cultivate the arid land, yet there were scarcely any lucrative vineyards. Was the desert truly unsuitable for grape cultivation? In truth, the sunlight and the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night in the desert create an ideal environment for cultivating grapes. The only element lacking is moisture. Grapes have a high requirement for water, especially during their early growth stages when they necessitate substantial amounts. The cultivation of grapes could be expanded, as any area suitable for wheat cultivation would undoubtedly be conducive for grape growing as well. Moreover, the soon-to-be-established port in Luoyue could facilitate grape exports and the production of wine. Additionally, the Ruby Coast rubies have already prompted Charles to send individuals for exploration. How are the children faring in their studies? Speaking of educating the orphans, Callan has quite a few grievances, yet there have been some gains. Sir, among this group of children, I have discovered several promising talents. Oh, do tell me more. Callan expressed his curiosity, noting that some of the children seemed as if they had been taught prior, grasping new knowledge with remarkable ease. At times, they could read and write without his instruction. Could they be child prodigies? Charles pondered, recalling that in ancient times there were indeed many naturally gifted individuals like Fang Zhongyong, with many renowned historical figures exhibiting exceptional intelligence from a young age, though such talents are rare. How many such individuals are there? Callan mentally counted and realized there were quite a few. Including Mar, there should be around 13. Charles furrowed his brow. So many? At that moment, Aw and Shad entered the room, observing the two in deep conversation, with Charles wearing a serious expression. Sir, scouts have reported that Nide Fuzz from Fuzztown is leading a troop in an assault on the Laner farm, affiliated with Shushi City. How many are there? I did not observe closely, but it is estimated to be around 100. Can we resolve this? If not, I shall send Tan. Sir, you underestimate me, Aw and Shad. Give me 3 hours, and I shall bring Nide Fuzz before you. He was handed a token, as per Charles' established regulation that a castle's order is required to mobilize troops. I shall provide you with 300 cavalry. Be cautious and return unharmed. Understood, my lord. With the token in hand, he joyfully dashed out. Recently, there have been numerous incidents of quelling rebellions, as many harbor dissent regarding Charles' rule over Shushi City. However, under the firm suppression, such occurrences have diminished. Those who dared to rebel naturally had support from behind. Yet now, even the Maytel family has acquiesced, leaving no room for dissent. Charles had instructed Tahan to lead the Mamuluk heavy cavalry to quell the unrest, while On had been engaged in civil duties, which is why he was so delighted to receive the token. After all, he had yet to achieve any merit since joining Charles and yearned to prove himself. What were we discussing earlier? Sir, the children still require instruction. Very well, you may proceed. You've worked hard lately. When Janaminos returns, I shall allocate some duties to him. Thank you, my lord. Presently, there are few capable individuals around Charles. Janaminos has been dispatched to Luoyue to construct the port, while Tahan and Moto possess limited literacy and their thoughts are solely occupied with warfare, thus placing the entire burden upon Callan. Zaire, ever the thinker and fond of shirking responsibilities, has inadvertently placed Callan in a predicament. It appears that expanding the team has become imperative. Upon accessing the system, he discovers that a few slots for companions remain available, presenting an opportunity to recruit individuals of merit. With the relations between the Southern Empire and Kuzet at last thawing, Zaire is liberated from the confines of his castle, free to roam the continent and simultaneously fulfill the system's tasks. However, his true capacity is currently at its limit, preventing him from leading his subordinates in their raids against bandits. To augment the number of soldiers under his command, he must elevate his rank as a commander. Presently, a level 3 commander can oversee 100 soldiers, and each subsequent level seemingly multiplies this capacity, allowing for at least an additional 100 soldiers at level 4. The towns within the empire are notably more prosperous, and the taverns here enjoy greater popularity among wanderers. Upon entering Onira's tavern, he encounters a motley crew of wanderers, including horse thieves, hill bandits, and those clad in red. None of these titles appeal to Zaire, yet the vastness of the continent ensures that he will inevitably cross paths with bandits. How vexing! This band of miscreants seems to believe themselves invincible. Chapter 49. The Moonfall Fortress sipping a cup of fragrant dragon saliva tea, rumored to have been brought from the eastern continent of Essos, which was purchased at a high price by Count Kogel, who has been reluctant to use it. Now it has become a humble delight for Charles. The Shushi territory has regained its tranquility after changing hands, and the noble families across the regions have been largely dealt with by Charles, especially since the main forces had nearly perished in Moonfall Town, making it exceedingly simple to manage the remaining rabble. This expanse is home to nearly 50,000 people, a significant population in the sparsely populated Dorne, yet the vast desert limits its development. The land is now concentrated in Charles's hands, and he intends to distribute it to farmers for the cultivation of grapes and olives, for only in the hands of the farmers does land hold true value. My lord, the appointed representatives from each village have gathered in the hall, awaiting your summons. The villages within the Shushi territory are predominantly controlled by families, feudal vassals of the Kogel family for nearly a millennium, who have been nearly eradicated during the suppression of the rebellion. Thus, Charles has allowed each town to elect representatives to meet him in Shushi City. This assembly comprises merchants, hunters, and farmers, all of whom undoubtedly possess some local renown. They stand awkwardly in the hall, hesitant to speak, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Ascending to the main seat, Charles settles into a chair upholstered in velvet. All eyes are fixed upon him, as these individuals are taken aback to discover their lord is so remarkably youthful. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Count Charles Vane. Having encountered nobility before, the group kneels in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, my lord," raising his hand to allow them to rise. Charles finds the act of being bowed to by so many rather unsettling, despite the pleasure it brings. The fact that you were elected by the common folk speaks volumes of their trust in you, and I hope you shall not betray that trust. The reason I have summoned you is simple. I desire change within the Shushi territory, and you shall be the agents of that change. I will grant you the authority of representatives to execute my decrees and policies within your villages. However, before we proceed, I require your oath of loyalty to me. With that, Charles patiently awaits, his eyes narrowed as he observes the group exchanging glances. They engage in hushed discussions, Charles's words leaving them somewhat bewildered. After a considerable pause, he finally speaks. "Have you reached a decision?" A seemingly pivotal figure steps forward and replies, "My lord, we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you." What other choice do they have? Opposing Charles is not an option they dare to consider. Of course, Charles does not expect unwavering fidelity. It is merely a formality. What he seeks is their local prestige, and should there be any true talents among them, he shall court them in due course. After conducting a collective loyalty ceremony, he hosts a banquet in their honor. The group, astonished and humbled, bows their heads as they partake in the feast. The Shushi territory comprises 21 villages, ranging from a mere 100 to 1,000 inhabitants. Their first task will be to assess the population and land in their respective villages, and Charles will send along some individuals skilled in arithmetic to assist them. The management of Luoyueling is considerably more straightforward, as he has relocated all the inhabitants to the newly established Luoyue town, which has been rebuilt by the lakeside, adjacent to the port. Although Shushi City boasts a strategic defensive position, it is not conducive to development, being ensconced deep within the desert, making ingress and egress exceedingly challenging. After Alding helped Shar seize Shushi City, he was dispatched to Essos to procure ships, accompanied by Stygian soldiers and Dis. One can only hope he returns soon, as nearly all the gold dragons Shar acquired from Shushi City were entrusted to him, in hopes of securing a few large vessels. "Milord," Marina approached, gently holding her younger sister, Nanali, by the hand. As she drew closer, she lifted Nanali into her arms. The little girl, merely 3.5 years old, was utterly adorable. With a shake of her hands, she was playfully hoisted aloft, erupting into delightful giggles. "Shar, could you cheer my sister? She keeps sighing." "Oh, is that so?" Both turned their gazes toward Marina, whose cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. "Come now, give the lovely Nanali a smile." At this command, Marina jolted slightly, then managed to produce a smile that resembled more of a frown than a genuine grin. Ever cautious, she approached every task with trepidation, even during meals. She displayed this demeanor. At the slightest sound from Shar, she would flinch like a startled kitten, bowing her head in a slight tremor, drawing her into his embrace. He reassured her, "I will protect you from now on, so there is no need for fear." And me too. And me too, Nanali exclaimed, waving her tiny hands. Realizing her sister was still present made Marina's face redden even further, prompting her to hastily push Shar away. Shar, with his striking appearance, demeanor, and virtues, was the very embodiment of the knight she had always envisioned. Yet, why did he have to make such an entrance? Each time she read tales of dashing, gallant knights, gentlemen of strength, her imagination would soar, much like any maiden, eagerly anticipating her own princely figure riding forth on a white steed, bearing roses to her. However, the knight who eventually appeared was astride a black warhorse, engulfed in flames and blood, storming into the castle and instilling within her a profound terror. Realizing she had dared to resist, Shar sent her into a state of panic as she cast a fearful glance his way, only to find him indifferent. Suddenly, a cup clattered to the ground. Trilene swiftly retrieved the wine glass, then turned to leave, feigning ignorance. Exchanging a glance with Marina, both expressed a shared sense of helplessness. After returning Nanali to Marina, he had other matters to attend to. He sought out Kalen, who was engrossed in research within his chamber. Upon seeing Shar, Kalen appeared somewhat surprised, for it was typically he who sought out Shar. "My lord, what brings you here?" "Nothing much, just came to see what you were up to." Inviting Shar inside, the room was filled with an assortment of jars, alongside heaps of sand and various plants. "Is this what you are studying?" "Indeed, my lord." Casual in his demeanor, Shar picked up a jar containing a lively desert scorpion, which was scuttling about within. "This creature seems rather perilous." Kalen chuckled as he extracted the scorpion and placed it on Shar's shoulder, startling him enough that he instinctively drew his sword, intending to skewer the creature on Kalen's hand. "My lord, its venomous stinger has been removed." Sheathing his sword with a sigh, he remarked with mild exasperation, "Who would have thought Archmaester Kalen possessed a sense of humor? If it were discipline, I dare say I'd have earned my chain by now." Noticing the awkward silence, Kalen swiftly changed the subject. "Ah yes, a letter from Sunspear." He retrieved the missive from the drawer and handed it to Shire. Skimming through the contents, Shire read, "In the 298th year after Aegon's conquest, King Robert Baratheon perished in King's Landing. By royal decree, the realm mourns." The message was verbose, but the essence was clear. The king was dead. Shire scrutinized the details. King Robert had met his end in a fatal clash with a boar, a reckless exchange of life for life. Whether to praise his bravery or lament his folly was debatable. The matter held little relevance to Shire, so he offered a perfunctory 3-second tribute to the fallen monarch. "Another letter, my lord, this one from Falling Moon Keep." Unfolding the parchment, Shire learned that Aldine and his men had returned, bringing with them 2 merchant vessels and 2 warships, all procured from the Free City's ports. The merchant ships and 1 warship had already been christened, while the remaining vessel awaited a name. This was welcome news indeed. "Come, Kalan," Shire declared, "let us inspect our new fleet." "My lord, there are still pressing matters in Sandstone." Kalan's gaze lingered wistfully on the jars atop his desk. Unperturbed, Shire dragged him out, mustered the guards, and set off for Falling Moon Keep. A swift half-day's ride brought them to the scattered settlement, where villagers labored to rebuild their homes. The scale of reconstruction suggested a prosperous future. At the lakeshore, 4 formidable ships lay anchored, 2 longships and 2 cogs. 1 warship stretched nearly 40 meters, its sails furled, its prow and stern elegantly curved like a serpent in repose. The merchant vessels, though shorter at 20 meters, were broader and sturdier, resembling half-barrels. Aldine and Dias brightened at Shire's unexpected arrival. The raven bearing their message had scarcely taken flight before he appeared. "Well done, both of you," Shire commended. Aldine accepted the praise with an easy smile, their rapport beyond formalities. Dias, however, beamed with pride. "It is my honor to serve, my lord. Toil is but a trifle in your service." Gesturing to the ships, Aldine introduced them, the Pearl Sisters, the Big Fish, and the Wavebreaker. The first 2 were merchant cogs, their capacious holds capable of bearing 200 tons of cargo. The warship, built for speed, sacrificed storage for sleek lines that sliced effortlessly through the waves, harnessing the wind's fury. The final warship dwarfed the others, its 50-meter frame crowned by a towering eagle's head at the prow, exuding majesty. Its vast sails promised unmatched swiftness upon the open sea. My lord, Aldine said, this vessel cost us a staggering 20,000 gold dragons. 20,000, a sum representing several years of tax revenue from the Sandstone territory. However, the expenditure involves other people's wealth, and Charles feels no regret. Let us bestow a name upon it, Commander, suggested Alding. A name, you say? Charles pondered for a moment before responding. Let it be called the Fort of the Falling Moon. Henceforth, it shall be the Fort of the Falling Moon upon the sea. In the distance, the Fort of the Falling Moon stood quietly against the azure sky, harmoniously echoing with the lakeshore. The small vessels can be crafted by Charles and his companions, as there are already several fishing boats in the town of Falling Moon, originally intended for fishing. With a bit of training, the villagers could become proficient sailors. My lord, Ganymedes rushed over, appearing rather haggard from his recent endeavors in organizing matters in Falling Moon. What troubles you? Charles inquired, noticing his urgency. After catching his breath, he exclaimed, My lord, the results of the gemstone mine survey have come in. There are no gems along the gemstone coast. We have been deceived. Those surface gemstones were all extracted from the Crimson Mountains, and many are merely red glass. Finally, I have completed my English examination, and next week, I have theoretical mechanics awaiting me. Chapter 50. The march into Westeros. From the very beginning, he sensed an unnatural quality to the ores along the gemstone coast. And now it appears that his initial instincts were indeed correct. The sole figure that occupies Shar's thoughts is Soroya. This individual is far from ordinary. Despite a tinge of regret, Shar's emotional fluctuations are minimal. His primary focus now lies in the development of his territory and the construction of the port. The port of Luoiwe faces the summer sea directly, offering potential for the thriving of the fishing industry. While merchant vessels could facilitate the transportation of goods to Essos or other regions of Westeros. After seizing Sandstone City, Shar has come to understand the rules of this land, a realm where might reigns supreme. Strength alone dictates one's safety. Thus, he is fervently eager to bolster his power. For a stable lordship must be supported by formidable strength. Otherwise, should one inadvertently encroach upon another's interests, a contest of fists is inevitable. Expanding his talent pool, training an army, and amassing wealth are his immediate priorities. His experience in management and military affairs is scant, having only begun to accumulate knowledge post-transmigration. Thus, he requires assistance. Talents must either originate from the system or be cultivated personally, for entrusting one's fate to an unproven individual is fraught with peril. Consequently, Shar delegates nearly all significant matters to Tahu and others. This is not born of excessive suspicion, but rather a prudent caution. After inspecting the operations in Luoiwe town, he intends to return to Sandstone City to maintain the Vane family's reputation, which requires the passage of time to solidify. Upon entering the castle, the patrolling guards salute him. A raven caws as it lands in Kaelin's hand, from which he unfastens a message bound to the bird's ankle. It is yet another letter from Sunfire City. Kaelin's initial reaction is one of concern over what mischief the king might have concocted, but with Shar present, he promptly hands the letter to him. My lord, a missive from Sunfire City. As Shar unfolds the letter, he is greeted by the imposing word summons emblazoned at the top. It is a call to arms. Frowning, he reads further. The Dothraki have arrived, led by Drogo Kyle, who has united the entirety of the Dothraki Khalasar and is now advancing into Westeros with an army of over 100,000. The letter states that they have already captured several ports in Essos, plundering a multitude of vessels. What a tumultuous season this is. First the king's demise, and now the Dothraki's incursion. Dorne cannot afford to remain passive. Prince Dowling has issued a summons, commanding all vassals to lead their troops to Sunfire City. The letter specifies that Sandstone City must contribute at least 5,000 soldiers. Having barely settled into his position in Sandstone City, Shar is reluctant to lead troops into battle. Yet, he knows he cannot refuse. He passes the letter to Kaelin, who, upon reading it, falls into deep contemplation. The Dothraki have never crossed the narrow sea before. What has compelled them to do so now? There must be a formidable figure among them. Shar harbors a certain respect for Drogo Kyle. He seems to embody the qualities of those who once unified tribes. Given that the Dothraki are known as a nomadic people, this revelation prompts further reflection. It is likely that the seven kingdoms are in a state of upheaval. After all, the renown of the Dothraki has long reverberated throughout Westeros, and Kaelin could only imagine the state of the great nobles at this moment. So, my lord, are you prepared to deploy the troops? Kalan inwided. With a helpless wave of his hand, he replied, Can I refuse? Please draft a summons to distribute to the various villages, requesting them to contribute a suitable number of men. Cursing under his breath, Kaelin sighed, Damn it, today's research has been thwarted once again. With a playful pat on his shoulder, Shar elegantly turned away. However, it was not as if Shar had nothing to attend to. He needed to procure some supplies from the system. In a hurried fashion, the soldiers recruited from the villages gathered outside the city of Sandstone. From atop the city walls, one could see tents rising from the ground, resembling a black banner unfurling upon the yellowed sands. The Kusawit cavalry roamed among the encampments, ensuring discipline among the recruits, as they required some basic training before being taken away. Such was the nature of medieval warfare. True elite troops were few and far between, with most being mere farmers hastily assembled. When war beckoned, they were pulled from their fields, given a few days of rudimentary training, and sent off to battle. The 100,000 Dothraki could not arrive in Westeros all at once, granting Shar a considerable amount of time. At the very least, the troops needed to undergo training in Sandstone before being dispatched to Yanjik City, and the issues of weaponry and armor loomed large. Although there were indeed ample supplies within Sandstone, they were far from sufficient to equip such a multitude. The villages had mustered no less than 10,000 men, and Shar instructed Avon, Shad, and Tahan to sift through the ranks, retaining only 5,000. The castle's armaments could barely equip 1,000 men, and Shar had already ordered the blacksmiths of Sandstone to forge weapons and armor. Simultaneously, he scoured the system for bandits to seize arms and armor. Yet those miserly rogues were impoverished, yielding only a few broken swords and tattered leather armor. Only through war could substantial military supplies be amassed. The consumption of 5,000 men would be immense. However, with the financial resources of Sandstone, they could manage. Shar did not demand them to be elite warriors. He merely wished for a few to survive, as these individuals constituted the labor force within Sandstone. If they all perished, Shar's position as lord would be rendered meaningless. The selection of the troops took nearly a day, and on the following day, weapons were distributed to them. Constructing a raised platform, Shar stood atop and delivered an impassioned speech while announcing the camp's regulations, subsequently training them in formation. The 5,000 men were divided into 5 battalions, positioned in the 5 cardinal directions around Shar's main camp, which was further subdivided into 5 companies and then into 5 squads, each squad comprising approximately 80 men. Within the main camp were Shar's own soldiers, while the Kusawit soldiers oversaw the training. 50 Mamluks served as instructors for the respective units, and the Khan's guards, along with the imperial troops, ensured Shar's safety. Under this structure, the army of Sandstone commenced rigorous training. That evening, Tahan brought several deserters to Shar's tent, accompanied by the Kusawit cavalry. To bolster morale, Shar remained in the main tent, refraining from returning to the castle. It is said that Charles has spent far more time dwelling in tents than in houses, to the extent that sleeping in a tent has now become quite comfortable for him. My lord, we have apprehended several escapees. They tremble as they kneel before Charles, too fearful to raise their eyes. Do you still recall the military orders I conveyed this morning? The men nod repeatedly. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Desertion is intolerable. Execute the military law, he commanded Tahu. The escapees were immediately struck with terror, crying out in desperation, My lord, spare us. We are willing to undergo training. We beseech you for mercy. Although Charles is not particularly eager to conscript soldiers, the exigencies of the times compel him to take it seriously, for the peril posed by deserters on the battlefield is immense, and he cannot allow such circumstances to threaten him. Execute them. As you command, Khan. The men were dragged away, followed by a few cries, and the night sky returned to its tranquil state. The examinations are finally over. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 51. The Return to Yanjicheng Varys. The Master of Whisperers, known for his network of informants throughout the 7 kingdoms, is often referred to as the eight-legged spider, signifying that his intelligence is as intricate and impenetrable as a web. He is acutely aware of every significant event across the realm. Rising from the impoverished class, he possesses a profound empathy for the common folk and recognizes that Robert is not a fit king, even deeming him a foolish sovereign. To Varys, Robert's demise seems inevitable. However, the prospect of Joffrey ascending the throne brings him little joy, as Joffrey's demeanor hardly reflects that of a wise ruler. Presently, Varys is consumed with anxiety, for intelligence reports indicate that the Dothraki, united under Khal Drogo, are advancing toward Westeros with formidable intent. This turmoil can be traced back to the Targaryen girl, whom Varys had long suspected to be the source of this calamity. He had even ordered an attempt on Daenerys' life, but that endeavor failed. In no time, her husband has arrived with over 100,000 Dothraki warriors. Varys is not the only one in distress. Ned Stark, the Hand of the King, shares his turmoil. The burden of Robert's legacy weighs heavily on him, and his investigations have revealed that Joffrey is not Robert's true heir, but rather the product of Queen Cersei Lannister's illicit affair with her brother, Jaime. Ned's principles compel him to expose this treachery and to welcome Stannis Baratheon to take the throne in King's Landing. He had previously offered Cersei a chance to leave the capital with her children, yet the Lions seem to have disregarded this counsel. Robert was Ned's friend, and he cannot stand idly by as the kingdom they fought for together falls into ruin. Meanwhile, the shifting tides of King's Landing do not reach the distant land of Dorne, where Oberyn Martell fervently trains new recruits in the military camp. After several weeks of rigorous training, the soldiers begin to exhibit signs of discipline. Following a decisive first night of establishing order, desertions have nearly vanished. The camp provides ample sustenance, and they are content with their conditions. Oberyn generously pays them, which further motivates their dedication to training. During this period, Melina has visited several times. Although she remains somewhat intimidated by Oberyn, he has gradually planted the seeds of affection in her heart. Young Nannily, too, has become quite attached to him. Observing Oberyn share their meals and living quarters, the soldiers develop a sense of respect and admiration for him, realizing that he may indeed be a noble unlike any they have known before. Dorne has always been a remarkably resilient people. When King Aegon the Conqueror swept across Westeros, only Dorne stood firm against him, stymieing his campaign. For years, the Targaryens faced setbacks in Dorne until Prince Daeron Targaryen managed to reclaim it, albeit at the cost of his life. The current autonomy of Dorne is a testament to the enduring resistance of its people, as evidenced by the title of prince bestowed upon its lords, reflecting the high degree of self-governance they maintain. In this moment, Shar's actions have gradually earned the acceptance of the soldiers in Shushy City. The demeanor of the Dornishmen has reached a sublime elevation, leading them to train with greater diligence and to embrace Shar's commands with increased willingness. The prince has been urging him, for Shar is soon to depart for Yangji City, though he cannot bring the 5,000 men along. This journey serves merely to demonstrate his stance in Yangji City. On this expedition, Shar is accompanied solely by the Khan's personal guards, while the responsibility of defending the city is entrusted to Tahu. Before his departure, Shar conducted an inspection of Luoyue territory, where he has attracted a considerable number of residents who have joined in the construction of the domain, transforming Luoyue town into a place of remarkable change, now burgeoning into a small city. Luoyue Fortress is also rising swiftly, though it remains far from completion, as the scale of the castle has been significantly expanded. Nana Lee and Maali Na have followed him to Luoyue town to bid farewell to Shar. For this eastern journey, Shar will travel by water, stepping aboard the Pearl Sisters ship, which offers a more spacious and comfortable environment than a merchant vessel. His voyage is escorted by the Luoyue Fortress ship, and the training of the naval forces has been entrusted to Stygian soldiers, among whom the captain of the Luoyue Fortress ship is the Stygian Robin. On the deck, he salutes Shar, addressing him as my lord. Let's depart. As you command. The captain of the Pearl Sisters ship is also a Stygian soldier, seasoned in navigation and highly adept in naval combat, making them natural maritime champions. Under their training, the sailors aboard have also developed commendable skills. As the anchor is raised, The vessel begins its course towards Yangji City, with the wind at their backs. The waterway proves to be significantly swifter than land travel. After a day and a night of sailing, a port emerges on the horizon. This is the coastline of Yangji City. The port is substantial, as Dorne has historically relied on the Dornish Sea for its connections with the Seven Kingdoms and Essos, thus showcasing the advancement of Dornish maritime vessels. The ship is anchored, and a small boat is lowered. Boarding the small vessel, Shar approaches the shore, accompanied by 10 imposing personal guards and an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. Upon returning to the familiar Yangji City, Trelawney is filled with delight, unable to contain her eagerness to reunite with her sisters. Shar, I wish to find my elder sister. I shall not accompany you to meet the prince. Of course, feel free. Prince DeLong has already moved to Yangji City, having resided in the Flowing Flower Garden for many years, underscoring the significance he places on this matter. The gates of Yangji City are tightly shut, and the number of soldiers stationed on the walls has noticeably increased. Who approaches? The soldiers inquire of Shar. From Luoywa territory, I am Sharvain. Upon presenting his credentials, the soldiers offer their apologies. In these unusual times, we kindly ask for your understanding, my lord. With a smile and a nod, he conveys goodwill, which could be interpreted as the prince's way of asserting authority over the nobles. Though Shar had not informed anyone of his arrival, a man he does not recognize is already waiting for him within the city. This individual, seemingly slightly younger than Shar, approaches him with warmth. Welcome to Yangji City, Sir Sharvain. In response to his enthusiasm, Charles found himself at a loss for words, as he was unaware of the gentleman's name. Thus, he could only reply, Greetings. Sir, you flatter me. I'm not a knight. My name is Quentin Martell. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. You may simply call me Quentin. Charles bowed respectfully. I am honored, Your Highness. Chapter 52. The ascension of Emperor Qiao. The wheels of fate may occasionally deviate, yet their motion remains steadfastly aligned with their destined course. Amidst internal strife and external threats, the dignitaries of the kingdom collectively agreed that it was imperative to quell internal dissent before confronting outside adversaries. The royal council had become divided into two factions, that of the prime minister and that of the queen. When Sansa Stark, the eldest daughter of Ned Stark, conveyed the news of her father's impending departure to Queen Cersei, an intricate web of intrigue began to ensnare the entirety of King's Landing, lying in wait for its unsuspecting prey. As the regent Ned approached the Iron Throne bearing the king's final decree, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. His ally, Littlefinger, had betrayed him, and the city guard, who should have stood at his back, had instead turned against him. The North Guardian found himself imprisoned. Under the guidance of Prince Quentin, Shale arrived at the castle in Sunspear to meet with Prince Doran. Merely a month had elapsed since their last encounter. Yet the strain upon Doran was palpable, his health visibly deteriorating. Your Grace, Shale acknowledged, kneeling in reverence. Prince Doran scrutinized Shale, the once naive boy now evoking a profound sense of astonishment within him. Shale's spirited demeanor often reminded Doran of his own youth. Step closer. Let me behold the latest Count of Dorne. He gestured for Shale to advance. Upon receiving the command, Shale approached, flanked by the imposing figure of Captain Ario Hoda. Now nearer, Shale could discern the full extent of the prince's visage. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as having a gaunt face framed by white hair, the last remnants of color having long faded. The prince extended his hand to touch Shale's hair, which had been cropped into a neat short style. In a tone reminiscent of a caring elder, he mused, Youth is indeed a blessing. Despite the confidence he carried from the 21st century, Shale felt a twinge of anxiety before the seasoned prince, lowering his gaze in silence. Suddenly, the prince's tone shifted as he inquired, Shale, can I trust you? Caught off guard, Shale promptly responded, Of course, Your Grace. It is my duty to obey your commands. And what do you believe I should do regarding the Dothraki? On this topic, Shale fell into silence. Truthfully, it was not within his purview to deliberate. Prince Doran, assuming Shale was merely hesitant, encouraged him, Speak freely. Dorne does not punish those who voice their opinions. Summoning his courage, Shale stammered a few disjointed thoughts, clearly falling short of Doran's expectations. Nevertheless, Doran held some hope for Shale, as one who could dismantle the old Cogre family must possess remarkable qualities. "Your Grace, where have the Dothraki advanced to now?" Shale suddenly asked. Doran had intended to offer a few words of praise, but with Shale's unexpected question, he felt no need for concealment. "They remain on the continent of Essos. They are unlikely to arrive here in the near future. I have heard that the Dothraki are a nomadic people, notorious for their plundering and bloodshed. The consequences of their arrival on the continent of Westeros would be unimaginable. Dalawan is well aware of this. Yet his curiosity lies in Shar's forthcoming words. Why not confine the battlefield to Essos, preventing their invasion? Dalawan had not considered such a strategy. He believed that the majority of noble lords would not entertain such thoughts either. Their inclination would be to fortify the walls and train soldiers, eagerly awaiting the Dothraki's descent. Initially, Dalawan had anticipated the Dothraki as allies of Dorne, but with his daughter missing and the chilling news regarding Viserys reaching him, he now had to regard the Dothraki forces as adversaries. The only plan he could conceive was to intercept the Dothraki at sea with his fleet. "You are quite bold," Dalawan mused. "Have his soldiers been recruited?" he inquired, straightening his posture. "Yes, your highness. 5,000 have gathered," came the response. Dalawan's expression turned peculiar. Official decrees often exaggerated numbers, and he had no expectation that Shar had genuinely amassed 5,000 men. After all, Dorne had a sparse population, and the Sandstone region was particularly lacking. Gathering even 1,000 or 2,000 would be commendable. Commendable indeed. "You must be weary from your journey. Go and rest," he instructed. "Yes, your highness." Shar sensed a brief pause in the prince's words as he turned to take his leave, followed by the servants. "Perhaps we should give it a try. What do you think?" Aelio Hoda understood the prince was addressing him. After some contemplation, he deemed Shar's proposal feasible. Yet it was evident that relying solely on Dorne to keep the Dothraki at bay in Essos was implausible. The combined efforts of the Seven Kingdoms were essential. An elderly man, dressed in the garb of a scholar, entered the hall and presented a letter to Dalawan. It was from King's Landing. After perusing its contents, Dalawan urgently summoned his brother, Orrenbor. Orrenbor was currently training Dorne's forces, having set aside his former frivolities to engage in serious matters due to the looming conflict. Upon hearing of Dalawan's summons, he hastened to the hall. Without unnecessary words, Dalawan handed the letter to Orrenbor. The brothers had long established a silent understanding. "Joffrey demands your allegiance in King's Landing," Orrenbor remarked with incredulity, nearly laughing in disbelief after reading the letter. "What is your take on this?" Dalawan inquired. "Joffrey's mother is a Lannister. We cannot pledge loyalty to a kingdom ruled by lions. It is time, brother. Have we not endured for so many years, awaiting this very moment? Let us ally with the Dothraki." Dalawan shook his head. "Aelian is currently unaccounted for. I must ascertain her safety before placing my trust in the Dothraki. Then allow me to meet this Khal Drogo. I will retrieve Aelian," Orrenbor proposed. Dalawan swiftly countered. "Those old men of Dorne are coming. I need you to represent me." His demeanor, indeed, made it quite difficult to instill fear in that group of old-timers from the West. At that moment, Cunyon was still young and unable to shoulder significant responsibilities, while Aelian was trapped overseas. Thus, the only one of sufficient stature was Orrenbor. Both found themselves in a predicament, as they needed to send someone of considerable standing to negotiate with the Dothraki and simultaneously retrieve Aelian. In an instant, Dowling thought of Shar. The child's performance had already caught Dowling's eye. He might prove to be a worthy candidate. "Let Shar go." "Charvain, has he arrived in Yangji City?" "He just left the hall." Orrenbor pondered for a moment, and Shar's status seemed adequate. An earl in attendance would certainly carry weight, yet he worried about Shar's negotiation skills. "Can he manage?" Orrenbor inquired doubtfully. Dowling reiterated his suggestion regarding Shar to Orrenbor, and after some contemplation, Orrenbor ultimately acknowledged Dowling's choice. If he returns, it signifies his capability. Should he fail to return, it would provide an opportunity to reclaim Shashi City. Chapter 53. The unfortunate princess of Dorne, a heavy responsibility had been bestowed upon him, and Charles found himself unable to refuse. Hardly had he settled into the benches of Sunspear when he led a band of Dornish knights toward Essos. Last night, Prince Demon had compelled him to swear the most solemn of oaths, and subsequently divulged his grand designs. Little did he anticipate that the humble land of Dorne harbored such ambitious aspirations. As they journeyed eastward along the Sea of Dorne, they approached Essos, a continent that bore no trace of the impending winter, resembling a new world altogether. The grasslands, frequented by the Dothraki, were now lush and verdant, horses galloping across the fields while children engaged in their unique brawling games, their bare arms striking each other with curved blades. Amidst this scene stood the weary Arianne Martell, her appearance starkly contrasting with that of the Dothraki, easily recognizable at a glance. That fateful night, she had witnessed Viserys brandishing his sword against Daenerys' belly, using her as leverage against Drogo. Ultimately, this fool was soundly defeated by the Dothraki, earning himself a golden crown, while she, bewildered, chose to aid Viserys, for her father's command was to meet her betrothed. Now, they all found themselves at the mercy of the Dothraki. The Dothraki were known for their merciless treatment of captives, and all the Dornish knights accompanying her were brutally slain, leaving her as a mere plaything for the savages, subjected to their whims night after night within their barbaric encampment. Here, she bore witness to the ferocity of this people, as Drogo Ko vanquished his rivals to unify the Dothraki horde. She followed the Dothraki forces westward, witnessing the carnage and pillaging that accompanied their advance, the coastline ever drawing nearer. Clutching a hidden dagger, Arianne fell into deep contemplation. As the ships departed from the Sea of Dorne, passing through the Bloodstone Isles and entering the Narrow Sea, they docked at the port of Myr. Renowned for its craftsmanship, this city featured a grand avenue leading to various regions of Essos, with trade serving as one of its economic lifelines. Charles anchored here, accompanied by the loyal Sir Allu and Sir Clav, both of whom were his aides on this journey, along with over 20 Dornish soldiers. "My lord, where do we go next?" Though they were knights themselves, Allu and Clav dared not address Charles by name, for he was now a count of considerable standing in Dorne. "Each of you will take 10 men and disperse to gather intelligence on the Dothraki's movements." Receiving their orders, the two knights departed with their men. Charles retained his own brothers by his side, intent on discovering the whereabouts of the Dothraki, ideally tracking down Drogo Ko. At this moment, news regarding the Dothraki was not difficult to obtain. The soldiers patrolling the distant city of Myr indicated that the dread brought by the Dothraki was not confined to Westeros. The Myrish, facing these horsemen directly, were gripped by even greater fear. They sought lodging at an inn, recording their expenses, planning to present the bill to the prince later. 35 men incurred a cost of 3 golden dragons. After gathering information with Aru and Clav, it became evident that the flamboyant Dothraki were leaving no effort to conceal their path. They rode westward with a formidable cavalry, engaging in pillaging and destruction. Their intentions unmistakable. They sought the ports of Pentos and Meereen. With this knowledge, Shar found it rather simple to track the Dothraki by heading east. He was bound to encounter them, and upon meeting one, he would surely come face to face with the legendary Khal Drogo. The following day, as they journeyed eastward, they encountered numerous fleeing residents, many of whom sought Shar's assistance to escort them to safety. However, upon realizing Shar was traveling in the opposite direction, they quickly distanced themselves from him. After a considerable portion of the day had passed, a woman's piercing scream pierced the air, prompting Shar to investigate. Upon witnessing the fully armed Shar and his companions, the Dothraki who had been assaulting the woman promptly sounded a whistle to summon reinforcements. In no time, a large contingent of cavalry surrounded Shar. Detected Dothraki language. Would you like to learn it? Having acquired the Dothraki tongue, Shar finally comprehended their foreign speech. "Esteemed Dothraki warriors, I am an envoy from Dorne, and I come bearing gifts for your call. I kindly request your guidance." The fluency with which Shar spoke Dothraki left Aru and Clav momentarily bewildered as they watched him produce a golden dragon from his cloak and offer it to the apparent leader of the Dothraki. Their confusion deepened further when Mari, too, was astonished by Shar's eloquence. Upon accepting the golden dragon, Mari gestured for Shar and his companions to follow. Having completed a day of plunder, Khal Drogo, the mightiest of the Dothraki warriors, returned to his tent, taking a hearty swig of mare's milk, one of their staple beverages. Upon seeing the heavily pregnant Daenerys, a slight smile graced Drogo's stern visage. His journey westward was for the sake of the child within her. The Dothraki would not tolerate any affront to their family. If those Westerners dared to threaten his child, they would surely face the wrath of the Dothraki. As Mari entered the tent, he observed Khal Drogo tenderly caressing Daenerys' belly, and a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. He had always suspected that this woman was the one inciting Drogo to lead the Dothraki across the sea. As a man of the plains, he preferred a raid within his own territory. The idea of venturing into uncharted lands was met with reluctance by many Dothraki. However, Drogo's formidable presence compelled their loyalty. "Khal, a group of Dornish people seeks an audience with you, claiming to bring gifts," Mari announced, gesturing for them to enter. Shar stepped into the tent, carrying an assortment of Dornish wine and precious metals. The first sight to capture his attention was Daenerys seated in Drogo's embrace. Shar was momentarily taken aback. Observing Shar's unwavering gaze upon Daenerys, Drogo's displeasure became evident as he turned to the maidservant responsible for translation and inquired, "Ask him what he finds so captivating." Realizing he had overstepped, Shar quickly apologized. "Forgive me, noble Khal. Your wife's beauty reminds me of a cherished memory, and I have acted inappropriately." Zago could hardly fathom that the man before him was proficient in the Dothraki tongue. "This is a gift from Prince Dorne," said Shar, instructing the soldiers to bring forth 2 chests of offerings. "What is your intention?" Zago inquired. "We in Dorne aspire to forge an alliance with the Dothraki to jointly overthrow the Iron Throne." Zago chuckled. "You are the second to seek an alliance. What land do you covet?" The last individual desired High Garden, Lannisport, and Casterly Rock, which the Lannisters must relinquish to Dorne. "How can I trust you? What reason is there to place faith in Dorne?" "Ko, you must understand that Dorne is a land where even the Dragon King Aegon could not conquer." At this moment, the petite Daenerys interjected, "Dorne has already pledged fealty to House Targaryen, my lord." "Indeed, your highness," replied Shar. "Dorne is willing to comply with House Targaryen." Unable to resist a lingering glance at the Mother of Dragons, Shar marveled at the unexpected encounter. Wherever Daenerys appeared, dragons were sure to follow. In that instant, he felt that Prince Daolong's decision was astutely validated. He could only wonder if he might witness the majesty of a dragon. After lengthy discourse with Zago Ko, Shar had not secured much advantage for Dorne. The domineering Zago issued a decree. Should Dorne not submit to him, he would march his army to raise the land. "Esteemed Ko, we come to you with genuine intentions for an alliance. The Dothraki know not of Westeros. Only with Dorne's assistance can you successfully seize the Iron Throne." Zago pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. If Dorne is willing to assist the Dothraki, then Casterly Rock may be entrusted to you." Receiving such a response was indeed a fulfillment of the prince's expectations. "Then let us cooperate harmoniously, Zago Ko," he declared, extending his hand. Initially perplexed, Zago was prompted by Daenerys' quiet reminder to reciprocate the gesture. "By the way, our princess remains in your custody. Might we request a return?" Zago showed no recollection of the so-called princess and summoned Mari to address the matter. That evening, the Horse Lord hosted a banquet for Shar and his companions, during which several Khalasar women cast flirtatious glances and enticing gestures toward Shar. By the following day, Zago sent a messenger bearing a corpse. As he bid farewell to the Dothraki, Shar endeavored to maintain a smile, yet when Zago turned his back and strode in the opposite direction, he knew their next encounter would not be so pleasant. Chapter 54. Treason, my lord, how dare these Dothraki? Croft seethed with barely contained fury as he gazed upon the lifeless body of the princess. For the Dothraki, the status of women was already dismally low. They regarded female captives as mere objects, devoid of humanity. Such vastly differing ideologies led Drogo to mistakenly believe that a woman's fate would not affect Dorne's overtures towards them. Shar also contemplated the corpse in the cabin, reflecting on how he had previously rescued her, yet this time he had failed to arrive in time. How shall we explain this to the prince? Aru lamented. Shar felt a similar frustration. He had come to King's Landing on official business. only to be coerced into acting as a messenger. Now, the alliance they had painstakingly negotiated was overshadowed by the fact that these wretched Dothraki had slain Dorne's princess, the very heir to the prince. Would Daelon tolerate such affront? Surely, his wrath would be directed towards them. "Khan, we have reached the shore," a guard announced. Their return journey led them along the coast of Pentos. Observing the unguarded appearance of the city-state, Shar surmised that they had either allied with the Dothraki or possessed some formidable advantage. The ship was to dock in King's Landing before continuing southward. Time was of the essence for Shar. He needed to locate the vessel that had departed Dorne that very day. Dispatching others to seek out today's departing ship, Shar remained to guard Ariane's body. The atmosphere in King's Landing was unusually vibrant, with throngs of people flocking towards the Red Keep. However, Shar had no time to indulge in the trivialities of the city. His mind was preoccupied with how he would explain the situation to Prince Daelon upon their return to Sunspear. Who would have thought that the hand of the king would turn traitor? Ah, the thoughts of such lofty figures are beyond the comprehension of us common folk. Rumor had it that treason was punishable by death. Death. The last time he witnessed an execution was 2 years prior. Treason? Death? Shar interjected, halting two citizens of King's Landing who were still discussing the matter. "Are you referring to Ned Stark?" The two men exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. But upon noticing Shar and his armed retinue, they understood that he was a noble beyond their reach. "My lord, we were merely speaking thoughtlessly," one of them stammered, shooting a glance at his companion. Living in King's Landing and frequently encountering various powerful individuals had equipped them with a keen understanding of the nobility's nature. "I merely wish to know what transpired in King's Landing." The two men exchanged looks, silently communicating before one of them finally spoke. "My lord, it is Prime Minister Ned Stark who has been seized by the king. He is to be tried at the church today." Shar nodded, acknowledging the information. He then tossed a silver stag to the men as a token of gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." They bowed repeatedly and hurried away, fearful that Shar might change his mind. Ned Stark had been captured. Shar pondered how best to inform Robb of this troubling news. His father had been arrested. As a friend, it would be remiss of Shar not to act. Prior to that, he intended to visit the church and ascertain the situation for himself. "You shall keep watch over the princess's remains. I shall return shortly." I instructed my subordinates, and then, accompanied by the throng, Charles surged towards the cathedral. Outside, the open ground was already teeming with people, a cacophony of voices creating an unusually boisterous atmosphere, reminiscent of a festive celebration. After a brief wait, a contingent of iron guards escorted a few individuals onto the platform. Among them, Charles easily recognized Joffrey Baratheon, flanked by Sansa Stark of House Stark and Queen Cersei Lannister. Naturally, the ever-vigilant hound shadowed Joffrey, but to Charles's surprise, he did not spot Arya. Having arrived too late, Charles found himself pushed to the periphery, unable to discern the proclamations emanating from the platform. He observed as two soldiers propelled Ned Stark forward, seemingly inciting the crowd, who clamored to seize him. Although his interactions with the Duke of Winterfell had been limited, they had shared the same castle for a time. The last encounter had been during Ned's attempt to recruit him, and now, merely months later, he found himself in such dire straits. Beneath a statue, Charles caught sight of a familiar figure. Pushing through the crowd, he heard the incessant shouts of "Traitor! Traitor!" Jostled by another, a man ahead turned in irritation, glaring at Charles, whose icy demeanor silenced the man, who then deflated like a punctured balloon and retreated submissively. Thus, Charles navigated through the throngs, gradually drawing closer to the statue, and he began to comprehend the words spoken from the platform. It was Ned confessing to his treasonous acts. "In the presence of the gods and mortals, I confess my treason." As Ned's self-incriminating remarks echoed, the crowd's cries intensified, hurling insults at Ned, branding him a traitor. Charles noted the gleam of triumph in Joffrey's eyes as he gestured to the masses, beginning to proclaim, "My mother implored me to allow Duke Ned to join the Night's Watch, and my lady Sansa has pleaded on her father's behalf. But such is the weakness of their feminine hearts. Treason must be met with the harshest punishment. Sare Island, bring me his head." The crowd's fervor reached a fever pitch. Charles observed Sansa being restrained by a Kingsguard, struggling in vain against her captor. He could hear her desperate cries for help. The queen also grasped Joffrey, whispering something into his ear. Furrowing his brow, Charles finally squeezed beneath the statue, only to find the girl upon it had vanished. Ned was forcibly brought to his knees by two Kingsguard, and a hooded executioner approached, brandishing a massive sword. At that moment, Charles felt someone pushing towards the platform. The familiar figure compelled him to grasp her tightly. Arya, undeterred by the chaos, was fighting fiercely to advance, oblivious to the identity of the one who held her back. Arya, Shell called out to her, turning his tear-streaked face, still adorned with a tomboyish guise. Let me go, Shall, she pleaded with a voice choked by tears. He drew her close. Save my father, Shall. I implore you, save him. He has been wrongfully accused. She prepared to kneel before Shall. He lifted her, the delicate frame of the 12-year-old girl feeling weightless in his arms. Not wishing to subject her to the cruel scene, Shall turned away, holding the weeping Arya tightly against his chest. Save, father, Shall, she continued to plead desperately, as if he were her last glimmer of hope. Shall clenched his eyes shut, biting his lip. The Stark family had indeed shown him kindness, yet in this foreign land of King's Landing, how could he possibly rescue them from such a dire fate? I am sorry, Arya. In the end, the great sword fell, and Ned succumbed to the grim destiny of the Stark family, descending southward to his demise. Chapter 55. The commander of the Western Army, Varys, found himself mired in contemplation as he perused the letters delivered by the diminutive birds in his hands. Who could have anticipated that Joffrey would be foolish enough to execute Ned Stark? A grievous error indeed. With this misstep, his carefully laid plans had crumbled entirely. The death of Ned was tantamount to declaring war on the North. Varys had devised a scheme of exquisite brilliance, yet a single blunder had resulted in a complete loss. Alas, he could not fathom why Daenerys had evaded assassination, nor comprehend why Viserys had so foolishly provoked the Dothraki. Most perplexing of all was Joffrey's inexplicable actions. At a moment when the Dothraki could invade Westeros at any time, he had driven this ally of the North into opposition. Varys yearned for a wise ruler to ascend the Iron Throne, akin to the benevolent King Aegon II Targaryen. Thus, upon suspecting Robert's impending demise, he had orchestrated everything. However, his companion Illyrio had now diverged from his intentions, concerned for the citizens of King's Landing, while Illyrio was preoccupied with the welfare of the people of Pentos. Varys did not wish for a barbarous Dothraki to occupy the Iron Throne, and so he was destined to fight for the future Westeros. Yet the current state of affairs left him bewildered. The merchant ship rocked perilously, the cabin spinning as the young girl clutched her bedding, staring vacantly at the wooden walls. With a creak, Shale entered, bearing a bowl of fish porridge. Eat something. The fish was freshly caught by the sailors. Silence was the only response. Sighing softly, he placed the porridge on the bedside table and turned to leave, uncertain of how to console Arya. Shale, can you teach me to wield a sword? As he grasped the door latch, Arya's voice halted him in his tracks. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. However, it must wait until we reach Dorne. With tears glistening in her eyes, Arya sprang up and presented her slender sword, declaring, I want to learn right now. Before we begin, it would be wise to finish your porridge. Swordplay demands physical strength. Seizing the bowl, Arya gulped it down and wiped her mouth vigorously with her arm. Seeing this, Shale led her onto the deck, commencing her instruction in the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Your sword differs from a knight's broadsword, thus your techniques cannot mirror theirs. The finesse of a rapier lies in its agility and swiftness. With a decisive strike, Shale knocked Arya's sewing needle aside. Her strength was insufficient to withstand his considerable might. Her arms trembled slightly from fatigue, the day's training having pushed her beyond her limits. Nevertheless, she obstinately refused to relent, and Shale understood that she was channeling her inner turmoil through this self-imposed torment. Enough, Arya. Today's training has been sufficient. He called out firmly. No, it is not enough. How can I avenge my father with such feeble training? She stooped to retrieve her fallen sword once more. Sighing, he responded, Mastery of a sword cannot be achieved overnight, Arya. To seek vengeance, one must possess patience. The blade in Arya's hand fell as she bowed her head. holding back her tears, and then mustered a brave smile. "You are right, Charles. You will take me back to Winterfell, won't you?" Crouching down, he gently patted Arya's head. "Once I have resolved my affairs, I shall escort you back to Winterfell." Grasping Charles' collar, she said, "Thank you, Charles. We are the best of friends, are we not?" As the ship rocked, the port of Sunspear finally came into view, yet Charles still had another challenge to face. When the vessel anchored and a small boat carried the body of Aelian ashore, Prince Ormber had already been waiting on the bank. News had reached Sunspear ahead of them through the Raven, and the entire coastline was steeped in solemnity. When Charles leaped from the ship, Ormber nodded in acknowledgement. "Go on. Your brother awaits you in the castle." He then took charge of Aelian's affairs while Charles rode towards Sunspear. It was Arya's first visit to Dorne, a region in stark contrast to her northern homeland. Under normal circumstances, she would never have set foot on this land. Yet at this moment, she had no leisure to admire the scenery. After entrusting the party to the castle steward, Charles proceeded alone to meet Prince Daelon in the hall. The prince sat with his eyes closed upon the throne, and only when his captain of the guard, Aelio Hoda, whispered in his ear did Daelon slightly open his eyes. Charles could discern no emotion on his face, neither joy nor sorrow. "Sir Charles Vane, presenting myself, your highness." He gestured for Charles to rise. "You have worked hard on this journey. Last time your suggestion was commendable. I hope your soldiers will be as remarkable as your strategies. This is for you." Prince Daelon handed a medal to Aelio, who then passed it to Charles. "Your highness, this is the commander's medal of House Martell. I wish for you to oversee the army of Dorne's West Island." Charles hesitated to accept the weighty responsibility. The prince's trust in him was unexpected, stirring a small sense of gratitude within him. Despite his qualifications and reputation being insufficient for such an esteemed role, he accepted it, indicating that the prince harbored further intentions. "Your highness, this." "Go on, my child. I believe you shall surprise me." "At your command, your highness." After receiving the medal, Charles took his leave, finding no anticipated reproach awaiting him. Once outside, Prince Daelon resumed his meditation, and no one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. The death of his daughter seemed to elicit no ripple upon his countenance. Exiting the hall, Prince Ormber had already begun making arrangements for Aelian's funeral. Charles would have to wait until the conclusion of the rites to depart. Thus he would remain in this place for the night. The elderly lords from the west had yet to arrive in Sunspear, indicating their stance on the matter. It was apparent that Daelon intended to elevate Charles' position by entrusting him with negotiations with the Dothraki. He intended to bind Charles aboard the Martell family's vessel, so that Charles could restrain those unruly individuals. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the thought of his daughter's departure caused Dowling to clench his fists in anguish. He never anticipated that this would be a final farewell. The sorrow of a white-haired man bidding adieu to one with raven locks. How few can truly comprehend such pain. He had been engrossed in devising plans for revenge against the Robb and Lannister families. Yet, paradoxically, he found himself losing more and more. However, how can one endure without limits? All his forbearance was for the Martells, for Dorne, and above all, for his own children. Perhaps fate had turned a blind eye to him. Dorne would fall into the hands of his eldest son, Quinn. Before that time arrived, it was indeed time for the world to witness the madness of the Dornish people. Chapter 56. The journey home, the funeral of the princess, was conducted with great solemnity. Yet Prince Dowling did not make an appearance throughout the proceedings. It was Prince Ormber who took charge of the arrangements. During the ceremony, Charles encountered Tyrene and her several sisters, with Tyrene being the most strikingly beautiful among them. Her face bore traces of tears, and Charles, recognizing the moment, refrained from approaching her. Prince Ormber maintained a grave demeanor, and nearly all the nobles were present. Among them were several young Dornish men who had long admired the princess, their faces etched with outrage. These ardent youths, full of fervor, were incensed to learn that the princess had tragically perished at the hands of the Dothraki, and they yearned to travel to Essos to confront Drogo in a duel. Quentyn Martell, unremarkable in appearance and lacking the stunning beauty of his sister, Princess Arianne, wore a sorrowful expression as tears streamed down his face. Upon first meeting him, Charles sensed that he was a commendable individual. From a young age, Quentyn had been sent by his father to be raised as a ward by the Earl of Illenwood, and he now served as the squire to Earl Anders Illenwood. Soon he would come of age, at which point he intended to petition his foster father to knight him. However, with his return to court and the loss of his sister, his aspirations of knighthood seemed dashed. Illenwood Castle, situated in the upper region of Dorne near the Dornish Sea and the Red Mountains, stood as the final bastion guarding the Stone Road, thus earning them the title of Guardians of the Stone Road, with their family crest depicting a formidable gate. Unlike Ormber, Quentyn held profound affection for his foster family and was deeply enamored with the Earl's daughter, Alice Illenwood. Though his feelings for his sister were not particularly strong, he still mourned her passing. Arianne lay peacefully in the center, her serene visage adorned with a polished stone placed over her eyes, her well-preserved features still reminiscent of her former grace. The funeral lasted an entire day, as the people mourned and prayed for her, enveloping the city of Sunspear in an atmosphere of lament, a testament to the princess's deep resonance with the hearts of the Dornish. The following day, Charles prepared to return to the Stoneway, having spent an inordinate amount of time on this mission, uncertain of the current state of affairs in Stone City. It was once again Prince Quentyn who came to bid farewell, his face pale, perhaps still bearing the traces of his grief from the previous day. "Sir Charles, I hope that when we next meet, we can sit down and share a drink together. May your journey be safe," he expressed. "Thank you for your kind farewell. Your Highness, I am most grateful. Please do stay," Charles replied. "Take care. Farewell." Charles mounted his horse and set forth, slowly traversing the sandy landscape along the western coastline, as the ships, Pearl Sisters and Moonlight Keep, had long since returned to their respective ports. Thus, he could only ride back. Not long into his journey, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. "Why did you not tell me?" came a voice laced with reproach. Tyrande rode forth to confront Charles. On horseback, Arya scrutinized the woman before her, noting that she was still inexperienced in riding, and thus rode alongside Charles. She was a strikingly beautiful woman. Could she be Charles's beloved? Charles felt a twinge of embarrassment, taken aback by Tyrande's unexpected presence. "Trini, your father and sister reside in Yangji City. Why must you accompany me to the desolate and barren Shushi territory? You made a promise to your father to look after me, and since my travels are not yet complete, how can you go back on your word?" Arya curiously glanced up at Shar, only to find his eyes filled with helplessness. "Please, Miss Trini, if you so wish, the Sandstone Castle is at your disposal." At that moment, she managed to muster a reluctant smile, leaving her companion Alou momentarily speechless. Indeed, this fellow had been assigned to Shar by the prince under the pretext of assisting in the management of the troops, though any discerning observer could see that he was merely a spy sent by DeLong. As she squeezed her horse next to Shar, she noticed that he had a small girl, Trini, with him, whom he promptly lifted into his arms, exclaiming, "How can a girl ride with a man? Come here to your sister, little one." No matter how much Arya struggled, she ultimately found herself cradled in Trini's embrace. Both young women were still engulfed in the sorrow of lost loved ones. Thus they remained silent, with Arya sulking and pouting. The journey, which had felt interminable, was significantly shortened by Shar's swift horse. After crossing the Sulphur River and entering the vast, golden expanse of the Dorne Desert, Arya gasped in awe at the sight of the desert for the first time. Throughout the journey, Trini and Arya grew comfortable with one another, thanks to Ormber's teachings. Trini did not exhibit the typical traits of a noble woman. She was adept with a sword and displayed a different aspect of femininity that Arya had longed to see. The nights in the desert were exceptionally cold, and as darkness fell, it was no longer suitable to continue their trek. They pitched a tent right by the banks of the Sulphur River, deciding to spend the night there. The stars twinkled brilliantly as Shar, seated upon the yellow sands, fell into contemplation. He had finally established a foothold in Dorne, with a castle to call home, and had envisioned a tranquil life as a lord. Yet, various signs foretold of impending chaos, and he found himself unable to escape this whirlpool. He could flee the north, abandon King S. Landing, and even retreat further away. But was perpetual flight truly the right course of action? He had merely been an ordinary individual in his previous life, without the system. He would probably have perished long ago without anyone knowing. "What are you thinking about?" Trini approached and sat beside him. The flickering flames of the campfire illuminated her enchanting features, and Shar found himself momentarily entranced. Not asleep yet? No, I can't seem to sleep. However, Arya has already drifted off. The little girl is quite restless at night, mumbling something about Joffrey and Cersei. The two sat in silence, gazing at the sky for a long while before Trini finally spoke. You know, Arianne is my dearest friend. We grew up together. My elder sister is inherently cold, always wielding her lance and challenging men to duels. Sister Urgi also harbored no fondness for my company. She was perpetually surrounded by men and women whose gazes instilled fear within me. Only Yelena remained by my side as we frolicked together, learned etiquette, and practiced marksmanship under our father's guidance. Those were the happiest moments of my life. We were inseparable. I recall a particular soir where a knight engaged in a tournament for Yelena's favor. At that moment, jealousy consumed me, and thereafter, she changed. Gradually, more knights began to flock around her, and the dynamics of our relationship shifted. Yet my love for her remained profound until... I'm deeply sorry that I could not bring her back safely. Zyre cast a sorrowful glance at her. It is not your fault. She should never have ventured to Dothraki. She was meant to be the Queen of Dorne, surrounded by so many loyal supporters. She confided in me that the prince intended for Kenyon to ascend the throne. Perhaps this is her destiny. Women are destined to be mere vassals to men, are they not? With those words, she turned her gaze to Zyre. Zyre, taken aback by her penetrating stare, stammered, "How could you possibly think that? Is this not the norm in the Seven Kingdoms?" Tyranny retorted, "I." Zyre faltered, rendered speechless by the inquiry. Chapter 57. The ownership of Carenia Fortress. The biting sand and wind stung Arya's face, compelling her to squint her eyes slightly as they progressed. Gradually making their way, Charles and his companions finally arrived at Sandstone City. The military camp outside the city echoed with the resounding sounds of training, while on the walls, Edwin Shade patrolled with his soldiers, executing their daily duties. As Charles approached, the guards at the gate instantly heightened their vigilance, only relaxing upon recognizing his face amidst the yellow sands. "Welcome, my lord." One soldier with a spear knelt before Charles, nodding in acknowledgement. He swiftly moved to assist Charles in holding the reins of his horse, while another hurried up the walls to report to the duty officer. Arya observed all of this with astonishment. Throughout their journey, she had sensed that Charles held a significant identity. But it was only at this moment that her suspicions were entirely confirmed. Charles was indeed a count of the realm. "Charles, you." She pointed towards the towering walls of Sandstone City. "Did I not mention it?" Tyranny whispered in her ear. Arya shook her head, replying, "No. Let us present our horses to the guards and proceed into the city." Charles beckoned to the two. Aru dashed forward, seizing Tyranny's reins. "Miss Tyranny, allow me to assist you." Such occurrences had been frequent during their travels. After departing from Yelian, Tyranny had indeed received much attention from the men. Upon hearing of their arrival, Marina rushed to the street with little Nanali to greet them. The moment she spotted Charles, Nanali could not contain herself and leaped into his arms. "Charles, I missed you so much. Why were you gone for so long?" She clung tightly around his neck. After much effort, Charles managed to pry her away, planting a playful kiss on her cheek, which sent her into fits of giggles. "Is this Charles's daughter?" Arya quietly inquired of Tyranny. "She is my sister-in-law," Tyranny replied somewhat stiffly, leaving Arya a bit puzzled. Producing a cloth doll from her belongings, acquired during their stroll in Mill City, she said, "Look, this is a gift for you." "Wow, what a beautiful doll!" Little Nanali exclaimed joyfully as she embraced the doll. "Let me introduce you. This is Arya, my dear friend, and this is..." I know. "The big sister who gets jealous," Nanali interjected, causing Charles some embarrassment, for he had intended to refer to Aru. Casting a glance at Marina, he silently questioned what she had taught Nanali. Tyranny's face flushed as well. She naturally understood that one could not hold grudges against a 3-year-old girl. "Arya, hello. If you're a good friend of Charles, then you must also be a good friend of mine," the little girl said, extending her tiny hand. Arya reciprocated, "Hello, Nanali," cradling Nanali. The group made their way towards the castle. With the presence of this joyful little star, the atmosphere became considerably lighter. At the castle's entrance, Edwin, Kaelin, and Tahu had long awaited their arrival. and upon seeing Charles, they all bowed in respect. "My lord, we have kept you waiting. Please come inside." Leading everyone into the hall, Charles gently set Nanali down. "Marina, please escort the guests to their quarters for a brief respite. I have matters to discuss with them." The usually timid Marina nodded slightly, carrying Nanali and leading the group away. Upon reaching the door, a burly man burst in, startling Marina, who hastily stepped aside. "My lord, you have finally returned," Modo exclaimed joyfully, his armor clinking as he rushed to Charles. He scrutinized Charles from head to toe and inquired, "Were you injured along the way?" Charles looked at Modo with exasperation. Despite his title as a swordsman, he exhibited none of the expected decorum, resembling more of a reckless brute. In the narrative, he was a down-and-out swordsman, barely able to afford a meal, and Charles had once provided him with a lifeline. "Clumsy oaf, stand aside," Charles commanded, bemused by Modo's demeanor. Modo chuckled and obediently positioned himself behind Charles, reverting to his characteristic silent and stoic presence. "During my absence, how has the military training progressed?" Charles inquired of Modo, who was in charge of military affairs. "Rest assured, my lord, I, Modo, have been residing within the camp, and I've been vigilant against any laziness, subjecting anyone who slacks off to rigorous training. They have made considerable progress during this time," Modo replied. "Tomorrow, I shall personally inspect the troops. I hope your claims prove true." Turning to Taran, he continued, "Now, tell me about the situation in Shale City." "Yes, my lord." Gathering his thoughts, Taran reported, "The population survey for the 21 villages has been completed, totaling 53,620 individuals. The decree for tax exemption this quarter has been disseminated to all villages, and the leaders are currently organizing the planning plans for the next season. The collective farms and private plots have all been demarcated." Charles occasionally felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison to Taran. He recalled that when Taran first joined him, he was merely a cavalryman galloping across the Kazette plains, not even among the elite ranks. He had filled various gaps within the ranks while continuously learning and improving himself. Now, he adeptly utilized the common script of Westeros, even capable of composing poetry. "Well done, Taran. You are quite impressive," Charles managed to say after a lengthy pause, struggling to find suitable words of praise. "Damn the Westerosi language. Why can't I have more commendatory terms instead of just insults?" He then turned to Master Kalen and inquired, "Master Kalen, I trust there have not been any significant letters during my absence?" "Indeed, my lord. Here is a raven from Winterfell. We have established contact with him." Kalen produced a letter bearing a prominent wolf sigil. It was remarkable that Master Kalen could communicate over such a great distance with Winterfell. Finally, Charles glanced at Even, who suddenly appeared troubled. "That will suffice. You may leave now. I am weary." He rose and made his way to the master bedroom. Even lowered his gaze, his expression somewhat despondent. Hastily returning to his chamber, Charles cast his outer cloak onto the bed and opened the system interface. The Khan of Kazette proposes to the Kazette Khanate Parliament a vote regarding the ownership of Castle Carenia. I, in a fit of rage, shattered the wine glass on the table. Good heavens, it appears that Old Ming has indeed met his demise. This group has come to settle scores with the old party. During the Khan's election voting, Shar has severely offended the Kujit family once again, and now it is likely that his popularity has plummeted into the negative. Gazing at the voting interface, where the Wynn family has received no votes, it seems that once the voting concludes, his fortress of Carenia will be beyond salvation. I clicked on the kingdom interface at the upper right corner, where one can view the profiles and territories of all families in the Kusai Khanate. Prominently displayed beside the grand title of Kassit is the stark phrase "sever from the kingdom." Chapter 58. The siege approaches. A singular, resonant horn sounded. After departing from the kingdom, the fortress of Carenia had transformed into a desolate land, no longer belonging to any realm. The entirety of the Kusai territories was now marked in crimson, while the kingdom option on the system interface had dimmed to a shadow of its former self. This horn heralded Kusai's declaration of war against Sharl. At this juncture, they may have little time to invade the empire, yet they deemed it a simple task to deal with Sharl. Whether Sharl would seek refuge in the empire was clearly beyond their comprehension. Amidst the clamorous assembly of the Kusai Khanate, the nobles were eager for action. With a command from the Khan, a battalion of 1,000 soldiers was swiftly assembled. They would march south from Chakin, traversing through Kamusha and the villages of Karenia, crossing the unnamed river beyond the fortress to reach their destination. Within the fortress management interface, the amassed soldiers had reached an impressive tally of 500. They stood in meticulous formation. To the west, one could discern that these troops were comprised entirely of formidable Tier 5 units, with a notable number of Tier 6 soldiers interspersed among them. The individual training them appeared to possess an obsessive determination. 100 Imperial crossbowmen, 100 Imperial elite archers, 200 Imperial Legion infantry, and 50 dual-bladed spearmen along with Imperial equipment. Should such a force materialize in Westeros, it would undeniably be a staggering and fearsome power. However, the summoning slots had long been exhausted by Charles, and only after significantly enhancing his management skills did he manage to increase his quota by a mere 10 slots. By consistently leading a small contingent of 10 soldiers to battle, Charles had meticulously honed the capabilities of every soldier within the fortress. Charles was well aware that the Kusai army would inevitably come, though he remained uncertain of their numbers. As long as they did not exceed 2,000, he was confident in his ability to hold them at bay beneath the walls of Karenia. It was crucial to remember that the Khan's guards and the Kusai cavalry were not suited for a siege. With nothing more to do but wait, Charles returned to reality. As twilight descended, he resolved to enjoy a restful slumber, unperturbed by the impending turmoil. After refreshing himself, he savored a glass of authentic fiery, sun-red lips, a sweet concoction with a hint of alcohol that tantalized his palate. Ideal for promoting a peaceful sleep. Clad in a velvet robe, he reclined upon his bed. Just as he settled in, a creaking sound announced the entrance of someone through the door. Upon glancing up, he beheld Marina, equally attired in sleepwear, standing timidly at the threshold, her gaze lowered. "What brings you here? Has Nanali already retired for the night?" Charles was not a man driven by insatiable desires. He exercised restraint concerning matters of intimacy, particularly as his wife's health appeared rather frail. The adage that a day of marriage brings 100 days of affection resonated with him. Having married her, he felt an unwavering sense of responsibility, despite initial ulterior motives. Marina, too, was not one to crave desires. She profoundly understood a woman's mission, to bear children for Charles, thus securing her and her sister's safety from the constant threat of abandonment. After all, men merely required their presence to stabilize the shifting sands of their dominion. The supporters of the Kogel family had largely been eliminated, heightening Marina's sense of peril. Furthermore, a strikingly beautiful woman continually lingered by Charles' side. Be cautious not to catch a chill, Charles, yet she remains oblivious to her own condition. Unceremoniously, he pulls her to the edge of the bed. Even a self-proclaimed sage, Charles cannot help but feel a surge of emotion as he gazes at the subtle contours beneath the velvet fabric. His throat involuntarily tightens. Shaking off his thoughts, he inquires, "How is your health? Has the potion from Scholar Kalen proven effective?" Upon hearing Charles' concerned words, warmth floods her heart. In truth, Charles has always been exceedingly kind to her, and he dotes on Nanali as well, intensifying her fear of losing this warmth. She worries that this affection is merely a facade to maintain his power. "The potion is quite effective. I no longer cough," she replies. "As long as the medicine works, that is what matters." The so-called potion consists merely of healthful ingredients to restore her vitality, concocted by Charles' maidservants, who falsely claim it to be Kalen's miraculous remedy, accompanied by a regimen of rehabilitative exercises that are essentially just calisthenics. Remarkably, upon returning, Marina has gained a bit of weight. "Very well, go back and keep Nanali company. She will surely cry if she cannot see you," Charles states with difficulty. She lowers her head, refusing to move, fiddling with her fingers. "You are playing with fire, woman." Feeling revitalized, the inner turmoil dissipates, and, at this moment, Charles feels capable of taking on 5 opponents. Stepping outside, he practices his marksmanship. Though devoid of any formal technique, the skills imparted to him by Prince Orenburg can be arranged into a coherent sequence, resulting in a rather pleasing display in action. Trilene and Elia emerge from their quarters, dark circles under their eyes. They reside next to Charles' room, and the Kobler family did not consider soundproofing when constructing this castle. Carenia Fortress is under siege by Kusat. Just as Charles prepares to greet the two, a sudden gravity envelopes his countenance, and a cold smile escapes his lips. At last, they have arrived. He nods to them and strides into the hall, leaving the pair to exchange puzzled glances in the wind. Summoning Modo, he instructs him to guard the door closely. Charles retreats to his study, conveying to Modo that urgent matters demand his solitude, and no one is to disturb him. Seated before his desk, he calls upon the system and enters the realm of Calradia. A chill wind sweeps by as he materializes atop the walls of Carenia Fortress. Before him, flags flutter in the breeze. Late autumn in Calradia has rendered the trees barren, yet Kusat's green banners ignite a wild flame around the fortress, misleading the eye into believing the branches are budding anew. The walls are already bristling with archers, prepared to unleash a frenzy of arrows upon any Kusat who dares approach their range. The massive trebuchets perched upon the battlements are primed, their projectiles loaded by the infantry of the Empire, while the aim is entrusted to the Imperial Guard's archers. At various gaps in the wall, clusters of Imperial infantry stand shielded, poised and watchful, silently observing the advancing waves of Kusat soldiers. At this moment, Charles stood majestically atop the tower, gazing down at the gleaming armored warriors of the castle below. This was the culmination of his relentless efforts. Whether in Westeros or Calradia, he had begun his journey as a solitary wanderer, and now he was no longer that vulnerable drifter destined for exploitation. The soldiers of Kusat marched with a resounding cadence, drawing within 100 paces as they commenced the construction of siege engines. This moment would extend into a protracted stalemate. The commander of the Legion was none other than an old acquaintance of Charles. They had fought side by side during his time in Old Mont's forces. She was the leader of the Kujat family, known as Amoxa, her renown far surpassing that of her husband, Bagu. Alas, Kusat had yet to see a female Khan. At least, there were no precedents for such. One of her eyes was blind, and a scar traversed her face from her right eye, marking her countenance. In her introduction, she was portrayed as a fervent advocate for the smaller tribes, asserting that these tribes, who bravely charged into battle for Kusat, deserved their rightful share of justice. Chapter 59. Offense and defense. The colossal trebuchets possessed an extraordinary range, while the Imperial Guard archers demonstrated remarkable precision, hurling massive stones toward the Kusat forces from every conceivable angle. Whenever the Kusat troops attempted to set up their own trebuchets or advance with crossbows, the walls of Carenia Fortress reverberated with thunderous roars as the soaring boulders reduced their siege engines to mere rubble, claiming the lives of numerous soldiers operating them. Serene and composed, Charles sat atop the fortress walls, observing the battlefield. He had stationed a trebuchet on nearly every battlement, transforming the situation into a veritable nightmare for the Kusat. Should any of their personnel or machinery dare to approach, a stone would come crashing down upon them without hesitation. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for the better part of the day, during which one of the fortress's trebuchets was unfortunately damaged by a suddenly unleashed bolt from an enemy crossbow. Witnessing the toll of attrition primarily affecting his own forces, Mosi sensed the moment was ripe for an offensive. Her rallying cry echoed throughout the camp, prompting Kusat soldiers to advance with their weapons at the ready. Outside the fortress, several soldiers risked their lives to construct walls of arrows, which would provide their archers with an opportunity to engage in a counteroffensive against the castle. The Kusat archers predominantly comprised second-tier cavalry warriors and third-tier hunters, with a few elite soldiers and Khan's guards interspersed among them. The enemy's archers were numerous, their ranks seemingly evenly matched. This was both the terror and limitation of the Kusat, while their cavalry archers could encircle and harass enemy troops on flat terrain. Their short bows proved less effective in siege warfare. In contrast, the Imperial crossbowmen and longbowmen stationed on Charles's walls enjoyed the advantage of elevated terrain, wielding weapons of greater power and range. Hence, Charles could observe a cascade of green numbers illuminating the air, indicating the enemies felled by the castle's archers, each kill accompanied by a flashing notification. In addition to the Imperial archers, the trebuchets continued their relentless operation, launching a torrent of boulders that crashed into the Khazet ranks, swiftly claiming many foes. Charles, bow in hand, took aim at the enemy, specifically targeting those clad in resplendent armor, for he knew that such attire signified either nobility or elite soldiers. Drawing back his bowstring, a piercing bolt flew forth like a beam of light, striking a Khan's guard squarely in the head, sending him tumbling backward. The sensation was exhilarating. Again, Charles reached for another arrow from his quiver. Whoosh! An arrow embedded itself into the wall beside him. A Khazet archer had spotted Charles, positioned perfectly to launch an arrow in his direction. Seeing his first shot miss, the archer prepared to fire again. Would Charles afford him the opportunity? You fool! Charles shot back an arrow, neither dodging nor deflecting, allowing the arrow to strike him directly. This unwavering boldness was one of the qualities Charles appreciated about these simpletons. Unfortunately, his own comrades were equally foolish, yet the fifth-tier simpletons could not be conflated with their second- or third-tier counterparts. The archer dueling with Shale collapsed, swiftly replaced by another from the Khazates. Shale, already with his bow drawn, released an arrow the moment the replacement appeared, felling him instantly. With practiced ease, Shale knocked and loosed arrow after arrow, emptying his quiver of bodkin-tipped shafts in mere moments. His archery was nothing short of divine. 24 arrows, 24 Khazates slain. The breach in the wall had become a maelstrom of violence, the most ferocious point of the entire battlefield. The Khazates, their siege engines largely destroyed by Shale as catapults, resorted to the desperate measure of scaling ladders. Yet, these fearless warriors would never retreat. Look, Khazates clambered onto the battlements, only to be smashed back down by the shields of imperial legionaries. Shale could not spare his last 2 arrows for allies. These were precious, hard-earned tools of his craft. With his quiver empty, he drew his sword and pushed toward the nearest siege point. The castle walls were now teeming with combatants. Shale struggled to reach a ladder, testing its stability with a shove. Alas, it was firmly anchored. A head emerged at the top. Shale leaned out and slashed the man's throat, then gripped his sword with both hands and thrust relentlessly into the climbers below. One after another, they fell, under the steadfast defense of the imperial legionaries. The Khazates could not gain the walls, yet they had their battering ram, now hammering against the gates of Cornea Keep. Standing near the gates, one could feel the shuddering impact, dust and fragments of stone raining from the shuddering crossbeams. Boom! The gates groaned under another strike, swaying violently. In reality, any sane man would have fled such a precarious threshold. But the imperial soldiers stood resolute, shields raised, silently awaiting the Khazates' surge. Behind the legionaries stood the elite cataphracts of the empire. Dismounted, they raised their round kite shields and gleaming steel blades, their armor a radiant congregation, like a sunburst upon the earth. Never underestimate a knight's prowess on foot. Their heavy plate, razor-edged weapons, and formidable skill made breaching their line no simple feat. Shale's garrison consisted almost entirely of imperial troops, proof of their supremacy in defense. Without overwhelming force, taking an imperial stronghold was, as Shale would say, a fool's delusion. Crash! The gates of Cornea Keep gave way, as the Khazates rejoiced at their hard-won progress. A phalanx of shield-bearing heavy infantry advanced with thunderous steps, their war cries shaking the heavens. They sealed the breach, their armor glinting like a wall of living steel. The Khazates howled as they charged, only to be cut down in disciplined waves by the imperial legionaries. Without their horses before the empire, they were but children. As the gates swung open, the numerical disparity between the Khazates and Shah's forces became negligible, their impending defeat evident. Perched advantageously, Shah could have leisurely brewed tea within the fortress while awaiting victory. Yet, to minimize his men's casualties, he gallantly charged forth at the vanguard, descending the gatehouse. He swiftly mounted his step-bred warhorse, brandishing his glaive with practiced ease, seizing the momentary lapse as imperial troops decimated the nearest Khazates. Shah tightened his reins and surged through the gates. Emerging into the vast expanse beyond, he massaged his stiffened neck, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. Hunting hour had arrived. With a thunderous charge, his gaze locked onto an onrushing Khuzait's rider. The glaive arced through the air, tracing a crescent of afterimages before cleaving flesh. A spray of scarlet marked the true artistry of mounted butchery. Digging in his spurs, the steppe stallion erupted with breathtaking speed. Glaive poised single-handed behind him, Shah fixed his sights upon the one-eyed woman. Chapter 60. Mosui before the unification of the Runit. Khuzet was a land rife with conflict among numerous tribes. The Khuzait tribe stood as one of the most formidable factions within Khuzet. During the military campaigns of Runit against the Empire, this family proved to be a significant ally, dominating many fortresses and towns at their zenith. However, when the Khan advanced westward, the family suffered devastating losses, and for many years thereafter, they struggled to regain their former vitality. Mosui was the daughter of a minor tribal chief, her lineage tracing back to the Khuzait. This tribe, though small in number, was responsible for herding sheep and horses for the Khuzait. From a young age, Mosui displayed exceptional prowess, her skill in horseback riding and whip handling rivaling that of her male peers. Despite Khuzait's reputation as a culture of fierce warriors, formidable women often faced a dual existence, gaining respect due to their status, yet becoming subjects of gossip and exclusion among other women. Mosui's plain appearance did little to enhance her standing. At every tribal gathering, the boys whom she had bested would keep their distance, preferring to serenade the seemingly gentle and vivacious girls instead. This continued until she reached the age of 17, at which point her father grew increasingly anxious about her prospects for marriage. However, every time the subject arose, Mosui would respond coldly, asserting that her future husband must be stronger than herself. Leading her tribe, she shone brightly during the annual bonfire night, excelling in both horse racing and archery, with no rival among the surrounding tribes. This continued until the arrival of a certain man. On the bonfire night of her 21st year, the eldest son of the Khuzait tribe returned. He had been sent by his father to serve as a foster son to the Runit family, and now he had come back. The chief of the Khuzait tribe introduced his son with great ceremony, prompting cheers from the assembled vassals. During the annual martial competition, Mosui represented her tribe, and, from 300 paces away, she struck a fleeing steppe hare with her arrow, earning the first prize to the crowd's acclaim. Her remarkable feat caught the attention of the Khuzait prince. In the wrestling arena, when Mosui defeated the last man to claim victory, Yatar, who had been seated on the platform, rose and, shedding his wolf cloak, leaped into the arena to extend an invitation to her. This contest marked Mosui's first defeat since she turned 16, yet she recognized that the man she had awaited for so long had finally appeared. Yatar, recognizing her talent, helped her to her feet, and their relationship blossomed swiftly. She fulfilled her desire to marry into the Khuzait tribe. However, upon her arrival, she discovered that the Khuzait tribe was far from the powerful entity she had envisioned. Surrounded by enemies, they faced both open and covert attacks from rival tribes, and only a single fortress remained to them. The family had fallen into decline. Years later, upon her husband's ascension to the throne, she bore their first child. Her husband diligently forged alliances with other tribes and prioritized the tribe's development. Under their stewardship, the once declining Khuzait began to exhibit a promising resurgence. However, that merciless spring plague claimed the life of her husband, Yiddle, and even their son was not spared. She wept bitterly, yet could only watch helplessly as her loved ones were laid to rest. She longed to leap into the grave alongside them, only to be pulled back by others. As handfuls of earth concealed Yiddle's visage, her heart too perished. Subsequently, she married Bagai, lacking the boldness and vigor of his brother, was submissive to the commands of Mosui. Thus, Mosui became the de facto leader of the Khuzait tribe, inheriting her husband's ambitions and revitalizing the tribe. Through combat, she reclaimed Bardahun from rival clans. In that fierce battle, she severed the neck of the tribal chief, yet lost an eye in the process. Zaire wielded his crescent blade with one hand, launching an attack against Mosui. Unbeknownst to him, she bore a longer crescent blade upon her back. Sensing an opponent behind her, Mosui seized her weapon and retaliated. The clash of blades echoed as the two crescent blades met with a resounding thud, reverberating through the air. Empowered by her steed, Mosui was forced back several paces. The horse, carrying Zaire, surged forward, abruptly halting as he reined in the reins, his gaze locking on Zaire with an intense blend of black and white. Using his feet to guide the horse, Zaire gripped the hilt of his crescent blade tightly, urging it into a gallop. As he charged towards her once more, Mosui executed a sweeping arc with her left leg, adopting a low stance that resembled a defensive bow. With her long crescent blade firmly in hand, she focused intently on Zaire. To his astonishment, he perceived a glimmer of emotion within Mosui's eyes. The two crescent blades shimmered like the waning moon, yet Zaire's weapon was considerably shorter. Before he could reach her, her blade was already poised at his throat. Reacting swiftly, Zaire ducked, seizing the moment to swing his blade in her direction. His strike missed, and Mosui, utilizing the inertia of her weapon, spun around, thrusting the tip of her blade towards Zaire's chest. He was unseated from his horse, yet managed to strike her arm in the process. Despite the thick armor being cleaved open, blood oozed forth, yet Mosui continued to regard Zaire with fierce determination. Can one truly believe she is merely an NPC within the system? Casting aside her crescent blade, Zaire drew forth a steel long sword from his waist, its blade glinting with a dazzling sheen. Mosui sheathed her crescent blade behind her back and unsheathed the Khazet curved dagger. Taking a step forward, she etched a mark upon the leaf-strewn ground as Zaire swiftly closed the distance, channeling all his strength into a downward strike. Observing the blade descending from his left, Mosui bent her arm, angling the blade downward to deflect the attack. Successfully parrying the blow, Zaire continued to swing his sword. The two engaged in a frenetic exchange of steel. As the standoff persisted, Khazet's soldiers scattered in disarray, fleeing past the two combatants, their lack of intelligence rendering them oblivious to Mosui's presence. The victorious side, naturally, sought to pursue their triumph. Faced with the still resisting Moxie, the imperial soldiers swiftly encircled her. Charles intended to command their retreat, yet the order could only be understood as a full army withdrawal, which he could not afford at this moment. Sheathing his steel sword, he bowed apologetically to Moxie, saying, "I beg your pardon. Do not hold it against me for overwhelming you with numbers." Moxie, trapped amidst the fray, displayed remarkable resilience, claiming the heads of one legionnaire after another. With each swing of her blade, another soldier fell, until an imperial lance pierced her back, heralding her desperate plight. Charles pondered that she had reached her limit. Once more, the horns resounded across the hill, signaling the charge initiated by Khazet. As anticipated, figures on horseback emerged from the horizon. Charles cursed under his breath and commanded his soldiers, "Retreat." The order for a full army withdrawal echoed in every imperial soldier's ears, prompting them to hastily flee towards the castle. Chapter 61. Pyrrhic victory as the two armies clashed. Shar's 300 imperial troops faced off against Khazet's 600 cavalry from the steppes. Shar could hardly fathom the swift arrival of Khazet's reinforcements. A singular force standing against an entire kingdom. Such audacity was almost insane. Might there be further aid lurking behind? For the moment, Shar's immediate concern lay with the 600 Khazet warriors before him. He positioned crossbowmen and elite archers atop the castle walls on either side, while he steadfastly commanded his infantry at the arched entrance of the fortress. The trebuchets relentlessly bombarded the Khazet forces. The relentless advance of the enemy had already breached the gates, and should they falter now, all of Shar's efforts would be rendered futile. Proud Khazet warriors, displaying a sense of honor, refrained from launching a fierce assault during their retreat, even allowing Shar a window to organize his troops. Outnumbered, Shar opted against a charge. Instead, he commanded his shield-bearing infantry to firmly block the gates of Carenia Fortress, relying on the archers on the walls to wear down the enemy. The corridor at the gate brimmed with soldiers. The infantry raised their shields high, unleashing a thunderous roar to bolster their morale. With their formations nearly complete, it was only natural for the Khazet to test Shar's meticulously laid trap. Shar's strategy proved astute. The cavalry, which Khazet relied upon, found their effectiveness diminished. They charged toward the gates only to collide with the imperial shields, horses and riders tumbling in disarray. Even the skirmishing cavalry, lurking nearby, found their arrows mostly deflected by the infantry's shields, and with their proximity to the walls, they also had to contend with projectiles raining down from above. The crossbow bolts, lethal at such close range, rained down upon the Khazet ranks, resulting in significant casualties. Groups of Khazet infantry moved slowly, inevitably becoming targets for the trebuchets' bolters. The more they bunched together, the greater the devastation inflicted. Their noble leaders, seemingly powerless against this onslaught, could only watch as their simplistic formations faltered, an irony not lost even on Shar. While Khazet suffered considerable losses, Shar's forces were not without their own sacrifices. Many archers fell to Khuzet's mounted archers amidst the exchange of fire, and as Khuzet's infantry advanced alongside their cavalry, the pressure on the walls intensified. As the infantry engaged in close combat, the trebuchets became impractical. Any stones launched risked hitting their own men, leading Shar to order the operators to cease their firing. The imperial infantry had long been the elite of the Calradia continent, while Khazet struggled significantly in ground combat. Yet, if they could manage a 2-for-1 exchange, they would not be at a disadvantage. However, the reality was that Khazet was far from achieving such a ratio. After all, Shar's troops were uniformly seasoned level 5 soldiers, while Khuzet's ranks were a hodgepodge of varying qualities. Nevertheless, a 3-for-1 or 4-for-1 exchange would still be a painful loss for Shar, as the cost of level 5 soldiers was measured in the thousands, and even training them required an extensive investment of time. The tenacious Khuzaits ultimately stabilized the casualty ratio at 1:5. Given this development, it appeared certain that Shire would emerge victorious. However, the backbone of the Khuzaits had never been their infantry. Numerous cavalry and horse archers still roamed the outskirts of the castle. Should the infantry breach even a minor opening at the gates, Shire would face relentless waves of charging horsemen. Alas, the Khuzaits failed to break through the imperial defenses. Their infantry, exhausted by the meat grinder of the gate battle, began to falter, their morale crumbling as they fled backward. Shire commanded his foot soldiers to hold their ground, remaining steadfast against the chaos. The cavalry, braving the hail of arrows, could only gallop about in frustration. The tide of defeat had become evident. Sensing the opportune moment, Shire decided it was time. The Empire's elite cataphracts, who had yet to see action, were finally to be unleashed. Shire swiftly mounted his steed, raising his glaive with one hand, the very weapon he had once discarded, now retrieved from his pack. Cavalry, charge with me. Infantry, fall back. The cataphracts tightened their grips on swords and shields, mounting their steeds at last. Having lingered behind the legionnaires, they now seized their chance to strike. As the infantry parted to clear a path, the Khuzaits took notice. Brandishing their whips, they surged toward the gates, only to be met by a gleaming phalanx of silver-armored heavy cavalry. When steeds clashed head-on, the imperial cataphracts feared no foe. Their layered lamellar armor rendered enemy blows futile. Adorned with towering plumes, they struck like iron hammers, smashing into the Khuzait light cavalry and driving them back from the breach they had sought to exploit. Infantry, shield wall. At Shire's command, the legionnaires sealed the gate once more, forming an impenetrable barrier. Leading the cataphracts, Shire plunged into the heart of the Khuzait cavalry. Had these riders all been Khan's guards, he might have hesitated. But alas, the Khuzaits lacked the endurance to train so many elite warriors. Arrows clattered harmlessly against lamellar plates. The rare Khan's guard who struck true might land a shot on a cataphract's helmet. Yet unless it pierced the chainmail-covered visage or an exposed eye, nothing could halt their thunderous advance. In close combat, the Khuzait riders stood no chance. Like a blade weaving through silk, the cataphracts carved through their ranks, scattering formations with ease. The battle raged from dawn till dusk, then dawn again. Countless corpses littered the plains outside Corginia Castle, their spilled blood transforming the earth's hues from withered yellow to vivid crimson, only to fade into desolation once the fighting ceased. Overturned banners, shattered weapons, and riderless steeds marked the field. The Khuzaits were defeated, their reinforcements never arriving. When the castle's garrison poured forth to annihilate the remaining scattered horsemen, triumphant cheers echoed over Corginia's battlements. Exhausted, Shire staggered as he walked. No superhuman, He was utterly spent after a day and night of relentless combat. All he desired now was to collapse upon a silken-draped bed and surrender to deep, dreamless slumber. Returning to reality, the dilapidated castle and the chaotic wilderness would, by the following day, be restored to their former glory, requiring no effort from Shar. The spoils of war would be dispensed through the mechanism of data, though typically a significant portion would be withheld. Receiving even half of what was due would be considered a substantial gain. Ding! The system is about to update. Please be patient. Weary, he dismissed the notification with a flick, struggling to step out of the study. Outside stood Mordor, his eyes bloodshot from a relentless vigil. Having remained outside for a full day and night without so much as a moment's respite, even stifling his urge to relieve himself. Mordor, I appreciate your dedication, Shar said, placing his hand upon the man's shoulder. Upon seeing Shar, Mordor's fierce expression softened, and he exclaimed with delight, My lord, you have finally emerged. Go now take some rest. Shar replied, and with heavy footsteps, Mordor made his way toward the master bedroom. Although the castle of Calradia had emerged victorious from the battle, it came at a great cost, with many imperial soldiers having perished, a bittersweet triumph indeed. Chapter 62. Horseback riding and slashing Zyle. Where did you go yesterday? I couldn't find you, complained Nanali. I was out dealing with some matters. What's wrong? Has someone bullied our little Nanali? No, yesterday. Arya taught me how to play knight's adventure. She said you taught her, so I wanted to find you to play together. Nanali had clung to Arya all day, thrilled to encounter such a youthful lady. However, Arya, still consumed by her thirst for vengeance, initially ignored her. Yet, Nanali's persistence proved too much, and eventually, Arya reluctantly set aside her sword to teach her the game. By the way, have you seen Arya? I need to talk to her, Zyle inquired. I know. Arya is practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard. He picked up Nanali and said, Let us go find Arya. All right, let us play knight's adventure together. Nanali exclaimed joyfully, waving her hands. Upon reaching the courtyard, they indeed found Arya wielding her sewing needle in a series of swift motions. If you practice like this, it will yield no results, Zyle pointed out. Approaching her to correct her form, she looked at Zyle, noticing the weariness in his eyes, a gaze she had only seen from her father. Since arriving in Shotzi City, Zyle had been preoccupied with his own affairs, seldom conversing with her. She understood he was busy and wisely chose not to intrude. Yet, Arya had already begun seeking ways to head north, realizing she could not always rely on others. Arya, here is a letter from Winterfell. He handed her the missive recently received by Scholar Kalen. The letter detailed the recent events in Winterfell, stating that Robb Stark had declared himself king in the north and was marching south with his army, likely nearing the Trident. King in the north? Arya asked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Zyle. Indeed, your brother has claimed the title and is advancing southward to avenge your father, he affirmed. Arya stared intently at the letter, her thoughts swirling in silence. After a moment, she finally spoke. Do you think he will succeed? I've heard he has won many battles, and Tywin Lannister has faced considerable setbacks at his hands. Is that so? She pondered. But our true enemy is not Joffrey. It is the one across the sea. Arya shook her head. The Stark's enemy is the Lannisters. Zyle, take me back. I wish to fight alongside Robb. Do you believe Robb will allow you on the battlefield? Arya? She fell into deep contemplation. Once I have settled my affairs, I will send someone to escort you back to Winterfell. Your journey as a knight is still a long one, little girl. You agreed to teach me swordsmanship, Arya suddenly protested. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Zyle scratched his head. I've been exceedingly busy. How about this? I will find a swordsmanship instructor for you, someone whose skills surpass mine. As Ewan Shade entered the castle with a beaming expression, he wondered what significant task the Lord had summoned him for. Upon entering the courtyard, Charles was engaged in correcting Arya's swordsmanship errors when he noticed Aiden's arrival and promptly beckoned him. Come, Aiden, I have entrusted you with an important task. Aiden, with a solemn expression, awaited the gravity of his new responsibility. I am placing my dear friend Arya in your care, hoping you will impart your sword skills to her. I have faith you will excel in this endeavor, especially considering your lineage has produced numerous esteemed swordsmen. Aiden's heart sank at the weight of this so-called responsibility. Glaring at the young girl of around 11 or 12, standing behind Charles. He pondered whether the adults truly underestimated his abilities by assigning him to teach a girl to wield a sword. "Do not disappoint me with this duty," Charles said, patting Aidan on the shoulder before moving towards the hall. Arya stepped forward, gazing up at him. Charles had informed her that this young man was a descendant of the Dawnblade, a knight her father held in high regard. "Is it true that you are the heir of the Dawnblade?" Aidan shook his head, revealing himself as merely a bastard of the Dane family, unworthy of such a legendary knight's legacy. Charles entered the hall and turned a corner into the study. The notification of updates had already chimed, prompting him to explore what new features awaited him. Upon entering Calradia, a rush of memories flooded his mind, information regarding the latest updates. Accustomed to having memories implanted in his consciousness, he shook his head to dispel any lingering discomfort. The blacksmith shop, main quests, family interface, character optimizations. This update did not escalate the challenges for Charles. At least, the cost of recruiting soldiers had not doubled. The most significant change lay within the family interface. Here, he could review his family's status. With the new version, Charles was no longer fighting alone. His commander level had merged into the family system, enabling him to increase his recruitment capacity as the family's level rose. Now, the Wayne family was classified as a second-tier family in Calradia, and while his recruitment limit remained at 110 soldiers, he could establish a troop within the family interface, allowing members to assist in managing soldiers. For instance, if he appointed Modo as the troop commander, his management level would allow him to command 65 soldiers, enabling Charles to delegate some of his troops to him. Among his companions, Charles could recruit up to 5 individuals. Modo, the swordsman, and Ganaminos, the scholar, occupied 2 of those slots without question. However, Taran and Aldine had also advanced to the status of companions, no longer occupying soldier slots. Thus, Charles had 1 remaining slot available for a new recruit. He withdrew the soldiers from the troop and re-established it, appointing Taran as the commander, who could lead 90 soldiers, surpassing Modo's capacity. After testing each companion, Charles discovered that Taran possessed the highest command capabilities among them. He subsequently assigned the summoned soldiers and equipment to Taran's command, thus freeing up significant space in Charles's soldier inventory. In addition to the changes in the family interface, various cities in Calradia have also opened blacksmith shops. The exorbitant cost of equipment had always intimidated Shar, often amounting to hundreds of thousands of dinars. At this moment, he could finally forge his own gear, a truly delightful prospect. Assimilating all his memories, Shar made his way to the castle to sort through the spoils of war. With 300 Kurjit prisoners, a vast array of weapons and armor, over 200 war horses, more than 300 pack animals, and several hundred cattle and sheep, each inventory of the spoils brought Shar immense joy. Observing his backpack brimming with treasures, he felt that the battles fought were indeed worthwhile. The prisoners could replenish the castle's manpower, while the weapons could be sold or utilized in reality. With a simple repair at the blacksmith in Sherai's, the armor and weapons could be restored to a satisfactory condition. Furthermore, he could now also take them to the system's blacksmith for smelting. Chapter 63. The troubled Duke Tywin young wolf Robb Stark leads the northern army southward along the King's Road, achieving victory after victory, his momentum seemingly unstoppable. This success greatly bolsters the morale of the North, as it appears that King's Landing is within their grasp. Following the death of King Robert Baratheon, numerous claimants to the throne have emerged. His brothers, Renly and Stannis Baratheon, have gathered their forces in their respective domains, establishing their own regimes on Dragonstone and Storm's End. However, with the Dothraki poised across the coast at any moment, both Renly and Stannis understand that if those horsemen succeed in their crossing, none will sit upon the Iron Throne. Yet they remain in a state of anticipation, waiting for Joffrey's concession. Regrettably, they have underestimated the ruthlessness of King Joffrey. He would never yield to their demands. Should the Dothraki cross the sea, it would not be Dorne that suffers first, but rather Dragonstone and Storm's End. Capturing these 2 strongholds would allow them to march directly into King's Landing. The Dothraki have forged an alliance with Pentos, and it is rumored that even the Golden Company has joined their ranks. This impending conflict will transcend mere territorial disputes, as it will involve the fate of 2 continents. Only through the unity of the noble families can they repel the invaders. Alas, Joffrey lacks the foresight to comprehend this reality. Perhaps still intoxicated by the intoxicating power he has recently acquired, Joffrey revels in his triumph, oblivious to the chaos he has left for his grandfather, Tywin Lannister. Tywin, leading the Lannister soldiers from Casterly Rock, traverses the Riverlands to the Red Fork, but his vanguard has been outmaneuvered by the young wolf. Regarding Robb Stark, Tywin cannot help but reflect on the lamentation of a son should be as formidable as son Jomo. This boy, seemingly around 20 years of age, displays remarkable prowess, employing surprise tactics, setting traps, and executing guerrilla warfare, strategies entirely foreign to Tywin. Amidst his vexation over the northern campaigns and the ever-looming threat of the Dothraki crossing the sea, Joffrey dreams naively of a glorious reign. Yet Tywin, a man grounded in reality, knows that without the support of the great houses, Joffrey's so-called crown is utterly meaningless. Were Joffrey to stand before Tywin at this moment, he would undoubtedly administer a couple of sharp slaps, especially if he were aware that the dwarf son he so scorns could facilitate the realization of his ambitions. It would surely elevate the boy's standing in his eyes. Tyrion has already been dispatched to King's Landing, bringing with him a contingent of wildlings who have proven quite useful in battle. However, compared to the disgrace he has brought upon the family, this merit is negligible. The Lannister forces will continue their advance, and despite Tywin's reluctance, he must engage in a life-and-death struggle against the North, for in this contest, the victor claims the throne while the vanquished become outlaws. Suddenly, one of his subordinates burst through the door, kneeling before Tywin in a state of panic. "My lord, young Ser Jaime has been captured by the Northerners." The anticipated outburst of fury does not manifest. Instead, Tywin's expression remains icy as he inquires slowly, "What has transpired?" The words of Duke Tywin instilled a profound trepidation in the messenger, as if his language possessed an arcane power that penetrated the very depths of the soul. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "It is Robb Stark. He has launched a cavalry assault on Lord Jaime's forces. Under the impression that we were engaged in battle with the main army of the North, Lord Jaime let down his guard, only to be ambushed by Robb Stark's legion." "I see," Tywin replied tersely. "You may leave now." The messenger, stammering, turned to exit, stumbling over the stones at the threshold, as if he had narrowly escaped a lion's den. Before Duke Tywin, he felt as though he stood before a formidable beast. Once again, Robb Stark had shaken Tywin to his core. The Lannister patriarch found himself compelled to regard a boy, one who could easily be his grandson, as a formidable adversary. Sacrificing 2,000 men to draw the main force of the Lannisters, then leading a surprise attack on Jaime. This child truly was a prodigy, and Tywin did not hesitate to commend him. Now, the Duke fervently hoped that the news of Ned Stark's demise had yet to reach the ears of the Northerners. Otherwise, his stubborn eldest son might well find himself in mortal peril. No family thrives at the expense of its future, and Tywin was a man who held familial honor in the highest regard, willing to do anything for his kin. His hope rested upon Jaime. He was loath to entrust the family's legacy to a dwarf. Robb Stark, often referred to as the Young Wolf, struck Tywin more as a cunning little fox, his shrewdness akin to that of the foxes surrounding Lannisport, adept at outmaneuvering the hunting knights. Yet, the foxes that fell to Tywin's hand numbered not in the hundreds, but in the thousands. In Sandstone City, it was the season for planting. Due to the stark climatic differences between the north and south, Dorne's crops could yield 2 or even 3 harvests a year. Thus, upon completing one harvest, Dorne would immediately commence the next wave of labor, unlike the north, which busied itself with harvest feasts. Today, Tarhan hurriedly sought out Shar, stating, "Khan, the leaders of the various villages are reporting a severe shortage of labor for harvesting and sowing. If this continues, we may miss this season's planting." Shar had indeed overlooked this issue. The 5,000 new troops were comfortably consuming rations and training, yet their agrarian instincts compelled them to worry about their fields at home. This contingent represented nearly half of Sandstone's youthful labor force, with a population of merely tens of thousands in Sandstone, discounting the elderly and children. The available young men amounted to around 10,000. "Allow me a moment to contemplate," Shar mused, seeking a balanced approach. With war looming, an increase in soldiers would bolster their strength, and training them well was essential to ensuring their survival. However, agriculture could not be neglected. Relying solely on the system to sustain tens of thousands would incur astronomical costs. Let them engage in agriculture, leaving behind 2,000 elite soldiers. The remainder shall be distributed among various villages, where they will labor alongside the local populace. During this period, they will continue to enjoy the privileges of soldiers. And once the harvest season concludes, they will be recalled for training. Will this arrangement incite discontent among the soldiers left behind? Tahu asked. The remaining soldiers are indeed elite. Thus their benefits must be enhanced, doubling their allowances. Let us proceed accordingly. Yes, Khan. Tahu refrained from uttering any flattery or sycophantic remarks. He remained steadfast in executing Shir's commands. Upon receiving the orders, he promptly set about their implementation, beginning with the selection of the elite, followed by the allocation of agricultural soldiers. 3,000 agricultural soldiers were bestowed with the title of agricultural guard. They were eager to return home to farm, while still receiving military pay. Regrettably, the allocation was not based on the soldiers' hometowns, but was entirely random, with supervisors assigned to each village. Should any soldier attempt to shirk their duties, they would face penalties. Chapter 64. The Gazette Peace Request. Having organized the troops, Charles held a grand military parade before the Tunshan Guards village, an event that was indeed a rare spectacle for the otherwise quiet Shushi town. The city walls were bustling with spectators, who cheered and applauded as the valiant soldiers demonstrated their martial prowess below. Such an amusing occurrence could not escape the notice of the informants within Shushi City, and that very night, numerous ravens were dispatched. Upon receiving a reminder, Scholar Kalen had already tied red ribbons to the legs of his ravens. Among these ravens were messages from neighboring lords, including those from Tianji City and the Prison Gate Fortress, as well as from King S Landing and Highgarden. Surprisingly, one raven was destined for Yangji City, revealing the hidden potential within this seemingly insignificant town. However, it was impossible to eradicate all ravens, and through the whispers of the townsfolk, the tale of the parade morphed into a fantastical version, claiming that Charles commanded a Sandsman legion capable of vanishing into the desert and traversing vast distances in a single day. In response, Charles could only helplessly assert that he had merely outfitted his soldiers in yellow camouflage attire. For those with discerning eyes, such rumors were merely a source of amusement. Yet some chose to believe in this narrative. Among them was Harmon Euler, the Count of Prison Gate Fortress. He had always kept a watchful eye on his neighbor's movements. In Dorne, he belonged to the faction of the princes. Prior to Charles's arrival, he had served as the spokesperson for Prince Doran, navigating the intricate political waters alongside the old guards of families like Tianji City and Eagle's Nest Fortress. However, ever since Charles dealt with Kogel of Shushi City, Harmon had come to regard him as a man of magic. He had visited the impoverished region of Luoyue, and he wondered how one could possibly contend with the Kogel family, which had held sway over Shushi for years. Even if the Euler family were to expend all their resources, they would surely fail. Harmon had witnessed magic firsthand. He had seen someone place their hand in a pot of boiling oil without suffering any harm. A letter from Yangji City urged him to cooperate with Charles Wayne, who was now the commander of the West Isle, a position of authority granted by the prince. This implied that the prince had entrusted the wartime leadership of the Dornish Western Peninsula to an outsider. How could the prince dare to bestow such immense power upon a stranger? Typically, these command posts were filled by members of House Martell. Was it possible that Charles Wayne was the prince's illegitimate son? Harmon silently concluded this in his mind. Similarly, the old and young of House Dane from Starfall were fleeing to Highgarden, their vassal. Despite their embarrassment at their family's misfortunes, they had no choice but to seek assistance. The descendants of the River Kings were now living in dire straits, with even their own count having become a servant in Blackport. The recent letter from Yangji City called for the training of a 5,000-strong army. It is worth noting that Dorne had seen no war for many years, and the current steward of Starfall was an honest and unassuming Dane. Following the directives of his sworn guards, he summoned 5,000 people from Starfall, nearly gathering all the men, women, and children of the town. However, Lacking provisions, discontent quickly spread among the ranks. A respected farmer rallied a group and successfully seized Starfall, expelling all those who resided there. This marks the first peasant uprising in nearly a millennium, and the face of the Dane family feels utterly tarnished. Upon their arrival in the city of High Hidden, they astonishingly discover that their brethren have also been ousted. Oh my heavens! As the two branches of the Dane family embrace in tears, they are left bereft of dignity before their ancestors. It is worth noting that this is the renowned birthplace of the Dawn Divine Sword, now shamefully fallen into the hands of a mere mob of farmers, with even the Dawn Sword left abandoned within the castle walls. At this juncture, news reached them of a Sandy People Legion under the command of Charles, prompting the astute Danes to seek assistance from this commander of the Western Army. Having made their decision, they hastened their journey towards Sandystone City, scaling mountains and traversing deserts. They finally beheld the robust town before them, alongside the vast harbor where warships lay anchored. It is hard to fathom why, despite both being situated in the remote west, one is so prosperous. Charles remained oblivious to the far-reaching implications of a mere military parade as he wandered across the Calradian continent, a considerable time having elapsed since the last assault by the Kusat. They are, after all, a kingdom. Even if they faced setbacks on the battlefield, they could quickly regain their strength. Unlike Charles, who had suffered significant losses among his fifth-tier troops, the prospect of replenishing them seemed distant. He feared the Kusat would remain relentless and return with their legion. In a bid to appease them, Charles had even released all noble captives, which significantly boosted his standing with them, primarily because these captives held little value. As Charles and his companions fervently pursued bandits, the peace proposal from the Kusat finally arrived. They recognized that exhausting themselves against Charles was ultimately futile. With the security issues in Carenia addressed, Charles was finally free to pursue his main quest, which had been delayed due to concerns that Carenia Fortress might fall under siege once more. The first task instructed Charles to familiarize himself with the great nobles, not to meet them all, but merely 10. So far, he had encountered 3, Old Meng, the Queen of the Southern Empire, and the swift-footed Musi of Kusat, all of whom undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of the high nobility. Charles intended to head west and then loop back through the Desert Kingdom, hoping to meet some of these so-called great nobles along the way. On this journey, Charles chose to travel alone. His finances were still ample, and he sought to recruit soldiers en route to fill the vacancies in his castle. For relying on the Kusat to defend the stronghold was hardly a wise strategy. The Empire was the obvious first choice. Yet Charles had not previously recruited soldiers from other kingdoms, making it difficult to gauge their worth. However, he was determined to procure some archers from his homeland of Battania. No questions asked. It was simply the prowess of Battanian archers. While navigating through the system, Charles also busied himself with official matters in reality. Of course, with Taran attending to affairs, he only needed to adjudicate the various disputes arising in Sandystone City. In the Sandystone territory, if one were to inquire who held the most authority, it would undoubtedly be Charles. Thus, whenever conflicts arose that could not be resolved, the disputing parties would drag themselves to Sandystone City, seeking the fair judgment of the Count. Originally, this matter could have been delegated to Taran, yet the daily burden of managing reports from various villages and towns had already overwhelmed Shar. Reluctantly, he decided against entrusting him with judicial affairs. Each day, resolving trivial matters filled Shar with profound ennui. He would much rather traverse the landscapes of Calradia than squander his time on such trivialities. At this moment, he contemplated whether he should draft a legal code, for the existing codes of the 7 kingdoms were far too vague and predominantly catered to the nobility, with only a handful of punitive provisions for the petty transgressions of common folk, and those were exceedingly harsh. Chapter 65. The appeal of the Dane family to compile a code of laws requires an immense effort, and after weighing the pros and cons, Charles ultimately decided to abandon the endeavor. It would be far more prudent to seek the assistance of a person of equitable character to undertake this task. My lord, the leaders of Konyu village and Mushy town request an audience, reported Niz, bowing respectfully. He was now the captain of Charles' personal guard, as Modo had been promoted to the chief of military training. having excelled in his responsibilities. Charles gestured for him to admit the visitors. Niz turned to exit, and soon two modestly dressed leaders entered. They were indeed deserving of Charles' attention, for the collective farms of Konyu Village and Mushy Town were thriving, fueled by the motivation that as long as they submitted sufficient crops, the remainder would be distributed among the villagers. Moreover, they had been allocated tax-exempt plots, which invigorated the villagers who would otherwise be burdened with exorbitant taxes. Mata from Konyu Village immediately prostrated himself upon entering. "My lord, you must save us. The people of Mushy Town are being excessively unreasonable. The waters of the Manyu River are shared by us all, yet they have dammed the upstream flow. When we sought to reason with them, they resorted to violence against us. They have taken our fish, and now they deny us water as well." Charles could not take Mata's word alone. He turned to Mulk, the leader of Mushy Town, seeking his perspective. To his surprise, Mulk did not refute Mata. Instead, he lamented, "My lord, we are a loss. The Manyu River flows from the vicinity of Gaoyin City, and recently its waters have dwindled. If this continues, our town will face a water shortage. We must obstruct the flow to ensure the grape supply." Mata, feeling agitated, leaped up and exclaimed, "You require water for your grapes. But do ours not matter?" Realizing his rudeness before the count, he quickly knelt again. "My lord, I did not mean to be disrespectful. It is just that our grapes have gone without irrigation for 3 days. If this persists, our farm will fail to yield any crops." Charles grasped the crux of the issue, stating, "So the problem lies with the water from Gaoyin City, correct?" Mata and Mulk exchanged glances, realizing in their contention they had overlooked this detail. The sudden reduction in the Manyu River's flow was indeed peculiar, Mulk acknowledged. "Have you not thought to investigate upstream?" Charles inquired. "My lord, that area is under the jurisdiction of Gaoyin City. We have no authority to intervene," Mulk replied bitterly. Having identified the root of the issue, the two leaders ceased their quarrel. Charles recognized their earnest efforts to advocate for their villages, indicating they were not exploiting their positions for petty gains. Charles led the two men to his study, where Tahu was diligently addressing reports for various villages and towns. Upon Charles' entrance, Tahu promptly bowed. "Kulme, we have matters to attend to," Charles said, pulling Tahu along. He glanced at the stack of letters on the desk, hesitating, "But Khan, these matters. Deliver them to Kalen. He appears quite unoccupied of late." The two approached Kalen, who, reluctantly setting aside his jars and vials, began to grumble as he took on the task. Upon arriving at the stable, Charles mounted his steed, accompanied by the leaders of 2 villages and their guards. As they set forth towards the town of Mushy, Charles, feeling increasingly anxious within the confines of the castle, had sought a breath of fresh air. However, his movements did not go unnoticed. Not far from his departure, a figure trailed behind him. "Train, how did you manage to follow me?" Charles inquired, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Feigning surprise, Train exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence to encounter you here, Charles. How delightful. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Where are you headed? May I accompany you?" she implored, her gaze hopeful. Very well, as a radiant smile illuminated Train's face, her sparkling eyes twinkled with joy. She dismounted her horse and swiftly leaped onto Charles's mount, exclaiming, "My horse is far too slow. I wish to ride with you." The girls from Dawn were always so exuberant, a sight that Mata and Merk had long since become accustomed to, displaying little reaction, while the guards paid no mind. Even Ta Huan chose to ignore the scene. Charles, resigned, allowed her to settle against his back, feeling the firmness of her form against him. Why does it feel so different? What on earth am I thinking? I'm a married man. As Charles departed, the town of Shushi welcomed a visit from guests. Sir Evan Shade was patrolling the city's defenses with Elia at his side, for it was his duty. The young girl remained close, eager to learn the swordsmanship of the Dawn sword from him, though he had no true knowledge of its techniques. Sir Evan, a group from the Dane family wishes to enter the city, reported a soldier stationed at the gate. The Dane family. Evan hastened to the city gates, and indeed, members of the Dane family had arrived, not only from Starfall City, but also from Gaoyin City. "Uncle Rook, Uncle Banyan, Orlando, what brings you to Shushi?" Evan, what are you doing in Shushi?" the Danes exclaimed, joy lighting their faces at the sight of family. "I am now a sworn knight of Shushi," Evan replied. "Rugdana, the temporary agent of Starfall City, asked, "Evan, could you introduce us to the commander of the Western Army? We urgently need to speak with him, the commander of the Western Army. Who might that be?" Evan inquired, perplexed. Banyan Dane from Gao, Ian answered, "Is Sir Charles Vane." Sir Charles. Evan could hardly believe his ears, recalling that the last appearance of the foreign commander was before the age of ignorance. He is currently out with a party and is not in the castle at this moment. Perhaps you might stay in Shushi until his return, Charles had conveyed to them. Alas, to be frank, Evan, Starfall City, and Gaoyin City have fallen to rebel forces, and we have no choice but to seek assistance here. What? The shock that this news brought to Avon was greater than the moment when Shar ascended to the position of commander. It is worth noting that the Dane family boasts an ancient lineage spanning nearly 10 millennia, and Avon has always taken pride in his Dane heritage. Yet, now he was confronted with the startling revelation that a member of his own family informed him of the fall of Starfall City. Avon could scarcely believe his ears. His mind buzzed with despair. It was over. The glory of the Dane family was utterly shattered. Starfall City, which had never succumbed in over 10,000 years, had been breached. This was as astonishing as if the very throne of the king had been toppled. How did you manage to escape? Avon pressed on. This question left the Danes in an awkward predicament. They could hardly admit that they had been forcibly expelled. That is of little consequence. By the way, when is the commander expected to return? Roke hastily redirected the conversation. Avon shook his head. I cannot say. After all, the commander did not disclose his whereabouts. However, it should not be long now. Currently, the affairs of the castle are being overseen by Scholar Kalen and Lady Malina. Perhaps you can inquire with them. Chapter 66. The resolute live fish village. Upon arriving at Woodstone Town, a meandering stream traversed the landscape, resembling a languid water snake. Downstream, a small water barrier formed a pit, with a stone and earth wall restricting the flow to a trickle akin to the serpent's head, allowing only a slender tongue of water to drift towards the next village, known as Empty Fish Village. If Prince Dowling were aware that Shar would idly interfere in the trivial matters of the villages, he would likely regret bestowing upon him the insignia of command, Shar mused. Upon returning to Shashiching, he had garnered extensive knowledge from Scholar Kalen regarding the powers of a commander. It must be said that Prince Dowling truly had the audacity to delegate authority. However, this was contingent upon Shar's ability to command the respect of the nobles of Shidao. The villagers of Woodstone Town stood despondently around the fields, lamenting their predicament. The meager flow of the river was utterly insufficient for irrigation, whether for wheat or grapes. The cultivation of grapes was particularly reliant on a steady water supply. Thus the vineyards sprawled along both banks of the riverbed. As a desert region, Woodstone Town was fortunate to host a few species of tropical trees. With wide-eyed curiosity, Tyranny surveyed all that Woodstone Town had to offer, while Shar could hardly contain his eagerness to dismount his steed. Mukur gestured towards the waters of Manfish River, my lord. The water level used to reach this point. He indicated along the riverbank. Gazing downstream, Shar remarked, the issue undoubtedly lies upstream. My lord, should I rally the villagers? Mukur inquired. There's no need. Let us follow the riverbed and ascertain the source of the problem, Shar replied, preparing to mount again, only to find Tyranny already seated atop her horse. Having a woman accompany him on such errands would surely provoke speculation among others, thought Shar, feeling a sense of resignation towards his dear Miss Tyranny. The villagers were already well acquainted with the various dealings of the nobility. Perhaps they had never encountered a noble in their lives, yet tales of the aristocracy were a staple of their conversations. Thus, they were unperturbed by the presence of nobility. Hearing that Shar had come to resolve their issues, the villagers cast looks of gratitude and admiration as they journeyed westward. Typically, such matters were resolved through discussions among the villagers themselves, but Mukur, caught off guard by Shar's sudden inquiry, had exaggerated the need for noble intervention to appear more significant in his role. Little did he anticipate that Shar would take it upon himself to come personally. In truth, life in the castle had grown rather monotonous, prompting Shar to seek a diversion, and he had also brought along the ever-sedentary time. Not long after following the riverbed, a modest village came into view, prompting Shar to inquire of Mukur, what is the name of this village? This is Live Fish Village, Muka replied. Live Fish Village? Shar found himself at a loss for words regarding the name. My lord, it is that dam. Mata pointed towards Manfish River. All eyes turned towards the dam, confirming that Live Fish Village had indeed diverted the water, and now, during the season of bountiful harvest and agricultural labor, everyone was dependent on this water source to irrigate their crops. After all, nurturing the tender grape seedlings required exceedingly stringent conditions, and the wheat seeds also necessitated water to germinate successfully. Due to Shar's directive, every village and town has expanded its cultivation of grapes. The tender sprouts have only just begun to emerge from the vines, and without water, the efforts of both Woodstone Town and Empty Fish Village would be in vain. Before Shar and his companions could approach the leader of Living Fish Village, a throng of villagers surged toward them, armed with knives, forks, and axes. The foremost among them was a burly man with a dark visage, glaring menacingly at Shar and his party. Who are you? What brings you to Living Fish Village? Shar, mounted on his horse, introduced himself. I am Count Charvain of Shale City. We do not welcome nobles here. Get out of our village. The man interjected before Shar could finish his sentence. Muckle and Mata could hardly believe their eyes. It was their first experience witnessing commoners treating nobles with such brazen contempt. They could only pray in silence that Shar would not erupt in wrath over this affront. After his encounter with the Stone People, Shar had grown somewhat indifferent to the belligerent villagers, as if the inhabitants on this side of the mountains were all cut from the same cloth. Shar's tolerance, however, did not extend to his guards, who would not abide such disrespect towards their leader. With a resounding clash, swords were drawn around Shar. He gestured for them to sheathe their weapons. The soldiers, bred from a system that would not tolerate even the slightest insult to Shar, were quick to draw steel against anyone, be they peasant or king, who dared to defame him. Get out of our territory, shouted a villager from within Living Fish Village. As the incitement spread, cries for Shar and his party to leave echoed throughout the riverbank. Shar contemplated the possibility of engaging in dialogue with their lord. For the moment, it was prudent to withdraw, signaling his soldiers to retreat. He intended to bypass Living Fish Village and proceed to High Hidden City to meet the Dane family, which would also provide an opportunity to gauge their stance on the commander. Upon witnessing Shar's retreat, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had won a significant victory. My lord, we never anticipated Living Fish Village would react this way, Muckle expressed, a hint of fear in his voice. How so? Were they not like this before? Shar inquired. Muckle shook his head. This land has always belonged to the Viscount of High Hidden City. Typically, during the planting season, it is the steward of the Viscount who oversees operations, and they would never obstruct the river. Very well, let us see how this Viscount responds. You are not angry at how they treated you? Tyranny whispered in his ear. Angry? How can I not be? Yet, I cannot resort to violence against them. I can assist you. If you agree, those people will be incapacitated by nightfall. Shar was taken aback. Oh, and how do you intend to accomplish that? With poison. A chill ran down Shar's spine as he recalled that this young woman had always claimed to be skilled in the arts of poison. He thought of his wife, Marina, and wondered if she would ever resort to such measures driven by jealousy. No need. There is no need for such extremes, tyranny. Terena murmured, resting her head against his back. My lord, there's movement. It seems that Ta-Han has discerned the situation. In haste, Sia reined in his horse and inquired, what is the situation? It appeared that the hidden figures in the grass had also realized their exposure as they surged forth. Though their weapons were not particularly refined, their numbers were considerable, estimated to be no fewer than 50 or 60. The guards instantly drew their swords, while the Khan's personal guard wielded their crescent blades, decisively striking down the first enemy who charged at them, momentarily stunning the ambushers. Fear not, brothers. We're only a handful. For the sake of survival, eliminate all the nobles. Another villager fell to the Empire's blade, instilling a sense of dread among the farmers who had been toiling in the fields. Yet, spurred by the rallying cry, they steeled themselves and charged forward. Siaer quickly grasped the situation. Fall back, retreat to Mooshire Town. With Siaer's command, the cavalry swiftly united their strength, cutting through the encirclement as they retreated toward Mooshire Town. At that moment, The leader among the villagers finally perceived the stark contrast between himself and the nobles. This was their true power. However, he held no doubt that as long as they could defend Gao In City and Xingjue City, their aspirations to overthrow the nobility would undoubtedly be realized. Chapter 67. The arrogant Drogo. The distance from the Dothraki Sea to Pentos is considerable, making it no simple task to summon over 100,000 Dothraki to Pentos. Drogo, leading his tribe, arrived in Pentos first. In the city of Dothraki, he faced all the calls around the bonfire night in single combat. Though he sustained significant injuries, he emerged as the undisputed king of the Dothraki. The Dothraki survive through plunder. While they may tend to their herds, nothing is as swift as the gains from violence. Drogo is a proud man. From the moment he was born and took up his curved blade, he has known no defeat, and he firmly believes his future son will follow in his footsteps. He assigned the Blood Riders to protect Daenerys, yet they nearly fell victim to treachery. He holds the methods of the Westelanders in disdain, particularly their cowardly tactics against women and children, which ignited his fury. Esteemed Gal, come, sample the exquisite wine we procured from Dorne, offered Illyrio, the governor of Pentos, as he raised his cup. Illyrio had received a letter from Varys the previous night, but after reading it, he cast it into the flames, reducing it to ash. Once, he and Varys had risen together from peril, supporting one another until one became the master of whisperers in the Seven Kingdoms, while the other ascended to govern Pentos. He was willing to nurture the children of House Targaryen, Viserys and Daenerys, hoping to carve out a place for himself within the Seven Kingdoms. Now an opportunity presented itself, and without hesitation, he allied himself with the Dothraki. Unlike Varys, who would concern himself with the well-being of the common folk, Illyrio's closest contacts in Pentos were merchants. He had warmly welcomed Daenerys, who appeared quite content to marry the Dothraki savage, displaying a favorable disposition toward him. Drogo downed his drink in one gulp, finding it insufficient. In Dothraki, he proclaimed, "A true man deserves a larger cup." The maidservant tasked with translation conveyed his words. Illyrio quickly clapped his hands, summoning a pair of twin maidens who brought forth platters. He instructed them, and soon Drogo was presented with a large crystal goblet. "I hope this pleases the call." Drogo's eyes, marked with a line of black, exuded an aura of perpetual anger, lending him an imposing presence. He smirked, clearly unimpressed by the opulent goblet. "Bring forth our Dothraki cup," he commanded. The maidservant complied, producing a wooden cup that had been carved directly from the trunk of a tree, its capacity indeed impressive. The maidservant responsible for pouring the wine paused, realizing her own vessel seemed minuscule in comparison to Drogo's cup. She glanced nervously at Illyrio, who gestured for her to proceed with filling it. She bowed slightly and retreated, returning with 2 large jugs of wine, known as red crystal from the Crimson Mountains, a vintage even Illyrio seldom indulged in. Drogo drained the contents of his cup, causing the maidservants to wince at the sight, yet Illyrio maintained his composure. Zogo contentedly wiped a trace with his thumb at the corner of his lips, although he was not particularly fond of such sweet beverages. This time he found it rather agreeable. He pushed the woman pouring the wine towards Zogo, yet the maid's terrified gaze lingered. This woman hailed from Westeros and was still unwed. One could only wonder if Cal would take a liking to her. The translating maid conveyed the words to Zogo, who merely cast a cold glance and made no further moves. Only the girl pouring the wine trembled, her tray clattering with the rattling of the wine jug. Zogo abruptly rose. He had no desire to linger in conversation with the greasy man before him. He turned his head around, stretched his shoulder muscles, and strode out the door without a word of farewell. Illyrio toyed with the crystal goblet in his hand, the ring on his finger glinting with occasional flickers of light. He did not look back, but quietly sipped his drink. He understood that collaborating with the Dothraki was not a prudent choice. Yet how could the 9 independent city-states resist the united force of the Dothraki? Zogo had arrived in Pentos with his men, and soon he would take action against ports such as Marine, Yunkai, and Mir. The battles along the coast would soon commence. And Illyrio believed that under the Dothraki's command, these so-called free cities would not withstand for long, as they had long bowed submissively to Dothraki raids. instilling a deep-seated fear of the Dothraki within the hearts of the free city as populace. The Golden Company would soon arrive in Pentos, and Illyrio would dispatch a fleet to escort them ashore. They aimed to establish a foothold in Westeros, connecting the two continents, and subsequently wage war against the ports of Essos, thereby ensuring a steady stream of troops to Westeros. However, the cost of the Golden Company was a considerable burden for Illyrio. The intelligence chief of Pentos approached Governor Illyrio, but the governor spoke first. "So, have you made contact with Dorne?" The former plans concerning Westeros had been a collaborative effort among Illyrio, Varys, and Prince Doran, and correspondence had flowed among the three. Now, Varys had decided to lend his aid to Westeros, and Illyrio was curious to gauge Doran's stance. The intelligence chief produced a letter bearing the sigil of House Martell and handed it to Illyrio. Upon opening the missive, Illyrio quickly tore it apart. It contained merely a few lines stating, "Crossing the Dornish Sea means certain death." Now, the once-aligned trio was headed in divergent directions. Yet Illyrio had no doubt that he would emerge as the ultimate victor. In contrast to sitting in the resplendent halls, Zogo preferred to ride his noble steed across the vast wilderness. The Dothraki were settled in the eastern meadows of Pentos Castle, where Illyrio had extravagantly provided them with fine woolen tents, which Zogo found satisfactory. Riding into the camp, the Dothraki on either side greeted him verbally. Their people were not as ceremonious as those from Westeros. Upon reaching the main tent, Zogo leapt from his horse and swiftly dashed inside. Daenerys sat leisurely inside, engaging in conversation with her handmaidens. Upon noticing Drogo's arrival, she offered a gentle smile, which blossomed into a radiant grin. Drogo settled beside her, placing his hand on her belly, feeling the small life that was currently taking shape within a future sovereign of Westeros. It was only in Daenerys' presence that Khal revealed his tender side. This formidable leader of the largest Dothraki tribe now had eyes only for the petite woman before him. Chapter 68. The Dawn's divine blade. The fleet of Dawn sails aimlessly across the surface of the Dawn Sea, now under the command of Prince Ormber, who has been entrusted with the authority of naval commander by his brother, Prince Dowling. The fleet's mission is straightforward: to scrutinize every vessel arriving from Essos. "Brother, what do you think they will navigate?" Ormber casually inquired while pushing his brother's wheelchair. From the chair, Dowling responded, "Every observer's aim is the Iron Throne of King's Landing. Traversing the Stormlands is the swiftest route." He mentioned the recent proclamations of kings by Stannis and Renly, pondering how they might withstand the Dothraki. Dowling shook his head. "The Dothraki won't be arriving anytime soon. Without a welcoming on the continent of Westeros, they shall never breach this coastline. They are warriors on horseback, not on ships. I wonder how Shar Vane fared on the Isle of the West." Ormber suddenly brought up Shar. "There has been no activity. It seems those fellows are ignoring him. I had originally intended for you to go to the Isle, but perhaps it is time to afford this young man a chance. Perhaps your ascension to Prince will alleviate some of the issues, Ormber." Ormber smiled bitterly. "Brother, what are you suggesting?" Returning to Stonewood Town, Shar was drenched in sweat, yet Trini remained closely by his side. "It is too hot, Trini. We should dismount and rest for a while." Shar leapt down, intending to fan himself with his sleeve, only to remember the bracers bound to his arms. Trini, with an understanding smile, plucked a few leaves and gently fanned Shar. When he turned to look at her, he realized her garments were already soaked with perspiration, her skin appearing tantalizingly translucent, exuding an alluring charm. Shar removed his cloak and draped it over her shoulders, causing her face to flush as she softly murmured, "It is too hot, Shar." Despite her words, she clutched the cloak tightly around herself. Though Trini possessed a serene beauty and embodied the grace of a refined lady, her education was limited. She could barely decipher the letters of Westeros. Thus, she lacked the conventional modesty associated with gentle women, and instead, her heart brimmed with boundless passion for the one she adored. She was unperturbed by the opinions of others. From the very first glance, Shar had captivated her, and she willingly surrendered her heart and body to him. Regrettably, Shar behaved like a block of wood, perpetually oblivious to her affections, which left her profoundly saddened, robbing her of sleep night after night. Shar recognized that he could not continue this charade, as it cast him in the light of a cad. He had his own family now and could never wed Trini. Perhaps it was time to clarify matters with her. Muckle, having narrowly escaped peril, felt his heart racing with uncertainty, never anticipating the journey would be so treacherous. I must return to Stone City now. I will write to Lord Dane of High Point about this matter and trust it will be resolved swiftly, Shar declared to him. As preparations were made for departure, Muckle hastened to catch up, exclaiming, "My lord, this is the finest wine our town has produced. The townsfolk wish for you to accept it." Charles graciously accepted the offering and then handed Muckle several gold dragons, instructing him to convey his gratitude to the townspeople. Muckle attempted to return the gold, but Charles was already galloping away. Upon returning to the city of Sandstone, Charles intended to cleanse himself of the bloodstains that marred his attire. However, as soon as he entered the castle, he was approached urgently by Avon. My lord. Avon called out while running, prompting Charles to halt. "What urgent matter do you have?" he inquired. Avon recounted the plight of the Dane family and implored, "My lord, I beseech you to assist the Dane family." After listening to Avon's words, Charles inwardly cursed. No wonder those people dared to assault them. Though he felt vexed by the peasant army seizing Starfall City and High Shadow City, he began to rationally weigh the pros and cons of deploying forces. "Perhaps you should have a representative from the Dane family come speak with me, but first, I need to take a bath," he remarked, gesturing to the bloodstains on his attire. Avon then noticed the blood on Charles's armor and inquired with concern, "My lord, what has transpired?" Charles turned away, saying, "I will tell you later. I am off to bathe." After a refreshing soak, Charles donned a splendid ensemble crafted from silk and velvet, adorned with a golden trimmed collar and a chest revealing a modest opening. Beneath, he wore a brown inner robe, fastened at the waist with a leather belt that bore a ruby pendant. In the hall, he summoned the members of the Dane family, the seats cushioned in luxurious cashmere. The Danes had been waiting for some time, their impatience palpable. Upon seeing Charles approach in his yellow robe, silence fell over the room. The young Count of Sandstone was remarkably handsome. Rock was the first to regain his composure and spoke, "Esteemed Commander Charles Vane, I represent the Dane family in extending our greetings." "Greetings, Sir Dane. I apologize for not greeting you properly upon your arrival," Charles replied. "I trust the commander is aware of our purpose here. We ask for your assistance in reclaiming our castle, and the Dane family will be forever grateful." Charles found himself in a quandary, furrowing his brow. Starfall City, like Sandstone, is a count's domain, and the bandit leader is formidable. We may find it challenging to confront them. My lord, you are the commander appointed by the prince. You cannot stand idly by while our castle falls. Roque asserted, embodying the Dane family's sense of honor, believing it was Charles's duty to aid them in reclaiming Starfall City. However, Battanian Dane recognized that to persuade Charles to act, sufficient incentives would be necessary. While Charles was not solely motivated by self-interest, he was aware that he could not offer his assistance without a reciprocation of benefit. My lord, I presume your matters as commander have not been particularly smooth? Battanian remarked with narrowed eyes. Charles remained silent. Battanian Dane continued, stating that the Dane family boasts a lineage spanning millennia, and there exists no family on Dornside Island with greater antiquity. With the support of the Dane family, I am confident that you will wield the authority of the commander more effectively, and we, the Dane family, shall offer our utmost assistance. Charles stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have heard that your family possesses a sword known as Dawn. Upon hearing that Charles intended to lay claim to his family's prize blade, Roque grew anxious, preparing to speak, only to be halted by Battanian. Although he was somewhat displeased by Charles' opportunistic behavior, it appeared that Charles was their only hope for assistance. I believe that Avon is an admirable knight. He is worthy of the title of the Sword of Dawn. Would you not agree? Roque and Battanian exchanged glances, astonished that Charles wished to bestow Dawn upon Avon, who was merely a bastion. This, my lord, Avon is just a bast. I think High Hidden City is quite appealing, Charles interjected. Battanian eagerly asserted, Indeed, I believe Sir Avon Dane is deserving of Dawn. He is the most qualified knight of this generation to bear the title of the Sword of Dawn. Would you not concur? He turned to Roque and the others. Battanian could not allow High Hidden City to fall into Charles' grasp, for he would have no explanation to provide to his family's viscount. Roke wished to voice further objections, but Banyan persistently signaled him to remain silent. Roke had no choice but to acquiesce, understanding that should the Sword of Dawn be entrusted to Avon, it would eventually return to Starfall City upon Avon's demise. Moreover, Avon was indeed considered the foremost knight of the Dane family at present. Had it not been for his illegitimate status, he would have already claimed Dawn. Sharl was acutely aware of the significance of Dawn to them. He sought High-Hidden City, yet these individuals were not adhering to the expected course of action. Chapter 69. The blacksmith sage with a resounding thud. Duke Tywin Lannister slammed his hand upon the table, vexed by yet another ambush from that wretched whelp, Robb Stark. Despite doubling the number of scouts, he had still failed to ascertain the whereabouts of Robb Stark, who preferred to strike under the cover of darkness rather than engage him in a direct confrontation. His recent deployment of soldiers across the river had met with utter disaster. Tywin now recognized that any further attempts to gain ground on the battlefield were futile. The longer this stalemate persisted, the more perilous his situation became. It was imperative that he transition from an offensive strategy to a defensive one, utilizing the fortress to contend with the northern forces. Originally, Tywin had intended to bring this conflict to a swift conclusion, for there were pressing matters awaiting his attention in the eastern part of the continent. Yet, it had become abundantly clear that extricating himself from this predicament was impossible, as no one had anticipated the tenacity of this Stark scion. The North's logistics could not withstand the might of the West, and the northern men, having traveled such a distance, would find their supply lines increasingly strained the longer this dragged on. The Riverlands had already been thrown into disarray by Tywin's men, rendering it incapable of providing support to the northern army. Consequently, Tywin had dispatched orders to withdraw the troops besieging the town of Riverrun, recalling the incident in which his son Jaime had been ambushed by Robb during that very siege. Now, Tywin sought refuge behind Harrenhal, positioning himself to obstruct the path along the King's Road, ensuring that the southern capital of King's Landing remained undisturbed by incursions from the north. Little did he know, Robb had no intention of advancing southward along the King's Road. Lord Shar agreed to deploy forces to assist House Dane in reclaiming their castle, on the condition that they would support his assertion of command and relinquish the troops from Starfall and Highgarden to his wartime discretion. Their knights were also to heed Shar's orders. Most importantly, the Sword of Dawn was to be bestowed upon Aemon Dane. He was no longer merely the illegitimate son of House Dane, but rather the next bearer of the fabled Dawn. Of course, Aemon himself remained blissfully unaware of this development. Shar summoned a map to ascertain the current troop distribution in Starfall and Highgarden, crucial for formulating a strategic plan. You say Starfall presently boasts nearly 5,000 troops? Shar inquired, his brow furrowed. Indeed, my lord, came the reply. Do you truly have such a number in Starfall? Rock responded, somewhat sheepishly, my lord. We actually have close to 13,000, with Highgarden contributing over 5,000 more. So, you conscripted a quarter of your forces? Shar pressed. Rock nodded in affirmation. In truth, Banyan harbored some grievances regarding this matter. Highgarden's quota was set at 2,000, yet it managed to recruit only 500. The letters from the lands of Yang had been issued at the highest standards, with only the wealthiest territories able to barely meet the requirements. It was impossible for impoverished regions like Dorne's Isle to comply with the prince's demands. Rock had diligently executed the prince's orders. Yet the chaos that ensued that fateful night saw a mutiny among the soldiers, casting Banyan into disbelief as they were ejected from the castle. Our own Sandstone only has 2,000 soldiers. It appears we are at an impasse, Shar remarked, waving his hand dismissively. My lord, they are merely farmers, Rock replied. How could they possibly compare to your Sandman Legion? Sandman Legion? What is that? Shar queried, perplexed. Taran explained to Shar. Khan is the term the citizens of Sandstone City used to refer to our army. Upon hearing this, Shar suddenly realized, oh, that is truly unpleasant. Who came up with such a name? The numbers were too great. An assault on the city was unfeasible, and I cannot allow my soldiers to perish in vain. Shar shook his head in disapproval. Both Rock and Banyan felt a sense of disappointment. They were acutely aware of the heavy toll a siege would exact. By the way, how many troops are stationed in Gowien City? Shar inquired suddenly. Banyan pondered for a moment. It should not exceed 1,000, my lord. Shar mused. resting his chin on his hand. At night, Shar would often spend some time wandering the lands of Calradia. His journey westward was lengthy, and he still remained within the borders of the Southern Empire. Passing through Onala, Shar stopped by a blacksmith shop, where everything was well preserved. The blacksmith's anvil and hammer stood prominently in the center, surrounded by an array of weapons hanging from the walls, with the forge's flames glowing red. Shar attempted to melt down a curved blade he had obtained from the battle with Kusaid, ultimately recovering a bar of pig iron and wrought iron. However, this was insufficient to forge a new weapon, and crafting would require blueprints as well. After leaving Onala, Shar realized that in his distraction with the blacksmith, he had forgotten to visit the tavern, where he could have recruited another companion. However, he had already traveled too far and felt no inclination to turn back. Shar's next destination was Fikan, as he had nearly encountered all the nobles of the Southern Empire in battle, making it challenging to complete his mission there. Perhaps he might encounter some new nobles in the Western Empire. After a night of travel, Shar arrived at Fikan, heading straight to the tavern. Unfortunately, the establishment was sparsely populated, with only a few common folk indulging in drinks. Shar sought out local leaders to recruit a band of soldiers before departing on horseback. The imperial soldiers were intended for garrison duty at the castle, and he planned to train them during the journey. In addition to the imperial troops, Shar aimed to recruit the elite archers from the Battanian faction, known for their six-tiered bows, a testament to their formidable prowess. Upon leaving Fikan, the next city was Lycaron. Arriving at the tavern in Lycaron, Shar found no suitable companions. He was determined to choose wisely for the single available spot, ensuring it would bring him assistance at this stage. Just as he prepared to leave in disappointment, a figure suddenly entered the tavern. The newcomer sported short hair, a scruffy beard, and a tall, muscular frame clad in tight clothing, showcasing his well-defined physique, and bore the title of blacksmith atop his head. The talent Shar needed had arrived, and he approached to engage in conversation. Good heavens, is this wretched drink really being consumed by nobles? By the way, who might you be, my lord? He began with such a bold inquiry. Zyle introduced himself to the blacksmith, who then began to recount his tale. He was the scion of a lineage of blacksmiths, whose family heirloom had incited the covetousness of nobility, leading to the ruin of his household. Now a vagabond, he expressed his willingness to accompany Zyle, provided he would pay off the 563 dinars he owed for his drinking debts. Recognizing the value of such talent, Zyle readily agreed, handing over the sum of 563 dinars, thereby welcoming the blacksmith, Saiji, into the Vane family as fold. Previously troubled by the daunting pile of scrap metal within the castle, Zyle resolved to melt it all down and forge new weapons and armor. The blueprints for the blacksmith's creations were shared among the members of the Vane family, and Saiji's inclusion brought forth a wealth of weapon designs, with clear proportions for material usage. However, these plans would have to wait until Zyle concluded his journey to the west. Chapter 70. The Alliance of Four Kings, Your Majesty. This is a letter from King S. Landing. In the castle of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, who has assumed the throne, received a missive from Sir Davos Seaworth. This letter, penned in the name of the kings of the Seven Kingdoms, bore the signature of Tyrion Lannister. Stannis recognized the name. He was commonly referred to as the Imp by the people of the realm. Davos, what is your perspective? Our forces are incapable of withstanding the Dothraki. Are you suggesting we heed the advice of this dwarf? The Lord of Light has shown me that you shall stand upon the walls of King S. Landing, Your Majesty. It is time to prepare for the assault on the city. A statuesque, red priestess emerged from the shadows. Davos harbored an aversion to this sorceress, and he remarked, even if we seize King S. Landing, the Dothraki will have already landed. How can our battered army contend with over 100,000 Dothraki warriors? Stannis studied the map before him, lost in contemplation. A similar debate unfolded within Storm's End, where Renly Baratheon's castle was rife with contention among the lords. The nobility of Storm's End, faced with the imminent Dothraki invasion, staunchly supported an alliance with King S. Landing, while the Lords of the Reach maintained an indifferent stance, insisting on capturing King S. Landing first. However, not all Lords of the Reach were present, resulting in their numbers being eclipsed by those of Storm's End. Although the Reach held the upper hand, Renly remained silent, even as his chief advisor, Loras Tyrell, refrained from speaking. It was Queen Marjorie Tyrell who broke the silence. I believe that forming an alliance with King S. Landing is a prudent choice. To their surprise, the Rose of Highgarden aligned herself with the Peace faction, silencing the Lords of the Reach. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Dorne also received a letter from the hand of the king. Doran Martell pondered the contents for a considerable time. On one side lay the Lannisters, the murderers of his sister, and on the other, the Dothraki, who had slain his daughter. Doran needed to weigh the consequences of each alliance. Just then, Oberyn Martell entered, and Doran invited him to contemplate the matter together. Brother, Tyrion claims in the letter that he will vindicate our sister's death and will arrange for a marriage alliance with the princess. They are fearful, without Dorne's assistance, they cannot hold King S. Landing. The two exchanged glances, and Oberyn continued. The opportunity for vengeance against the Dothraki is but this once. The murder of Arianne has profoundly crossed their threshold. Even if years of effort were to come to naught, the Dothraki must pay dearly for their transgressions. Within the walls of King S. Landing, Joffrey's daily routine consisted of watching duels, manipulating crossbows, and tormenting the ladies of the North. His volatile temper would not permit negotiations with the rebels. He believed that with the might of King S. Landing's forces, they could capture them just as they had Ned Stark, and publicly execute them before the citizens of the city. However, the mother and that detestable uncle excluded him from the decision-making process. Enraged, he sought out Sansa Stark, wishing to publicly humiliate Sir Meryn by having him strike the lady. Yet his accursed uncle thwarted him once more. Shattering the wine glass before him, his fury demanded an outlet, and inflicting pain upon a woman provided him with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Tyrion, oblivious to his nephew's morbid psychology, awaited a reply, knowing that every additional ally would fortify King's Landing. The missive from Dorne arrived first, with Prince Doran consenting to an alliance with King's Landing and expressing willingness for a marriage alliance, albeit with the stipulation that they must acknowledge the independence of Dorne and relinquish the mountain to their governance. Tyrion's irritation simmered. These were a band of traitorous lords. Yet, he had no choice but to accept these terms, as Dorne would assert its independence regardless, much like the North and Stormlands. As if summoned by his thoughts, correspondence from the Stormlands followed, from both Renly and Stannis. Each presented their demands, largely similar, requiring acknowledgement of their autonomy and the provision of wartime supplies and military support from King's Landing. While Tyrion could negotiate with the Stormlands, Dorne posed a more complex challenge. He resolved to prioritize matters concerning Dorne, at the very least sending his niece there to secure military assistance. He would also write to his father, urging him to send the mountain along, for Tywin had often referred to the mountain as merely a vicious dog in his employ. Cersei vehemently opposed the idea of sending Myrcella away, leading to a fierce argument with Tyrion. However, Tyrion elucidated the rationale behind the decision, invoking their father's authority. Upon hearing it was their father's command, Cersei bowed her head, lacking the courage to defy that man. In addition to arranging the alliance with Dorne, Tyrion replied to the two kings of the Stormlands. Due to his dwarfism, he had long been scorned, often referred to as the imp within noble circles, and he grew up without companions, indifferent to his solitude, opting instead to immerse himself in books. Yet, what pained him most was his father's belief that his dwarfism brought shame upon House Lannister, fostering a lifelong sense of rejection from his parent. This opportunity, perhaps due to the aid of the wildling tribes, allowed his father to summon him to King's Landing as a temporary replacement for the expected prime minister, presenting Tyrion with a chance to prove himself, not only to his father but to the world, demonstrating that a dwarf possessed formidable strength. Meanwhile, Shar had gathered forces in the Stone City and dispatched scouts to ascertain the troop distributions at Highgarden and Starfall. With the decision made to support House Dane, preparations and strategies must be meticulously devised. A detailed topographical map lay before Shar's council, crafted by the diligent efforts of his scouts. Zyle gazed upon the terrain surrounding the high-hidden city, seeking an expanse of open land. Capturing the high-hidden city was not his primary objective. The costs of a direct assault on a fortress were numerous, a reality Zyle had deeply comprehended within the system. My lord, the high hidden city is situated at the foot of the mountains. We could circumvent this mountain and strike them unawares, Banyan suggested, pointing towards a ravine nestled between two peaks that provided a direct route to the city. Indeed, however, this area is also susceptible to ambush, Zyle replied after a moment of contemplation. The notion of ambush led Zyle once again into a deep reverie. Chapter 71. Poison as the four kings prepare for their alliance. Charles is strategizing the timing for deploying troops to Gawain City. Meanwhile, the young wolf Lord Robb stealthily crosses the Riverlands, having previously triumphed over Tywin's forces here and captured Jaime Lannister. Now, the lords of the North and the Riverlands have pledged their fealty to him, and he leads his soldiers along the river road. Tywin would never anticipate that Robb Stark has mastered his own tactics to disrupt the northern supply lines in the south. Tywin has dispatched the mountain to ravage the Riverlands, striving to trap Robb's forces within. Yet, the astute Robb could easily foresee Tywin's machinations and countered them with finesse. When news of the western attack reached Tywin, he could no longer remain composed. How could this young man disregard the codes of chivalry? Tyranny perched upon the windowsill, swinging her feet, puzzled by Charles's ambiguous demeanor, which lacked any semblance of decisiveness. Initially, she found herself at a loss until she heard tales of knights from Arya. Knights place immense value on their oaths, akin to the samurai of distant isles and the scholars of ancient China. To the common folk, they might appear foolishly naive, willing to sacrifice their lives for a mere promise. Yet, in the present realm of Westeros, who can truly be called a knight? The legendary dragon Nightman, the Dawnbringer Arthur Dayne, these have long faded into history. Tyranny mused whether Charles's preoccupation with his own affairs stems from the binding nature of his betrothal vows. Dorne is not a land steeped in knightly tradition. Its people favor spontaneity, often struggling to comprehend the actions of knights, despite the infiltration of chivalry culture. Withdrawing a small vial from her bosom, Tyranny found herself in a moment of hesitation. Having learned from her father, she had become adept in the art of poison, a skill not to be taken lightly. Her previous remarks to Charles were no mere jest. While not inherently jealous, she felt her efforts were futile, akin to striking a heavy blow against cotton, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Thus, she resorted to silent frustration, aware that Charles's marriage to Melina was devoid of affection, a common occurrence in noble circles, much like Arianne's lack of agency in her own union. Unlike others, Oberyn had sown the seeds of freedom in the hearts of the Sand Snake sisters, prompting them to act with a boldness akin to men, pursuing their desires with determination. Sometimes love requires a lengthy simmering, while at other times, a spark ignites a swift recognition of affection. Tyranny did not fall for Charles in an instant. Rather, she became enamored as she witnessed his journey to this point. She vividly recalled that night when she awakened from unconsciousness to find a worried Charles by her side, her heart succumbing to his care. If Melina were to vanish, would Charles be liberated from the shackles of his marriage vows? In truth, what binds Charles is not the so-called oath, but rather the weight of a man's responsibility. In the 21st century, a profound sense of responsibility firmly resided in Charest's heart. He did not yearn for the life of a landowner with multiple wives, but rather, he recognized that he had far more pressing matters to attend to. In the vast Dothraki Sea, Char beheld that woman. Although the dragons were not yet visible, he understood that one day, the great dragons would soar across the skies of Westeros, for she was a Targaryen. The Targaryen family had once relied on 3 mighty dragons to conquer this continent, which, in a certain sense, belonged to them. Train strolled through the hall. Utterly free within the confines of the castle, she could venture anywhere she pleased. From a distance, she spotted Marina, the virtuous lady of Vayne, her delicate hands deftly weaving threads through a piece of cloth, the exquisite patterns gradually revealing themselves. Lost in her gaze upon Marina for quite some time, she withdrew a piece of dry grass from her sleeve, held her breath, and with a pinch, ignited it, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted into the room. Marina suddenly caught a whiff of something delightful and felt her head grow heavy. Attributing it to fatigue, she climbed onto the bed, intending to take a brief rest. As she lay upon the sumptuous velvet bed, Marina swiftly succumbed to slumber. Train entered with a veil, gently caressing Marina's delicate face. This enchanting fragrance was her unique concoction. Such beauty stirred her heart. From her bosom, she produced a vial containing a shimmering azure liquid, sparkling with radiant hues in the dim light. After uncorking it, Train took a sip and leaned over to press her lips against Marina's, administering the liquid into her mouth, then using a handkerchief to wipe away any remnants from Marina's lips before tending to her own. A sudden knock echoed through the room. Startled, Train turned to see Shar standing at the door, having witnessed everything. Shar approached the bed and checked Marina's breath, inquiring, "What did you give her?" Train smiled faintly. "A kind of potion. Why?" "She has been poisoned." "Poisoned?" "A magical toxin with a long incubation period. That is why she has been so frail." "Thank you." Train, Shar expressed his gratitude with a glance. She playfully pointed to the corner of her lips. Shar pinched her cheek, pouting her lips. "What are you thinking?" Marina awoke to find Train and Shar before her, her heart racing in surprise. "You're awake," Shar explained the situation. Marina was unaware of her poisoning, believing it to be an illness. Even as her condition began to improve recently, she still felt the presence of that toxin within her. Train had orchestrated this intervention upon realizing the imminent eruption of her poison. Internally, she grappled with her conscience. Knowing that Marina had shown signs of revival, she could choose to ignore her plight, yet a voice within urged her not to intervene. Perhaps the moniker Sand Snake no longer aligned with kindness, but in this psychological battle, the benevolent Train found herself prevailing, just as she loved that man dearly. Charles remained unaware of the infinite beautification he had undergone in Turen's heart. This affliction had shadowed Marina since her early years, a torment known solely to her. Now, she sensed that the burden within her was gradually dissipating, and tears of joy streamed down her face. She had long feared the suddenness of her demise, leaving her sister behind. But now, she could trust that Charles would not harm Nan Ali. Yet if she were to be gone, who would then care for the child? "Thank you, Turen." Marina was filled with gratitude and respect. She was captivated by the depth of this girl's heart and understood the profound love she held for her husband. Chapter 72. The Deployment of Troops. With a finger poised to be pierced, she sucked on it thoughtfully. In the midst of the embroidery, Therese had lost her usual sharpness. Marina teased playfully, and after yesterday's events, the two seemed to share the camaraderie of longtime friends. Nan Ali lay beside her sister, curiously observing the scene, her little mind unable to grasp the complexities unfolding before her. In stark contrast to their leisurely demeanor, Charles found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of urgency. He had dispatched Tarhun to various villages to gather the agricultural militia, leaving him to manage all matters, large and small. Lacking formal training, Charles could only strive to execute every conceivable task. The supply of provisions for the 5,000-strong contingent was paramount, especially during the harvest season, allowing him to requisition grain from the villages. He needed to select the safest route for transportation and entrust the logistics to a reliable individual. Aldine was urgently summoned back from the coast, where he had been overseeing naval affairs. Charles entrusted him with the grain transportation operation, as Aldine had spent some time in the Sandy Stone region, making him well acquainted with the local circumstances, thus facilitating the collection and delivery of provisions. Aldine, should the supply convoy come under attack, prioritized the safety of the personnel over the grain. "Do you understand?" Charles advised him. Although Charles could manage the grain issue through the system, he did not impose a death or glory mission on Aldine. The preservation of life took precedence. "Understood, Commander. If the enemy attacks the supply convoy, I will weigh the risks and ensure the safety of each soldier." "Very well. I shall assign 500 men to you. You are now Sir Aldine, the Oath Keeper of Sandy Stone. Here are the insignia and medals." The insignia, essential for mobilizing troops, was divided between Charles and Modo. Only with matching insignia could commands be enacted effectively. Additionally, the Wayne family possessed special medals, permitting only those adorned with such insignia to command soldiers. The character was engraved on the medals, of which only 5 had been crafted, each inlaid with different gemstones. Charles's was a ruby, Aldine's a sapphire, Tarhan's an obsidian, and Modo's a white stone. There remained a green agate, which Charles had yet to distribute. Regarding weapons and armor, Charles had managed to procure a selection of minimally damaged military equipment through the system. Consequently, nearly every soldier outside the barracks of Sandy Stone was clad in armor. Though this army might not yet be deemed formidable, significant progress had been made over the months of training. Even with Charles's considerable fortune, the pressure of sustaining this army began to weigh heavily upon him. The monthly salary expenditures consumed a substantial amount of gold coins, and the current tumultuous state of affairs at sea had given rise to numerous pirates and brigands. Consequently, the merchant vessels at Crescent Moon Harbor could barely traverse to Sunspear City, hindering Charles's financial gains. The cold cellar of Crescent Moon Fortress was already filled with wine, left to chill due to the unpredictable transport situation. Aside from the grain armor, Char could conceive of nothing else. Once these preparations were complete, he would soon dispatch his forces. The army would advance in two directions. One route would traverse the High Hidden City Gorge, directly assaulting High Hidden City from the Dorne Desert, while the other would circumvent the gorge, establishing defensive works along the crucial path between Starfall City and High Hidden City. Char, fortified by a robust logistics system, had no intention of launching a hasty attack. After all, time was on his side. He could afford to wear down the bandit leaders at minimal cost to secure the castle. The responsibility of defending the city was entrusted to Modo, while Char would lead the charge alongside Avon. The Mamuluk, initially assigned to various squads, were recalled, and over 20 Khazet knights were allocated to Tyne. Now, among the remaining 1,500 soldiers in the camp, approximately 500 were cavalry, half of whom were acquired from the Khazet, while the other half were originally from the Sandstone City, nearly providing each soldier with 2 steeds. The remainder comprised foot archers, cavalrymen enjoyed superior to foot soldiers, as cavalry represented an advancement from infantry. The 500 cavalry were the finest among the infantry training, hence no complaints arose within the camp. With 3 resounding blasts of the horn, the soldiers realized they were soon to engage in battle. Thus far, they had not undergone the baptism of blood, rendering them unworthy of the title of soldiers. Char ascended the high platform in the camp, rallying the troops before the march. Lacking a microphone or sound system, the soldiers relied on messengers to hear him, compelling Char to articulate his words slowly. "Soldiers, you have trained for 97 days and nights. I am delighted by your dedication to the camp and defense of our homeland. The bountiful evening breeze has swept across the corners of Westeros, and you are about to embark on a journey to reap your own victories. The feast has been prepared in Sandstone City. Now, let us set forth to vanquish the treacherous brigands and let the enemies hear the roars of the warriors of Sandstone." With a thunderous sound, it was as if a floodgate had been opened, and an overwhelming cheer filled the air. Before Char, others had already proclaimed the purpose of this expedition. Indeed, they were the righteous army. The rebels had seized the lands of House Dane and diverted the rivers of Sandstone, selfishly enslaving the populace to fight for them. Now, the soldiers of Sandstone would battle for justice. Char's words ignited the flames of fervor. Onward! With swords drawn, the soldiers of Sandstone roared collectively. Char rode at the forefront of the column, flanked by the 10 elite guards, the bow-wielding Khan as personal guards, and the elite troops of the Empire. The Knights of House Dane and Avon followed closely behind. The march of 1,500 was swift. The cavalry led the way, with the infantry adeptly keeping pace due to their frequent training in the sandy terrain. After a day's journey, Char and his forces arrived at the gorge on the outskirts of High Hidden City. The army advanced into the gorge, where the cavalry encircled the patrol of High Hidden City. At that moment, the occupants within the castle remained oblivious to the approaching host. After surrounding several more patrols, one individual managed to escape, galloping in a High Hidden City to relay the news of the impending assault to the leaders of the rebellion. Bernard hastily summoned his subordinates within the castle hall, simultaneously securing the gates of Gallion City. A drunken knight, inebriated and swaying, inquired of Bernard, "My lord, what urgent matter requires our assembly? My fair maiden awaits me." Bernard regarded him with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. This man was not only his knight, but also a childhood friend. After seizing Gallion City, he had heeded Robin's counsel, choosing not to eradicate the Dane family entirely, but rather allowing them to live. However, The acquisition of such immense power had led him to become somewhat intoxicated with his own success, and the same could be said for his childhood companion. With a sigh, Bernard announced, "The nobles of Dawn have launched an attack." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 73. Bachelor Robin and Robin's Hand lay a missive sent from High Hidden City. The two cities were not far apart, merely a half-day's journey. Unlike High Hidden City, which had been established as a bastion of war, Starfall City had once served as the royal seat of a regional lord. Prior to the invasion by Queen Nomelia of the Warrior Women, this place had established a governance contending for the throne. Over the course of millennia filled with rises and falls, the geographical circumstances of Starfall City altered, gradually distancing it from the epicenter of power struggles. Robin, a scholar of history from the Academy, had fashioned a silver chain before departing from the institution, drawing lessons and experiences from the annals of history. He unearthed numerous parallels in the chronicles of Westeros. As the study of history was not esteemed among the lords, and his skills in medicine and raven lore remained far from adequate, he dedicated the years since his departure to toiling upon the soil of his hometown, Starfall City. Throughout these laborious years, he bore witness to the exploitation of common farmers by the noble class. The harvests of the diligent farmers, who toiled year-round in their fields, were nearly entirely siphoned into the castle, leaving them with barely enough sustenance to stave off starvation. He often pondered why the nobility, born into privilege, could bask in opulence without labor. Yet before he could arrive at any conclusions, the nobles of Starfall City began to summon the common folk. Every farmer understood that this heralded the onset of war. War was not inherently fearsome, as the nobility would ensure rations for the soldiers during conflicts, and it also represented a pathway for the commoners to ascend the social hierarchy. However, in their call for 5,000 men, the lords overlooked the logistics of sustaining such a multitude. Soon, the burden of provisioning these individuals became insurmountable. The astute Robin quickly discerned that hunger could compel people to cast aside their fears. He recognized that a rare opportunity had presented itself. "Robin, why the urgency in summoning us? What has transpired?" Today, the city received several carts of wheat. One inquired, "Indeed, this bountiful harvest is entirely our own, sparing us from further tributes to those nobles," Robin replied. A group of insurrectionist leaders, still reveling in the joy of the harvest, remained fundamentally farmers at heart, their excitement palpable upon witnessing the grain. News arrived from Bernard, relaying that High Hidden City had been besieged by the forces of Charles Vane. With a furrowed brow, Robin handed the letter to the nearest companion. "What? Why would the people of Sandstone City attack High Hidden City? Surely it must be those from House Dane inciting this." "Silence, brothers," Robin commanded, then continued, "Our seizure of the nobles' castle has undeniably encroached upon their interests, so I am not surprised by Charles Vane's assault. We must immediately support High Hidden City. Should it fall, we will find ourselves isolated and vulnerable." "Robin, you are perceptive. I sense this from the outset. Speak. What course should we take? Let us mobilize our forces at once, while Charles Vane has yet to establish a firm foothold." Anxiously, Blake hesitated to voice his concerns. He had encountered Charles during the previous cultivation in Fish Village, and the image of the iron cavalry lingered ominously in his mind. Observing the eager crowd around him, Blake refrained from dampening their spirits, silently reassuring himself, perhaps, like that day as cavalry, the enemy is not as formidable as imagined. In the fervently spirited Starfall City, news of the brothers in High Hidden City being besieged by nobles ignited an uproar. For the first time, the soldiers realized that the nobles were not as terrifying as they had been led to believe. They were mere mortals, just like themselves. As the guide Robin had articulated, why should they reap rewards without toil? Kill the nobles, slay those avaricious nobles. A soldier shouted passionately. The atmosphere was instantly electrified, with soldiers vociferously expressing their grievances against the nobility. Within a single day, a throng of thousands had assembled, leaving 1,000 to guard the city. Robin led the vast army of rebels toward High Hidden City, proclaiming themselves as the liberators. Having marched for less than half a day, a camp emerged, obstructing their advance, with a black flag unfurling ominously above, devoid of any emblem. This unexpectedly risen encampment left Robin and his companions dumbfounded. They did not recognize the banner, yet understood that only nobles and mercenary bands would employ such a standard. Scouts had already reported Robin's forces to Taran, who stood atop the campsite, surveying the multitude below. He raised his arm, signaling to the archers, who promptly launched a volley of arrows toward the liberators. In the ensuing chaos, many among the liberators were struck down, and Robin was taken aback by the decisiveness of the camp's defenders. "Retreat, fall back. Move out of the archers' range," Robin commanded urgently. With their leader's words, the liberators fled in disarray, as if pursued by a ravenous beast. Observing the panicked flight of the liberators, a knight from Starfall City, following Taran, could not suppress a chuckle. The knight from Starfall City, Dane, trailed Taran, while the Dane from High Hidden City followed Charles. Rock Dane glared at the knight. The more inept the enemy appeared, the greater the embarrassment for the Dane family. As a senior member of the Dane clan, Rock was not old in years. However, the recent dwindling of their kin had necessitated that he bear greater responsibilities. Taran coldly watched the enemy retreat like a receding tide. Rock inquired, "Sir Taran, why do we not pursue them?" "There is no need. We merely need to hold our ground here," Taran replied. Heeding Taran's assessment, Rock fell silent, aware that their understanding of Charles's intentions was limited. Yet, under the current circumstances, they had no choice but to comply with his directives. Having withdrawn several hundred paces, Robin's forces regrouped, though the liberators dispersed widely, taking considerable time to reassemble. "Robin, with the camp before us, how shall we proceed?" One of the more ruthless liberators questioned. "We shall simply press forward. I refuse to believe such a small camp harbors many defenders," he asserted. Robin shook his head and said, "No, we must ascertain the number of foes opposite us. Charging in blindly could lead to dire consequences." Nearby, another suggested, "If all else fails, we could take a longer route, even if it means traveling further." However, this detour would require an additional 2 days and would lead us through the territory of Sandstone City. What if the enemy lies in wait for us? This sentiment was met with dissent, as someone countered, "That line of thinking is flawed." Suddenly, the previously silent Blake interjected, "Robin, let us retreat. Our own safety is in jeopardy. Why concern ourselves with Gout in City? They were never our allies." The fiery-tempered Freeman was the first to express his displeasure, exclaiming, "What sort of talk is that? Should we stand idly by while our brethren are besieged by the nobility?" Chapter 74. The Food Crisis, Part 1. Robin.